Amegakure. Shrouded year-round by relentless rain, the village's buildings are threaded with metal drainage pipes, as though standing within a forest of steel. Cold and oppressive. The air carries a sharp, acrid scent of rust. Figures in rain cloaks hurry along the streets, their hurried steps, and faintly numb expressions betraying an enduring will to live. The shadow of war has lingered for years, yet peace remains distant. Its strategic location has made the land of rain a haven for rogue ninja, and chaos is the constant rhythm of this nation. East District, Iron Rain Avenue. The village's largest commercial street lined with tightly packed shops, restaurants, gift shops, specialty boutiques, izakaya taverns, and other standard establishments. Alongside them, weapon shops selling shuriken, kunai, and sinbin, and medicinal stores offering soldier pills and antidote pills. Silver fishing seat. Aokiyu sits with his 3 teammates eating charcoal-grilled salted fish, a place he frequents often. Not for any other reason, simply because the food is good and the prices are fair. Mihoko flipped the fish over. It's about to burn. Yeah. The brown ponytailed girl pouts, slightly reluctantly flipping the iron skewer, her peripheral gaze drifting toward the face of the boy seated across from her. Humph just became captain and already learning to boss people around. Though he is only 15, his increasingly defined facial features paired with that pale blue long hair make him look all the more handsome. His eyes drift idly through the crowd. Mihoko follows his gaze, which settles on the proprietress Kikuno Momo and the striking figure concealed beneath her orange cat-themed apron. She knows this guy is no different from the other male patrons, all loyal regulars. Glancing down at herself, she doubts even 10 more years would let her catch up. Ryota Shinichi, the fish is ready. Eat quickly, we still have a mission later. Mihoko urges in a no-nonsense tone. Oh, alright, Mihoko. Reluctantly pulling their gazes away, Ryota and Shinichi each take a skewer of grilled fish and begin eating absently. Both freshly promoted genin, they join the squad as supplementary members. Neither their strength nor their combat experience can compare with their captain Aokiyu or core member Mihoko. Senpai's words are not to be disobeyed. At this moment, Aokiyu gazes at the married woman he could only see on short video apps in his past life, his heart filled with countless feelings. Having transmigrated into the world of Naruto barely 2 months ago, the things he has experienced are more thrilling than everything in the decades before. From vomiting uncontrollably after his first kill to feeling nothing at all now, from panicking and forgetting hand signs during combat to casting jutsu in an instant. Having mastered the water release water clone technique, he can say without exaggeration that he is already a backbone force of Amegakure. When he first realized he had transmigrated to Amegakure, he panicked badly, until he discovered his cheat. His cheat is called Heaven Rewards the Diligent. Any ninjutsu or skill, as long as one finds the right method and direction and persists without giving up, will eventually succeed. Depending on difficulty, like meditating daily to sense natural energy, requires continuous practice for several years to master sage arts. In other words, as long as one is not lazy, living means continually growing stronger. Surviving an Amegakure is no easy feat. After surviving the failed second war, Hanzō the salamander has grown paranoid. Wait him out, and afterward there is still pain, the rice bearer. First develop quietly and modestly display whatever limited talents one already has, striving to become Hanzō's guard and gain access to ninjutsu resources. Then before this broken ship sinks, secure a ticket for the next one. Iron-forged Amegakure, a revolving door of village heads. Who is in charge hardly matters. Such is the survival plan Aokiyu has set for himself during this period of weakness. He clears his throat, lightly drawing everyone's attention back to him. Ryota Shinichi, welcome to my squad. Our operational principle is self-preservation and stability in all things. Understood. Understood. Ryota and Shinichi exchange a glance and quietly breathe a sigh of relief. Amegakure has never lacked orphans. Expendables like them are plentiful. Many captains treat their subordinates' lives as stepping stones for promotion, and the mortality rate is terrifyingly high. To encounter a captain who does not chase glory recklessly means one can live a little longer. Introduce yourselves, what you like, what you dislike, dreams, that sort of thing. I'll go first. Just call me Ryota. I like dango, hate rainy days, and my dream is to find a beautiful wife. As the rugged-faced Ryota speaks, he sneaks a glance at the proprietress not far away, his cheeks flushing unconsciously. This dream of his was decided only moments ago. Aokiyu nods. The boy clearly has an active personality. That's a fine dream. Grounded and practical. I'm Shinichi. I like grilled meat, hate sweets, and my dream is to become a chunin. Though clearly a boy, he wears his hair in a small round bun like a young Taoist priest. Compared to the darker-skinned Ryota, he looks far more fair and clean. Not bad, ambitious. Mihoko, you're next. Aokiyu comments briefly, then turns his gaze toward his female assistant. Sigh, do I have to say it too? Mihoko sighs. To her, dreams are things that only happen in dreams. Before teaming up with Aokiyu, she had been through several squads, almost none of whose members survived. Once dead, what meaning do any of these things have? Of course you do. You're the core backbone of our squad, he says seriously. Alright, I'm Mihoko. I like sukiyaki, hate soldier pills, and my dream is to become a capable medical ninja and live a stable life. As for Mihoko wanting to transfer to internal support, Aoki Yu is not surprised. She was originally the squad's perception-type ninja and part-time medical ninja. Although she only knows the simplest battlefield first aid in a place like Amegakure, that alone makes her a rare and valuable asset. My turn. I'm Aoki Yu. I like salted fish. I dislike anyone more handsome than me. And my dream is to become the guard of Amegakure's leader. That dream is quite particular. Mihoko offers a flat comment. Many ninja in Amegakure worship Hanzō, treating him as the savior of the land of rain. But Hanzō is notoriously cautious. Earning his trust is no easy feat. Truly worthy of Captain, Ryota hurries to flatter. Shinichi nods in agreement from the side. Without some real ability, who would dare claim to become one of Hanzō's guards? Seeing they had eaten enough, Aoki Yu rises to settle the bill. The total comes to just over 1,000 ryo, and the proprietress generously waives the small change. Little, you are leaving already. Won't you stay a bit longer? Kikuno Momo calls from behind the counter. No, we still have a mission, Momone. Oh, duty calls. Do your best. Kikuno Momo says, clenching her small fist in encouragement. Her husband happens to be a member, indeed a squad captain, of Hanzō's guard. One reason he often comes to eat is to get acquainted. Aoki Yu swallows quietly, perhaps because the fish was too salty, and replies, yes, I will. Farewell. Nodding politely to Kikuno Momo, he leads his team out of Silver Fishing Seat. The group heads toward the edge of the village. The rain seems to be getting heavier again. I hate rainy days. Ryota can't help complaining. He hates rain. Rain is the village's barrier, and also our weapon. Aoki Yu presses down the brim of his conical hat, and says firmly, get used to it. Mihoko briefed the team on this mission. Yes. Mihoko's expression sharpens. The captain may be easygoing daily, but once a mission begins, he is swift and decisive. The mission target is a weapon smuggler named Ogawa Kohei, active around Hisui town in the southeast of the Land of Rain. He sells weapons to local rogue ninja forces. The village requires us to eliminate him. Rank C. Mihoko draws a photograph from her tool bag, a round-faced man with a small mustache. The photograph is passed among the squad members, ensuring everyone memorizes the target's appearance. Ryota and Shinichi, on their first mission, here they must kill someone. Their faces instantly grow solemn. For newly promoted genin like them, the pressure is indeed considerable. Seeing this, Aoki Yu offers no words of comfort. Amegakure is nothing like Konoha with its many noble families and prestigious households. Here no one posts D-rank missions like finding cats, picking up trash, or housework to help you adjust to being a ninja. Amegakure places greater emphasis on cultivating and uncovering individual talent. Renowned for assassination, it is regarded by other nations as a resource, and the commissions it receives are primarily assassination-based. What makes Ogawa Kohei most deserving of death is that he does business, yet refuses to pay the village its share. If he won't pay, he can only be sent to his death. State your areas of expertise. I will formulate the tactics. Captain, I specialize in taijutsu. Ryota speaks first. His sturdy build, sturdier than peers his age, attests to his outstanding strength, granting him a slight edge in hand-to-hand combat. Shinichi reaches back to touch the umbrella on his back, and says quietly, I specialize in hidden weapons. More reserved than the outgoing Ryota, he is introverted. Unless asked, he rarely speaks on his own. Aoki Yu nods slightly. Ninjas rely on chakra to enhance speed and strength. Kunai and shuriken remain the primary means of ninja combat. Ninjutsu, even the most basic, carries a cost, either exchange from the village passed down through the family or self-devised to be used in tandem with hidden weapons. For instance, Amegakure's most popular hidden weapon, Ninjutsu Rain Senbon. It relies on concealed senbon launching mechanisms built into umbrellas, providing blanket coverage, much like a storm of pear blossoms and needles. These types typically carry several umbrellas. Unleash them all at once, and if it doesn't work, they have to retreat. Mihoko is a perception-type shinobi who doubles as a field medic. I'm proficient in taijutsu as well. Aoki Yu casually swayed the long blade in his hand. Having trained with a blade since childhood, and after 2 more months of grueling practice, he had honed his swordsmanship to a level of minor mastery. Combined with polished body flicker techniques and minor mastery blade work, along with water clone jutsu for decoy and scouting, his rank of chunin was earned with absolutely no dilution of skill. After assessing each teammate's abilities, Aoki, Plan A, the clone succeeds, eliminate the target silently. Plan B, the clone fails, we enter direct combat. Plan C, the enemy fields a powerful shinobi beyond our capacity to match. We split and flee. Understood. Understood. Good. Let's confirm our code signals. The team moved swiftly along the way. Hisui town, a medium-sized settlement. Surrounded by extensive waterways neighboring the Land of Fire, it attracted merchants and wandering shinobi from many nations, presenting a scene of apparent prosperity. Amegakure maintained a stationed presence here, 2 low-ranked genin. This mission had been issued based on the intelligence report they had submitted. Aoki Yu entered the outpost alone first to receive the mission briefing and learn the town's general situation. Shinichi and Ryota disguised themselves as wandering shinobi and entered the town to gather intel, while Mihoko remained stationed at the town's perimeter on alert. At 3 in the afternoon, the team regrouped to consolidate their findings. Captain, we spotted several ronin at a tavern. They seem to belong to a group called the Gakudo Shu. They arrived in town just this noon. Ryota continued. Mihoko shook her head. No shinobi detected among the people entering or leaving the town. Aoki Yu spoke up. From my end, the station personnel told me about 2 larger factions operating in this area. One is the Gakudo Shu Ryota just mentioned. Mostly composed of wandering warriors, the majority originating from the Land of Iron, they still upheld samurai traditions and held an extreme hostility toward shinobi. The other is called the Araki Ronin, primarily composed of wandering shinobi. Our primary suspect is that they're the main clientele of our target. Seeing no further intel, Aoki Yu spoke. Rest up. We move at night. Periodically someone would trample the red lines drawn by Amegakure for the sake of profit. The village's response was simple: execution. To intimidate other unscrupulous merchants. Afterward, the squad found a sheltered spot and ate soldier pills to replenish their strength, quietly awaiting the arrival of night. Especially the 2 rookies Ryota and Shinichi needed some pre-battle mental preparation. It would be troublesome if they froze up at a critical moment. This kind of reaction was perfectly normal. They were still children. As full darkness descended, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The squad had stealthily taken position near the target's estate. Aoki Yu turned to glance at Mihoko. She understood, immediately formed hand seals, and began scanning for enemy positions. According to Mihoko, her perception-type jutsu was a family heirloom developed and refined across several generations. It could roughly judge the distance and number of enemies. It was more than sufficient for general reconnaissance and sensing. Since the jutsu involved personal privacy, Aoki Yu had never asked about its specific principles. After a moment, Mihoko opened her eyes. From the chakra signatures, the target estate has at least 5 shinobi. No ambush detected in the surroundings. Proceed according to plan. I'll go check first. Aoki Yu formed hand seals and sent a water clone creeping toward the estate, while his real body led the rest of the squad to surround the area from multiple sides. Inside the estate at this moment, Ogawa Kohei was entertaining his new client. The Land of Rain was in the midst of civil unrest with countless factions of varying sizes, every one of them a potential customer of his. The current client they were meeting with was the Gakudo Shu. Sitting across from them was their representative for this negotiation, Okamoto Hisao, accompanied by his 2 subordinates. Hisao-kun, this is our first transaction, so I won't profit from you. Merely making friends. After all, there will be many days ahead. Ogawa Kohei raised his sake cup in a brief gesture, then drained it in one gulp. Okamoto Hisao glanced sideways at the sample placed beside the table. The katana was indeed a standard issue model from the Land of Iron, but clearly a piece that had been discarded by the military and reworked. That alone was forgivable. The real issue was that it wasn't cheap at all. And beside it, kunai and shuriken, secondhand repolished. Ogawa Kohei had been enthusiastically peddling these ninja tools throughout the evening, but he was destined to be disappointed. A warrior needs nothing but a blade. Okamoto Hisao held this conviction deeply. He lifted his sake cup about to drink. Who's outside? Years of combat had made him extraordinarily vigilant in unfamiliar environments. This was the key to his survival. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 kunai smashed through the window, flying directly toward the group. What made Okamoto's eyelids twitch even more was that each kunai had an explosive tag tied. Damn it. Okamoto Hisao flipped the table in front of him with one forceful motion, then rolled diagonally backward. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The kunai embedded in the tabletop, then violent explosions erupted in sequence. Flames instantly engulfed the entire room. Boom. Ah. Several screams echoed around him. Okamoto Hisao knew his 2 subordinates had already gone to meet Amaterasu. He turned his head to look. Ogawa Kohei was somehow unharmed, having been shielded by his 2 guards at the critical moment. But both hired shinobi had their backs blown open by the blast, clearly beyond saving. Such dedication. A thought crossed Okamoto's mind. This kind of self-sacrifice for an employer was truly admirable. He had to admit he couldn't do the same. Kohei-kun, there will be many days ahead. Let's continue this another time. Okamoto Hisao dropped those words and vanished immediately, leaving behind the furious Ogawa Kohei. Which bastard dares ruin my business? Ogawa Kohei cursed loudly, then turned to his sole remaining guard and commanded, Karaki, kill them. The blank-faced Karaki nodded and turned toward the direction of the attack. What puzzled him was that the attackers should have followed the explosion through the breach to catch them off guard. But by now there had been no movement from them at all. What Karaki didn't know was that the water clone inheriting Aoki Yu's cautious nature would likewise never take unnecessary risks. He couldn't keep stalling like this. If the enemy continued throwing explosive tags inside, the consequences would be unthinkable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He flung several shuriken toward the window as a feint while his real body burst out through the main door. He was met head-on by a figure rushing to intercept. Saw through my strategy. Clang, clang, clang. Their kunai collided and they exchanged over a dozen blows in an instant. From the force of the feedback, the opponent's strength was no less than his own. That skill of yours doesn't look like a wandering shinobi. Which village are you from? From the first exchange, Aoki, you knew the opponent wasn't some rogue fighter. His attacks were crisp and methodical, following a specific system. This came from long-term training, and he doubted he could take this one down. Staying silent won't keep me from figuring it out. Karaki remained mute, but his speed increased another notch, desperate to kill his opponent. As Aoki defended and observed his opponent's reactions, Hizui Town bordered the land of fire, most likely Konoha. Konoha's favorite pastime was disguising their shinobi as those of other nations to sow chaos everywhere. Ultimately, it came down to insufficient strength. They could only create chaos among others, making everyone suspicious of each other and unable to unite. Die. Mid-fight, Karaki suddenly noticed Aoki's movements had slowed his guard wide open. He seized the opportunity to rush in at full speed. Squelch. He drove his kunai straight into Aoki's heart. This is the end, Karaki said coldly, as if declaring his own victory. As if proclaiming his own victory. Aoki's hands gripped Karaki's arm tightly, his expression utterly calm. Those words are for yourself. Familiar yellow light radiated from Aoki's chest, blindingly bright. This is. Karaki's pupils contracted. Without thinking, he raised his foot and kicked at Aoki's body. Splash. A burst of clear water soaked his feet. It's a water clone. Boom. After the explosion, a figure was sent flying and landed motionless on the ground. Moments later, Aoki arrived at the scene with Ryota looking at the charred body from a distance. It appeared to be dead. Ryota, go check it. Yes. Ryota glanced at Aoki standing guard nearby, his own vigilance rising. As he neared the body, he instantly hurled a kunai at it. Thunk. The sound was nothing like a kunai piercing flesh, more like striking a wooden stake. Ryota immediately leaped back and dashed into the room. Thud. Karaki's corpse transformed into a section of tree stump. Substitution jutsu. Aoki muttered, then suddenly felt a kunai pierce his lower back, his face showing no panic whatsoever. He raised a finger and pointed at the sky. Karaki looked up in confusion, seeing an umbrella floating above the courtyard. Ninjutsu shower of sunban, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless sunban rained down like a storm. The enemy before him transformed once more into a spray of clear water. Undoubtedly another water clone. This had been a trap. The enemy had guessed he wasn't dead, deliberately led him ambush, drew him out, and had his companion activate the hidden weapon. Puncture after puncture. Sunban needles embedded all over Karaki's body. Numbness rapidly spread through him. The sunban were poisoned. Squelch. A long blade pierced through his heart, the bloodied tip emerging from his chest. He's dead for sure this time. A cold voice came from behind. What a cautious bunch of brats. Karaki left his last words in this world, his body collapsing forward onto the ground. Aoki stepped forward, pried open the withered tree's mouth, and saw a black rune on its tongue. The mark of the tongue, disaster, annihilation. As expected, it's someone from Root. Shinichi emerged from the shadows and began collecting the sunban scattered on the ground. Meanwhile, Ryota dragged the terrified Ogawa Kohei out of the house and threw him onto the muddy ground, splashing mud everywhere. Several weapons were handed over to Aoki. These must be the weapons they were trading, Ryota said. Okamoto Hisao was cornered while trying to escape. He wisely explained why he had come and stated that he wanted no conflict with them. He was then allowed to leave. Aoki took the weapons and examined them closely. The markings had been ground off, making them unidentifiable. Ryota searched the rooms, especially the warehouse and the basement. Yes. Ryota swiftly moved to search the other rooms. Any last words? Aoki pressed the blade against Ogawa Kohei's heart. SP, spare me, please. Ogawa Kohei trembled violently. I'm just a businessman. I can give you money. Name your price. Why didn't you come earlier? You didn't take the initiative, forcing us to come to you. I was wrong. I'll give. I'll give from now on, I promise. Ogawa Kohei vowed. Aoki nodded non-committally, pointing at the corpse of the withered tree. Tell me about him. He was just a rogue ninja. I hired him for money. Slap. Ogawa Kohei's face contorted in agony as he screamed, his right hand completely crushed underfoot. He immediately stifled the scream as the blade at his chest had already pierced the skin. He could even feel every heartbeat brushing against the sharp edge. It seemed that at any moment it would plunge into his heart. I'll give you one more chance to rethink your words, Aoki reminded him kindly. I'll talk. Ogawa Kohei, caring little about keeping a dead man's secret, confessed everything in a few words. Originally, he was just a small weapons shop owner. One day someone approached him claiming to have a large quantity of second-hand weapons and asking him to act as a distributor in the southeast region of the Land of Rain, with a ninja assigned to protect him. How could Ogawa Kohei refuse such a windfall? He immediately recognized that the weapons were from the Land of Fire, most likely discarded by Konoha ninjas. The first group he contacted was the notorious Araki Ronin in the area. The deal went smoothly, boosting his confidence. He began smuggling and selling, and was about to negotiate with the Gakudo group when he was caught. Is that so? Time is running out. Let's go. With a stab, Aoki Yue, having obtained the information, swiftly ended Ogawa Kohei's life, fearing he might say something more that would cause trouble. The Land of Rain was a paradise for rogue ninjas and a dumping ground for weapons. Chaos was as relentless as the never-ending rain. He took out a storage scroll and collected the corpses of the withered tree and Ogawa Kohei. The village required bringing back the bodies. Meanwhile, Ryota found the entrance to the basement where a cache of weapons was discovered. Aoki Yue inspected them, picking a few with faint markings to keep, while sealing the rest in boxes. Alright, the mission is over. Everyone cooperated well. Let's find a place to rest and head back to the village tomorrow. Then Mieko approached and asked, should we check out the Araki Ronin organization? No need. There are countless such Ronin groups impossible to eliminate. Aoki Yue waved his hand. Remember, we are here to showcase the village's presence, not to slaughter. Avoid all unnecessary battles. The four of them found a small inn to rest, reviewing the battle process and summing up their experiences. Aoki Yue taught the two newcomers the technique of combining kunai with explosive tags. This was a standard combat trick, highly effective with no downside except for its cost. They set off early the next morning. Upon returning to the village, they headed straight to the northern district. The true core of Amegakure had always been the north, where most ninjas were concentrated. The towers in the western district were mostly vacant, used only for ceremonies or special events, with some impoverished people living there. The eastern district was the commercial center of Amegakure, home to most civilians. At the mission hall, Aoki Yue was busy writing the mission report, the ninja world's version of a PowerPoint presentation. It was a delicate task, requiring both a demonstration of the mission's perfect completion and a showcase of the team's overall combat capabilities. Crucially, he had to avoid creating extra work for himself. As the team leader, he had coordinated and utilized each member's abilities, involving intelligence analysis and tactical cooperation. This was a basic requirement for a Chunin position, as the superiors assessed subordinates through mission reports. Mieko, Ryota, and Shinichi waited patiently nearby. Half an hour later, after polishing the report, he finally finished and submitted the scroll. Along with it, he handed over the corpse of the suspected Konoha ninja and a few weapons with faint markings. The village would make its own judgment. He didn't need to speculate. Takanaka Shu read the report and nodded lightly. The mission was completed satisfactorily. The village needs 2 days for verification, and then the reward will be distributed. As the head of the mission office in Amegakure, Jonin, Takanaka Shu represented Hanzō's will and also bore the responsibility of screening talent. Aoki Yue, as the earliest promoted Chunin among the previous batch of Jinin, naturally caught his attention. I heard you want to become Lord Hanzō's guard. Aoki Yue was not surprised that his dream had become known to the village. Lately, he had mentioned it publicly on more than one occasion. Yes, Lord Shu. This is my dream. Lord Hanzō is the protector of the Land of Rain. As long as he stands, we Amegakure ninjas have a place in the ninja world. Especially when going on missions, I feel this deeply. I will keep growing stronger until I am worthy to stand behind Lord Hanzō. Takanaka Shu was very pleased with Aoki Yue's answer, his expression softening. It's good that you have this awareness. The ninjas of the 5 great shinobi villages are arrogant and rude, trampling on the dignity of small nations. Amegakure cannot be without Lord Hanzō. You are still young and need to accumulate experience. There will be opportunities in the future. Yes, I will work hard. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Talented, ambitious, loyal, and reliable. This was the persona Aoki Yue wanted to establish. Next, he would continuously reinforce these impressions among his superiors, so that when they needed someone, they would think of him first. He briefed the team on the situation. The reward for this mission should be distributed the day after tomorrow. After taxes, there will be about 200 ryo. As the team leader, I take half, and the 3 of you split the remaining half. The so-called tax was a tribute to Lord Hanzō. Although the mission was issued by the village, one must first thank Lord Hanzō for his protection, otherwise there would be no missions to undertake. Everyone tacitly accepted this rule. Take a few days off. I'll contact you when there's a new mission. Dismissed. Understood. Even splitting 100 ryo among 3 people each would get over 3000. For Jinin to earn that much in 2 days was quite good for Amegakure, a small village constantly plagued by war. After dismissing the team, Aoki Yue returned to his home near the flying bridge in the eastern district, the gold and gift shop. It was his family's shop. His father, a Chunin, had died in the Second Shinobi World War, but left behind this property. His mother Eiko raised him by running this shop. Xiaoyue, you're back. Here, have a bun. An old woman next door who sold pork buns handed one to Aoki Yue from the steamer. Thank you, Grandma Chishu. How's business today? Same as always. I heard you went on a mission. Did it go smoothly? Grandma Chishu said with a smile. Pretty smooth. I just did some simple tasks and ran if I encountered danger. Good, I knew you were smart, haha. Aoki, you finished the bun in a few bites, waved, and turned to go home. I'm going home. Grandma Chishu's buns were indeed delicious. Even Jiraiya had praised them. I'm back. Entering the house, Aoki, you called out, and a middle-aged woman with blue hair dressed in casual clothes hurried out from behind a shelf. Time had left uneven marks on her face. Her tired eyes were full of worry as she looked Aoki you up and down. Xiaoyue, are you okay? Are you injured? Don't worry, I'm very careful. Besides, I'm a chunin now. I can pretty much walk tall in the land of rain. Your damn father was also a chunin, and look what happened. Eiko was unimpressed. I know. Business slow today. Eiko's mood was directly tied to the shop's sales. As a woman raising a child alone, she relied on this shop for survival. Good or bad business determined whether they had food to eat. Don't mention it. I didn't sell a single gift all morning. I closed up. Eiko said helplessly. No worries. I earned 1000 Rio from this mission. It'll last us a while. Oh, so much. Well, being a ninja sure pays well. The only downside is the danger. Aoki, you nodded in agreement and headed upstairs. I'm going to rest. Call me when it's time to eat. After all, he wasn't the original person, so his personality had changed somewhat. Aoki Yu himself had a complex relationship with his mother, but he had gradually grown accustomed to it. Eiko watched her son's back. At this age, he was growing rapidly, having shot up a good deal in just 2 years. Xiaoyu has really grown up. His personality has become much more steady. Well, life is looking more promising. The first floor was the shop, and the second floor was the living quarters, a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room layout, all property left by Aoki Yu's father. Additionally, there were the D-rank body flicker technique, the C-rank water clone technique, and the B-rank water wall. He had already mastered the body flicker technique and the water clone technique. Compared to shadow clones, the water clone had limitations in power and range, but it was sufficient for infiltration and luring enemies. The water wall technique was rather difficult. Aoki Yu had started practicing it recently and would need more time to make it combat ready. Once he mastered these techniques and gained experience for more missions, he would aim for the rank of elite chunin. Then he would strive for a safe position. He took a quick shower, lay down to rest for a while, went downstairs for lunch at mealtime, slept through the afternoon, and fully recharged his energy. Nighttime was for his training. In the dimly lit room, Aoki Yu sat cross-legged, adjusting his mental state. A candle burned before him. He formed the front hand seal and began his daily meditation practice. His spiritual power after transmigration was exceptionally strong, giving him a great advantage in both condensing and controlling chakra. The front seal was used to enhance and focus spiritual energy. Increasing spiritual power brought numerous benefits and would greatly aid in developing other techniques in the future. The meditation method he currently used was called the unwavering gaze technique. The principle was to refine and strengthen spiritual power through extreme concentration, ultimately achieving the ability to influence reality. Once he could light a candle just by staring at it, he would succeed. At that point, his spiritual power would undoubtedly reach a new breakthrough. In his previous life, this would have been pure nonsense, but here in the Naruto world, illogical things were commonplace. The Nara clan used spiritual energy to forcibly control the form and behavior of shadows. The Yamanaka clan used the mind transfer technique, and many advanced genjutsu were applications of spiritual energy. This was the necessary path to the gates of In release. The Nara clan seemed to enhance their spiritual power through activities like shogi and deep thinking. The Uchiha clan through negative emotions, and ordinary ninjas through practicing genjutsu to improve their resistance. Each had their own method of tempering. With a cheat-like advantage, one just needed to grind. In release to shape manifesting the heavens and earth. Step 1 is to calm the mind. Close your eyes and begin counting from 1 to 9 in endless repetition. This is to purge wandering thoughts. Step 2, in a darkened room, light a single candle and gaze upon its flame. Do not blink until tears well in your eyes, then close them, and an afterimage of the candle will appear in your mind. It flutters and shifts erratically, but within moments the phantom image will gradually shrink and fade into nothingness. Strive to fix that image firmly in place until within your spiritual world it evolves into a sphere of concentrated flame. Using your mental energy as fuel, temper and refine it relentlessly, discarding the dross to preserve the pure essence. Step 3 is to intervene upon reality and reignite the candle. At present, Qingmu, you can only extend the duration of the afterimage from a few fleeting seconds to over 10. The path is long and arduous. The tangible benefit is that chakra control becomes more deft. Ninjutsu is performed with greater speed, and its destructive power sees modest improvement. After 2 hours of continuous cultivation, only a profound spiritual exhaustion sets in, akin to pulling an all-nighter. Next comes physical conditioning. He had installed a pull-up bar in his room designed specifically to develop explosive power. As a taijutsu specialist, particularly one who wages war with a blade, foundational strength is of paramount importance. 1,500 pull-ups, 500 wide grip, 500 narrow grip, and 500 reverse grip to forge arm and back musculature, followed by 500 L-sit leg raises to strengthen the waist and abdominal core. Additionally, lead conditioning through squats, lunges, and squat jumps to enhance lower body stability and explosive leaping power. Persist in these movements year after year, and remarkable results will follow. Upon completion, every muscle is racked with exhaustion. Finally, there is the bedtime ritual, tempering his hair with chakra. He must achieve the same effortless command over his hair as Gaara exercises over his sand or Jiraiya over his own locks. He cannot place all hope in his hands alone, or should they be injured, his hair must serve as a weapon, unpredictable and devastating. At present, Qingmu Yu has only tempered roughly 100 strands. A human head bears over 100,000 hairs. He wonders what decade or millennium it will take to complete the task. Fine work demands patience, haste is futile. His inherent limitations preclude any accelerated path. 2 hours later, 5 strands are complete. Indeed, one more than before. Choosing to cultivate through mental energy was the right path, Qingmu Yu reflected. He was convinced that as his overall strength continued to grow, this rate would increase exponentially. That is all for today. I have lessons tomorrow. Time to sleep. Night passed swiftly. The morning in Amegakure arrived, as ever shrouded in gray gloom. Qingmu Yu sat cross-legged upon a wooden board atop the roof, his hands forming the seal of mutual understanding. This hand sign sharpens the 5 senses and heightens perception and insight, making it ideally suited for sensing natural energy. His brows furrowed intermittently as his chest and abdomen rose and fell in a precise, measured rhythm. After a brief span, he exhaled a long, deep breath. I still cannot grow accustomed to it. The breathing technique was still under exploration. Shira's 7-day breath relies on absorbing massive quantities of oxygen to revitalize the entire body, but its specific methodology remained unknown to him. He could only explore the path himself, seeking a rain breathing style suited to the climate of the land of rain. The general direction was clear: to let intention rise and fall with each breath, to bind the mind and respiration together, thereby entering a state of profound tranquility. Yet the suffocating frustration caused by imperfect breathing troubled his mind. Fortunately, the chilling rain soon smoothed his inner agitation. This natural environment provided an exceptional medium for perception. It was precisely why Qingmu Yu, despite possessing both lightning and water affinities, had chosen to refine water release first. Natural energy permeates all things. Even rainwater contains traces of that energy. Heightening his sensitivity to water would aid him in mastering senjutsu more rapidly. An hour later, Qingmu Yu concluded his morning practice and quietly marked another session complete in his heart. Perception +1. Perhaps he had not achieved sage mode, but he was already becoming a sensor-type ninja. It stood to reason that every practitioner of sage mode was without exception a master of perception. Still, he did not linger in the rain. Though ninjas possessed resilient constitutions, they were not immune to illness. After a swift shower, his mother Eiko had already prepared kanji and purchased several steamed buns from old lady Chiba's shop next door. Such was their morning routine. Mother and son finished breakfast in haste before beginning their day's work. On days without missions, Qingmu Yu helped his mother pack gifts and craft greeting cards. The gifts included tea sets, nail clippers, water bottles, and decorative items. Their standout feature was the packaging, the very cornerstone of their business. Without it, what distinguished them from a Turio shop? Qingmu Yu never offered careless suggestions lest he risked closing the shop. This store was his mother Eiko's life work. The sole change he had ever brought to the shop was carving wooden figurines using his advantages as a ninja. Many high-difficulty, intricate techniques he could execute with ease. The carved figures were vivid and whimsical: Mickey Mouse, Spider-Man, the Hulk, and the like. His target demographic was the youth. To heighten their appeal, he wrote miniature story booklets for each figurine, binding them together so customers would feel they were receiving genuine value for their coins. Gift shops were few in Amegakure, and their Kinemon-do was among the most distinctive. When it came to presents, the first name that came to mind was Kinemon-do near Tsubame Bridge. 3 days passed in a flash. Suddenly, a village summons arrived. Upon reaching the assembly hall, Qingmu Yu found it packed with operatives. Both Chunin and Jinin stood shoulder to shoulder. Captain Mayatsuko, Ryota, and Shinichi closed in around him. Qingmu Yu noticed that Shinichi's umbrella had increased from 1 to 2. "You're early. Know what this is about?" Summoning so many at once suggested a major operation, either suppression of rebel forces or outright war. Rumors say the Land of Wind is experiencing turmoil, recently unrest along the borders. Patrol duties are being reinforced, Mayatsuko reported, her brows drawn tight. During the Second Shinobi War, the Land of Wind and the Land of Rain had been adversaries. Though a ceasefire had been signed, relations between the two remained far from cordial. What? The Land of Wind? At this news, the disappearance of the third Kazekage immediately surfaced in Qingmu Yu's mind. That very incident was the spark that ignited the Third Shinobi War. A sense of tension seized him at once. Indeed, in Amegakure, only Hanzō's personal guard offered true safety. This only solidified his determination to pursue a bureaucratic post. "What's wrong?" Minako asked, perplexed, assuming Qingmu Yu knew something she did not. He merely shook his head and murmured softly, "A storm is coming. Prepare yourselves for battle." Ryota and Shinichi exchanged glances, unease settling between them. Was it truly so soon after their first mission that they would be sent to the battlefield? Soon the group assembled before their superior, led by Jonin Takanaka Osamu, who swept his gaze across the assembled ranks. The atmosphere turned solemn in an instant. A grave matter has occurred in the shinobi world. The third Kazekage of Amegakure has vanished without a trace, and the land of wind has fallen into civil strife. A missing ninja equated to a dead ninja, especially one of the Kazekage's stature, someone who managed countless affairs each day. If he were alive, there was no way he would fail to send word to his village. I cannot believe it. Even a figure like the Kazekage can be killed. Who could slay the third Kazekage? He was hailed as the strongest Kazekage. The crowd buzzed with speculation, each voice adding to the cacophony. Once they had processed the news, Takanaka Osamu raised his hand to quiet them. The reason behind the third Kazekage's disappearance is irrelevant to us. The land of wind is now embroiled in internal chaos, and friction with neighboring nations has intensified. We must prepare ourselves, strengthen border patrols, and remain vigilant against illegal armed factions within our territory seeking to exploit the chaos. Takanaka Osamu laid out the purpose of this summoning: preventing foreign invasion while simultaneously intensifying the suppression of internal rebel forces. Internal armed rebellion was nothing new. It had plagued them for years with no true resolution. This too was merely a perfunctory exercise. But border patrols were another matter entirely. During such turbulent times, confrontation with Amegakure ninja was highly possible. Futon and puppet techniques. Each was a headache waiting to happen. No one wished to cross paths with Suna's operatives, especially since the majority present were relatively weak. At that moment, a jonin with a ponytail, standing beside Takanaka Osamu, stepped forward. "I am Sato Ichiro. By Hanzō-sama's decree, I am responsible for this border patrol operation. Those whose names I call will assemble on the left. Kogure Ishi Naguchi Katiki Kurikawa, a main Chingmu Yue Aakes." Every member of Chingmu Yu's squad was selected. I knew it. Good fortune never falls to me, bad luck always finds its way. Mayatsuko complained. She then turned in resentful glare toward Chingmu Yu and the others. "It's all your fault. Staring at that woman's shop for no reason. Don't talk nonsense." "I simply have a fondness for grilled fish," Chingmu Yu denied firmly. Ryota and Shinichi cried foul in unison. They had only been there once. Sato Ichiro was the husband of the proprietress of the Jinyo Kazaza fish restaurant, and also the captain of Hanzō's personal guard, a formidable operative. His face remained hidden behind a gas mask. Hanzō had poison sacs implanted within his body, his very breath carrying toxicity. Thus he wore a mask himself, and even his guards were required to do the same. To an outsider they resembled faceless extras. But within Amegakure, only those permitted to approach the leader could wear such masks. These masks protected against poison, negated puppet attacks, and enabled underwater combat operations. "Return to your quarters and prepare. Assemble at the village entrance at 8 tomorrow morning. Those who are late will be treated as defectors." Sato Ichiro issued his cold directive, then activated his body flicker technique and vanished. The remaining operatives watched with envy as those assigned to suppress domestic rebels departed, their hearts heavy. In twos and threes they dispersed into the rainy gloom. Chingmu Yu turned to his 3 squad members. "Mayatsuko, prepare some hemostatic bandages, medicines, and antitoxins. Expenses will be shared. The rest you decide. I will return home first." "Understood." Yesterday they had received payment for their previous mission, setting aside a portion as communal funds under Mayatsuko's management, specifically for contingencies like this. Chingmu Yu gave his instruction and turned toward home. As a taijutsu-focused fighter, there was little to prepare. Little would change in the short term anyway. His defensive water release jutsu, the water formation wall, still required refinement. He could continue training during the patrol. That evening, he mentioned the border patrol to his mother, inevitably drawing her concern. Yet there was no way around it. From the day he chose to become a ninja, he had accepted the need to prepare for all manner of circumstances. In the early morning, Chingmu Yu arrived at the village entrance on time for assembly. When Zwuting Ilong arrived and saw that everyone was present, he nodded with satisfaction. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." A total of 10 squads led by Jonin Zwuting Ilong set off for the border. All were led by Chunin, and Zwuting Ilong was the only Jonin. The village was able to dispatch Zwuting Ilong's guard squad to reinforce the border only because they felt the pressure of war. There was truly no one else available. The land of Rain Yuji-Guo was small in area. After half a day of rapid travel, they arrived at the border post by noon. "Squad leaders, follow me. Everyone else rest here." Chingmu Yu and the other 9 squad leaders followed Zwuting Ilong into a wooden room. A border map hung on the wall, and a simple sand table was placed in the center of the room. "First, let me state our basic stance. When leading patrols, you must formulate your engagement strategies accordingly. Do not act blindly and provoke unnecessary conflicts." Zwuting Ilong set the tone for the meeting. Having suffered a crushing defeat in the Second Ninja World War, Banzang's ambition was severely dampened, and in recent years he had become increasingly conservative. He turned a blind eye to rogue ninja forces within the territory as long as they did not threaten his rule. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At worst, they could be cautious when encountering enemies, better than facing them head-on and losing their lives. Qingmu Yu had anticipated this. He knew that the main battlefield of the Third Ninja World War was not in the land of Rain Yujigua. The hidden sand village Shan Siyuan had engaged in battles with the hidden mist village Wuyin Siyuan, the hidden rock village Yanin Siyuan, and Konoha my frenzied like mad dogs. The battles between the hidden rock village and the hidden cloud village Yunin Siyuan were also fierce. During this period, Yanin Siyuan, Yunin Siyuan, and Wuyin Siyuan all attempted to send surprise assault forces deep into the heart of the land of fire Hojigua to attack my village, but all were successfully thwarted. Avoid all unnecessary battles. Admittedly, the village's strategy this time was very much in line with Qingmu Yu's way of survival. The land of wind Fengjigua and our land of rain Yujigua are separated by the Yunsu mountain range, which includes 5 peaks, Yinsho Yuejian Danza Likao, and Niaohai. These are the main patrol points for our team this time. Jonin Jijio is stationed at Yuejian, and I am at Likao to facilitate support for both flanks. Jijio was the station Jonin of the border forces with long hair and a scruffy beard. Seeing everyone looking at him, he began to share his years of patrol experience. Rumor has it that the third Kazakage has gone missing. Recently, the people of Shine Siyuan have been causing trouble everywhere like madmen. If we encounter them, try to avoid conflict. If it's unavoidable, you should fight and retreat, sending a signal for support. When engaging, beware of puppet masters. They mostly rely on poison and hidden weapons, and their real bodies are usually hidden nearby. If you encounter them, split up 2 people to pin them down to find the real body, and you can drive them back. Everyone present understood the core message. Both Jonin were emphasizing deterrence, not combat. Zhuotingyalong nodded and said, "Now let's assign the patrol points. Later each of you will collect 3 days worth of soldier pills, and then we'll set out." Hi. Qingmu Yu's squad was assigned to the Niaohai Peak area adjacent to another small country bird country, Niaojigua, and further north lay the land of Earth Tujigua. In the forest, the 4 members of the squad were leaping from tree to tree. They first needed to complete a reconnaissance patrol of the area, marking important points. This would facilitate setting the subsequent patrol strategy. Soon they reached the mountain peak. Standing there, they could see the land of Fengjigua. Compared to Yujigua, which was perpetually shrouded in dark clouds, Fengjigua was a complete opposite. As far as the eye could see, a golden expanse stretched out. This massive mountain range acted like a boundary between yin and yang, blocking the clouds. How can people of Fengjigua possibly live in a place like that? Liangtai and Jenny, who had come to the border for the first time, were filled with shock and confusion. There is meat and vegetables, why can't they live? A strong person does not complain about the environment. Qingmu Yu replied. Mei Huizi, seeing their bewildered expressions, added, "In the desert, there are scorpions, lizards, and cacti. When starving, you can eat them." Alright, I love Yujigua. Liangtai originally thought living in Yujigua was quite harsh, but now in comparison, he found it not so bad. Let's take a break and have some soldier pills. Qingmu Yu called out, then found a rock to sit on, and began eating soldier pills quietly. Made from a mixture of food and medicine, the pills were nutritious and could quickly replenish energy, but their taste was not great. During the mission, they could not light a fire as smoke would reveal their position. "Sai, I wonder how long this patrol will last. I hate long-term missions," Mei Huizi said. Such missions requiring overnight stays in the wilderness were very unfriendly for female ninja. "How is your medical ninjutsu research going?" Qingmu Yu was quite concerned about the psychological state of the only female member in the squad. Regardless, teams with female members had a harmonious atmosphere. Mei Huizi shook her head and said, "Still the same. No opportunities. The war is about to start. Perform well, strive to be promoted to Chunin, and it should be no problem to transfer to internal affairs." Mei Huizi lacked confidence in this. For sensor-type ninja, getting promoted based on merit was quite difficult. They could only rely on the team. "In this environment, is your sensing ninjutsu effective?" Qingmu Yu asked curiously. "I just tried it. Other than taking a bit more time, there's no problem." "That's good." Qingmu Yu felt relieved. A sensor-type ninja was like eyes. They could detect enemies in advance. Losing a sensor-type ninja would be too dangerous. The group rested until evening. Since no one was supervising, it was a perfect time to slack off. They found a cave to sleep in. The next morning, Qingmu Yu found a spot to commune with nature for a while, then started a new day of patrol with the squad. The day passed uneventfully. On the 3rd day, they continued patrolling, and everyone was no longer as tense as the first day. They thought nothing would happen today, but halfway through the march, Mei Huizi issued a warning. "This feeling. Chakra fluctuations. Someone is fighting in that direction. Oh, I remember that area is a canyon, right?" Qingmu Yu frowned. This place had been marked during the first reconnaissance. Canyons and shallows were prone to battles and were points to avoid. His patrol plan was to avoid heavy engagements, trying to brush past potential enemies. Now that they had stumbled upon a fight, there was no choice but to go check it out. Who knew if any of his subordinates were planted by others to evaluate him? If he wanted to advance, he had to step up when things happened. Yes, Captain. Let's go take a look. Qingmu led the squad, changing direction toward the battle site, while still reminding them, control your speed, stay alert. Liangtai and Jinny each kept watch on one direction. Only Mei Huizi, following at the rear, knew that Qingmu was actually stalling for time. He hoped that the enemy would finish the fight before they arrived, so they only needed to clean up the battlefield. Soon the squad reached the edge of the canyon, and from a distance they saw two bodies lying in a pile of rocks. Judging by the style of their clothes, they seemed to be ninja from Shinseiyuan. Who is the enemy? The squad members landed in a few bounds and began examining the scene. The Kirikawa Heichuan squad, also assigned to Niaohai Peak, was responsible for patrolling the other half of the area. They couldn't have come here to fight Shine Ninja, nor did they have the strength to annihilate them. Mei Huizi walked over to a rock against which a charred corpse was leaning, touched it with her hand, then took out a cup of water and poured it on the rock. PFF. Steam rose. Crack. Several cracks appeared on the rock's surface. Its fire release, a very powerful fire release. Qingmu nodded, then looked in the opposite direction. He walked a short distance and found some cuts left by wind release on some rocks. Wind release was powerful, but fire release countered it. Captain, there's something here too. Nearby, Liangtai and Jinny found several shuriken and kunai among the rubble. Qingmu took them and examined them, finding that the markings had been deliberately ground off. This immediately reminded him of the weapons he had seen on his last mission. They also had their markings removed and were of the same style. Is someone deliberately trying to provoke a conflict? Perhaps it was a coincidence. He couldn't jump to conclusions. This would have to wait until they returned to the post and compiled recent events along this border. Just then Mei Huizi looked seriously into the depths of the forest and said, someone is coming fast. Qingmu sensed trouble and quickly said, send a signal for support, be formation now. Mei Huizi and Jinny immediately dispersed and hid behind large boulders, while Qingmu and Liangtai stayed on site, staggered front and back. Swish swish. Two figures appeared ahead. The leader was older, ordinary looking, with narrow eyes and a fierce aura. The other man had a rice character painted on his right cheek. When he saw the two corpses on the ground, his face was shocked. He cried out in grief, Tinya Xingnai. I'm sorry, ninja of Shinseiyuan. We just arrived too. Qingmu was the first to speak, clarifying their stance, and threw the weapons he had picked up onto the ground. These are what we collected from the scene. They might be of help to you. Unexpectedly, the painted man just glanced at the weapons on the ground and scoffed. What can a few kunai and shuriken prove? Don't think you can get off easy. Tell the truth, what are you doing here? Seeing that the other party was unwilling to talk properly, Qingmu immediately changed his approach, no longer maintaining his earlier amiability. I'll return that to you word for word. Don't forget, this is the territory of Yujigua, a mere small country. What we do is none of your business. The painted man was full of disdain and shook his head impatiently. Forget it, I can't be bothered wasting time with you. I'll beat you half to death, then you'll talk. He took out a scroll, formed hand seals, and with a puff of white smoke, a centipede puppet and a scorpion puppet appeared before him. A puppet master's strength was measured by the number of puppets they could control. This man could simultaneously control 2 combat puppets, so he was confident against a mere rain ninja Yuin. I see. You don't care who the killer is. You just want to vent your hatred freely. Qingmu glanced at the middle-aged man who had remained silent throughout. The man gave him a feeling of strength, but not strong enough to make him flee. So he gave a signal to his squad members. Fight with all their might. I don't need your lecturing, Dai. The painted-faced man, enraged at having his thoughts exposed, snapped. His fingers moved in rapid succession, and the 2 puppets lunged at Aoki and Ryota. As they advanced, a steel pipe extended from the puppet's mouth, and with a mechanical where a cluster of senbon shot forth. Thud thud thud. Aoki swiftly executed the body flicker technique to evade, grumbling inwardly. The method the Jonin Tamahiza had taught for dealing with puppeteers was useless. The enemy wasn't hiding at all, but openly attacking under the protection of his comrades. He cast a sidelong glance and was slightly startled. He had expected Ryota to be in a sorry state, but the latter also dodged with ease. Has Ryota mastered the body flicker technique too? While for those who specialize in taijutsu, the body flicker technique is a must-have. His reaction was also sharp. While evading the senbon, he casually flung a kunai at each of the attacking scorpion and centipede puppets. He also added 2 explosive tags. Oh, he learns fast. Knows to coordinate with me. Aoki had actually considered using the same tactic, but recalling that the village had only issued them 3 explosive tags, each he held back. The enemy still had a stronger member waiting. After 1 mission's tempering, Ryota had finally grasped the concept of coordinated combat. Boom. Boom. 2 violent explosions later, the centipede puppet curled up tightly, only losing a few sickle-like legs. The scorpion puppet at the critical moment flipped its body and used its hard carapace to withstand the blast. The opponent was clearly a puppeteer with extensive combat experience. Hataru finished this quickly. We still need to pursue the murderer of Tanny and Anna. The rain has many agents in this area. These brats are stalling for time. The middle-aged man urged. The painted-faced man named Hataru quickly replied, Understood, Captain Yashiki. Under his control, both puppets spewed a cloud of black toxic mist. Meanwhile, Captain Yashiki, who had seemed uninterested in fighting, suddenly began forming hand seals rapidly. Wind release, sandstorm breakthrough. A gale swept up the dust and sand, carrying the two clouds of poison toward them. Damn, what a sly fox. Aoki cursed under his breath. He had suspected the man was waiting for an opportunity, but hadn't expected him to combine techniques with the puppeteer. Ryota, hold your breath and run. Thud, thud, thud. The sand and gravel mixed in the wind made it impossible for them to open their eyes. Die. A cold voice came from behind. Slash. The kunai sliced through Aoki's neck, but instead of blood, water sprayed out. A water clone technique. Yashiki frowned, bursting chakra at his feet to evade swiftly. Boom. The flames from the explosive tag scorched his face, but a chill ran down his spine. Looking up, he saw an umbrella that had somehow drifted into the air under the cover of smoke. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of Senbon shot down. The enemy had seized the moment right after he landed from the body flicker technique. Excellent timing, you've got some skill, Rain Brat. Yashiki knew he couldn't dodge, but his face showed no panic. He had his own comrades. At the critical moment, a shadow flew over to shield him. Clang, clang, clang. The Senbon struck the steel plate of the scorpion puppet's back, producing a reassuring sound. If you think I'm not here, Hataru sneered. Using projectiles in front of a puppeteer, you're quite bold, I must say. Body flicker jutsu. A blade flashed toward Hataru. The puppeteer's unguarded body was the biggest weakness. Watch out. Yashiki shouted and was about to rush over, but several shuriken fired from a distance blocked his path. Ryota had launched an attack against him. Annoying. He knocked away the incoming shuriken with a kunai, sidestepped the following sword slash, and countered by slicing a gash in Ryota's right arm. Then he kicked out. Thud. Ryota's body flew backward. On the other side, Hataru, facing Aoki, used charge, coiled the centipede puppet around himself for defense. The centipede puppet's countless sickle legs turned his body into a hedgehog. Clang, clang, clang. Aoki slashed 7 or 8 times, but each was blocked by the puppet's limbs under Hataru's control. Huh. Useless. You can't break my defense. I'm no ordinary puppeteer. Hataru laughed, but then saw Aoki retreat rapidly. He sensed something wrong and spotted a fiery glow on the centipede's abdomen. When did he? Damn it. Boom. An orange flash. The explosive tag blew the centipede in half. My puppet. Hataru clutched his ribs, wounded by the blast, but still lamenting his puppet. Aoki, having scored a hit, heard a sound of air being cut and turned to block with a diagonal slash. The resistance of clashing weapons reached him. He immediately followed up with a sweeping kick, which was blocked by an elbow. He switched to a two-handed grip and slashed in unison. Within a breath, he delivered 10 consecutive high-frequency strikes. Clang, clang, clang. Aoki's blade blurred into afterimages, but Yashiki parried every blow with his kunai. Though on the offensive, Aoki felt a pang of panic. I need to develop chakra nature transformation as soon as possible. If he had mastered lightning release nature transformation and applied it to his blade, a single strike could have severed the opponent's kunai. You're skilled, kid, but you've met me. After blocking Aoki's attack again, Yashiki counterattacked using his physical strength to send Aoki flying. He followed up with several shuriken to disrupt his movement, buying time for his next jutsu. Wind release, wind cutter technique. A crescent-shaped wind blade swept across. Aoki leaped, spinning 360 degrees to avoid the wind blade, only to see Yashiki appear before him via the body flicker technique. Clang. The longsword blocked the kunai, but Yashiki seized an opening and kicked him away. Thud. Aoki's body smashed into a pile of rubble nearby. Yashiki was about to pursue, but suddenly changed direction mid-charge, dodging a rain of Senbon from Shinichi's attack. It's useless. You can't escape. Yashiki ignored Shinichi's harassment and continued charging at Aoki. Taking out the enemy squad's core fighter would shatter their morale, the rest were irrelevant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shuriken struck the body lying in the rubble. Thud. Aoki's body turned into a stuffed doll, a substitute made by the Kinmitsu workshop. A substitution technique. You set it up while I was dodging the Senbon, didn't you? Quick reflexes. Yashiki narrowed his eyes. The advantage was lost, and he began scanning the surrounding boulders. The enemy was most likely hiding behind one of them. You think hiding will save you? I'll kill your comrades. I'm not the only one with comrades. Aoki knew he couldn't avoid the confrontation, so he stepped out from behind the rock and looked at the injured Hataru. He had attached explosive tags to 2 kunai. Look, we don't have any deep grudge, do we? You know your comrades' deaths have nothing to do with us. If you insist on killing us, you'll pay a price. Besides, there are dozens of our squads in this area. Can you escape? Just then a flock of birds took flight from the distant forest. Yashiki turned to look. He knew it meant people were moving through the woods, and in large numbers. Their reinforcements had arrived. You got lucky. Next time I'll kill you. Hataru, let's go. Yashiki spat out a threat, then left with the 2 bodies. Phew. Finally gone. Aoki exhaled, deeply wincing as he touched his right ribs. It hurt when he breathed. Miyako had already treated Ryota's wounds, and the group approached. Where are you injured? Aoki frowned. Probably a broken rib. We can't fix that here. We'll need to get back to the border post. Miyako shook her head. Rustle, rustle. A dozen figures landed before them, led by Jonin Sato Ichiro. Among them was the Kurikawa squad, which had been patrolling the other half of Torishima Peak. Kurikawa, the squad leader, averted his gaze guiltily when he saw Aoki. That bastard should have arrived earlier, but he deliberately waited until Sato Ichiro stationed in the Rishiri Peak area arrived and joined the main force before coming over. But Sato Ichiro's first words made Aoki curse his ancestors. Not bad. You kids actually survived. Do you even hear yourself, you bastard? You came here to collect our corpses. Aoki grumbled inwardly, but dared not show dissatisfaction. Even if he later became Lord Hanzō's guard, this man would still be his superior. He quickly bowed in gratitude. It's all thanks to your timely arrival, Captain. You scared them off, though otherwise we'd be dead by now. One must bow under the eaves. Sato Ichiro nodded expressionlessly. Give me the details. Yes, sir. The situation was. Aoki recounted the process, emphasizing the enemy's strength. Their team's coordinated efforts had held out until reinforcements arrived, forcing the enemy to retreat. And the techniques Jonin Tamahisa taught us for dealing with puppeteers were a huge help. Otherwise we'd have suffered more than just injuries. Aoki touched his ribs with a pained expression. Credit goes to the leader, but you also have to let the leader know you worked hard. You said a battle occurred before you arrived. Any findings at the scene? Sato Ichiro pressed. Yes. The Sand Ninja were killed by fire release. Also we found this. Aoki quickly produced the kunai and shuriken he had picked up earlier. He had concealed 2 of them and hadn't handed them all to Yashiki's squad. Sato Ichiro examined them and nodded. You've done well. You haven't disgraced the range's reputation. I'll note your contribution. Your squad is to return to camp for a week's rest. The god's reputation. Which of the 5 great nations takes the reins seriously? Such delusional confidence. Yes, sir. Returning to the garrison camp after receiving treatment from professional medical ninjas, Aoki and Ryota finally felt at ease and began to recuperate. However, he discovered that more than just their squad had been attacked. 2 entire squads had been wiped out, and the medical ninjas were suddenly swamped with work. Taking advantage of this period without missions, Aoki instructed Mihoko to assist and learn a thing or two. He himself seized the time to train and enhance his strength. A week later, under a fine drizzling rain, Aoki stood on the lake's surface, his hands swiftly forming seals. Water release, water wall. A stream of water rose from the lake, forming a wall in front of him, which held for several seconds before falling back. He wiped the sweat from his brow. Finally mastered this defensive technique. The water wall technique varied depending on the scenario. It could be used in a trumpet shape to defend against and charge at enemies, or form a circular barrier to block attacks from all directions. For now, Aoki could only create a single water wall in places with water. Other shapes were still beyond his grasp. Nonetheless, it was sufficient for operations within the rain country. The nature transformation of lightning release was also being explored, but it was not yet practical for combat. After a short rest, Aoki began practicing his sword techniques, the general direction of which had been largely determined after months of exploration and refinement. It was primarily designed to complement the 7 stages of the rain breathing method he was developing. The core concept was heart, like still water reflecting all things. By fully utilizing the rainy environment and a unique breathing rhythm, one could perceive the flow, speed, and trajectory of the rain. The first stage missed rain breath, core concept being concealment. By breathing to lower one's presence, one merges into the rain curtain. This technique was inspired by Zabuza's silent killing art using the hidden mist technique. In this process, footsteps and scent are masked by the rain, minimizing the chance of being detected by enemies. The corresponding sword technique was derived from the principle of speed in the draw cut. This was a state Aoki had recently practiced to the point of proficiency. The second stage, continuous rain breath, core concept being unceasing flow. Building on the first stage, it further enhanced the power of his combined slash technique. This move was barely usable. As for the subsequent stages, sudden rain, torrential rain, cold rain, and so on, they remained conceptual, requiring continuous development and refinement. This was a process of gradually intensifying rain, involving feeling, merging, guiding, borrowing momentum, and mastering. The final stage was the envisioned ultimate essence of rain, breathing unity of heaven and man. The sword techniques executed in this state would be akin to sage arts. Every technique has its weaknesses. What if there was no rain? Aoki had considered this. The effect would certainly diminish. Even if he created a watery environment, it would be greatly reduced. But it was sufficient for his current level up to elite Chunin. The morning passed in training until Ryota appeared. Captain Tokage, Jonin summons you. I heard there's a shortage of personnel. Oh, it might be a new mission. Ryota had also been busy. Besides sparring with Aoki, he spent time practicing tree climbing, water walking, and shuriken throwing. His body flicker technique had also improved significantly. Alright, I'm coming. When Aoki Moon entered the meeting room, the others had already gathered. Compared to the first camp meeting, some familiar faces were missing and new ones had appeared. Most were in a sorry state, and he was not the only one wounded. Raising a Chunin was not easy for a small village like Rain Hidden, and they could not afford the losses. Over the past week, Sand Hidden had engaged in battle with both Mist Hidden and Rock Hidden, while Cloud Hidden was also stirring, waiting for an opportunity. The third Great Ninja War had begun. Sato Ichiro saw Aoki Moon enter, gestured for him to take a seat, and then began to speak. Sand Hidden ninjas repeatedly violate the border. The situation is worsening. There are suspicions of Rock Hidden involvement, and an unknown force is deliberately provoking conflicts. This has caused heavy casualties. The village just issued orders to prevent falling into the enemy's schemes and dragging the village back into the quagmire of war. At that moment, the Chunin Kirikawa sitting next to Aoki Moon raised his hand. But if we follow the previous avoidance strategy, the three factions will only become more reckless. They seem to have figured out that we dare not confront them, and they attack as soon as they see us. Kirikawa had deliberately delayed coming to their aid last time, which still rankled Aoki Moon. Now seeing Kirikawa's face bandaged with helplessness and a hint of fear in his eyes, Aoki Moon felt a bit better and quickly retorted. Chunin Kirikawa, perhaps your communication method is flawed. You should first look for problems within yourself. The village does not demand that we must not fight. I believe we should first clearly convey our stance. If the enemy insists on their own way, then fight. After all, ninjas rely on their fists. War has always been stopped by war. Avoidance only emboldens the enemy. You. Kirikawa flared up at Aoki Moon's public mockery. Wait, Aoki Moon's squad survived an encounter with two Sand Hidden Chunin last time. He's not weak. He's trying to provoke me. I must not fall for it. Suppressing his anger, Kirikawa countered. If this triggers a war, can you bear the responsibility? Unexpectedly, Aoki Moon calmly shook his head. What's there to fear? Lord Hanzō will step in. Kirikawa was speechless. In Rain Hidden, Hanzō was a god. Who dared to refute that? Aoki Moon is right. Sato Ichiro approved. Such a politically correct statement required his immediate endorsement. Regarding Aoki Moon, Jonin Takanaka, Shu had mentioned him briefly. Though young, he was competent in strength, analytical skills, and loyal to the village. He was to observe Aoki Moon's performance during patrols. So far it was acceptable. His wife Kikuno Mitomo had also mentioned that Aoki Moon often dined at their shop. In Rain Hidden, many had approached him this way, hoping to use his connections to get ahead, trying to become Lord Hanzō's guard. Sato Ichiro shook his head inwardly. Aoki Moon's background and stance were fine, but his strength was lacking. Even the outermost guards needed to be elite Chunin with extensive experience. Most importantly, they must be absolutely loyal to Lord Hanzō, priority above the village. Both required time to test. Aoki Moon's earlier remarks were merely an attempt to catch his attention. Brat. After a brief thought, Sato Ichiro said, for us ninjas, combat is almost inevitable. How to fight, why to fight, and where we stand are important. Make it clear, then act accordingly. Hi. Everyone stood up in unison. Sato Ichiro's meaning was clear: just state Rain Hidden's position, then decide whether to fight or retreat as the situation dictated. This made things easier, unlike the previous ambiguous strategy. Fighting risked greater conflict or war, not fighting risked dishonoring the village's name and incurring punishment. Subsequently, Aoki Moon's squad was reassigned to patrol the Toraihon area, while Kirikawa's squad took the other half. The two were paired again. Because of the remarks in the meeting, the atmosphere between the two squads was not as harmonious as others. Brother Kirikawa, I hope we can look out for each other. I dare not promise anything else, but if you encounter trouble, I'll be there in a flash. Aoki Moon swore, I guarantee it. Indeed, this guy. I knew it. Kirikawa sighed, forced a smile, and nodded. Right, same here. Good cooperation is a pleasure. They shook hands and left to arrange their affairs. Fortunately, each squad patrolled half of the Toraihon area, so they rarely crossed paths. Aoki Moon's squad encountered no enemies thanks to Mihoko's sensory abilities, which avoided all potential threats. They truly met no one. Could that be blamed on them? One day while the squad was on routine patrol, they received a distress signal. Mihoko quickly said, Captain, it seems to be from Kirikawa's squad. Ryota and Shinichi both looked at Aoki Moon, awaiting orders. He stroked his chin. It seems Kirikawa's squad is in trouble. Let's go support them, but stay alert along the way. After advancing a short distance, Aoki Moon ordered the squad to halt and scout the surroundings. Clearly he was stalling for time. Mihoko sidled up to him and whispered, Is this really okay? If Kirikawa's squad is truly in trouble, won't we be blamed? We are on our way to support, aren't we? Support must be planned, advancing step by step, not blindly. Otherwise we'd only get ourselves into trouble. We must learn to trust our comrades' strength. Well, when you put it that way, it does make sense. Of course, Mihoko knew the captain was talking nonsense. Forget it, he always finds a way to handle the higher-ups. I shouldn't worry. Being a squad leader was no easy task, one needed 1,000 schemes. Even so, after some time, the squad finally arrived at the rescue site. From a distance, they saw a member of Kurikawa's squad hanging from a tree, blood staining the trunk. This? Dead. Mihoko stared in shock at the corpse. Then not far away they found the bodies of the other 2 members of Kurikawa's squad. The one in the tree was relatively intact, but the other 2 on the ground. One had been turned into a pincushion by kunai and shuriken, the other blown apart by explosive tags. What happened? Where's Chunin Kurikawa? Don't worry, that sly guy isn't likely to die so easily. Strange, why hasn't reinforcement arrived yet? By their estimate, Sato Ichiro from Rishiri Peak should have arrived by now. Mihoko sensed around and shook her head. There's a strong chakra fluctuation ahead, someone is still fighting. Aoki Moon pulled out a scroll and stored the 3 bodies. Let's go check it out. They cautiously approached and found the battlefield near a waterfall. Sand hidden and rock hidden. I'm not surprised at all. In the field, 3 sand hidden ninjas faced 5 rock hidden ninjas, the latter clad in red and generally larger in build. The sand hidden side was clearly at a disadvantage. 2 of them were the same Yashiki and Hataru that Aoki Moon's squad had encountered before. The third was stronger, engaged in combat with the enemy leader. Those 2 bastards got what they deserved. Last time they nearly killed us, Ryota said gloatingly. Shinichi, on the other hand, stared at the combatants with a grave expression. Last time his Thousand Needles reign was easily blocked by Inghua. For the past week, he had been reflecting, searching for a way to break through. Captain, what should we do? We'll just let it go. Aoki shook his head. There was no need for them to get involved in this situation. Gather intel and wait patiently for reinforcements. Strange, why hasn't Sato Ichiro arrived yet? Did he encounter some trouble? Under the current situation, the Sand Village and the Rock Village were at war. They wouldn't care about the feelings of a tiny rain village. The Kurikawa team must have been dealt with casually. In the ninja world, weakness is the original sin. After waiting patiently for a while, still no rescue came. Retreat. What? Meihuizi and the other 2 thought they had misheard. But, Aoki, you said, the current situation is beyond our involvement. Something must have gone wrong with Jonin Sato. He needs our strength. Indeed, Kurikawa must be hiding somewhere waiting for their help. But the leader might also need his assistance. Brother Kurikawa, I'm sorry. I still want to advance. Good luck to you. Aoki waved his hand and led the team away quietly. What did the battle between sand and rock have to do with him? At that moment, inside the waterfall pool, Kurikawa was trembling underwater, wearing a snorkel mask. Before leaving the village, he had worried about encountering puppet masters, so he bought this mask for poison protection and diving. Unexpectedly, it became a lifesaver at the critical moment. Calculating the time, Jonin Sato should have brought people by now. As for Aoki, Kurikawa didn't think he would come, otherwise he would have already. Only after the ground noise ceased did Kurikawa surface. He found the place in shambles, but no one was in sight. Where did everyone go? On the other side, Aoki led the team to the Likao Peak area, but they found nothing, not a single person. So they continued searching toward the Danza Peak area. Sure enough, they heard the sounds of battle from a mountain hollow. Drawing closer, they saw that it had turned into a small-scale battlefield. 2 Jonin, Sato Ichiro and Tomohisa, were engaged in fierce combat with a group of Rain Ninja and Sand Village Ninja, and they were at a disadvantage. Several Rain Ninja corpses lay on the ground. Is Sand Village declaring war on us? Meihuizi exclaimed. Don't overthink it. Prepare for battle. They couldn't keep hiding now, otherwise they would definitely be punished later. Aoki scanned the Sand Ninja engaged in combat and quickly locked onto a target with high cost effectiveness. He dared not interfere in the Jonin battle, and Jinin were of little value, failing to showcase his importance. Amami was struggling to parry the long sword attacks of the opposing Sand Ninja with a kunai. At this moment his body was crisscrossed with several wounds. He could feel his life slipping away. I can't fall here. Mommy is waiting for me to return. Thinking of his beautiful wife at home, once he died in battle, she would be taken by another man. Unacceptable. A surge of strength filled Amami's body again. He decided to use the last explosive tag on him. He had already used 2 tags during the battle, and the enemy was on guard. But he had no other stronger attack methods now. The explosive tag could at least buy him some time to catch his breath. Seizing the moment when he forced the enemy back, he threw the tag at the opponent. Boom. Body flicker technique. As expected, the opposing Sand Ninja dodged using the body flicker technique, but the true killing intent was already lurking nearby. Hiding in the grass under the drizzling rain, Aokiyu's breath was barely perceptible, blending perfectly with the surroundings. The moment the Sand Ninja's feet landed, his body, waiting for this instant, suddenly burst into action. Mist rain breath rain cleave, his figure turned into a blur as he closed in instantly. Drawing his blade, he executed a horizontal slash. The curtain of water was split open, leaving a vacuum-like ripple from the cut. The Sand Ninja's face showed terror. Almost instinctively, he shifted his body and raised his sword to block. Crack! The long sword snapped. Then his left arm fell off and a gash was torn open on his left ribcage, blood spraying out. His body staggered back, enduring the pain. Before he could recover, the enemy struck again. Seeing his attack succeed, Aoki took a deep breath, greatly increasing the oxygen content in his lungs to gain strength. Continuous rain breath dragon pursuit. Without pause he delivered a flurry of slashes. After each strike, he used the momentum to spin around and unleash the next slash, a 10-hit combo. It looked like a rapidly spinning tornado enveloping the enemy. The strikes were fierce and relentless, never giving the enemy a chance to breathe. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye they exchanged over a dozen moves. At a certain moment, both stopped simultaneously. The Sand Ninja looked at the half-broken sword in his hand full of nicks and said, "Your swordsmanship is not bad." Then his body collapsed to the ground, blood seeping into the rain. Of such slow sword work. You deserve to be taken out. Aoki spat and cursed to hide the fear in his heart. The exchange had relied on a momentary burst of courage. Now his entire body was trembling. Subconsciously he crouched down, pinched the corpse's mouth, and looked inside, as if checking whether the enemy was truly dead. Even so, he could feel several gazes fixed on him. Sensing danger, Aoki stood up nonchalantly and walked over to Amami. Under the latter's grateful gaze he said, "Brother Amami, don't just stand there. Let's join forces to kill the enemy." "Oh, join forces." Amami was still in a daze, not thinking much, and nodded reflexively. He was grateful to have survived, but also shocked by Aoki's strength. "I've heard rumors that this guy is strong, but I didn't expect him to be even more formidable than the stories." The thought flashed through his mind, and Amami felt an inexplicable sense of relief. As a comrade, the stronger the better. On the other side, Ryota Shinichi and Meihuizi were also cooperating. This time, to ensure success, Shinichi deployed 2 umbrellas simultaneously. Controlling the Senbon to shoot from both left and right angles, the enemy had no chance to dodge. They caught an enemy off guard and killed him. Aoki's team entered the battle and successfully killed 2 Sand Ninja, greatly boosting the morale of the Rain Ninja. Subsequently, patrol teams from other areas of the Rain Village gradually gathered. Although the Rain Ninja were individually weaker than the enemy, when gathered in numbers they could not be ignored. With Amami's cooperation, Aoki killed another Sand Ninja who had been trying to kill him. Seeing the situation unfavorable, the Sand Ninja signaled a retreat and quickly withdrew. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, glad to have survived. Jonin Tomohisa said to Sato Ichiro, "Your subordinate is quite impressive, ha." Obviously, he had also noticed Aoki's performance in killing the enemy. Sato Ichiro strode over to Aoki and said, "Well done." This was the first time he had publicly praised Aoki. "Well, this is the result of everyone's concerted efforts. Even without me, I believe everyone would have repelled the enemy." Aoki quickly replied. As he spoke, he scratched his head, a gesture often made by teenagers, showing a simple and honest demeanor. Even he praised his own acting skills in his heart. Satisfied with Aoki's understanding, Sato Ichiro nodded slightly, then asked, "What's the situation at Chaohai Peak?" Obviously, he had also received the distress signal from Kirikawa's team. "Yes, I was just about to report on this matter." Aoki's expression turned serious as he quickly said, "After receiving the distress call, I immediately rushed over with the team. By the time we arrived, we only saw the bodies of 3 members of Kirikawa's team. We did not find Chunin Kirikawa's whereabouts. Then we saw Rock Ninja and Sand Ninja fighting nearby. Considering that the support here was delayed, we guessed that the main force might be in trouble, so we came straight here. This was to prevent Kirikawa, if he survived, from speaking ill of him. He wanted to lay the groundwork in advance." With that, he handed the scroll containing the sealed corpses to Sato Ichiro. The latter took the scroll, very satisfied with Aoki's performance. He was qualified in 3 aspects: intelligence, analysis, tactical decision-making, and execution. "This kid has the makings of a jonin." Then he asked in a low voice, "Did you notice anything just now?" "Huh." Aoki was startled, inwardly not expecting that his little trick had long been seen by his leader. He hurriedly explained, "Last time when I went on a mission to Bishui Town, near the Land of Fire, I encountered a ninja with a cursed seal on his tongue. The fighting style of that group just now was very similar, so I took a look." After hearing this, Sato Ichiro didn't seem surprised. Instead, he advised, "Just keep this to yourself." "I understand." Konoha Village was causing trouble everywhere on the border of the Land of Rain, sowing discord. Aoki didn't believe that the Rain Village was completely unaware. As long as the flames of war didn't reach the Rain Village, they would play the ostrich. They disguised themselves as Sand Ninja to attack the Rain Village, and disguised themselves as Rock Ninja to attack the Sand Village, constantly creating friction. The reason they didn't disguise themselves as Rain Village Ninja was that the Rain Village Ninja were too weak, and their ninjutsu was rather unique, making it hard to mimic. The Rain Village had already seen through Konoha's scheme and refused to be fooled. Clear the battlefield. Return to camp for rest. Yes. Everyone began to retrieve weapons and their comrades' bodies. In this battle, the Rain Village had lost about a dozen ninja, while the enemy had only lost 5, a ratio of 2 to 1. This was just border patrol. If it were a full-scale battle, they would be no match. After returning to camp, they began to treat the wounded. This time, Meihuizi didn't need to be taught, she went to help on her own. She had become familiar with the camp's medical ninja. Once the rapport was established, they naturally didn't mind giving her some pointers so she could specialize as a medical ninja in the future. Especially in a small village like Rain Village, even if you only knew a basic medical ninjutsu, you were considered a talent. When Kurikawa sneaked into the camp, Aoki caught him red-handed. He had been lurking nearby, waiting, knowing that those who do guilty things share the same psychology. Brother Kurikawa, congratulations. Congratulations for what? You bastard, I've been soaking in the pool waiting for ages. Kurikawa said angrily. So you were hiding under the waterfall. No wonder I couldn't find you. Aoki, you suddenly realized, and said, at that time rock and sand were in fierce combat. I took a huge risk to sneak into the battlefield, but I didn't find you. I thought you. Then the main force was attacked, so I turned around to support them. You really went looking for me. Now it was Kurikawa's turn to be shocked. He had just been complaining verbally. What else? I brought back the bodies of your team members. Aoki shrugged. That was his magnanimity. I see. It seems I've misunderstood you. I'm very sorry. Kurikawa quickly said. No matter what he thought in his heart, he had to maintain appearances. He had just heard that Aoki had made another merit. After the last battle, the border was quiet for a while. During the intervals between patrols, Qingmu Yu's squad conducted tactical drills every day, and each member made progress. 3 months passed quickly. The 10 squads that had originally reinforced the border were still 10, but most of them had been replaced by new faces. The Shine Village and Yanin Village were slaughtering each other, and patrol squads were often caught in the crossfire with few survivors. Thus, new members had to be frequently dispatched from the village to replenish the ranks. However, reinforcements had recently stopped. Suddenly, they received a notice to return to the village, suspending border patrol missions and leaving only a small number of personnel to guard the camp. Brother H1, what's going on? Are we abandoning the border? Qingmu Yu inquired. H1 shook his head. He didn't know either. After the previous incident, their relationship had eased, and they were very cordial when they met. I know something about it, Uemo said quietly. This guy had been coming to Qingmu Yu often lately to exchange ideas. He was also a sensory-type ninja and additionally practiced hidden weapons using the same Senbon umbrella. He had already settled down with a beautiful wife and a lovely daughter. Whenever he returned to the village after a mission, he would pass by the Fama Bridge and buy a gift for his daughter and wife at the Jinwu Hall. Now that they were colleagues and had shared a life and death bond, their relationship grew closer. What made Qingmu Yu care even more was that this guy shared the same dream as him, to become the guard of Lord Hanzō. The key point was that the other party had an uncle who was formerly a peripheral member who died in the Second Ninja World War, but the connections remained. Now he was just lacking experience. Lord Hanzō has already communicated with Shine and Yanin, expressing our neutral stance. Yuin will shrink its defensive line and withdraw from the combat zone. So that means we go home and lie low. Qingmu Yu was secretly pleased. It was just the right time to go back and settle down. Uemo shook his head and said, in your dreams, we're going to assist in suppressing domestic rebel forces. Oh, I see. Can't deal with Shine and Yanin, but can't deal with you. Rebellious subjects. H1 standing by asked puzzledly, didn't they send someone to handle this last time? Why are we going? They messed it up. Uemo said disdainfully, don't think we're weak in front of Shine and Yanin. In fact, we're already considered the elite of the village. Those sent to patrol the interior are even weaker than us, and many of them are connected through relationships. They run at the first sign of trouble. So it turned out they were being arranged to clean up the mess. This time both Qingmu Yu and H1 understood. Sure enough, the combat meeting held by Zwiding Ilong later explained this, requiring everyone to return to the village for a week of rest. Then they would begin to suppress the rebel forces by taking on missions. Naturally, no one dared to complain, being able to go back and rest was already good enough. That afternoon, they packed up and hurried back eagerly. The Yuji Kingdom had already abandoned border defense, voluntarily offering this area to Shine Village and Yanin Village as a battlefield. After returning to the village, everyone went home. Seeing Qingmu Yu return safe and sound, his mother Ingzi finally felt relieved. That evening, she cooked a big feast for him. Pre-sleep meditation was naturally an indispensable practice. It must be said that the dangerous environment of the border, although keeping his mind highly tense, also promoted the growth of his strength. Now he could already stare at a candle flame and then fix his mind in the spiritual world for over a minute. Yash, let's see how far I can go today. He formed the Qian hand seal with both hands, began to gather spiritual energy, and after his body calmed down, he stared at the candle. A moment later, he closed his eyes and shifted his focus to the spiritual world. At this moment, the afterimage of the candle flame was no longer stationary, but presented a spiral trajectory, gradually converging toward the center. His current ability couldn't achieve absolute stillness. He could only make it move in a regular pattern. That is a relative stillness. The spiral symbol had the meaning of gathering and contracting, which matched his characteristic of condensing his spiritual power. 30 seconds later, the afterimage reached the center of the spiral and showed signs of dissipating. Qingmu Yu's breathing rhythm changed. He activated the rain breathing technique, and the chakra flow throughout his body began to accelerate. The dissipating afterimage seemed to absorb fuel, suddenly brightening several times, and began to spiral in the opposite direction. 30 seconds later it returned to the original starting point, and the light dimmed. Xingmu Yu immediately adjusted his breathing rhythm, began to gather his chakra, and reduced its speed. The afterimage was pulled back again and started to spiral inward from the outside. Using the rhythm of the breathing technique to control its cyclical motion. This was the method Xingmu Yu had conceived. It was very effective. It wasn't until the candle afterimage completely dissipated that he opened his eyes and glanced at the time. 90 seconds. Exactly 3 cycles. Each cycle was a breakthrough. His sensory acuity had improved significantly compared to when he first went to the border. This helped him greatly in combat, and the efficiency of practicing skills improved considerably. For example, in ninjutsu, he could now skillfully use the water-release water wall in various shapes, and the duration and control range of the water clone technique had greatly increased. Next came physical training, followed by the hair tempering before sleep. 2 hours later, Xingmu Yu successfully tempered 8 strands of hair. Now among his light blue hair there was a cluster of dark blue, the result of several months of effort. He began to sleep. The next morning, he woke up early and started to sense natural energy. In the drizzling rain, Xingmu Yu's body was exceptionally still. With each breath, he had already merged with the rain. After 4 or 5 months since his transmigration, he had finally achieved stillness and naturalness. The next step was to have a heart as still as water, reflecting all things. After sensing the natural energy, he would try to absorb it into his body. 2 hours later, he ended his training. Perception 1. After breakfast, Xingmu Yu went to the mission office to collect his reward. The patrol mission was originally rated C, but his squad had fought several times with Shine ninjas and killed several enemy ninjas, so it was assessed as B rank. The village paid a total of 100 Rio to their squad. Xingmu Yu took 500 Rio for himself, and the rest was split equally among Mei Huizi, Liang Tai, and Zhen Yi. What made the 3 team members happiest was that their mission records now included a B rank mission, which was an important bonus for their future promotion to Chunin. Mei Huizi, counting this mission should be enough for you to apply for Chunin, right? Xingmu Yu had already given Mei Huizi the squad leader's recommendation letter during the border patrol. Mei Huizi nodded and said, "I've already applied. The village said that due to the special circumstances they will use my performance in the upcoming suppression missions as my assessment." "Is that so? Then we'll have to be a bit more serious." "Don't worry, I guarantee you'll pass," Xingmu Yu immediately promised. Thus, when selecting missions they needed to be careful. They had to be within their capability, but also not anonymous. For example, a bandit gang assembled by some rogue ninja. Such a target was worthless, and the village wouldn't approve it. After all, a Chunin in any village was a core force, and they had to produce results that matched that status. Thinking of the suppression missions he had just seen at the mission office, he had an idea in mind. Seeing Xingmu Yu's assurance, Mei Huizi felt relieved. Of the 10 squads that had gone to the border patrol, only 2 squads returned with all members intact, and only their squad had been commended by the village for their achievements. "I'm treating today. What do you want to eat?" "Grilled fish," the 3 replied in unison. "Sigh, I knew it." Mei Huizi rolled her eyes. While they had been stuck in the deep mountains for 2 or 3 months without seeing any beautiful women, a glance, Zwitting along probably wouldn't mind. Soon the squad arrived at the Yanuza. Sure enough, they saw the proprietress standing at the door greeting customers wearing a cherry blossom apron. Junai Meitao's aprons were always changing styles. Upon seeing Xingmu Yu and the others, she was the first to greet them. "Xiao Yue, Mei Huizi, and you 2 handsome young men. Long time no see. I heard border patrol was quite dangerous. I've been praying for you every day." Junai Meitao clasped her hands in front of her chest, as if praying. Her moist eyes seemed to speak. Liang Tai and Zhen Yi were so nervous that their faces turned red, not knowing how to respond. "I was wondering why our luck was so good. So it's because of Sister Meitao. Thank you very much." Xingmu Yu bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Junai Meitao covered her mouth and laughed. "You're still so polite, huh? Xiao Yue, you look very cute when you're serious." "Of course. I'm going to become the most handsome man in Yuan Village in the future." Mei Huizi didn't want to watch the 2 of them flatter each other any longer, so she interrupted. "Sister Meitao, give us a 4-person meal, please." "Okay, I heard you made a great contribution this time. I'll give you a 50 discount today, plus a few complimentary dishes. Distinguished guests, please come in." "Thank you so much." "Then we'll go in first." After they took their seats, the dishes were brought out soon. They grilled and ate the appetizers. I thought you guys were already full from looking," Mei Huizi teased. Xingmu Yu retorted, "At least it's the shop of Jonin's Wooding. It's only right for us to support his business." "Really?" Mei Huizi was 100% skeptical. "Me, a 15-year-old infatuated with a 20-something. Do you believe that? Right now I just want to get stronger. Women will only affect my sword-drawing speed." According to rumors, Wooding Along was more than 10 years older than Junai Meitao, and they had only been married for a few years. Who knew if it was true or false? "Yes, that's what I think too," Liang Tai said stiffly, then added, "Just looking is enough." Zhen Yi also quickly chimed in, "Me too." Mei Huizi was taken aback for a moment. "Alright, maybe I really overthought it. Your bodies really aren't capable of that yet. Eat, eat." The several people each took a skewer of grilled fish and started gnawing. By the way, about the mission. Do you still remember the Araki Ronin organization mentioned in the mission to Bisui Town last time? You want to take this as a suppression mission. But didn't you give up investigating last time because you were worried about trouble? Obviously, Mei Huizi had also studied the current missions the village was offering. Qingwu nodded. Exactly. I suspect this organization is not just a problem of Ronin ninjas, but may also have the shadow of my ninjas. Then why are you still taking it? Mei Huizi was puzzled. Times have changed. At that time the village said they would send someone to check it out. Qingmu, you didn't know the specifics, but this time the village had listed it in the suppression list, and it was ranked B. It was a tough nut to crack. Here's my thinking: any organized force within Yuji Kingdom has the backing of one of the other major ninja villages. Yeni ninjas are strong in earth release, which naturally counters us. Going north will definitely bring no good results. The southwest is close to Shine Village and is a war zone. We might encounter Shine ninjas crossing the border. Now that you mention it, it seems true. Only the southeast bordering the Huaji Kingdom is relatively calm. Safety first. Mei Huizi agreed. What about you two? I follow the captain. Liang Tai replied. Jun Yi quickly nodded. Same here. That afternoon, Aoki Suki proceeded to the mission office to undertake the B-rank suppression mission. Takeda Town was said to be the primary stronghold of the Araki Ronin, with the surrounding bamboo forests providing them with excellent cover. The town was not far from Bisui Town, but it was noticeably more dilapidated. Wild dogs fought and chased each other in the streets, while homeless children leaned against the walls staring at passers-by with numb expressions. The team split into two groups. Aoki Suki and Ryota, disguised as Ronin, infiltrated the town, while Shinichi and Mawako were tasked with scouting the outskirts. They bought some bread and rice balls, gathering information from a few street children, then spent some time in a small tavern. They learned that most wandering ninjas who came to the town sought work at a local dojo. This was the Araki Dojo, and its members operated under the banner of the Araki Ronin, taking on missions and vying for territory. When the team regrouped, Mawako and Shinichi reported a new discovery. Captain, there's an abandoned shrine on the west side of town. There are signs of ninja activity around it, and a considerable number of them are stationed inside. Aoki Suki realized that the shrine was likely the true headquarters. What are your thoughts? Mawako, recognizing this as an opportunity to prove herself, quickly began to formulate a plan, knowing it would be noted in the mission report. After a moment of thought, she said, we should split into two teams again. Ryota and Shinichi will attack the dojo to draw out the forces from the shrine. Captain, you are the strongest, so you can take the opportunity to infiltrate the shrine and investigate. It seems that's the only way for now. Anything else? That's all I can think of. Mawako stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit embarrassed. She was not used to making these decisions. Her usual role was to locate enemies using her sensory abilities, and she rarely even participated in combat. Being put on the spot made her nervous and her mind went blank. I've stressed this repeatedly: safety first. Always prepare an escape route before anything else. Aoki Suki reminded her, a hint of frustration in his voice. Think of the retreat before the advance. Mawako quickly patted her ninja tool pouch and said, Right, I almost forgot. I even prepared several special smoke bombs before we left just in case. Good. If something unexpected happens and the situation is untenable, just run. We can figure out how to fix it later, Aoki Suki emphasized. They discussed the details of the operation. Then Aoki Suki waved his hand. Then let's do it. Move out. Mawako was puzzled again. Don't we need to wait until nightfall? Don't be silly. This town is tiny. A few unfamiliar faces like ours are already very conspicuous. If we keep wandering around, do you think they're blind? We must cut through the knot with swift efficiency, catching them off guard before they can formulate a counter-strategy. Bisui Town was a transportation hub, so people coming and going wouldn't attract attention. But Takeda Town was the Araki Ronin's stronghold, remote and inhabited by familiar faces. The situation was completely different. Understood, the three replied in unison. Mawako felt she had learned something new, truly worthy of the captain. Moments later, thud, thud, thud. Several consecutive explosions shattered the town's long-standing tranquility. People turned their gaze towards the Araki Dojo in the town center. Many Ronin rushed over, murderous intent radiating from them. That was their livelihood. They had to stand and fight. Even at the shrine outside the town, the sounds from the town could be heard. Sir, someone is attacking the dojo. Are the samurai of the Gakudo faction declaring war on us? Those samurai have had some friction with us, but they wouldn't go so far as to cause trouble here. The only possibility is that someone from the village hidden in the rain has arrived. You mean the recent suppression operation initiated by that lord? The subordinate asked, a look of panic on his face. They were just Ronin who had banded together to survive. The village hidden in the rain was their ultimate authority. That must be it. Take some men and go provide support. I'll handle things here. Yes, sir. Soon a group of men armed with weapons ran towards the dojo. Aoki Suki emerged from the bamboo grove nearby. He knew the enemy would leave someone behind to guard the shrine, so a fight was inevitable. As expected, when he entered the shrine's main hall, he saw a man standing there looking at him with a calm expression. "I've been waiting for you. You made quite a commotion at the dojo just to lure them away, didn't you?" He glanced at the Rain Village headband hanging from Aoki Tsuki's waist. Slowly he extended a finger, and a tiny insect alighted on his fingernail. Aoki Tsuki narrowed his eyes. He had suspected that the village hidden in the leaves was secretly backing the Araki Ronin, but he hadn't expected them to station an Aburame clansman here. Could this be a supply depot? Leaf Ninja had traveled a long way to stir up trouble in the Land of Rain. They must have a fixed base requiring regular supplies of various materials. "So you're from the Aburame clan. It seems you've been aware of us all along." "Indeed. I've been watching your every move since you entered the town. What I didn't expect was such decisive action on your part. It caught me a little off guard, but it only means I have to kill you." Aburame Shurshin thrust his hand forward, and a dense swarm of destruction bugs converged from all directions, enveloping Okitsuki. Secret technique Insect Jade. The destruction bugs attack by consuming a ninja's chakra. Through this technique, the user can clearly perceive the target's condition. Something's wrong. It's a clone. Aburame Shurshin quickly issued a command. Disperse. Too late. Explode. Without knowing the enemy's capabilities, Aoki Tsuki wouldn't risk his real body. Clones carrying explosive tags were standard procedure. Boom. The flash of light instantly consumed all living things within a few meters, proving especially effective against small chakra-infused insects. The death cries of countless insects echoed in Aburame Shishin's mind, filling him with rage. "You bastard. I'll have you drained dry by my bugs." Schlick. A long blade pierced through Aburame Shishin's back. "I'm afraid you won't get the chance." Aoki Tsuki's original body had used the explosion as cover to sneak up behind him for a surprise attack. A smirk touched Aburame Shishin's lips. "You're celebrating too early." His body suddenly dissolved into a swarm of bugs, which then surged towards the nearby Aoki Tsuki. So it was an insect clone. I thought the feel was off. It wasn't fair for only him to use clone techniques. Aoki Tsuki quickly leaped, crashing through a window to get outside. As he moved, his hands rapidly formed hand seals. Buzz. The destruction bugs followed like homing missiles hot on his trail. Water release, water formation wall. Splash. A torrent of water shaped like a trumpet surged forth under Okitsuki's control, meeting the destruction bugs and sweeping them away. To prevent the bugs from rising again after the water settled, he immediately threw another explosive tag. Boom. In just 2 exchanges, Aoki Tsuki had already used 2 explosive tags. This guy. Aburame Shishin, now outside, watched the scene unfold, his expression fixed. His opponent had been employing a strategy of depleting his swarm's numbers from the very beginning. This made him feel a sense of crisis. "I'm curious, how many more bugs do you have?" Aoki Tsuki moved his hands, a shuriken appearing between each pair of fingers, and hurled them at Aburame Shurshin. Whoosh whoosh. More than you think. Aburame Shurshin waved his hand again, and countless destruction bugs flew out from the shrine, forming a dense shield in front of him. Secret technique Insect Wall. The shurikens were all intercepted. Now it was Aoki Tsuki's turn to be surprised. What's going on? Where did all those bugs come from? The space within a body's chakra pathways was limited, so it couldn't hold that many bugs. He wasn't carrying any containers like jars to store them either. Soon he noticed Aburame Shurshin panting heavily, a clear sign of significant chakra depletion. I see. Using chakra to stimulate the bugs to reproduce rapidly. Body flicker technique. Aoki Tsuki continuously used the body flicker to evade the pursuing bugs. He didn't know any fire release, and his blade work was useless against them, leaving him reliant on explosive tags. But now that Aburame Shurshin was on guard, it was difficult to catch him off guard. Even the slightest movement from Aoki Tsuki caused the enemy to quickly scatter his bugs, denying him any opportunity. Meanwhile, Mawako, Ryota, and Shinichi were also at a critical juncture. While the wandering ninja were generally weak, there were simply too many of them. They had expected about a dozen or so, but after the explosion 20 or 30 people converged from the town, along with some ordinary thugs mixed in. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After a rain of sunbon fell, a wave of enemies, Shinichi's face was pale. He had thought upgrading to 3 mechanical umbrellas would be enough for most battles, but he was sorely mistaken. Mawako-san, what do we do now? We have no choice. We'll have to fight up close. Mawako felt the pressure, thinking a B-rank mission is really no joke. I wonder how the captain is doing. Understood. Ryota and Shinichi simultaneously produced several of the special smoke bombs they had prepared and threw them into the arena. Black smoke instantly filled the entire dojo. Oh, damn it, I can't see. Neither can I. Cough cough. This smoke is poison, cough cough. The Ronin fell into a panic, swinging their weapons blindly around them. Whether they were cutting down enemies or allies, only heaven knew. Mawako, Ryota, and Shinichi put on the gas masks. They had prepared a signature piece of equipment from the village hidden in the ring. Despite its ugly appearance, it was incredibly practical. Mawako formed hand seals, activating a sensory jutsu, to pinpoint the locations of the surviving Ronin within the dojo through their chakra signatures. Follow me. If we kill these Ronin, the rest will flee on their own. Led by Mawako, the three of them carried out targeted eliminations successfully, taking down several Ronin before the smoke fully cleared. The smoke was laced with anesthetics and some poison. Once it dispersed widely, its effects were not as potent on ninjas, serving more to confuse and frighten the enemy. Many were terrified, stumbling their way out of the dojo and fleeing outright. Concepts like loyalty and courage meant nothing to them. They were wandering ninjas after all. They could simply switch to another faction. This was also why the village hidden in the rain could never completely eradicate them. They would advance. When the enemy retreated, retreat. When the enemy advanced, gathering and scattering at will. By this time, the three members of the team were heavily depleted of chakra. Mawako spoke up, finally dealt with. Let's hurry and rendezvous with the captain. Secret art insect arm. A swarm of insects coalesced into a black giant hand reaching for Qingmu. In response, a kunai bearing an explosive tag was hurled forward. Boom. As the explosion dissipated, two figures stood drenched on the rain-soaked ground, covered in mud and looking quite battered. Both had consumed a significant amount of chakra. This mission was tied to Mihoko's promotion evaluation. Additionally, when he accepted the mission, Takanaka, Shu had instructed Qingmu to do his utmost to destroy the strongholds of other ninja villages in the Land of Rain. This was also the village's test for him. To become a guard for Lord Hanzō, one needed results. This cleanup operation was the perfect opportunity to prove himself. For Aburame Shishin, this was one of Root's important supply depots in the Land of Rain. Its destruction would impact Konoha's subsequent plans. He too had his reasons to fight. What a troublesome insect. Luckily, I prepared enough explosive tags before setting out. He had spent all 50,000 ryo from the mission on explosive tags. He could afford to waste them. He only regretted not being able to learn Hanzo's ultimate technique, fire release explosive flame formation. Explosive tags only displayed their true power when used in large numbers. Using them one by one was ineffective. Seeing Qingmu produce another set of explosive tags, Aburame Shishin felt utterly defeated. How many explosive tags does this guy have? He's used at least 20 during this fight. Normally ninjas carried only a few explosive tags in their pouches. Not because they were ineffective, but because they were expensive. They were reluctant to use them. Many of his destruction bugs had been killed by the explosive tags, so Aburame Shishin had to use his own chakra to activate the secret art insect cocoon, accelerating their reproduction to replenish them. This consumed a great deal of his chakra. His opponent, on the other hand, relied heavily on explosive tags in battle, leaving him in far better condition. I can't let this drag on any longer. Once his companions join him, it'll be troublesome. Aburame Shishin thought to himself. As for the rogue ninjas under his command, he automatically dismissed them. He had hired them randomly to divert attention. They had little combat ability and were unreliable. Let's settle this with one decisive blow. Aburame Shishin released all his remaining chakra, pouring every last destruction bug into this single technique. Secret art insect devour. Countless destruction bugs converged into a black torrent, surrounding the enemy from all directions, sealing off every escape route. It's useless. You can't dodge this. After evading a few times, Qingmu gave up on fleeing and immediately began forming hand seals. Water release, water formation wall. A circular curtain of water rose from the ground, shielding his body firmly inside. Seeing this, Aburame Shishin sneered. I told you it's useless. You can't defend against it, and you can't escape. The destruction bugs could devour chakra and track it, making substitution jutsu ineffective. Some bugs were blocked by the water curtain, but immediately turned to attack from above, only to find the top was also sealed. Qingmu had shaped the water formation wall into a trumpet-like form. The destruction bugs quickly changed tactics, gathering at one point to breach the barrier, but with little effect. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate. Aburame Shishin smirked. His bugs would execute any command given. But ninjutsu had a time limit. Even in the rain, the water formation wall couldn't last long. Qingmu couldn't outlast him. Sure enough, before long the water formation wall collapsed, and the destruction bugs surged forward. If I win, you little brat. Boom. A burst of black smoke erupted from the center. Damn it. Aburame Shishin's heart raced. As expected, the destruction bugs that entered the smoke staggered drunkenly and fell to the ground. A figure wearing a gas mask emerged from the smoke, waving. Hey, you bastard. Aburame Shishin was so enraged he spat blood, never expecting his enemy to resort to such a trick. Body flicker technique. Qingmu vanished from his spot, drew his sword, and charged at Aburame Shishin. Clash. With his chakra nearly depleted, Aburame Shishin was no match for Qingmu. Within a few exchanges, his arms were injured, and he was kicked to the ground. He guessed Qingmu wanted to capture him alive. Gritting his teeth, he thought, don't think you'll succeed. He bit down slightly, and a swallowing motion appeared in his throat. Qingmu rushed to clamp his mouth shut, but it was too late. Aburame Shishin's face quickly darkened. Within seconds, he stopped breathing, leaving not a single word behind. What a ruthless man. This battle had been won by a combination of explosive tags and an unexpected poison smoke. Still, ninjas thrived on information disparity. He couldn't be blamed. After sealing the corpse into a scroll, Qingmu immediately entered the shrine to inspect it. He soon discovered an underground chamber. When he reached it, he was stunned by the piles of shuriken, kunai soldier pills, and explosive tags. This really is a supply depot. Without further ado, he quickly packed the supplies into scrolls, naturally setting aside a portion for his own use. He would be the one to decide how much to report. Just then he heard noise outside and hurried out of the basement. "Captain, are you all right?" Qingmu waved his hand. "As you can see, everything went smoothly on my end. I killed the leader of the rogue ninjas and found some supplies in the basement. We were also successful. We used smoke bombs to confuse the enemies and took out the main rogue ninjas. The rest fled." Mihoko replied. "Excellent. The mission is complete. We shouldn't linger here. Let's return to the village at full speed." Seeing their captain's grave expression, the three subordinates realized the enemy had been formidable. The group rushed back without rest. Less than an hour after Qingmu's squad left, over a dozen figures wearing animal masks appeared at the shrine entrance. "We're too late. Captain, the supplies in the basement have been taken. They can't have been gone long. Should we pursue?" asked a team member. "No need. Judging by the traces, the enemy used water release, likely rain ninja. With Kuriki and Hachisu both eliminated by the hidden rain, this location is already compromised. Move to the backup stronghold immediately. Also contact the intelligence division to find out who did this." "Yes, sir." After returning to the village, Qingmu's squad promptly submitted the mission report. He specifically praised Mihoko for the crucial role her poison gas bombs played in the mission and for leading the team in eliminating a group of rogue ninjas. She had independently completed intelligence, reconnaissance, tactical planning, and execution. After hearing the full account, Jonin Takanaka nodded. The village is in need of personnel right now, so Mihoko's promotion to Chunin should be no problem. As for transferring to a medical ninja role, you'll likely need to wait a while longer. Is it because of a shortage of hands? Exactly. During wartime, the number of missions has surged, and the village has lost many people due to border conflicts. I'm afraid you'll have to work hard and keep moving. Qingmu immediately replied seriously. "It is our honor to share the village's burdens. You have done an excellent job on this cleanup mission, eliminating potential threats and bringing back important supplies. Rest assured, I will mention it to Lord Hanzō in my report. It is all thanks to your recognition, Lord Takanaka, that I had the opportunity to prove myself. If there is anything I can do for you, please don't hesitate to command." "Heh, you're a sharp one. No wonder even the usually strict Jonin Sato couldn't help but praise you." Takanaka was quite satisfied with Qingmu's attitude. Who wouldn't like a subordinate who was both capable and ambitious? "Considering your squad's outstanding performance, I do have a special mission for you, one that will benefit you." "Please command me, my lord." Qingmu responded promptly. Currently, the 5 great ninja villages are at war with each other. Due to its geographical location, the Land of Rain can hardly avoid being dragged into this vortex. Recently, the capital has been repeatedly attacked by unknown ninjas, and the daimyo has requested an increase in guard forces. Your squad has a sensor-type ninja and strong combat abilities. I plan to recommend you to Lord Hanzō for this duty. It will also serve as valuable experience for future guard assignments. Yes, sir. We will complete the mission. Qingmu gladly accepted, recognizing this as a golden opportunity before promotion. Good. Go back and rest now. You'll depart in 3 days. Outside, he shared the news of Mihoko's passing the exam and the Guardian Ninja assignment. Guarding the daimyo should be much easier than border patrol. We can use this time to improve our skills. Qingmu decided to give some advice to his squad members, knowing that as their strength increased, the chances of working together on future missions would diminish. Chunin could lead their own teams, or like Mihoko, move into internal affairs. He himself was considering a shift to guard duty. Mihoko, your foundation is solid. You can try learning another medical ninjutsu. If you're short on funds, I can provide some support. I was just thinking about that. Qingmu then turned to Shinichi. Your Senbon projectile arsenal is sufficient in quantity. Next, you need to diversify your attacks. Try attaching chakra to the Senbon to increase speed and penetration. 3 mechanical umbrellas were enough. Having more wouldn't help much. Shinichi nodded. He was currently exploring how to control the trajectory of Senbon, with chakra, speed, and penetration were the next steps. By the way, what's your main chakra nature? Earth. Oh, there seem to be few Earth-style techniques in the village. We'll have to figure something out later. No wonder Shinichi had chosen to focus on projectile-based ninjutsu. And Ryota were both close combat types. It's hard to make huge leaps in a short time. We'll have to grind slowly. We can spar more often. Thank you, Captain. I'll train hard. All right, come to me in 2 days to collect your rewards for this mission. We depart in 3 days. Dismissed. Qingmu walked slowly toward his home. His squad of 4, including himself, were all ordinary. None possessed a bloodline limit. Even so, they had to manage well. If they all managed to survive and grow up, they could support each other and live comfortably in the village. In the root division of Amegakure, a subordinate reported, Lord Hanzō, a supply depot of ours in the Land of Rain, was eradicated by the Rain-hidden village, and Beehive has fallen in battle. According to intelligence from our operatives, the arms dealer we previously stationed in the Land of Rain was also eliminated by this Aoki Moon squad. Seated in the shadows, Hanzō's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this news. He spoke in a calm, unhurried tone. It seems that Hanzō has some capable individuals under his command. The Rain-hidden village is not as hopeless as I thought. The subordinate remains silent, awaiting further orders. It's merely a loss of some supplies. Continue advancing the plan and find an opportunity to kill everyone in this squad. In Hanzō's eyes, if someone was an enemy, they must be eliminated. Even potential threats should be removed as early as possible. A weakened Rain-hidden village was what the 5 great nations wanted to see. Yes, sir. The root ninja immediately set off to convey Hanzō's orders. In the Rain-hidden village, the Aoki Moon squad gathered once again, departing with their mission directly to the capital of the Land of Rain. After they left, Zhuzhongxiu came to Hanzō's meditation chamber to report the situation. Lord, the Aoki Moon squad has already departed for the capital. Have you made clear the matters that require attention? Hanzō asked. Detecting the doubt in Hanzō's tone, Zhuzhongxiu quickly replied, I have informed him, and I believe he can handle it. Young people need to have their temperaments tempered. Indeed, that is proper. Zhuzhongxiu agreed. Those with a modicum of talent often harbored their own pride and needed to be tamed before they could be of use. Currently, the 3 nations of Wind, Fire, and Earth were using various means, both overt and covert, to pressure the Rain-hidden village into taking a side. Seeing that their schemes had failed, they began to work through the daimyo. Although ninjas generally adhere to an unspoken rule of not killing the daimyo, if anything were to happen to him, the Rain-hidden village would become a laughingstock. Previously, Hanzō had dispatched one of his personal guard units to the capital. Now the daimyo was requesting an additional reinforcement of a reliable elite squad. The village's manpower was already fully occupied with suppressing internal rebellion forces, leaving no spare energy. After much deliberation, only the Aoki Moon squad barely met the requirements. Seeing Hanzō remain silent, Zhuzhongxiu spoke up. Lord, after this period of cleansing operations, we have successfully destroyed several strongholds of the major ninja villages hidden in our country. Should we continue to intensify the efforts? Continue drive all these enemy forces out of our country, and do not let up on the rebellious forces either. Send word to the Higomo squad. Have them strengthen surveillance and thoroughly investigate any faction that has dealings with the daimyo. Understood. The Aoki Moon squad arrived at the capital of the Land of Rain at 2 in the afternoon. Compared to the steel structures of the Rain-hidden village, the style here was entirely different. It was imbued with a profound sense of history and a strong commercial atmosphere, as if peeling people away from the war and placing them amid prosperity. Upon arriving at the daimyo's residence, they were subjected to layer upon layer of searches by the guards before being granted an audience. They saw a middle-aged man with a face full of anxiety, prominent bags under his eyes, and faint dark circles. That was Aoki Moon's first impression. The daimyo looked utterly disappointed upon seeing the young ages of the squad members, and after a few perfunctory pleasantries, he ended the meeting. Immediately afterward, Aoki Moon and his team were led to meet the village's permanent guard force stationed here. The leader was named Higomo, a Jonin. His squad itself was also a member of Hanzō's personal guard unit. He wore a gas mask, making it impossible to see his face. I have already learned about your squad from the village's message. From now on, you will be responsible for the perimeter, alert, and patrol of the residence. Yes, sir. A Jonin naturally had the authority to command and assign Chunin and Genin. Before coming, Zhuzhongxiu had instructed them to follow all orders from Jonin Higomo. Through conversation, they learned that the daimyo's guard ninjas were not solely from the Rain-hidden village. He had also personally recruited elite members of the largest civilian organization in the Land of Rain, the Iron Fang clan, to protect himself, a clear sign of distrust toward the Rain-hidden village. It was said that the Iron Fang clan consisted mainly of formidable rogue ninjas. This organization had risen rapidly in the Land of Rain after the Second Great Ninja War, and the Rain-hidden village had failed to eradicate it after several attempts. Their strength was evident. Maintain a high level of vigilance. If the enemy exploits any loopholes, you will bear the consequences. Jonin Higomo issued a stern warning before hastily leaving. Aoki Moon was baffled. The amount of work they did corresponded to the responsibility they bore. Being assigned to a peripheral role, like perimeter patrol, what more could be expected of them? Jonin Higomo was wary of him, not wanting him to know too much. Not a single member of Higomo's squad had shown their face. Captain, I feel like we're being isolated, said Meihuizi. The guard unit seemed unwelcoming. Not only Meihuizi, but also Liangtai and Jinni were puzzled. Maybe they see themselves as Lord Hanzō's personal guards and look down on us. The true elite of the Rain-hidden village were all gathered around Hanzō. The guard unit formed their own clique, and each member was at least at the squad leader level in the village. Such arrogance was understandable. Aoki Moon didn't take it to heart. Protecting the daimyo was a recognition of a ninja's strength and an honor, but it also meant being drawn into complex struggles. Alright, let's study the surveillance points. Jonin Higomo had already handed over the layout of the residence's perimeter to Aoki Moon. The daimyo's residence was naturally grand with pavilions, terraces, water pavilions, garden corridors, and even a sizable artificial lake. Including servants and ordinary guards, over 100 people moved about. This posed a significant challenge to security. Aoki Moon was undertaking this kind of guard mission for the first time. Based on his experience with border patrols, he needed to station personnel at several key points. He positioned himself in the center to cover both flanks, while Miko performed chakra sensing at regular intervals. An enemy ninja attacking the daimyo would have two possible objectives. First, to kidnap the daimyo and force Hanzō to make concessions such as secretly assisting with the transportation of supplies or providing aid. Second, to disguise themselves as ninjas from another nation and assassinate the daimyo, compelling him to make choices favorable to them. Night fell quietly. The Aoki Moon squad remained on high alert, but not a single enemy appeared. The second night was the same, and the following week passed without any incident. The members of the Aoki Moon squad, however, were exhausted from staying up late every night and being overly tense. With potential enemies not showing themselves, they could not afford to let their guard down. Aoki Moon himself was fine. He spent his nights cultivating, and entering a state of tranquility actually enhanced his perception of the surrounding environment. The rest of the squad all had dark circles under their eyes. This can't go on. We need to change our strategy. He doubted that the Higomo squad and the Iron Fang clan's ninja squad were as diligent as they were. They were probably slacking off. The daimyo had likely been frightened after the enemy had exploited a loophole, which was why he had requested additional guard squads from the rain-hidden village. Listen up. Starting tonight, we'll adjust the surveillance strategy. First, reduce the frequency. Meihuizi, you only need to perform a sensory scan once every hour. Liangtai Zhini, if you're tired during patrols, take a break. Meihuizi worriedly asked, what if someone exploits the gap? Jonin Higomo will blame us. Aoki Moon replied, it's bound to happen anyway. In our position, no matter what goes wrong, we'll be the scapegoats. So why bother worrying too much? Rest assured, there's still the final line of defense. The place ran fine before we came, didn't it? Aoki Moon reassured them. You are not as indispensable as you think you are. I suppose that's the only way. After a few days of trying to slack off, they found that nothing happened and no one bothered them. They grew bolder, even finding time to train and improve themselves since the long nights were incredibly boring. 2 months passed in this manner. During this time, Aoki Moon finally learned the names of the remaining 3 members of Higomo's squad, though they worked the day shift and had almost no interaction with him. However, he frequently encountered the members of the Iron Fang clan, who also worked the night shift. On the surface, they were polite, and they made brief acquaintance. Their leader was called Night Hawk, and he seemed quite strong to Aoki Moon, likely at the Jonin level. He appeared easygoing. The 4 subordinates, however, looked cold and aloof, keeping others at a distance. Most ninjas had eccentric personalities and were difficult to get along with, even among those from the same village, let alone outsiders. They were extremely guarded. Aoki Moon hoped that this peaceful period would last as long as possible, giving him more time to cultivate and improve himself. His swordsmanship had advanced further through recent exploration, which delighted him. However, this tranquility was shattered one morning. After finishing their night watch, the Aoki Moon squad was preparing to return to rest when they heard that several servants in the residence had died from poisoning. The cause was that these servants, due to their duties, had woken up early and eaten breakfast early. An investigation traced the problem to their drinking water, terrifying the others. Poisoning. The hidden enemy might have been trying to intimidate them. The daimyo's food and drink would be tested by specialists, so this method couldn't kill him. There would be other moves. Did you notice anything last night? Jonin Higomo asked. Aoki Moon shook his head. No, everything was normal. Having grown complacent after a period of ease, he had almost forgotten why he was here, feeling a bit guilty. Stay alert. Yes, sir. The poisoning wasn't his fault. There were too many ways to do it, impossible to fully prevent. The second night passed without incident. The third night was also normal. On the fourth night, in the late hours, the sound of fighting suddenly erupted from the daimyo's central residence area, startling the Aoki Moon squad. Captain, someone has infiltrated the inner area. Liangtai and Zhini were about to rush in, remembering the captain's words, don't be afraid of trouble, the key is to salvage the situation. Stop. Don't act rashly. Aoki Moon quickly stopped them, then turned to Meihuizi and asked, where is the enemy? Meihuizi pointed, over there, running away. Huh. It disappeared. I see. They came through the artificial lake by diving. Aoki Moon quickly deduced the enemy's infiltration method and said, you all stay here and don't let the enemy exploit any gaps. I'll go check. With those words, his figure flickered and vanished into the darkness. When Aoki Moon arrived at the artificial lake, he found that the entire Higomo squad was already there. One of the members, named Tide Rain, had his hand pressed against the water's surface, sensing. After a moment, he said, the enemy has already escaped through the water. Higashikomo the Jonin wore a gloomy expression and waved his hand. We'll discuss this later. As he passed by Aoki Gecko, he said, "Go back and continue your watch. Stay vigilant." Understood. Though Aoki Gecko didn't voice it, he knew Higashikumo was blaming him for the situation. He was responsible for the perimeter, yet the enemy had slipped through to the daimyo. The other members of Higashikumo's squad cast disdainful glances at Aoki Gecko. Aware of his own fault, he had prepared for this and showed neither anger nor an urge to explain. Whatever task his superiors assigned, he had to do it. Failure meant incompetence. Complaints about the project's difficulty or insufficient manpower. No one listened. He had to prove himself through action, otherwise this mission would become a stain on his record. Even if he had known the enemy might come from the water, there was little he could do. Could he wear a diving mask and stay submerged all day? That would leave him waterlogged. He couldn't poison the pond either. It was the daimyo's private property stocked with valuable ornamental fish. Aoki Gecko returned to his post while inside the argument grew heated. "Captain Higashikumo, your team was in charge of the outer perimeter, yet the enemy broke through and nearly assassinated the daimyo. If we hadn't fought desperately, the consequences would have been dire. As expected, young people are unreliable." Nighthawk mocked without disguise. The daimyo's expression soured. He had always thought Aoki Gecko's team too young and unreliable. The Rain Village was just paying lip service to his safety. Now something had indeed gone wrong. Higashikumo immediately retorted, "The enemy's infiltration was highly professional. The blame cannot be simply placed on one side. Besides, your duty is to protect the daimyo, isn't it?" "I don't need you to remind me of my duty. One of our men was injured. I suspect the enemy will strike again. For the daimyo's safety, we should switch shifts." Nighthawk has a point. The enemy mostly attacks at night. "Captain Higashikumo, your team is strong. The night watch would be reassuring." The daimyo agreed. Of course, that was unacceptable. Higashikumo's mission wasn't just to protect the daimyo, he needed to monitor which factions the daimyo met. Most of these visits occurred during the day. If the shift was moved to night, another ninja faction from the Rain Country might contact the daimyo and gain official authorization. That would be a grave threat to the Rain Village and Lord Hanzō. A second, Iron Fawn group, must never be allowed to emerge. Lord Daimyo, our defense was indeed lacking. I have ordered heightened vigilance. Starting tomorrow, I will deploy covert sentries to cooperate. As for the shift, both sides are accustomed to their routines. A sudden change might cause disorientation and affect performance with severe consequences. What nonsense about getting used to it. Ninjas affected by routine. Nighthawk was speechless, such a flimsy excuse. Well, the daimyo hesitated, still shaken by the assassination attempt. "I suppose that's the only way. I hope you truly detect the enemy beforehand, not leave us to clean up the mess." Nighthawk sneered and left the room with his team. Higashikumo also departed, and once back in the squad's rest room began discussing the next steps. "Captain, the enemy's movements were covert, their techniques professional, and they were strong. They're likely from another village. Aoki Gecko's team couldn't have stopped them." Shiome said seriously. "I know. Both of their chunin are newly promoted rookies with little experience. So I plan to assign you as a covert sentry." "I'm fine with that, but then the daytime surveillance." "We'll pause daytime work for now. Finding the hidden enemy is more important." "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Aoki Gecko returned to his team. Seeing their grim faces, he said, "The enemy escaped underwater. The daimyo should be safe. This time it was likely another warning. Next time it might be real. What should we do?" Mieko asked anxiously. Aoki Gecko thought for a moment. "Prevention is impossible. You can guard against a thief for 1,000 days, but a thief can't. The enemy is even stronger than us. Since the target was the daimyo, they just needed to focus on him. Patrolling and perimeter defense only dealt with ordinary thugs. I propose the following adjustments. First, shrink the patrol range to a 100-meter radius around the daimyo's residence. We four will monitor our respective quadrants using the 4 symbols formation. Nighthawk's team was responsible for the inner layer, guarding the daimyo personally. As the second defensive ring, our positions form concentric circles, allowing rapid response to any disturbance. For a ninja, 100 meters is just 2 breaths away. Second, Mieko, use your perception every 15 minutes, focusing only on the daimyo. Don't waste energy elsewhere. Mieko immediately understood his plan. No matter how many paths the enemy takes, they only need to guard the daimyo. Third, if you detect any anomaly, do not engage. Immediately signal, and if things go wrong, run. Understood. The daimyo's personal protection was not their concern, their task was surveillance. Understood, the 3 replied in unison. This was serious. Unlike the border patrols where they slacked off. The next night the team implemented the new plan. Though tiring, the results were good. They quickly realized the benefits. Staying close allowed mutual support and increased their sense of safety. After all except for the captain, the 3 members were weak. In a hidden cave behind a fake rock, Shiome immediately noticed the change in Aoki Gecko's team. These kids aren't stupid. This also eased his own burden. The next 2 days were quiet, but rather than relaxing, everyone grew more tense. Since the daimyo hadn't responded as expected, the enemy would surely strike again, and this time, they wouldn't be so polite. That night the rain was heavy, pattering on their cloaks. Mist obscured the view. The atmosphere in the mansion grew oppressive, as if everyone sensed something. Time passed slowly. At some point, Aoki Gecko opened his eyes to find a ninja wearing an IWA headband standing before him. Simultaneously, signals came from the other three directions, explosions of paper bombs. So they couldn't infiltrate and are now resorting to a direct assault. Suddenly, the IWA ninja quickly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth spears. Sharp stone pillars erupted from the ground, at random, impossible to dodge. Aoki Gecko's body was pierced by several spears, but it dissolved into water, merging with the rain. As expected, just like the intel skilled in water clone cautious personality. Aoki Gecko appeared behind the IWA ninja and stabbed through his figure, but his face showed no joy. The feeling was wrong. This is an earth substitute. Suddenly the ground softened and began to spin, sucking him downward. Earth release, whirlpool, quicksand. Body flicker technique. Sensing danger, Aoki Gecko roared, releasing a burst of chakra from his feet to break free. He flashed to a spot a dozen meters away. Phew. Good thing I've mastered the body flicker over these months, or I'd be done for. He still couldn't tell if the opponent was a genuine IWA ninja or from Konoha. Oh, that was a fast body flicker. Jizo was inwardly surprised. Judging by his body flicker skill, the enemy's speed had reached the level of a special jonin. Combined with the intel that the target excelled in swordsmanship, his actual combat power was no longer that of an ordinary chunin. No wonder he killed Beehive. He's got some skill. Jizo assessed. Seeing that ninjutsu wasn't working, he decided to change tactics. A stone wall rose before him, then he punched it, sending countless fragments flying at Aoki Gecko. Jizo charged forward under the cover of debris, kunai in hand. Water release, water wall. A wave of water blocked the debris, and Aoki Gecko saw Jizo leap into the air. 3 kunai with paper bombs were thrown. He quickly rolled to the side. Explosions roared, sending up a massive cloud of smoke amidst the rain. Clang, clang. In the smoke, they could barely see each other, fighting by instinct. Jizo relied on his taijutsu and training in such conditions, confident he could kill the enemy. Aoki Gecko was calm, trusting his sword skills. The body flicker combined with breathing techniques made his strikes fierce and swift. His enhanced mental perception also sharpened his awareness. Crack. During a clash, Jizo saw his kunai snapped by Aoki Gecko's blade. This kid's strength is greater than mine. Close combat was also failing. When Aoki Gecko kicked him in the chest, Jizo crossed his arms to block. As he was sent flying, he quickly formed hand seals. Upon landing, he slammed the ground. Earth release, mud wall. As the wall rose, he attached a paper bomb and jumped away. Aoki Gecko's feet just touched the top of the wall when he saw a blinding light at his feet. Damn. He had to admit the enemy's combination of paper bombs and earth techniques was slick. Boom. The explosion mingled with debris vastly enhanced both its lethality and range. Even though Qingmu activated the body flicker technique to dodge, he was still struck by several fragments. Hiss. The pain was fierce. Had his back not been thick and tough, he would have suffered broken bones. Seizing this interval, Dizong rapidly expanded his gains. Earth release, rock pillar prison. Stone pillars 2 meters tall rose around Qingmu from all directions, trapping him within. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dizong's figure flickered, and he pasted an explosive tag on each pillar. He intended to blast Qingmu to death. This is the end. Explode. Qingmu's expression shifted drastically. He instinctively looked up. Above, though there was a rock pillar overhead, it was the only one not yet tagged. Taking a deep breath, his lungs swelled, chakra and his dantian flowed rapidly along his meridians to his limbs. He bent his knees slightly, power erupted from his soles, and his body shot upward. Sudden rain breath, reverse flow fong. A blue blade light slashed upward from below. Rainwater swept by the chakra flow around the blade, spun rapidly, forming a massive fong-shaped vortex. Bang! Several rock pillars at the top of the prison shattered with one strike, and a figure soared through the flames. What? He cut through my rock pillar prison. Its hardness rivals steel. Impossible. Dizong's heart raced as he realized the intelligence on the target was gravely flawed. At this moment, Qingmu's body brimmed with power under the rain, breathing third stage, his spirit in a state of high exhilaration. This state placed a heavy burden on his body, so he needed a swift resolution. With the body flicker technique, he turned into a blur and charged at Dizong. Sensing danger, Dizong hastily gathered his remaining chakra and fully deployed his defense. Earth release, multiple mud wall. 3 walls rose from the ground in a fan shape. Dizong planned to repeat his tactic of pasting explosive tags. Just then a flash of blue light streaked past his eyes. A blade aura formed from highly condensed chakra cleaved through the sturdy mud wall and pierced Dizong's body. Ugh, such a swift blade. Dizong's movements ceased abruptly. Then his body split in two and fell to either side. Pant. Pant. I got you, bastard. Qingmu knelt on the ground, gasping heavily. That last strike had drained his chakra. Now fatigue enveloped him and his limbs ached. He looked at the shattered blade in his hand, unable to withstand the chakra, and had to discard it. Looks like I need to buy a good sword. His entire savings could barely afford a blade with enhanced chakra conductivity. After catching his breath, briefly Qingmu tidied up and hurried toward the daimyo's bedchamber. As he entered the courtyard, he saw a dozen figures locked in combat. The 3 members of his team were facing off against a gloomy-faced IWA ninja. Of the Higashikumo team, only Chaoyu was present, the others were still missing. As a sensor-type, Chaoyu was weak in combat and was being suppressed. Are the Higashikumo Jonin being held up? Qingmu wondered. Captain, are you alright? Ryota, Shinichi, and Maihiko gathered around him upon seeing his arrival. They had faithfully executed the captain's hit-and-run strategy signal upon detecting the enemy, then flee based on the situation. Never fight head-on. I'm fine, but my chakra is running low. Qingmu glanced at the approaching enemy. Don't worry about me. Go inside and protect the daimyo. I'll handle this one. Captain, I'll fight alongside you, Ryota offered. Through accumulated mission experience, he had come to realize that a ninja must not fear or avoid battle. Only by facing challenges head-on could one grow quickly. Qingmu nodded at Ryota. Previously, the 3 of them had barely managed to hold off the enemy, using every trick they had. Shinichi's Sunban were exhausted and posed no threat, and Maihiko's combat ability was negligible. The 2 quickly entered the room and shielded the trembling daimyo. How is this? Ryuka stared at Qingmu puzzled. Each of them had their own mission. If the target who was supposed to be eliminated appeared here, there was only one possibility. Did Dizong get killed by this brat? At this thought, he became wary. Since even Dizong, who was stronger than him, had been defeated by Qingmu alone, he had to be cautious. Qingmu, whose chakra was heavily depleted and needed to recover, was in no hurry to act. Thus the 2 sides stood off, each holding a kunai. Are you really IWA ninja? Qingmu made small talk. You guess. I can't. 1 minute you're posing as Suna ninja, the next as IWA. The Land of Rain should award you a little golden statue. Think what you will. You're just stalling for time. Ryuka saw through Qingmu's intention. Unfazed, Qingmu replied. Then why don't you attack? Kill me quickly. Ryuka glanced at the cautious Ryota, formed a plan, and suddenly lunged toward him. Swish, swish, swish. Ryota and Qingmu almost simultaneously threw shuriken at Ryuka. His assault blocked. Ryuka backflipped to evade. At that moment, Qingmu and Ryota vanished from their spots, both using the body flicker technique. One left, one right. V/. They had practiced this combined attack many times in private. Clang. At the critical moment, Ryuka blocked the strike with a kunai in each hand, but the immense force sent him flying backward. The enemy gave him no time to recover. They pursued relentlessly, switching attack angles between their shadowy forms and striking again. Ryuka quickly threw shuriken to intercept, hoping to disrupt their rhythm and buy time for a jutsu. Qingmu and Ryota had to pause their assault. Captain, this guy used fire release earlier, Ryota quickly warned. Fire release. Qingmu looked at the torrential rain. The Land of Rain was extremely hostile to fire release users. Ryuka was clearly desperate. Fire release Fire Dragon Jutsu. Before the imposing Fire Dragon even reached them, its form shrank by a third and a great cloud of steam rose. Qingmu and Ryota easily dodged and swiftly closed in on Ryuka. Ryuka, seeing his hope for technique fail to produce results, cursed. Damn this Land of Rain. Time didn't allow him to vent his frustration. Qingmu and Ryota had already attacked together. In close quarters combat, 2 against 1, Ryuka was at a clear disadvantage. Qingmu's taijutsu was no less than his, and Ryota constantly harassed, diverting his attention. In a few exchanges, Ryuka's body was covered with cuts of varying sizes from the kunai. Seeming to realize he couldn't escape, Ryuka tore open his shirt, revealing a body covered in explosive tags. He charged recklessly at Ryota, shouting, "You little brat, I'll take you with me." Strangely, the one he hated most was not Qingmu, who had dealt him heavy damage, but the genin Ryota, who had disrupted him. Countless yellow lights radiated from within, making him look like a golden figure. Ryota was stunned by this sudden suicidal move. His legs trembled, and he instinctively stepped back. "Get away!" Qingmu shouted, dashing forward, as if to intercept. But after a few steps, he abruptly burst chakra into his legs and fled in the opposite direction. "If you fell for." Ugh. Ryuka suddenly turned to meet Qingmu head-on, only to see his fleeing back. By then, Ryota had also reacted and quickly fled. Only Ryuka's furious roar remained, "Bastards." It was soon swallowed by the violent explosion. Qingmu and Ryota exchanged a look, both feeling a chill. Captain, the enemies this time are terrifying. They're completely unafraid of death. Ryota said with lingering fear. He had thought Ryuka was truly coming for him, but his target was never him. Thank goodness it wasn't me. I almost died. Ryota secretly thanked his luck. The captain's role wasn't easy. He lacked the ability to put on an act during battle. Qingmu patted Ryota's shoulder. You'll get used to it. This is what a ninja is. A ninja is cunning. In the months since Ryota and Shinichi joined his team, they had experienced many battles, mostly smooth victories with no major mishaps. It wasn't that they were strong or lucky, but that he rarely took risks. By the way, I've never asked. What is your ninja way? Ninja way. The term was clearly unfamiliar to Ryota. He shook his head blankly. I've never thought about that. For an ordinary genin, the only goal was to survive. Fair enough. Think about it when you have time. Let's continue fighting. Qingmu Yu turned his attention to the surroundings and saw that Qiao Yu was nearly beaten with several cuts on his body. Seeing Qingmu Yu free, Qiao Yu called for help. Come help me. Setting aside past grievances, Qingmu Yu quickly assisted and Ryota joined in. The besieged enemy grew uneasy. Meanwhile, the Nighthawk team had suffered casualties, one dead, one seriously injured. However, they had also killed one opponent. It seemed those who could serve as Daimyo's guard ninja were all ruthless. Beep. A sharp whistle sounded from the periphery. The battling enemies exchanged glances, then quickly fled, leaving behind a few corpses and the devastated battlefield. Phew. They're finally gone, those guys. Qiao Yu could no longer hold on and collapsed. He still managed to say to Qingmu Yu, you really saved me back there. Thanks. If not for Qingmu Yu and Ryota's help, he would have died. You're welcome. We're comrades. Oh, we should look out for each other, Qingmu Yu replied. That's right. We're comrades. In the ninja world, strength speaks. Showing enough power earns recognition. As they spoke, Higashikumo Jonin entered the courtyard, his face grim, with two mud-splattered team members. They had clearly just endured a fierce battle. Only when he saw Maihiko and Shinichi escorting the daimyo out of the room did he relax. Lord Daimyo, are you alright? The daimyo, relieved that the enemy had retreated, regained his composure. I'm fine. Thanks to the valiant protection of you warriors. You will all be rewarded. Hearing this, especially the Nighthawk team, their expressions improved. The daimyo spoke with indignation. These damned IWA ninjas daring to disregard the treaty and openly send assassins. My lord daimyo, this is certainly not the work of IWA ninjas. Ying suddenly interrupted. Seeing everyone present turn their gaze toward him, including the daimyo, who showed a puzzled expression. Ying hastily explained, what I mean is, although they wore IWA headbands, neither their physique nor their combat style resembled the Iwa's usual methods. I suspect the enemy is deliberately hiding their true identity, aiming to make you misjudge. The daimyo frowned upon hearing this, feeling uncertain in his heart. Dongyan questioned, oh, Captain Ying seems quite familiar with IWA ninjas. Captain Dongyan is suspecting me then. My subordinates suffered one death and one severe injury in the battle just now. Do you think I would shield the enemy? Ying retorted with a look of indignation. The reason I know about IWA ninjas is that our Iron Fang squad operates in the northern part of the Rain country and has had contact with them, which is how I noticed this discrepancy. I see. I was overthinking. Then who do you think the real enemy is, Dongyan pressed on. Ying sneered. How would I know something like that? He then fell silent, realizing the other was setting a trap and refusing to fall for it. I believe this matter requires investigation before a conclusion can be drawn. Everyone please deal with the situation here first. The daimyo smoothed things over and turned back into the house. He had no interest in the struggles among ninjas. Afterward, Dongyan's squad and Ying's squad each cleared the battlefield, including collecting the enemy ninjas' corpses. Whoever killed them would claim them. Ninja corpses held many secrets and were considered spoils of war. This time, the two Rain ninjas dressed in IWA attire were killed. One split in half by Qingmu Yu, the other forced to self-destruct. Neither body was intact. Captain Dongyan still examined them carefully, but said nothing. From the combat patterns, Qingmu Yu had already guessed the enemies were from Root, but he chose not to inspect the bodies this time. His previous inspection had apparently caused him some trouble, and the hostility from the two Root operatives this time was noticeably stronger. Have they noticed me? I'll have to be more careful from now on. He knew that Hanzō and Danzō would soon collude. If he truly caught Root's attention, Hanzō might hand him over as a gesture of goodwill. He had to constantly grow stronger and demonstrate sufficient value. Your squad performed well this time. The enemy shouldn't return soon, but don't let your guard down. I'll be careful. The next few days were quiet. One day, Captain Dongyan called Qingmu Yu over and said, Qiao Yu was severely injured in the last battle and needs to recuperate. Take his shift for now. Yes. Qingmu Yu quickly agreed. He knew his recent performance had been recognized, and he was being allowed to handle core affairs, secretly delighted. Sir, are there any particular points I should pay attention to? Speak less, listen more, and act more. Qingmu Yu noticed the emphasis on the last word and quickly asked, I'll follow your orders completely. In recent years, many ninja factions independent of the village have emerged within the country. They are trying to gain legitimacy by contacting the daimyo with the aim of replacing the village. Our duty is not just to protect the daimyo. Do you understand? This was the core mission of the escort. Understood. I will record every faction that comes to visit. Qingmu Yu replied. Captain Dongyan nodded in satisfaction. Good. We gather intelligence and send it back to the village. Others will follow up. I've heard you have a talent for intelligence analysis. This task should be easy for you. I will do my utmost to live up to your trust and the village's trust. This task was clearly of great interest to Hanzō, so he had to do it well. Dongyan nodded lightly. He was a man who only cared about results. No matter how much Qingmu Yu boasted, if he failed to deliver, it would be useless. Did he require loyalty? Which ninja in the village wasn't loyal to Lord Hanzō? That night Xingmu went on duty, as usual slackening off. The enemy had suffered heavy losses last time, and would need time to prepare even if they were stubborn. Moreover, having learned the village's attitude toward the daimyo, more surveillance than protection, he took the escort duty even less seriously. The next morning, he joined Dongyun's squad for the day's security work. He roughly inspected the areas to be patrolled, ensuring no one was hiding to ambush, then stuck close to the daimyo at all times. The daimyo was very busy during the day. Although the Rain country was a small nation, it still had plenty of affairs to handle. Especially during the Shinobi World War, bandits, rogue ninjas, and ronin were rampant, often wiping out small villages, with murder and robbery occurring frequently. These people didn't engage in productive work and couldn't get missions. All they did was rob. Additionally, there were various civil engineering projects and government affairs. Being a daimyo was not easy. However, since the last attack, the daimyo seemed increasingly anxious, receiving leaders from numerous domestic factions and organizations. Each claimed to have a solution to the Rain country's predicament, but they were all just boasting, with few offering concrete measures. In truth, they all came asking for money, support, and legitimacy. Xingmu paid no attention to this. He kept a small notebook recording the names, philosophies, and leader information of every visiting organization. He then analyzed their true intentions and assessed their threat level. This task was originally done by Qiao Yu. Xingmu sought some advice from him and began working on it. One day, another faction came to visit the daimyo, a mercenary organization that had risen rapidly around the time of the Third Shinobi World War. Its name was Shao. Xingmu through his gas mask looked at the three figures standing in the hall, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, his thoughts racing. A new ship had appeared, but he wasn't planning to buy a ticket just yet. The timing wasn't right. Yahiko said, "My Lord Daimyo, the philosophy of Shao is to resolve conflicts through dialogue, bringing peace to the Rain country and even the Shinobi world." Oh, that's a novel approach. The daimyo gestured for Yahiko to continue. At that time, the military strength of the Land of Fire was centered on ninjas, and war was the standard method for seizing resources and land. The reason the Land of Fire held such a large territory was that the early ninjas were exceptionally strong. After the first generation, aged, dissatisfied factions from other countries tested Konoha's strength. Thus came the first, second, and now the Third Shinobi World War. Achieving peace through dialogue somewhat resembled the first Hokage's proposal for the first 5 Kage summit. Yes, war has bred too much hatred, and that hatred will brew another war. We need to stop and re-examine ourselves. Due to its geographical location, the Rain country has become a battlefield for other nations, as well as a buffer zone for the great powers. We only need to provide an opportunity for dialogue. Conflicts can surely be resolved peacefully. Yahiko was a man of great charisma, and his words made people believe in him. It seemed he could surely achieve it. However, the one sitting across from him was the daimyo of a nation. To him, such words sounded like the passionate declarations of a youth. He didn't agree inwardly, but didn't show it. "Young man, you have ideas. But how do you get the lands of wind, fire, and earth to sit down and listen to you quietly? Even Hanzō can't do that." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room became oppressive. Although Dongyun's squad all wore gas masks, Xingmu could clearly sense their displeasure. This was a veiled jab at the Rain village. It seems Hanzō and the daimyo have a terrible relationship, Xingmu thought to himself. In truth, it wasn't that the Rain ninjas were inactive or that Hanzō was weak. It was that the overall strength was too insufficient. During the Second Shinobi World War, Rain village single-handedly faced 3 great ninja villages. That was likely the peak of Hanzō's life. With ambitious aspirations, he fought to carve out a bright future for the Rain country. But cruel reality dealt Hanzō a cold blow, and he shut himself away in the village, becoming corrupt and degenerate. The people of the Rain country who once believed in him and looked up to him gradually began to doubt and challenge him. As a result, various new forces emerged. Dongyun's squad looked at Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan with hostility, leaving them bewildered. They had come to spread their philosophy, not to make enemies. Yahiko suppressed his inner panic and replied, "Shao is still in its early stages, very weak. I believe that as we continue to put our philosophy into action through concrete deeds, more like-minded people will recognize us and join us, gathering more strength. Until one day the 3 great nations will have to take us seriously and be willing to sit down and talk with us. That may take a long time. I can't wait that long now. Just a few days ago a group attacked this place. Clearly the enemy doesn't want to wait either." Faced with this reality, Yahiko fell into thought. The truth was that no one would give you time to grow. "I deeply regret that, my Lord Daimyo. Even so, I will not give up on my ideals. One day, I will put an end to this war-torn world. Young man, I am gratified that the Rain country has used with such unwavering conviction. Go to the financial department to collect a sum of money as my support for your cause. I look forward to hearing your name in the future." The daimyo waved his hand, signaling Yahiko to leave. This was not the first time many civilian organizations growing in the Rain country would visit the daimyo. Those who gained the daimyo's approval received a monetary reward, those who didn't left in disgrace. This was also a form of investment. If Xiao ever grew large, the daimyo wouldn't mind granting them an official status to represent the Rain country in peace negotiations with the warring neighbors. We shall take our leave. Yahiko and his two companions bowed to the daimyo once more and left the mansion. Outside, their expressions turned excited. Nagato said, Yahiko visiting the daimyo was the right move. He recognized our non-war philosophy. War only brings tragedy, only communication is the bridge to peace. Conan nodded happily. Although we didn't get the daimyo's authorization, we've made our presence known. As long as we continue to build our reputation back home, we'll soon qualify to talk with other nations. You're right. Opportunities are earned by striving. We must keep moving forward no matter how great the difficulties. One day, I will bring peace to this forever weeping country. Yahiko spread his arms, feeling the falling rain. At that moment, he was full of confidence. Even if the road ahead was thorny, his heart was filled with hope. Organization Akatsuki. Leader Yahiko. Philosophy pacifism, striving to resolve conflicts through communication and foster peace. Member count within 10 people. Threat level C. Response recommendation, a group of idealistic youths likely to be drowned in the waves of the shinobi world war. Currently no threat to the village. Observation is the primary approach. Recorder Qingmu Yu Chunin. Location Daimyo's mansion. The above is Qingmu Yu's record of this meeting, categorizing the potential threats posed by various forces to the village into 5 levels, S, A, B, C, and D. The organizations we eliminated recently were merely some of the more boisterous ones. Many organizations remained neutral, while some were so powerful that even the Rain Hidden Village could not easily confront them. After 3 years of personal training under Jiraiya, the trio of Yahiko had grown considerably strong. At least Qingmu Yu admitted he could not defeat any of them. By all rights, it should have been rated at least B level, but he marked it as C. He was willing to cover for his future employer provided it did not put him in danger. After all, he was still under probation as a prospective subordinate of Lord Hanzō. The most crucial skill for a wage earner is to know who pays your salary. After work, Qingmu Yu handed the record to his squad leader Takumo Jonin, who glanced at it and sneered. A few brats still wet behind the ears, thinking they can end war through negotiation. Ridiculous. Yes, they must have never experienced the pain of war to speak so arrogantly. Good luck to them. Those who hold such naive thoughts will eventually take a hard fall. Pay them no mind. We must focus on the organizations that can truly threaten the village. Takumo spoke with hidden meaning. Qingmu Yu immediately caught on. My lord, you mean the Iron Fang clan? Since the last attack, relations between the two sides had become more delicate, marked by mutual distrust and finger-pointing. Yi Ying's argument was that the previous battle had been so intense, yet Takumo and his 2 squad members had arrived late, surely deliberately delaying and disregarding the daimyo's safety. Takumo, on the other hand, believed that Yi Ying and his men were protecting the rock-hidden village and colluding with the attackers. Exactly. The Iron Fang clan appears to be composed of rogue ninjas, but in reality, they may be the mouthpiece of the rock-hidden village in our country. Their goal is to collapse the rule of our Rain-hidden village from within, plunging the country into prolonged civil war. Ultimately, we would become a mere vassal to the great powers, a sacrifice of war. On this point, the Leaf Rock and Sand villages shared an astonishing common goal. A weakened, war-torn land of Rain was exactly what Fire, Earth, and Wind desired. Do you intend to gather evidence of the Iron Fang clan colluding with the rock-hidden village? Qingmu Yu asked tentatively. Doing so would secure the daimyo's full support and oust the Iron Fang clan from official recognition. Then they could be annihilated. Precisely. I want you to monitor the Yi Ying squad around the clock from today on and ideally obtain critical intelligence. Takumo ordered solemnly. Is this even a job for a human? The Takumo squad had been in contact with the Yi Ying squad for so long without getting any intel, and now he was asking a mere combat-oriented chunin to do espionage work. What a leader indeed, shamelessly delegating tasks he couldn't accomplish himself to subordinates. Qingmu Yu had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept, though he managed to secure the right to act freely, which meant he didn't have to stay at his post all the time. The Yi Ying squad must have regular contact with their headquarters. If he could obtain their communication scrolls, he might discover something. A competent leader would not merely shift pressure onto subordinates, but would break down the work into manageable parts and assign each person a specific role. But if the higher-ups dumped pressure on him, and he didn't pass it on, wouldn't he become the punching bag? That evening, Meihue, Ryota, and Shinichi, who were about to start their shift, were summoned to Qingmu Yu's room. With a grave expression, he said, "Listen, I have a secret mission for you. You must overcome all difficulties to complete it." Meihue, Ryota, and Shinichi. A moment later, the 3 left for their posts with heavy hearts, their usual slacking attitudes completely gone. Meihue was better off, who as a sensory-type ninja, intelligence gathering and analysis fell within her expertise. Ryota and Shinichi, however, were complete amateurs, scratching their heads in confusion. Such intelligence work required time and patience. The less you knew, the more you needed to stay calm. No panicking. While continuing his escort duties, Qingmu Yu ordered his squad members to closely monitor every move of the Yi Ying squad. He was waiting for the enemy to slip up. If the Takumo squad had been struggling for so long, and he succeeded right away, wouldn't that make everyone else look incompetent? Such an uncooperative act must never be done. Work must be done, but so must slacking. Thus, every few days he would report to Takumo Jonin on the project's progress, keeping his leader in the loop. Mehui logged all daily activities of the Ying squad. The young girl's job had now become round-the-clock surveillance of the Ying squad. The reports mostly consisted of mundane routines like when they ate or used the restroom. Nothing of value. Half a month passed. The daimyo's mansion, after much delay, finally issued a statement regarding the previous attack. We strongly condemn the unidentified force's assassination attempt on the daimyo. The Land of Rain has its bottom line. Any despicable acts that violate the ceasefire terms will ultimately backfire. Heaven watches, and those who lift a stone will drop it on their own feet. This essentially told the attackers that regardless of their motives, the Land of Rain would not be provoked. We act from the heart. This left the root operatives active in the Land of Rain utterly stunned. How could they tolerate such humiliation? They were at a loss. In a hidden underground cave, the core stronghold of Root in the Land of Rain. Lord Ryoma, why have you come in person? The rock-hidden village has declared war on the Leaf. The third Hokage publicly rebuked Lord Hanzō all because of your incompetence. From now on I will oversee all matters in the Land of Rain. Yes, we are guilty and accept punishment. What exactly happened last time? Both missions failed completely. After several rounds of probing, we had already exhausted the Iron Fang clan and the Rain-hidden ninjas. Just 2 days before we were to strike, the target squad suddenly changed their defensive strategy. We couldn't extract the daimyo without alerting them. We had to launch a full assault. I see. So the enemy is unexpectedly troublesome. After learning the details, Lord Ryoma realized the situation in the Land of Rain was more complicated than he had anticipated. Root had already lost many capable operatives in the conflicts between the rock and sand villages. As a result, they had no numerical advantage during the daimyo attack, and all the enemies were tough nuts to crack. That was why they failed. Any recent news? Yes. Although the daimyo of the Land of Rain declared neutrality, our intelligence agents discovered that the Rain-hidden village is secretly stockpiling supplies. Their specific intentions are unknown. Also, the suppression of rebel forces in the Land of Rain is intensifying. The Iron Fang clan seems to be backed by the rock-hidden village. I see. Halt all operations for now. I need to investigate. Lord Ryoma called a stop to all ongoing plans. Currently, the sand and rock villages were already at war thanks to Root's schemes. The Rain-hidden village remained restrained, as evidenced by the withdrawal of their border troops from the combat zone. He recalled Hanzō's instructions before his departure: under no circumstances allow the Rain-hidden village to declare war on the Leaf, nor let it ally with either wind or earth. In that case, we must continue to deepen the conflict between the Rain-hidden and rock-hidden villages. 2 days later, Lord Ryoma arrived in the capital of the Land of Rain. Under the cover of night, he infiltrated the daimyo's mansion. His infiltration skills were unparalleled within Root. Soon he discovered the first defensive perimeter and surveyed the entire area along its outer edge. Blocked from 4 directions, all entrances within sight. There's a sensory-type ninja too. No wonder. Even if he used Earth Release to burrow underground, he couldn't avoid the close guards, and he'd have to dodge the irregular scans of the sensory ninja. So this is the target to eliminate: Qingmu Yu. His blue hair was conspicuous even in the dead of night. Lord Ryoma did not act immediately, but observed for a full week. That night, a single parasitic insect silently flew toward Qingmu Yu. At that moment, Qingmu Yu was immersed in cultivation. For him, standing guard was equivalent to training. Sometimes he would sit all night without feeling tired. He could now easily achieve a state of serene stillness. In his meditation practice, he could hold the afterimage of a candle flame in his mind for up to 10 minutes. His spiritual energy had become more refined, and his perception of the environment had greatly improved. As the saying goes, no feather can land, no fly can alight. Every subtle movement around him was detectable, like the tiny insect that had just landed on his shoulder. Wait, this insect looks familiar. It's... Slap. He swatted it dead. A leaf dog, I've sensed you. Come out. I didn't expect your perception to be so sharp. No wonder you killed so many of our men. Lord Ryoma said, astonished. Parasitic insects could alight on a ninja undetected, especially in the noisy, rainy environment. This proved that the target's perceptive ability was far stronger than the intelligence had indicated. I never killed any leaf ninja. Don't make false accusations. Qingmu, you had only killed sand, rock, and rogue ninjas. The Rain-hidden village was still openly allied with the Leaf. He couldn't bear that charge. You know exactly what I mean. No one kills our men without paying the price. You wouldn't want your mother to get hurt, would you? So the intelligence has indeed leaked. Of course, the Leaf had spies in the Rain-hidden village. Qingmu Yu was not surprised. If I don't accept threats. If you don't state your purpose, I'll call for backup. A ninja never easily compromises. Once you've given, it will happen again and again. Qingmu Yu had already decided to investigate the people around him upon returning to the village. Yunu Lama was not surprised. saying that was merely an attempt to increase the leverage in his hand. From the intelligence, it was clear that the target was a person of strong, while not easily manipulated. You're looking for evidence of the Taya group colluding with the Yanin village, aren't you? Although it was a question, the tone was quite certain. Upon hearing this, Qingmu Yu's heart stirred. The other party was certainly not here for the first time. They must have noticed something. During this period, among the members of the Gen organization, the Yunu clan member, with such exceptional infiltration ability, seemed to be only one. Yunu Longma, are you trying to cooperate with us? Then you should go to Lord Banzang. I am just a chunin. You don't need to probe. You've already guessed our purpose, haven't you? The reason we chose you is that I saw in you the same dark qualities as ours. Your talent is quite good, but making a name for yourself in Yuin village is impossible. Even if you become Banzang's guard, you won't truly gain his trust. Not to mention learning important ninjutsu. And we can provide all that. Dealing with enemies, Jin had many methods. Kill if possible, buy off if not, and eliminate the stubborn with schemes. The target's utility value was the sole criterion. As the most closely watched target, Jin understood very well what kind of person Banzang was. The reason Qingmu Yu wanted to become Banzang's guard was partly for safety and partly for ninjutsu. Banzang's signature techniques: water teleportation, explosive flame array, flying sickle slash, and abuse poison. Even if he recognized Banzang as his godfather, these techniques would never be passed on to him. His plan was to learn some conventional water release ninjutsu and knowledge of other natures. He couldn't rely solely on water release his whole life. A Jonin was someone who mastered at least 2 or more chakra nature transformations. He wanted to learn them all. Now that Jin's people had come to him voluntarily, though he knew the risk was high, he still wanted to try. However, the basic skill of negotiation was to not appear too eager, even when you wanted something. So he remained silent. Seeing this, Yunu Longma smiled, because silence itself was an attitude. Without a clear refusal, there was hope. Ninja from small villages can never break through their own limitations. A few basic ninjutsu can sell their loyalty, and ninjutsu is the resource that Mai has in abundance. He then took out a scroll from his body and tossed it to Qingmu Yu. This is our sincerity. Think it over carefully. In a ninja's life, choice is far more important than effort. Such opportunities are rare, and there are few ninja worthy of such an opportunity from us. With that, his body turned into a swarm of black insects, merging into the rainy night and disappearing. Qingmu Yu calmly put away the scroll. Right after Yunu Longma left on the other side, Mei Huizi frowned. This chakra, very strong. Who is the captain meeting? Could it be someone from the Taya group? Not knowing the situation, she chose to keep her doubts to herself. As a sensory-type ninja, she often discovered small secrets. Selective ignorance was the way to long-term survival. The captain must be under a lot of pressure now. Now the Nighthawk squad, and they could no longer even maintain a surface level of harmony, and both sides wanted to drive the other away from the daimyo's side. Therefore, obtaining evidence of the Taya group colluding with Yanin village was crucial. Mei Huizi knew that recently Jonin Donyun often called her for talks, probably to push for progress. After being promoted to Chunin, I never expected the survival pressure to be even greater. I hope after this mission I can be approved for a transfer. Mei Huizi thought silently. The night passed without incident. After dawn, Qingmu Yu returned to his room. He opened the scroll impatiently, and his heart raced instantly. Bastard, they figured out my situation very well. The scroll contained 2 basic ninjutsu. One was water release mist hidden technique, and the other was lightning release ground run. These 2 techniques were specifically chosen to target his weaknesses, greatly enhancing his actual combat power. In the Rain Country, using the mist hidden technique would multiply its density, range, and duration. If his sword technique could be concealed by the mist hidden technique, his success rate would also increase greatly. As for lightning release ninjutsu, he knew none. Very sincere, I like it. Take a gamble, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. He couldn't keep flattering the village and waiting for handouts round after round of assessments. Yunu Longma was right. Even if he became a guard, he would still be on the periphery. It would be better to first take a part-time job with Tuanzang, get the benefits, and then once he had a clean record, serve Banzang full-time. Neither of these old bastards was a good person, so he had no moral burden. Xiaoyu's injury had healed, so he wasn't needed for the day shift. He rested for half the morning, then in the afternoon strolled around the capital city, found a place to practice these 2 ninjutsu quietly. The difficulty wasn't great, especially the D-rank mist hidden technique, which could be mastered in a few days. Fearing the scroll might have been tampered with, he burned it after memorizing the contents. These 2 techniques couldn't be used openly, so there was no rush. 3 days later in the afternoon, Qingmu Yu formally met Yunu Longma in a small inn. That night was dark, and he couldn't see clearly, but now he got a look. Dressed in a black hooded cloak, dark glasses with a folded purple paint pattern at the corner of his mouth, this further confirmed his identity. Honored guest from my, how do you propose we cooperate? Qingmu Yu spoke first. Neither of them intended to exchange pleasantries. It was a relationship of mutual exploitation, and they were too lazy for small talk. The conversation was direct. To demonstrate our strength, tell me about your current predicament. I will provide necessary assistance as appropriate. Yunu Longma intended to retreat, in order to advance, seizing the initiative. Heh, don't make it sound so nice. I know your purpose. But this time we happen to be going the same way. I need to obtain concrete evidence of the Taya group colluding with Yanin village and hand it over to the village. That shouldn't be difficult for you, right? When it came to intelligence capabilities, one had to look at Jin, which had deeply infiltrated not only Mai, but also other villages. Yunu Longma nodded and said agreed. Within a week at most you'll have it. Seeing this, Qingmu quickly expressed his stance. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. If there's anything I can do in the future, just command me. As long as it doesn't compromise my loyalty to Lord Banzang, I will never shrink from any danger. Bullshit loyalty. If you were truly loyal, you wouldn't have come to see me. Yunu Longma didn't believe a single punctuation mark of Qingmu's words. He then said, I also hope for a pleasant cooperation. After all, there will be many days ahead. This was their first cooperation, a mutual benefit, and a process of building trust. Jin's schemes were never about immediate gains, but about a fatal strike at the critical moment. Well said. There will be many days ahead. Then it's settled. I'll wait for your good news. Qingmu turned and left without asking for new ninjutsu, though he was eager to learn more comprehensive and advanced knowledge. Later, Tuanzang and Banzang would still cooperate, and given Tuanzang's caution, he would surely have use for him. As long as he played his cards right, these things would come in time. Over the next few days, Qingmu went out every afternoon to scout, going through the motions while familiarizing himself with his newly acquired ninjutsu. He couldn't just stay cooped up in his room and then suddenly produce a key piece of intelligence. That day, when he returned to his room in the mansion, he saw Jonin Dongyun sitting inside waiting for him. His heart trembled with fear. Could this guy have discovered something? But then Dongyun's words made his anxious heart settle. You're back? Any progress lately? So it was a progress check. Well, I found some leads. I discovered the Taya group's contact point in the capital and have been following up these days. I believe we'll have results soon. Qingmu had indeed found the Taya group's contact point and secretly entered to look around, but found nothing. That place was just the Taya group's office in the capital used for receiving commissions. Jonin Dongyun was clearly not satisfied with this. You can't wait passively. A ninja must learn to take the initiative. There's an opportunity right now. What opportunity? Qingmu grew wary. This Dongyun guy didn't seem like a good person inside and out. This was different from Zwitting Along. Zwitting Along was cold on the outside, but if you showed your value and earned his recognition, he was easy to deal with. Dongyun was the complete opposite. He would dump difficult and dangerous tasks on subordinates and push them for credit. Such people were the most common in Yuin village. Just today, the Taya group sent another new squad for rotation. The Nighthawk squad will return today. You will secretly tail them, find their hidden core base, and bring back intelligence. Dongyun paused here, then emphasized, ideally infiltrate and search for evidence of their collusion with Yanin village. Him a Chunin to tail a group of Chunin and a Jonin. This, my lord. Dongyun raised a hand to stop Qingmu's unfinished words. I know what you're worried about, but time waits for no one. For the village, for Lord Banzang, some things are worth trying no matter how dangerous. If it's so worth trying, why don't you go yourself? Qingmu complained internally. There were few good people in Yuin village who everything served Banzang. Yes, I will do my utmost. Rest assured, if this succeeds, you'll get your due credit. Furthermore, I will recommend you for the guard unit. That's your dream, isn't it? Dongyun reassured him. Yes, thank you, my lord. Qingmu pretended to be grateful. He hated his own dream. Prepare yourself. Leave at any moment. Dongyun gave the order and left. Such an important task, and he didn't send his own squad members, especially Xiaoyu, who as a sensory ninja was more suited for tracking, but instead sent him. I'll remember this debt. Qingmu thought bitterly. He dreaded encountering such a ruthless leader. It seems I have no choice but to go. He had thought that cooperating with Jin would solve this matter, but who would have expected this new development? He himself was not a sensory ninja. It was impossible to tail a Jonin squad. He would have to bring Mei Huizi along. After Dongyun left, Aoki gathered the team members. Mei Huizi said, Captain, it seems that the Iron Fangs have sent another team today. They are on rotation, so we need to tail the Nighthawk squad and see where they go. Aoki paused here, then said, Jinny Liangtai, you two continue to guard the mansion. Liangtai and Jinny secretly sighed in relief. For them to track a Jonin would be suicide. Thankfully, the captain maintained his moral integrity. They gave him a mental thumbs up. In the rain-hidden village, as long as you act like a decent person, you deserve praise. After arranging the tasks, Aoki and Mei Huizi waited patiently. Mei Huizi was uneasy and said, this mission is very dangerous, isn't it? Would a non-dangerous mission ever fall to me? For low-level ninjas like us to climb up, we can only seize opportunities by doing what others are unwilling to do. Many ninjas die on impossible missions. There is no choice. Mei Huizi nodded. I understand. She noticed that Aoki used the word I instead of we. Aoki thought Mei Huizi was under too much psychological pressure and quickly explained, your job is to help me track the enemy. Once we reach the place, you return immediately. I know you've always been like this. Those two were lucky to join your team, otherwise they would have died long ago. During the war, there were many high-risk missions, such as border skirmishes and extermination of enemy forces. Less than half of the ninjas from Liangtai and Jinny's batch are still alive. In the entire rain-hidden village, perhaps only Aoki would tell his subordinates to run first if they encounter danger. Aoki smiled. You're taking it too seriously, aren't you? A ninja's life is just that. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Mei Huizi inwardly approved of the captain. He might be cautious usually, but he could also go all out at critical moments. After waiting about 2 hours, Mei Huizi stood up and said, "They're moving. Let's follow." Whether the Nighthawk squad had a sensory-type ninja, Aoki didn't know. He only knew they were certainly on guard against them. The facts proved it true. At first the tracking went smoothly. Although the enemy was cautious, it was within expectations, such as suddenly stopping to wait or abruptly changing direction. "Wait, Captain, they're returning the same way," Mei Huizi suddenly said. "What? These people are too cautious." Aoki was quite exhausted. Fortunately, they had been trailing diagonally from behind from the start, not actually following the Nighthawk squad's route. This was the advantage of having a sensory-type ninja. "This is unsafe. Let's adopt the parallel tracking strategy," Mei Huizi asked in confusion. "If they also have a sensory ninja, will be easily discovered." Aoki retorted. If they had a sensory ninja, they wouldn't be going through all this trouble. He was betting that the enemy didn't have a sensory ninja. If they did, they would be directly discovered, and the mission would fail. He even half expected to be discovered, but after several rounds of evasion, they remained undetected, proving that the enemy team had no sensory ninja. 3 hours later, the Nighthawk squad entered a small town. Aoki checked the map and found it was called Changya. Could it be here? He didn't rashly follow them in. If it was indeed the enemy's stronghold, the probability of being discovered was as high as 90. After studying the situation, he took Mei Huizi to scout around the town. They found that the western side of Changya had an underground drainage outlet. The rainfall had been light recently, so it was barely passable. He planned to infiltrate using this method. The smell inside was naturally unpleasant, and the water was murky. Fortunately, it was dark, out of sight, out of mind. "Captain, you're really steady-handed," Mei Huizi complained. "All women love cleanliness, and female ninjas are no exception. It's not very hygienic, but it's safe. Let's bear with it for now." Aoki took the lead and crawled into the large pipe, the water submerging more than half his body. Mei Huizi was shorter than him, so she was submerged even more, shivering all over. "Ugh, I'm going to take 3 baths when I get back." Me too. The town was small, so they reached the interior in no time. At every exit they would surface to investigate. After more than 2 hours they found a clue. The manhole cover near an izakaya was quietly opened a crack from inside. As soon as Mei Huizi activated her sensory ninjutsu, her expression changed. She quickly stopped probing. There's a strong chakra reaction inside. Many ninjas, including the Nighthawk squad. At such a stronghold, the enemy certainly had sensory ninjas as well. 2 sensory ninjas would easily detect each other. That's good. This is likely one of the Iron Fang's important strongholds. Return immediately, the same way, don't wait for me. Understood. If I don't return in 3 days, I'll be considered dead, right? Mei Huizi nodded and went back through the underground pipe. Her combat ability was limited, and staying would be of no help. Aoki did not act hastily. Half the mission was already done. He knew that Dongyun wanted more than just the Iron Fang stronghold. He also needed to ascertain the personnel deployment inside the stronghold, and most importantly, evidence of contact with the Amegakure. The last part was not as important because Root would provide the evidence. Now all he needed to do was gather information about the main core members and their strength. Aoki found a concealed spot nearby and hid, waiting patiently. After a few hours, dawn broke and the town gradually awakened. Early rising residents began to appear on the streets. People started leaving the izakaya one after another. Aoki even spotted several members of the Nighthawk squad leaving in the distance, their expressions relaxed. This confirmed that this place was indeed one of the Iron Fang's important strongholds. Because only when one returns home does one let down their guard. He did not intend to attack these people. If anything happened to them, the Nighthawk would quickly realize they were being followed. By the time the Rain Ninja Extermination Force arrived, they would have disappeared. He targeted a person who left together with a Nighthawk squad member named Huajiangwan. They were arm in arm, chatting and laughing, looking very familiar. Liangjie did not know he had been targeted. He had been drinking at the tavern for most of the night. In the morning, slightly tipsy, he said goodbye to Huajiangwan and staggered home. His home was a rather old house where he lived alone. After returning, he flopped onto the bed and started snoring loudly. Soon he was snoring. This is unexpectedly smooth. Aoki, who had quietly crept to the bedside, instantly grabbed the sleeping Liangjie's neck. At the same time, he quickly severed the limbs. This doesn't feel right. Sure enough, Liangjie's body on the bed turned into a pool of water. Aoki was all too familiar with this technique. With a click, the wooden door was closed. The real Liangjie walked out from the doorway, saying smugly, "Got you. How did you detect me?" Liangjie said, "I knew from the moment you set foot in this house. Prepare to die." The Liangjie who had been speaking behind the door appeared in front of Aokiyu in the next instant. Clang! Kunai and longsword clashed, sending sparks flying. So fast, Aokiyu's mind shook. He had just struck with instinct. The opponent's speed surpassed his own, even though he had mastered the body flicker technique. Now it was Liangjie's turn to be surprised. Oh, I didn't expect you to match my speed. You're quick, but how about this? Swish, swish, swish. Instantly the room was filled with Liangjie's afterimages, moving so fast that the eyes could not keep up. Bang, bang, bang. Aokiyu fought purely on instinct, but the opponent's speed was too great. No matter what, he couldn't block all the attacks. He could only protect his vital points. To think I'd run into such a freak just by picking someone at random. As if reading Aokiyu's thoughts, Liangjie attacked while saying, "You think I'm some small fry, huh? Ha ha. Do you know my codename in the Iron Fangs? Phantom Spirit Cat. Puff, puff, puff." Several wounds appeared on Aokiyu's body, cut by the kunai. At one point Liangjie suddenly stopped, swayed, and nearly fell, clearly still not fully sober. If this guy hadn't been drinking, his speed would probably have been even faster. Aokiyu seized the opportunity and quickly formed hand seals. Water release, hidden mist technique. He opened his mouth and spat out white mist which quickly filled the entire room, reducing visibility to 0. He had just acquired this ninjutsu and hadn't expected to use it so soon. You bastard. Liangjie realized the malicious intent behind Aokiyu's move. Once he lost his speed advantage in this confined space, things would turn very bad for him. The next moment a blade flashed through the spot where Liangjie had stood. Did he dodge? Aokiyu held his breath and used his powerful spiritual energy to relocate Liangjie through the mist. This white mist was created by him and contained his chakra. The enemy had nowhere to hide. Huff. He gently slowed his breathing, suppressed his presence, and crept closer to the opponent. This was the essence of the silent killing technique. Rain, mist, breath, rain, cut. Puff. The strike was too close and too fast, exceeding Liangjie's current reaction speed. He only managed to dash half a step before his leg was severed. He fell to the ground, wailing in agony. Woo! Aokiyu quickly covered Liangjie's mouth, disabled his arms, and used bandages to stop the bleeding. In moments the latter's face turned pale from blood loss. You despicable coward. If not for my drunken mistake, how could you have taken advantage of me? Kill me. Liangjie roared in anger. Blame yourself for violating the 3 ninja prohibitions. You won't survive today, but before that I have a few questions. I hope you'll cooperate, and I'll give you a quick death. Don't even think about it. You lackey of the rain-hidden village. The Iron Fangs will eventually replace you and save this country. You should worry about yourself now. Don't make things difficult for us. We're all pawns of those big shots. There's no need to fight to the death. If you had won just now, I would have confessed even without you asking. Aokiyu tried to coax him, hoping to save some trouble. Dream on. I won't fall for your tricks. Kill me. Liangjie was unmoved, determined to die. Time was running short, and Qingmuyu feared someone might stumble upon them, so he resorted to torture. Fortunately, he happened to carry 1,000-needle acupuncture needles on his person. He drove them into each fingertip one by one, administering the needle punishment. They say the 10 fingers connect straight to the heart. Even with alcohol numbing the pain, Ryuk simply could not endure it. He confessed almost immediately that Izakaya was merely an entrance. The true operation lay in a vast underground facility below one of the Tetsuju's most important strongholds. 3 elite squads were permanently stationed there, along with a number of ordinary members responsible for missions across the Kyoto region, including serving as protective ninjas for the local daimyo. They were also tasked with gathering crucial supplies. Currently these goods were stored in a warehouse south of Nagano Castle, scheduled to be transported out today, with the Izushi Mine as their destination. The Izushi Mine lay to the northeast of the Rain Country, near the border of the Grass Country, a region currently engulfed in the conflict between the Iwa village and Konoha. Could these supplies be destined for Iwa? This was an unexpected yet vital piece of intelligence, enough to make Qingmuyu abandon his original plan of departing immediately. He needed to investigate the warehouse himself. Having obtained this key intelligence, Qingmuyu wrapped up the corpse and carried it away. He tidied the room briefly, creating the impression that the occupant had simply stepped out for some urgent matter. Qingmuyu lay in ambush outside the warehouse in the southern district. Guards stood watch at the warehouse doors, their defenses tight and meticulous. Rather than attempting to infiltrate, he settled nearby and waited patiently. Transporting such cargo never went unnoticed. Within the Tetsuju stronghold, the giant Rhino squad was mustering. Their duty today was to escort the supplies. What's taking that idiot Ryuk so long? Captain, he drank with Hanakemaru until dawn last night. He's probably still asleep. Don't worry, he'll catch up quickly enough with his speed. That bastard never can kick that filthy habit. Send someone to fetch him. We're departing first. Don't let this delay the mission. The giant lizard captain waved his hand and led the way toward the warehouse. Understood, Captain. The squad member acknowledged and turned to the person beside him. Koya, go to Ryuk's house and remind him not to forget the mission. Upon receiving the order, Koya wasted no time. In barely a moment he arrived at Ryuk's residence and searched around, but found no sign of him. Strange. Where could he have gone? Did he head to Hanakemaru's place instead? Koya turned around and made his way to Hanakemaru's home. Hanakemaru was equally bewildered upon hearing this. He and Ryuk had parted ways the previous night and gone home separately as far as he knew. Having just returned from escort duty, Hanakemaru's vigilance snapped to full alert. Though they had been cautious on their way back the night before, one could never be too careful. You go back first. I'll handle this. After Koya departed, Hanakemaru immediately dressed and went to investigate Ryuk's home. After a thorough search, he noticed a few telling traces. Could Rain Village Ninja have followed us all the way here? No way, that's absurd. After much deliberation, Hanakemaru decided he must report this to Captain Nighthawk. Every possibility, no matter how unlikely, had to be pursued. Near the warehouse, after 30 minutes of patient waiting, Qingmu finally saw a procession emerge. Carts laden with crates rolled out of the compound, heading toward the city gates, escorted by a ninja squad. Qingmu followed from a distance, tracking their movements, and confirmed the caravan was indeed heading northeast. Satisfied, he immediately broke into a sprint toward Kyoto. This intelligence is invaluable. Upper Chunin Azugomo will be most pleased. As for the village, given Azugomo's character, he would almost certainly claim full credit while downplaying Qingmu's role. But if he bypassed Azugomo and reported directly to the village, he would earn the reputation of insubordination and make enemies of his superiors who would hardly appreciate such boldness. How foolish. Why should I center my thoughts around the village? I should maximize my own interests. Thoughts raced through Qingmu's mind, and he recalled Aburama Ryuma. I wonder how things are progressing on his end. The specific course of action would depend on the situation. If the Root Division had not obtained the communication scroll between the Tetsujyu and IWA, then he would have no choice but to report faithfully. After running hard for most of the day, he finally drew near Kyoto. Before him lay the forest's edge. Once he crossed onto the main continent and traveled a short distance further, he would enter the capital. The moment he approached the forest's edge, swish, 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 a dozen shuriken came flying at him. Clang, clang, clang. So I've been discovered after all. Qingmu had never considered his actions particularly discreet. After all, he was not a professional intelligence operative, and many scenes he believed he had handled properly still contained glaring flaws. So it's you. I was worried I was being too suspicious. Hanakemaru recognized Qingmu's identity at a glance, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had reported his findings to Captain Nighthawk, who immediately regrouped the squad members. Two remained behind at the stronghold while Captain Nighthawk and Hanakemaru took pursuit, finally intercepting him here. Nagano Castle lay to the north. Whether the target intended to return to Rain Village or Kyoto, this route was unavoidable. Speak. Where's Ryuk? What have you done to him? I have no idea what you're talking about. Why are you blocking my path? Qingmu flatly denied everything. Still trying to hide it. You won't leave here alive today. Attack. Nighthawk had no patience for idle words. He led the assault without hesitation, fully aware that even a Chunin like Qingmu was not someone to underestimate. He ordered Hanakemaru to join the attack. Boom, boom, boom. Qingmu hurled kunai embedded with explosive tags toward the Nighthawk squad's position. Buying himself precious time, he formed hand seals. Water release mist technique. A massive surge of chakra condensed into thick fog, blanketing hundreds of meters around in the blink of an eye. From afar, the entire small forest seemed swallowed by the dense haze. He was fortunate that the ambush had taken place within the forest. In open terrain, escape would have been impossible. Damn it, that bastard is trying to use this as cover to flee. Nighthawk shouted urgently. Having served together on night watch, they were familiar with one another. They had even fought side by side against attackers before. Neither had imagined they would soon find themselves drawn by blades. Qingmu Azugomo, the despicable bastard, sent you to tail us, and it was always meant to be your death sentence. Why not defect? The Tetsujyu has always been fair. With your abilities, you could rise to Jonin rank here swiftly. We will topple Hafzon's corrupt regime and become the hope of the Rain Country. You have no future in the Rain Village. These words were merely a standard psychological gambit. Nighthawk did not genuinely expect Qingmu to fall for them. However, Captain Nighthawk, your words lack sincerity. Don't think I'm unaware of what you've truly been. Qingmu never finished his sentence. A figure appeared before him at blinding speed. Got you. Nighthawk slashed open Qingmu's throat with his kunai. Qingmu's body dissolved into a puddle of water. A water clone. No. Hanakemaru, look out. Nighthawk cried out, cursing himself for falling into the diversion trap. From the distance came Hanakemaru's furious roar. Despicable coward. I've been expecting this all along. Snap. Hanakemaru stared at his shattered kunai in disbelief. Schlick. The agony of a blade piercing through his body served as a grim reminder that his opponent was not only cunning, but far stronger than anticipated. I cannot let this man escape alive, or everyone. Summoning his last reserves of strength despite his fading consciousness, Hanakemaru lunged forward, gripping Qing Muyu's arms with both hands, and kicked off the tree trunk with all his might, sending them both plummeting to the ground. At the same time, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Captain, strike now! Take me with you! You madman!" Qing Muyu suspended midair, panicked, and found himself unable to break free in time. But the charging Nighthawk had already unleashed his jutsu. Earth Release Rock Pillar Lance. Sharp, high-strength stone columns erupted from the ground, aiming to skewer them both like meat on a spit. At the critical moment, Qing Muyu arched his back and kicked Hanakemaru squarely in the stomach, breaking free from the grip and narrowly escaping the pillar storm. But Hanakemaru was simultaneously impaled by several rock pillars, his death gruesome and horrific. Hanakemaru. Nighthawk's eyes widened in shock. Though he regarded his subordinates as mere tools after spending so much time together, some measure of attachment had formed. "Damn you, bastard. I will kill you." Nighthawk's fury fixated entirely upon Qing Muyu. It was this man who had cost him such a loyal subordinate. "TCH, you really think I have no counter?" While wielding elements beyond one's natural affinity multiplies chakra consumption manifold, there is no time for caution now. Speed is essential. We are close to Kyoto. If other ninja are alerted, the intelligence could leak. With that thought, Nighthawk's hands moved through hand seals with lightning speed. Wind release, great breakthrough. Whoosh. A tornado-like gale swept through, instantly dissipating the dense fog that had blanketed the area. Even the leaves on surrounding trees were stripped away, leaving no cover whatsoever. Whoosh. A figure shot forward at incredible speed, massed among the swirling leaves, racing toward the distance. "Don't think you're getting away." Nighthawk gave chase, hurling several shuriken to cut off Qing Muyu's escape route. Clang, clang, clang. Qing Muyu deflected the thrown weapons with his blade, never breaking his desperate sprint. The two collided midair in a fierce exchange. "What? This guy can keep pace with my speed." Nighthawk was genuinely taken aback. Boom. Qing Muyu absorbed a hidden blow, forcing down the pain in his body and using the recoil to accelerate further. A Jonin is indeed formidable. Even raw strength places him a tier above mine. All I can rely on is speed. He was profoundly grateful he had relentlessly trained his movement techniques. His body flicker was his lifeline. The two figures burst from the forest, one leading and one in pursuit, racing along the open road. As Night Eagle pursued, he hurled kunai and shuriken from behind, attempting to disrupt Qing Muyu's rhythm. Relying on her extraordinary spiritual perception, Qing Muyu dodged each attack with pinpoint precision, as if she had eyes in the back of her head. While chasing, the two did not forget to exchange barbs. "Brett, your speed seems to have slowed. Have you exhausted your chakra?" "Captain Night Eagle, you don't have much chakra left either, or else why wouldn't you accelerate to catch up with me? Keep your bravado. Your death is imminent." With that, Night Eagle truly accelerated. Qing Muyu also pushed her physical energy to its limits, increasing her speed. As the distance closed again, Night Eagle seized the opportunity to instantly appear behind Qing Muyu and launched an attack. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew as kunai and longsword clashed. Qing Muyu, ultimately weaker, had her arm slashed by Night Eagle, who then kicked her away. She skidded across the ground for a considerable distance. Covered in mud, utterly disheveled. "Huff! Finally caught you, you damn nuisance." Night Eagle strode over, blood dripping from his kunai. Qing Muyu sneered, "Heh. A rogue ninja from the rain country wouldn't possess such strength, proficient in both earth and wind release. What use is saying that now? Even if you know my identity, you have no chance to send out the intelligence." Night Eagle wasted no words, aware that Qing Muyu was stalling for time. He prepared to finish her with his kunai. This is... Night Eagle's hand stopped. He saw a tiny black insect crawling on his kunai. How could there be insects flying around in this rainy weather? Not good. But it was too late. A dark cloud enveloped him. Secret technique, insect jade. Countless parasitic insects engulfed Night Eagle. No matter how he thrashed on the ground, he could not break free. They crawled all over his body, devouring the last traces of his chakra. Watching from the side, Qing Muyu felt a chill run down her spine. Compared to the same parasitic insects, Yu Nu Longma's technique was far superior to that of the one she had killed earlier. Speed, skill, and quantity were on an entirely different level. She seized the opportunity to quickly treat her wounds and recover her strength. Within moments, the parasitic insects had drained Night Eagle dry, leaving him utterly dead. Sated with chakra, the insects rapidly coalesced into the form of Yu Nu Longma. "Thank you." Qing Muyu expressed her gratitude sincerely, for she had thought she was about to die. "You look quite battered," Yu Nu Longma remarked flatly. Yet inwardly his estimation of Qing Muyu rose, for engaging a Jonin to such an extent was no small feat. "Don't mention it. All for the sake of obtaining evidence of the Iron Fawn's collusion with the Wagakure. Are you in such a hurry, lacking confidence in our abilities?" They had already reached an agreement, so he couldn't understand why Qing Muyu would take such a risky and unnecessary step. "I am indeed in a hurry, for time waits for no one. However, I have made another important discovery this time." "Oh, do you have intelligence to share with me? Let me see what I want first." At this, Yu Lama tossed a red scroll. This is a communication document our intelligence operatives obtained from a Wagakure at great cost. It should be enough for you to report. Qingmu caught it, opened it, and examined it. With a single glance, she confirmed the scroll's authenticity. Not only did it bear the Iron Fang seal, but the content itself revealed that a Wagakure had ordered the Iron Fang to gather supplies for the war effort. She carefully stowed the scroll away. I trust your work. I'll give you an important piece of intelligence in return. State your terms. Yu Lama preferred to be straightforward. Qingmu waved a hand. Don't be so formal. You just saved my life. To be honest, during my outing. She then recounted what she had discovered. Yu Lama was startled. You mean a shipment of supplies is to be delivered to the Wagakure operatives at the Ishii mine today? Are you certain? I can't guarantee it, but 9 times out of 10 it's true. I followed them part of the way, and they were indeed heading toward the grass country. You decide whether to act. Very well. I will verify it myself. If true, you will be rewarded handsomely. With this unexpected intelligence, Yu Lama departed hastily. He had come today to deliver information only to stumble upon such a crucial piece. If what Qingmu said was true, time was short. Infiltrating and disrupting the enemy's logistics was one of the Root's core missions. TCH. He says I'm impatient, but look at him. Qingmu carefully examined the scroll, fearing it might conceal a hidden jutsu or trap. Finding nothing amiss, she did not linger. She quietly returned to the daimyo's mansion. No sooner had she entered her room than Jonin Danyun appeared, asking without preamble, did you get it? He completely ignored Qingmu's injuries. Yes, sir. I infiltrated the Iron Fang stronghold and obtained this. Qingmu handed the red scroll to Danyun. He eagerly opened it and read it, a faint smile curling at his lips. Well done. We finally have evidence against those bastards. Rest while you've earned it. After a dry, perfunctory commendation, he hurried away, presumably to pass on the intelligence. He did not mention the promised reward. That bastard. Qingmu felt a pang of resentment, but nothing more. The ninja world was one of survival of the fittest. She had no standing to bargain. At least I have a side job for income. She couldn't put all her eggs in one basket. Knock, knock, knock. Captain, you're back. Miyako's voice came from outside. Come in. Miyako entered and surveyed Qingmu's hastily bandaged wounds. Let me treat you. She raised her hands, radiating green chakra light. As she brought them close to the wounds, they healed at a visible rate. Qingmu's eyes lit up. Is that healing jutsu? When did you learn it? Just a few days ago. I'm not very proficient yet. Pride tinged Miyako's voice. Learning medical ninjutsu had drained her savings and consumed her thoughts. Even the simplest medical techniques were B rank at minimum, requiring exceptional chakra control. It demanded patience and extensive practice far beyond the reach of ordinary ninja. Congratulations. After this mission, I'll report your progress. Your transfer should be no problem. Previously, the village might have been reluctant, but now that Miyako had mastered medical ninjutsu, she was a valuable asset. She could no longer be sent on dangerous missions. Thank you, Captain. From now on, I'll treat you for free. Good, I'll hold you to that. By the way, I heard medical ninjas often practice on fish. You could try that. After all, there weren't enough injured ninja to gain experience. Oh, I never thought of that. It sounds like a great idea. Miyako exclaimed delightedly. It was a teaching method used by medical masters, proven effective through practice. After half an hour of treatment, Qingmu's wounds were all healed and Miyako's chakra was nearly depleted. You've worked hard. Go back and rest. I'll take the watch. I'll rest then. Miyako wiped the sweat from her brow and left happily. It was her first time treating someone, and though nervous, the result was satisfying. Qingmu rested for a moment before going on patrol. As long as Konoha didn't stir up trouble, there were rarely ninja who would actually attack a daimyo. The village has likely received the intelligence by now. What will they do? Sending a team to wipe out the Iron Fang stronghold in Nagano Castle was certain. The tricky part was the new Gray Snake squad by the daimyo's side. Qingmu wondered how the village would handle it. The village acted faster than she expected. Only 2 hours after she submitted the intelligence, Jonin Danyun appeared before her again, with the entire squad assembled. This is... Donyun's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. He spoke in a low voice. The Iron Fang has colluded with the Wagakure, betraying the nation's interests. By Lord Hanzō's order, they are all to be executed. Yes, sir. Qingmu quickly gathered her squad and relayed the order. No one was surprised. They had long expected this day. At the daimyo's bedchamber, the Gray Snake squad was on duty when suddenly a member named Jinjiro snapped his eyes open. What's wrong? Captain Gray Snake asked. Jinjiro quickly replied, Captain, something's wrong. The Rain Ninja are gathering and moving this way. Gray Snake's brow furrowed deeply. As a high-ranking member of the Iron Fang, he knew the organization's true nature. Night Eagle and the others returned only last night. Now the Rain Ninja are making a move. Have we been exposed? His face darkened. He warned, this is bad. The Rain Ninja are coming for us. Prepare for battle. Yes, Captain. We've long been ready to die for the Rain Country. Jinjiro declared resolutely. Little did he know that he was merely a pawn of a Wagakure. The Iron Fang had always presented itself as a savior of the Rain country, both internally and externally. Disillusioned youths flocked to join, believing they had found their beacon. In just a few years they had formed a force that opposed the Rain village. Well said. Fight for the Rain country. Gray Snake echoed loudly while silently adding, for Amegakure, I have to sacrifice you all. The Rain ninja were approaching with overwhelming force. It was unlikely any of his squad members would survive. He was already planning his escape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen shuriken concealed by the night flew straight at the Gray Snake squad. The ninja scattered in all directions to evade. The formation broke apart, and the Rain ninja squads quickly surrounded them, exploiting their numerical advantage to divide and conquer. Jonin Dongyun engaged Gray Snake directly. Qingmu Yu had always thought Dongyun was a water release specialist, but to her surprise, he used lightning release. This caught her completely off guard. Huishi was also greatly alarmed, for his expertise lay in the earth release technique, which was precisely countered. He could only curse angrily, bastard. Are you Yuin trying to assassinate the daimyo? By now the daimyo had been alarmed, thinking someone was attempting to assassinate him again. Huishi said this precisely for the daimyo to hear, because he knew that the daimyo had long been dissatisfied with Hanzō. Otherwise, why would he have hired the Tai Yajong to serve as his guards? Dong Yun, having anticipated this, loudly declared, Humph. The Tai Yajong have committed treason. By order of Lord Hanzō, you are to be executed. The other members of Huishi's squad fell into panic, looking at Huishi with suspicion and uncertainty. Nonsense. This is clearly an excuse to get rid of us. Huishi flatly denied it. I will present the evidence to the daimyo later. That's none of your concern. Die. A blue lightning gleamed on the long blade. With one stroke it severed Huishi's kunai and left a wound deep enough to see bone on his body. This old sly fox, no wonder he was so eager, Qingmu Yu muttered to himself. Truly he was worthy of being trusted by Hanzō, and sent to protect the daimyo. His strength was indeed formidable. With his level of strength, he would likely be instantly defeated before Dongyun. The speed of a battle between Jonin was extremely fast. Even just taijutsu was far beyond that of ordinary chunin and jinin. Everyone could only see a bolt of lightning chasing the target, flickering everywhere. The target let out occasional screams, and soon Huishi was defeated. He was outmatched in speed, and his abilities were countered. There was no escape, and he was beheaded on the spot. Gee. Great. Awesome. The members of Qingmu Yu's squad were all wide-eyed. So far Jonin Dongyun was the strongest ninja they had encountered. The death of Huishi was a heavy blow to the other members of his squad. In Silong was killed, and the remaining 3 raised their hands in surrender. The battle erupted suddenly, and ended just as quickly. Jonin Dongyun paid no attention to these small fry, and went alone into the daimyo's bedchamber to explain. Xiao Yu walked up to Qingmu Yu, and said with a smile, haha. Scared by Captain Dongyun's strength, aren't you? Yeah, I didn't expect Captain Dongyun to be so strong, and with the powerful lightning release attribute at that. I recall there aren't many lightning release ninjas in the village. Qingmu Yu asked in wonder. Strong in strength and exceptionally cautious. This was the kind of person he aspired to become. That's right. The village's mainstream ninjutsu is water release. Lightning release techniques are very rare. It's said that the captain also made rapid progress after receiving guidance from Lord Hanzō. I see. Although the exchange just now was brief, Qingmu, you could still tell that Dongyun had integrated lightning release into his sword techniques. Rather than using lightning release as a standalone ninjutsu, Xiao Yu reached out and patted Qingmu Yu's shoulder, saying, if you could gain the appreciation of Lord Dongyun, even a few casual pointers from him would be enough for you. You're right. Though he said this, he knew in his heart that even if he were to grovel before Dongyun, the latter would never instruct him. This person's character could be seen from the time they had spent together. Qingmu Yu suddenly sighed. We really owe it to Lord Dongyun this time, otherwise we would have had a hard fight. The Hidden Rock village is even more despicable than Konoha. They even infiltrated the daimyo's side. If we hadn't discovered it early, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. Who would have thought? But in the end the captain still managed to obtain key evidence and reported it to Lord Hanzō in time. It shouldn't be long before we can return to the village. Yet truly worthy of a jonin. I also miss home and hope we can go back soon. As they were talking, Dongyun walked out of the house and said to everyone, the daimyo is safe. Tonight Qingmu Yu's squad will continue the watch. Be on alert. Yes. Qingmu Yu bowed and accepted the order. His mood was no better than the daimyo's. He had long guessed that Dongyun would renege, but this behavior still filled him with contempt. Apparently, when reporting intelligence to the village, he had never mentioned him. Xiao Yu was merely acting on Dongyun's instructions to convey the message. If he knew what was good for him, he wouldn't bring up the matter again. In the end, it all comes down to strength. I hope things go smoothly with Root. He never thought he would one day wish for Root's success. How ironic. On the other side, Dongyun's team cleaned up the battlefield and went to rest. Xiao Yu, however, went alone into Dongyun's room to report. Captain, I've already spoken with Qingmu Yu. He's a smart man and won't say anything out of line. Dong Yun nodded, almost imperceptibly unwilling to dwell on the topic as it was not a glorious matter. In a couple of days the village should send someone to relieve us. Then I'll give you all a long vacation. Thank you, Captain. I'll take my leave now. Qiao Yu respectfully withdrew from the room, silently mourning for Qingmu Yu. He knew all too well what kind of person his captain was. He was cautious, never took risks, and was stingy. In his eyes, besides Lord Hanzō, he wouldn't even look at anyone else. At noon the next day the village sent a team to relieve Dong Yun's squad. The captain's name was Lan, and undoubtedly also a member of the guard team. He also seemed to be a rigid person. Perhaps due to long-term influence from Hanzō, Qingmu Yu felt that the jonin of the guard team all had similar personalities, stern and unsmiling. Everything as usual. Lan said only that one sentence and went on duty. Qingmu Yu had wanted to ask when someone would come to relieve them, but seeing this, he had to wait for another opportunity. Although the village explained to the daimyo that the Tai Yajong had colluded with the Hidden Rock village, this act of acting first and reporting later still aroused the daimyo's dissatisfaction. Lan's squad was not well received, which was evident from their increasingly irritable expressions. Apart from work reports, Qingmu Yu had almost no interaction with them. He was somewhat afraid of being tricked by Dong Yun again. At first he thought he was being valued, but it turned out to be a trap, used and then discarded. This lesson was worth remembering. That night he finally received another message from UNV Longma. Safe house. This is your reward. The intelligence from last time was very valuable. UNV Longma tossed a scroll to Qingmu Yu. You're too kind. I'm glad I could help, Qingmu Yu said modestly. UNV Longma noticed the change in Qingmu Yu's attitude. He was no longer as resistant to cooperating with Root as before. Instead, he had become somewhat eager. Has he been hit by someone within? This was within UNV Longma's expectations, and also what he hoped to see. He needed to plant a pawn in the Yuan village who could get close to Hanzō. This was crucial for Root's subsequent plans in the Land of Rain. After obtaining the intelligence about the Tai Yajong and Hidden Rock village exchanging supplies at the Chushi mine, Root's men immediately took action and successfully intercepted the supplies. This was a tangible gain, and Root's actions received further approval from Konoha's high command. Naturally, UNV Longma also reported Qingmu Yu's situation to Tuansong and received his support. Thus the ninjutsu scroll came into Qingmu Yu's hands. Your strength indeed needs to be improved further. We hope you can climb to a high enough position so that the space for cooperation will be greater. Qingmu Yu nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. I understand. Don't worry. After this mission ends I should be able to join the guard team. We'll get in touch then. After a few more words they parted ways. Finding a secluded spot, he eagerly opened the scroll and began to read. What? It's actually the water dragon bullet technique. How generous. Tuansong is indeed more sincere than Hanzō. This is the magnanimity of a great village. Qingmu Yu's opinion of Tuansong improved significantly. Not only that, the scroll also contained some knowledge about the nature transformation of lightning release chakra. This was clearly because they thought his strength was too low and wanted to boost his abilities. As they say, your enemy knows you best. After memorizing the contents secretly, he burned the scroll and walked back leisurely, so much so that his teammates noticed during the evening watch. Captain, what good news? Why are you so happy? Mei Huizi asked upon seeing him. Could it be that we can go back to the village? Liang Tai guessed. Zhun Yi also looked at Qingmu Yu with eager eyes, hoping it was true. They had been out for months working night shifts every day, and no one could stand it. Don't rush. I'll ask Jonin Lan in when I have a chance in a couple of days, Qingmu Yu reassured them. One day Qingmu Yu took the opportunity during a work report to ask, Captain Lan, in how long does a guard mission like ours usually last? About a year. In special cases such as meritorious service the village will recall you early. Lan paused, and then said, Dong Yun's squad went back early for that reason. Didn't they tell you? Maybe they forgot. Actually, I'm not that familiar with them. Qingmu Yu awkwardly tried to save face. Is that so? They had only been in contact for a few days, but Lan had pretty much figured out Qingmu Yu's character. How could he not be familiar with Dong Yun's squad? But he knew all too well what kind of person Dong Yun was. Yes, Qingmu Yu said brazenly. You're busy, I'll leave you alone. That Dong Yun had taken all the credit and was afraid that if he returned to the village together he might spill the beans, so he didn't mention his squad's contributions, thus preventing them from returning early. By the time the guard mission ended it would be ages from now. Even if he said something then, who would want to dig up old grievances? When Qingmu Yu returned to face his teammates' eager looks he sighed and said, I just asked. The guard duty lasts at least a year. We've still got a long way to go. It's that long. The three of them widened their eyes. That's right. Actually, it's not a bad thing. We're in the middle of a war, and here we can avoid all kinds of dangerous missions. Qingmu Yu used his basic logic. Well then, should we adjust our alert schedule? Mei Huizi asked. The night watch duty, which originally belonged to the Tai Yajong squad for close protection, had been passed to Qingmu Yu's squad. As long as Konoha's route didn't cause trouble, the daimyo's side was actually quite safe. Thinking this, Qingmu Yu said, You three don't need to be all here every night. You can take turns resting so everyone can have an easier time. Thank you, Captain, the three said joyfully. Huh, you're welcome. Qingmu Yu waved his hand. In fact, he spent most of his watch time in training, either meditating to refine his spiritual energy or sensing natural energy. Not only did he not feel tired, but he was actually refreshed, and his strength steadily progressed. The days of guard duty passed peacefully for a year. Yet several major events shook the ninja world in the war between Amegakure and Kumogakure. The AB combo astonished the ninja world with their thunderous heat blade, defeating many IWA ninja. Kumogakure and Iwagakure successively engaged in battle with Konehagakure, and the Yellow Flash's reputation gradually rose. Sunagakure and Kirigakure signed a ceasefire agreement, with Scorching Heat Yagura becoming a bargaining chip. Then, freed from that front, they focused all their efforts on fighting Iwagakure. The Rain Country adopted a policy of outward appeasement unanimously endorsed by everyone from the daimyo to Hanzō, from jonin to genin. Inwardly, however, they struck with an iron fist, successively annihilating dozens of large and small factions, further consolidating their ruling foundation. That day, Qingmu Yu's team finally received the notice to return to the village. The relief team was the Janya squad, whom Qingmu Yu had only seen twice in the village. After a simple handover, he listed all the precautions for guard duty on paper, what to do, at what time, along with some of his insights. Janya took it and read it through, secretly astonished, and his attitude toward Qingmu Yu became noticeably friendlier. Thank you very much. We'll take it from here. All right, then I'll take my leave. Qingmu Yu packed up a few things and led his team out of the capital. After a year away, returning to this steel and concrete village brought a strange sense of familiarity. Qingmu Yu told his team members to go home first while he went to report to his superior to submit the mission report, which he had already written back in the capital. The report mainly covered the team's escort process. Meiwei had mastered medical ninjutsu, including the intelligence reconnaissance mission. He had taken her on with the Taizhong. He specifically noted that it was carried out under the brilliant command of Jonin Donyun. Not speaking ill of one's superior was a basic requirement. Takeshita Shu glanced over the mission content briefly and did not inquire further, as if deliberately ignoring it. He merely said, "You've worked hard, and you've done well. I have good news. I have recommended you to Lord Hanzō as a member of the guard. Report here tomorrow." Qingmu Yu had anticipated this, but hearing it with his own ears still made him very happy. All his discontent instantly vanished. Compared to this, what were personal emotions? Thank you for your care, sir. I will work even harder and live up to your expectations. The key is to listen to Lord Hanzō's orders and center everything around Lord Hanzō. Takeshita Shu admonished. Understood. I will forever be loyal to Lord Hanzō. Swearing an oath was easy. After all, it cost nothing. That's good. Since Meiwei has already mastered medical ninjutsu, let her work in the medical department. The village is currently short of medical personnel. I will assign the other 2 members of your team to other squads. Thank you for your consideration, sir. This arrangement was already the best possible outcome. If Liangtai and Jinny could survive another year or so of training, they might be promoted to chunin. Afterward, Qingmu Yu walked home. As usual, he first stopped by Grandma Chinshu's next door to buy a steamed bun. Still the familiar taste, reassuring. Before he even entered the house, he noticed that the family shop had been renovated, which was not like his mother Aiko's style. I'm home, Qingmu Yu called out. Aiko poked her head out of the kitchen and quickly surveyed him, seeing that her son had grown taller since he left. His light blue hair was streaked with deep blue, and even his pupils held a hint of blue. He was more calm and confident, having become a handsome young man. This made Aiko very gratified. She said, "The village sent word this morning that you would be back today. Wait a moment, a dinner will be ready soon." "Oh, since when did the village care so much about me?" Qingmu Yu was puzzled. Aiko explained happily, "I heard that Lord Hanzō's guard is recruiting, and rumors say you will be chosen. More people have been coming to the shop to buy things lately. I thought that once your status rises, our home can't be too shabby, so I renovated the shop over these past few days." Everyone in the village knew that becoming a member of Lord Hanzō's guard meant entering the village's inner circle. Status and income far exceeded that of ordinary ninja, and above all, it was safe. That was what pleased Aiko the most. Every time Qingmu Yu went on a mission, she lived in fear, and that would improve greatly once he became a guard. News sure travels fast. Qingmu Yu was perplexed. He had only just learned of this news himself, yet the villagers knew before him. Aiko explained, "The village lost many ninja last year, and I heard even some of Lord Hanzō's guards fell. They always need to replenish personnel." "That makes sense." Qingmu Yu relaxed. He had been worried that he was the only one being recruited, causing such a stir that went against his low-key style. After eating, he went upstairs to sleep. He woke up near dusk, had a simple dinner, and then threw himself into training. In the dark room, a cluster of red sparks suddenly appeared, then a flame emerged out of thin air as the candle was lit. Phew. Finally made it. Starting from training the one-point gazing method after a year and a half, he had achieved remarkable results. At the same time, a flame drifted freely in his spiritual world, its size matching that of the candlelight before him. It was as if it were a reflection of the real world, with his eyes as the mirror. With his spiritual energy condensed to this level, Qingmu Yu's control over chakra had reached a very high level. If he were to learn a new ninjutsu now, he could pick it up quickly. However, the few ninjutsu he currently possessed were already mastered, and he had no plans to learn new ones for now. Ninjutsu valued quality over quantity. The so-called Konoha technician was said to have copied over 1,000 ninjutsu, yet in daily combat, he used only a few. Qingmu Yu spent most of his time tempering his spiritual power and physical training, the very foundation of chakra. Ninja were a group that used chakra as a weapon. Control over chakra directly determined the release time and power of a technique. For example, the water dragon bullet technique initially required him to faithfully perform 44 hand seals, as described in the scroll, to execute it. As his understanding of the technique's principles deepened, and with repeated attempts he had reduced the number of seals to 10. Still not enough. Too far from the second Hokage's 3 seals. Ultimately, it came back to spiritual energy. Lighting a candle with one's spirit was not a great feat in this world, far inferior to unleashing flames like Amaterasu with a glare. The condensation of spiritual power has reached a threshold. Next comes the growth in quantity. Qingmu Yu was no longer satisfied with just a candle flame. He wanted the flame in his spiritual world to continue evolving and expanding. The method he conceived was to visualize every plant and tree in nature and simultaneously reflect them in his spiritual world, thereby constructing a virtual miniature world. When the Sage of Six Paths summoned Naruto and Sasuke, he seemed to transmit teachings within a spiritual space, very advanced. Another issue was the training of spiritual power control. The spiral trajectory movement was only the simplest and easiest. Next, he would make it move in straight lines and change into various shapes. This was also the fundamental skill of in-release shaping. Time flowed slowly in training. The next day, Qingmu Yu packed up simply and went to the mission office to report, as he had been told yesterday to come today. When he arrived, he found 2 other ninja in the room, both old acquaintances. He was not surprised to see Yuma here, but he did not expect that Heichuan would also be present. The 2 nodded slightly to Qingmu Yu. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Takeshita Shu spoke. Qingmu Yu, Heichuan, Yuma. Congratulations to the 3 of you. As of today, you are officially members of Lord Hanzō's guard. Please wait a moment, your captain will come. Aye, the 3 replied in unison. Qingmu Yu turned to look at his 2 old comrades. Since his intelligence had been compromised by Root, he now suspected everyone of being a spy. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The 3 turned in unison to look at their new captain. So it really is Sato Ichiro. Qingmu Yu thought to himself. Hanzō's guard was divided into close personal guards and outer perimeter guards responsible for basic security. As Chunin, they were all outer guards. Perhaps in a few years, if they gained trust and improved in strength, there might be a chance to become personal guards. Sato Ichiro was as concise as ever. After scanning the 3, he said, "Follow me." The 3 silently followed Sato Ichiro through a series of doors into an underground space. This is where our guard team trains and receives missions. Each of you will go get a set of equipment shortly. I need to assess your actual combat abilities. Soon each of the 3 received a set of exclusive equipment, armor, and related weapons. Qingmu Yu got a longsword. He flicked it with his finger, and the blade emitted a humming vibration. Blue chakra spread along the blade without any resistance. Excellent sword. Its quality was far better than anything he had bought with his own money, bearing the emblem of the Tiziguo Dajiangfeng. In the training room. Since you're ready, let's begin. Attack me with your most skilled abilities, going all out. The moment Sato Ichiro finished speaking, Qingmu Yu moved. Facing a Jonin, he had no reason to hold back and directly used his strongest blade technique. In Heichuan and Yuma's eyes, they could only see an afterimage darting in an S-shaped path, instantly closing in on Sato Ichiro, like a snake raising its head to deliver a thunderous strike. Sudden rain breath. Inverse flow fong. The blue chakra swirling rapidly around the white blade looked like a massive curved canine tooth piercing the enemy. Boom. Sato Ichiro took the blow head-on, sliding several meters on the spot. Looking down, he saw that the kunai in his hand had been cut, with a crack broken internally and unusable. He casually tossed it aside. This kid is unexpectedly strong. He's grown a lot over the past year. Indeed, the effect is considerably weakened in a waterless place. Qingmu Yu silently assessed. If it had been in the rain outside, he could have cut through the kunai with one blow. Hey, you 2, why didn't you coordinate with me? Sorry, we're coming. Heichuan and Yuma responded, then joined the attack on Sato Ichiro. Heichuan was as cunning as ever, waiting for him to test the waters first. Yuma was a support type, habitually a step behind. Neither of them was straightforward. Water release, water chaos wave. Heichuan swiftly formed hand seals and expelled a torrent of water impact, disrupting Zhuotung Ilong's movements. Whoosh! A rain of sunban descended from above, covering Zhuotung Ilong's evasive space. Yumo's sunban were no longer mere physical mechanisms, they were now infused with chakra for manipulation. Like a sudden storm, they were swift, wide-ranging, and devastatingly powerful. Green chakra. Could this guy be of the wind nature? Qingmu Yu recalled the scene of Bo Feng Shui Min, using the shadow shuriken technique, which was dazzling and resembled a laser rain. Water release water wall. As expected, Zhuotung Yilong used a circular water wall as a defense to protect himself. During his previous patrols at the border, Qingmuyu knew that Zhuotung Yilong also specialized in water release and was a ninja renowned for his ninjutsu. After blocking the attack, Zhuotung Yilong swiftly counterattacked. Water release hidden mist technique. White mist rapidly spread throughout the entire training room, and Zhuotung Yilong's figure vanished. This move, Qingmuyu could only sigh that great minds think alike. In a narrow room, this technique was truly a killing move. He could think of it, but it was only natural that others could too. The three quickly stood back to back, each guarding a direction. Umo formed hand seals, and in less than a breath she looked up and exclaimed above. Qingmuyu had no time to overthink. The moment he heard Umo's warning, he instantly darted away. At that moment, Zhuotung Yilong, who was hanging upside down from the ceiling, had already activated his ninjutsu. Water release water wave. A massive surge of water instantly poured down, scattering the trio's formation. Qingmuyu and He Chuan were a step quicker in reaction. After dodging the water, they did not stop, but instead leaped onto the walls of the training room. Umo, after falling into the water, had not yet stabilized her stance when she was trapped in a spherical water prison. Is this the water prison technique? Guessed right, but you're dead too. A clone of Zhuotung Yilong reached out and pressed on the water sphere. He Chuan, clinging to the wall, dared not move. Suddenly, a dark shadow lunged from the mist. He barely managed to resist a few times before being kicked away, losing combat effectiveness. From the sound, Qingmuyu knew both his teammates had been killed. Whoosh! A wave of shuriken broke through the thick mist. Clang! Qingmuyu swung his blade to deflect them, and as Zhuotung Yilong charged to his front, he slashed without hesitation. Mobilizing his entire body's strength, he unleashed extreme speed and struck downward with all his might. Thud! A dull sound echoed as if his blade had cut into a mass of adhesive. There was no satisfying sensation of cleaving the target. The sword seemed to be absorbed, and his subsequent momentum was forcibly halted. This is the water prison technique. A spherical water sphere appeared around Zhuotung Yilong. Wearing a gas mask, he stood inside the water prison completely unaffected. This technique, originally designed to trap enemies, was now used on himself, becoming a defense. Not entirely. I used earth release to increase the water's density, making its viscosity and elasticity sufficient to absorb your attack. Zhuotung Yilong explained. As a jonin, he naturally wasn't limited to water release. I see. Qingmuyu suddenly understood, and in his mind, he couldn't help but think of the crash barriers on highways. Filled with water, they could buffer and absorb the kinetic energy of a high-speed car. Truly worthy of a jonin, he has something. He planned to steal this technique later and use it himself specifically to defend against fierce physical attacks. Qingmuyu quickly retreated, waiting for Zhuotung Yilong's counterattack, but it never came. Instead, he felt dizzy. Wait, this mist is poisonous. Damn, you feel it. Zhuotung Yilong approached, pointing at the gas mask on his face. Poison is one of the important weapons of us rain ninja. You need to get used to wearing this, or you'll die. The poison of the venomous salamander was truly potent. Even inhaling just a little was enough to suffer. The first lesson in guarding was to personally inhale its poison so that you would remember it forever. In just a few exchanges, the trio was completely defeated. I now have a general understanding of your abilities. Next, I'll explain the basic workflow of guard duty. Zhuotung Yilong began detailing the specific responsibilities of each post. He commanded 2 squads, and over the past year, due to the war and special missions, several members had been lost. Qingmuyu, He Chuan, and Umo were the replacements. The guard team operated 24-hour protection with day and night shifts. Since they were newcomers, they would first work day shifts as a benefit. Once they were familiar, adjustments would be made. With responsibilities came benefits. Each person could choose 1 ninjutsu from the secret library, have 1 day off per week, and receive a full monthly salary of 50,000 ryo. The ninjutsu in the secret library were mainly of the water release type, and most were of low rank. Qingmuyu unhesitatingly chose the water prison technique, which could compensate for his defensive shortcomings. There were also other important considerations, such as handling poison. In the ninja world, poison was a common attack method used by many ninja in countless forms, and there was no universal antidote. He needed to equip himself with conventional means of detoxification, referring to the B-rank medical ninjutsu, poison extraction technique. The human body is 70% water. If one could precisely control the density of a water sphere, they could directly extract toxins from their own body. This technique was worth his time to grind heavily. He Chuan chose the black rain technique, an auxiliary ninjutsu similar to the hidden mist technique. It releases a black oil rain to cover the opponent, then combined with detonating tags or fire release, it triggers a large-scale blaze, enhancing the attack effect. Similar to the toad oil flame bomb. Umo chose an auxiliary ninjutsu to enhance perception. The 3 each got what they needed and were satisfied. Qingmuyu said with a smile, "Brother He Chuan, you died too fast just now. Honestly, how many tricks did you hide?" He absolutely refused to believe that this guy who had escaped from the IWA and soon a ninja had only that much skill. H1 quickly shook his head and denied it. Don't talk nonsense. I gave it my all. Unfortunately, Captain Zhuotung is too strong. Even if I had 10 more years, I couldn't touch a single finger of his. You're being modest, aren't you? I know you too well. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. But as for you, I don't believe you could be poisoned so easily. H1 retorted. Umo sighed and said, You two are really a pair of schemers. The young people these days are truly something. Cough. I was indeed careless that time. Let's go, time to get off work. Click. Qingmu Yu put his equipment into his personal locker, locked it, and left the underground space. It feels a bit like Konoha Zumbu, but wearing the gas mask all the time is a little awkward. At the mission office, he collected the B-rank reward of 8 Rio for the Daimyo's guard mission, plus the village's reward of 5 Rio for eliminating enemies, and the Daimyo's previous reward of 1 Rio. Qingmu Yu gathered Mei Huizi, Liang Tai, and Zhun Yi to split the money, then they went to Yin Yuzhua for a farewell dinner. Mei Huizi had received a notice to report to the medical department, and both of them had achieved their goals. Liang Tai and Zhun Yi still didn't know which squad they would be assigned to, and were waiting for the village's notice. Come on, cheers. Qingmu Yu raised his drink. Cheers. The team had been together for over a year, getting along quite well. Now they were parting on good terms. Although we won't be doing missions together anymore, if there's anything you need help with, feel free to come to me. Qingmu Yu offered. His current rank was still Chunin, but he had finally secured a stable position. They were all guards of Lord Hanzō, so no one could bully him anymore. Most people in the village would at least show some respect. In a few years, when he rose to Jonin, he planned to have a little talk with Dong Yun. Mei Huizi added, if you get injured or anything, just come to me. Thank you, Captain, and thank you, Miss Mei Huizi. We are truly lucky to have met you. Liang Tai quickly expressed his gratitude. Zhun Yi, however, said seriously, I will become a Chunin in the future. After more than a year as a Jinin, Zhun Yi's edge had dulled a bit. He no longer loudly declared he would become a Jonin. Jonin were top-tier combat power in every village, requiring both strength and opportunity. If things go smoothly, maybe we can team up again someday. Qingmu Yu nodded. The two had done only a few missions with him, but those were of high rank. As Jinin, this was a very impressive resume. Especially during the war, there were more opportunities. After the meal, they went their separate ways. Qingmu Yu paid the bill last, and then had a chance to chat with Junai Meitao for a moment. Sister Meitao, I officially joined Lord Banzang's guard unit today. The captain is Jonin Zhuotung Ilong. Well, I already knew that. Junai Meitao was not surprised at all. She leaned in and whispered, my husband rarely praises anyone, but he speaks highly of you. Xiao Yue, you need to work hard. I have high hopes for you too. Thank you for the compliment. By the way, does the captain have any hobbies? As a subordinate, I'd like to show a little appreciation. Hobbies? Let me think. Junai Meitao rubbed her chin, thought for a moment, and said, he doesn't seem to have any particular hobbies. If I have to say one, drinking tea qualifies. All right. And what do you like, Sister Meitao? Qingmu Yu continued. What are you trying to bribe me? Absolutely not. I think you must have put in a good word for me with the captain. If I didn't show my gratitude, it would go against my ninja way. Junai Meitao asked curiously, oh, what is your ninja way? Using connections. Qingmu Yu said with a serious face. Junai Meitao couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Huh, you little rascal. Fine, I'll tell you then. I like sweet pastries. Got it. You're busy, I'm off. Xiao Yue, don't forget to drop by the house sometime. Junai Meitao invited. Qingmu Yu's mind flashed with images of the boss's wife and the department head's wife, and he thought this is absolutely not allowed. No. He quickened his pace, almost fleeing in panic. TCH. What a sly little man, and quite thoughtful. Junai Meitao watched his retreating figure for a moment before swaying her hips to continue serving the customers. Although Qingmu Yu's family ran a gift shop, high-end gifts like tea were costly and difficult to preserve in the environment of the rain country, so they were not part of their inventory. He spent a considerable sum to buy a fine tea set and a package of good tea outside, then bought a platter of pastries from a pastry shop. After returning home, he began to wrap them up, keeping it simple and unadorned. The next morning, he arrived at the changing room, placed his belongings in the locker, and began putting on his gear ready for work. The duty of guarding was similar to protecting the daimyo. Apart from them, there were 3 other squads on the perimeter, sealing off all entrances and exits. As for Lord Banzang's private quarters, they were guarded by his personal attendants, the difference being that the former stood while the latter sat. As the rumors went, even ordinary non-ninja visitors who came to see Banzang had to undergo a strict body search. It was unimaginable why such a powerful man was so afraid of being ambushed. Who in the entire ninja world could assassinate him? Aoki Yue, H1, and Yuma were on their first day of work and dared not slack off. They were assigned to the position from the entrance to the corridor. H1 was on the left and Yuma on the right. Since the unspoken rules were not yet clear, no one spoke first. They just stared at each other and stood there for the whole day. After changing clothes in the locker room at the end of the shift, Yuma was in a hurry to go home to his wife and children, and was the first to leave. After Hwan changed, he saw that Aoki was not leaving and suspected that the latter intended to engage in internal competition. He asked suspiciously, "Are you trying to work overtime secretly? Don't do that. It will make your colleagues dislike you. You're overthinking. I'm not one to break the rules. I'm just tired from standing and need to rest for a while." Aoki quickly waved his hand in denial, his expression somewhat unnatural. Working overtime was passively waiting for recognition from superiors, but he was taking the initiative, which was even more egregious. It's better if that's the case. Hwan left with a mixture of doubt and belief. The office was a tough place to navigate. No matter what you did, someone was watching. Aoki sighed and closed his eyes to rest. Zhuting had to work 2 hours longer than them. This gave him an opportunity. "Captain, this is a small token of my appreciation." Zhuting stared at Aoki for a moment, frowned, and said, "What are you doing?" "When we were patrolling the border back, then Captain, you saved me. I've always kept that in mind and wanted to find a chance to express my gratitude. But I'm not good with words, so I can only do it this way." Aoki brought up an old incident. "It's just a small gift, absolutely no other intentions. I'm very satisfied with my current job and plan to settle down for a few years to improve myself." This kid really knows how to make excuses. Seeing Aoki so sincere and flustered, Zhuting couldn't help but think of his younger self. In the end, he nodded. "You have a good heart. Don't let it happen again." "Yes, I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell." After gently placing the gift, Aoki quickly and tactfully left the scene. He also despised himself for doing this, but now it was no longer about simply completing missions. He had entered office politics, playing the game of interpersonal relationships. In the workplace, it wasn't just about ability. You also had to win the favor of your superiors. Gift giving was merely a basic operation. Just as Aoki happily returned home and was about to lie down for a while. As soon as he entered his room, he saw a note on the table, "Congratulations." There was no signature. Aoki was stunned. He hadn't expected to receive such a big surprise on his first day. He ran downstairs in a few steps and asked his mother Ingzi, who was cooking, "Did anyone go into my room today?" No one went upstairs. "What's wrong? Did you lose something?" Ingzi asked in confusion. Her son had grown up and had privacy. Anyway, except for cleaning, she seldom entered his room to avoid seeing something inappropriate. "No, nothing like that. I'm just asking. If anyone goes upstairs in the future, remember to tell me." "Oh, got it." Ingzi nodded without understanding. It had been a long time since they last worked together in Kyoto, and he had almost forgotten. He didn't expect that on the very first day of his new post, Root would send him a congratulatory message. Is this a display of presence? Aoki understood clearly that it wasn't that Root cared much about him, but rather that only now had he become valuable in Root's eyes. They simply wanted him to provide some intelligence on Banzong. That was the dream he had sworn to protect. He needed to be paid more. Although Root hadn't actively asked him to exchange intelligence, Aoki knew he had to do something. From that day on, Aoki became more attentive to his work. He would silently memorize the layout of Banzang's residence, where personnel were stationed, their numbers, shift times, and so on. Due to his highly condensed mental energy and the exploration of natural energy, his perception had greatly improved, allowing him to vaguely assess the threat level of other ninjas. Closing his eyes in the dark world, the ninjas around him were like sources of light. The brighter the light, the stronger the individual. There are 2 Jonin and 12 Chunin on the perimeter and 4 Jonin at the core. That's the day shift. Adding the night shift, those sent to protect the daimyo, and those on rotation leave the strength of the guard team, was essentially these. Aoki turned to look at Yumo. As a sensory ninja, he was certainly more aware of the defense layout than himself. He could exchange information with him when they had time. Yumo felt Aoki's gaze and looked over with confusion. Aoki responded with a polite smile, and Yumo smiled back. This confused Hwan nearby. What are these 2 up to? Are they that bored? It seems. Indeed, very boring. From the initial anticipation and nervousness to the gradual numbness, his mind wandered to pass the time. Every day passed like this. The fact was that everyone, including Aoki, had not seen Banzong for a long time. He seemed to never leave his room. As a result, Aoki had no way to gather information about him. At this stage, Banzong was in his 50s, his strength had begun to decline, and he was in a state of anxiety. In modern terms, it was called a midlife unemployment crisis, falling into the mindset of there are always villains trying to harm me. That evening after work, someone tapped his shoulder. He turned around and saw an old acquaintance. How have you been feeling these days? Chaoyu said with a smile. It was clear that he already knew Aoki had joined the guard team. The building where Banzong lived was a tower with 3 floors. Each of the upper 2 floors was guarded by a squad, and Chaoyu was on duty at the top floor. Aoki nodded and said, it's pretty good, much easier than protecting the daimyo. There's strength in numbers. You're right, there's strength in numbers. Captain Zhuting is a very good person. Now it's my turn to be envious of you. Oh, last time Captain Dongyun earned a great merit and brought you back to the village early. Your squad should have benefited. I was stuck in Kyoto for a whole year suffering. Huh, I knew you still remembered that. Chaoyu gave a wry smile and explained, I have to correct you. It was the captain who earned the merit. It had nothing to do with us. He has now been promoted to Lord Banzang's personal guard. I see. Congratulations to Captain Dong Yun on his promotion and raise. Who are you under now? Jonin Jio Tianyuan. Aoki Yu immediately pictured a chubby figure with small eyes, drooping eyebrows, and a face that exuded the shrewdness of a merchant. Not an easy person to deal with. That's really fortunate. By the way, do you know how the village's recent crackdown on the Taizhong ended? Xiao Yu whispered. I heard they only caught some small fry. The elite squad was out on a mission and wasn't intercepted. Later, the Taizhong retaliated against our rain ninja, causing many deaths. Otherwise, why would the guard team have so many vacancies? So that's how it is. Thank fate for the gift. Aoki Yu clasped his hands together. Dong Yun had stolen the credit for this intelligence, but after going full circle it ultimately benefited him. What else could it be but fate? Then Xiao Yu revealed a bombshell piece of news. The village won't let it go. I heard they're planning a special encirclement campaign against the Taizhong. Truly a seasoned office veteran, much more informed than him. Aoki Yu quickly put away his petty feelings toward Xiao Yu. After all, he and Xiao Yu had no real enmity. They had even shared life and death bonds. He put his hand on Xiao Yu's shoulder and said, Brother, my tolerance is too small, and I've taken a narrow path. Don't take it to heart. Actually, I don't have any bad intentions. We are colleagues now, and we should help each other. People must look forward. It's you who's been looking backward. Xiao Yu complained inwardly. He had approached today with the intention of getting along with Aoki Yu. After all, as a sensory ninja, his combat ability was limited. He needed a powerful combat partner who could be of help sooner or later. He had seen Aoki Yu's strength firsthand. He was reliable. I understand. Everyone has been taken advantage of. We should unite and get through the difficulties together. It's settled then. Aoki Yu gladly agreed. More friends, fewer enemies. That was the best way to stay low-key and survive. Over the next period, Aoki Yu, through oblique conversations with the two sensory ninjas Xiao Yu and Yuma, managed to get a general picture of all of Banzang's guards. The difference from his own perception was not significant. 4 non-members of the guard team obtaining such information was as difficult as reaching the sky, but for him, it was just a topic of daily work chat. It wouldn't arouse much suspicion. He only needed to wait for the right opportunity in the future to sell it at a suitable price. For now, certainly not. He was still very loyal to Lord Banzang and had no intention of sabotaging his own livelihood. In daily conversation, he never failed to say things like, serve Lord Banzang. Lord Banzang will take action. Without Lord Banzang, there would be no rain country, and so on. At first, saying these words felt a bit awkward, but after 2 months, even he himself believed them. Indeed, a lie repeated 1,000 times becomes the truth. One day, a representative from Yanin village came to visit Banzang. After undergoing multiple body searches, he walked under the watchful eyes of guards like Aoki Yu all the way to the door of Banzang's room. Lord Banzang, this is a secret letter that Lord Suchikage asked me to deliver to you. The Yanin representative took out a red scroll and handed it over. A guard immediately took it and passed it into the room. After a moment, a low voice said, go back and tell Dame Yu that the Yuin village has no intention of participating in the war. He should stop wasting his efforts. Facing simultaneous attacks from Yunin village, Shang village, and Konoha, Yanin village was under great pressure and could barely hold on. Dame Yu had promised a bunch of empty words without any real benefit, simply wanting the rain country to provide supplies. Hearing this, the Yanin representative immediately said earnestly, Konoha has ambitious designs. If our country is defeated, the rain country cannot remain safe. Please, Lord Banzang, consider carefully. As long as I am here, the rain country will stand. You need not waste your words. Leave. In that case, I shall take my leave. The Yanin representative left in a huff. This state visit aimed at forming an alliance was declared a failure. The retaliation from Yanin came swiftly just days after their envoy departed the village. The Taya clan attacked Rain village outposts across the land, looting vital supplies and slaughtering the stationed Rain ninja with brutal methods. As if venting their discontent, this act thoroughly enraged Hanzō. Before long, Rain ninja located the Taya clan stronghold. The Rain village immediately decided to launch a full-scale assault. The good news was that Hanzō himself would lead the charge, aiming to eradicate the Taya clan once and for all. The bad news was that Qingmu Yu's squad was assigned to the vanguard and expected duty for peripheral guards. The operation was conducted in secrecy. Ordinary Rain ninja were not involved, or rather not qualified to participate. In the underground space, all the guard squads involved in the operation assembled. Qingmu Yu and over 30 elite Chunin stood at the back, while a dozen Jonin stood in front. Nearly half of the Rain village's core strength was gathered here. Those who were unpopular, yet capable, had been sent to border outposts, perhaps waiting until they could no longer endure, and wrote a tearful letter of repentance to return. All eyes fixed on the figure standing on the high platform ahead, the leader of the Rain village, Salamander Hanzō. He wore a breathing tube and a brown raincoat, a deep scar on his right cheek, and his eyes gleamed with killing intent. His speech was brief and forceful, carrying an iron-blooded coldness. According to reliable intelligence, the Taya clan's headquarters is hidden in the Matian mine near Hasegawa. The tunnels are labyrinthine, and the enemies are ninja skilled in earth release. Each Vanguard squad's mission is to scout the enemy's situation, preferably driving them out, and then I will lead the kill. Hanzō certainly wouldn't risk entering the underground mine himself. How dangerous that would be. What if it collapsed? The Rain Country could not lose Lord Hanzō. Move out. The group slipped out of the Rain Village through a secret passage heading northwest, and arrived at their destination quietly by afternoon. An abandoned mine with some collapsed houses nearby. The group set up a temporary camp on the highest peak, offering a panoramic view of the entire mine. The Taya guards on the mountain were slain on the spot. 6 Vanguard squads led by their respective Jonin captains forced their way into a mine tunnel, killing everyone they encountered. The Taya members fought and retreated, leaving bodies behind as they scurried back into the depths of the cave. With numerous branching tunnels, each squad chose a different path, advancing in multiple directions while clearing explosive tags and poison traps, slowing their progress. Qingmu-Yu's squad soon encountered another fork. Sato Ichiro said, "We'll split into 2 groups. Yuma will come with me, Kirikawa and Qingmu-Yue, you go together. Kill any enemies you can, and if you can't, use poison gas bombs to drive them out." Yes. Qingmu-Yue and Kirikawa exchanged glances, donned their gas masks, and proceeded down the right tunnel. The underground was pitch black, severely limiting visibility. Each took out a small flashlight and strapped it to their head. After sprinting for a distance, they both slowed down in unison. They were in sync. To break the awkward silence, Qingmu-Yue started a conversation. "Brother Kirikawa, do you think we'll completely wipe out the Taya clan this time?" "It should be fine. We have to trust in Lord Hanzō's power," Kirikawa replied calmly, showing no sign of fear. Qingmu-Yue had to admit he was completely outmatched in mental fortitude. "Of course I believe in Lord Hanzō's strength. I'm mainly worried about us." "What do you mean?" "Think about it. The Taya clan is backed by Yanin, and we're fighting on hostile ground. What if it's a trap? They could bury us alive." Such an obvious bait and hook. Qingmu-Yue didn't believe Kirikawa hadn't noticed. "What should we do?" Seeing Kirikawa continue to play dumb, Qingmu-Yue shook his head. "I don't know either. Brother Kirikawa, you're well-traveled. Surely you have a plan." Kirikawa shook his head. "What can I do? Our mission is to drive the enemies out. If they escape through secret tunnels, we'll be in big trouble." "True. This mine is huge, and the Taya clan has operated here for a long time. They must have escape routes. The key is to find them." Qingmu-Yue felt he couldn't just blindly charge deeper. But he couldn't retreat now either. What would Lord Hanzō think? He'd be branded a coward. A reputation for fearing battle. How could he ever advance? As he agonized, Kirikawa suddenly spoke. "We've been walking for a while. How about we take a break?" Yes, let's rest and eat some soldier pills to regain stamina for the coming fight." Qingmu-Yue agreed wholeheartedly. Damn, this guy was a genius. Why hadn't he thought of such a brilliant idea? They turned off their flashlights and silently ate their soldier pills. They rested for 5 minutes, occasionally feeling tremors from deeper within the mine. Other squads were engaging the enemy. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from ahead. A voice said, "These damned Rain ninja. We'll bury them all in this mine. For the Rain Country, for Lord Taya, they must not leave alive. Right, we need to lure more of them in, or all those explosive tags will be wasted." As they spoke, 4 men came into view. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qingmu-Yue and Kirikawa simultaneously threw shuriken, launching an ambush. In the narrow tunnel, there was almost no room to dodge. Whoever struck first held the advantage. Thud thud. The man in front, caught off guard, was hit by several shuriken. His sacrifice was not in vain. The 3 behind him, using his body as a shield, managed to survive. One quickly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth-style wall. A wall of earth rose, sealing the tunnel, attempting to block further attack. Whoosh. Qingmu-Yue immediately threw a shuriken, with an explosive tag shattering the wall. Kirikawa followed up with a support ninjutsu. Water release, black rain technique. A black oily rain sprayed toward the enemy, igniting from the explosion's flames. Whoosh. Thick smoke billowed, stinging eyes. One enemy was splashed with the oil fire, rolling on the ground until he stopped moving within seconds. The remaining 2 were choked and dizzy. Cough cough. Water release, water collision wave. Kirikawa unleashed a torrent of water, highly effective in the confined mine. The enemies were instantly overwhelmed by the raging water, and before they could catch their breath, found themselves trapped in a water sphere. Water release, water prison technique. Qingmu-Yue pressed one hand on the surface of the water prison, releasing it only when the enemy was on the verge of drowning. Meanwhile, Kirikawa knocked out the other. They had never trained together, yet their coordination was surprisingly seamless. "Tell me, what's the situation inside? Where is your leader?" I don't know. We were just ordered to lure you all in." Not all Taya members were fearless. This one answered everything. "Did you know we were coming?" "I'm not sure, but I heard Lord Taya planned to abandon this place. The supplies were secretly moved out some time ago." "Moved where?" "We really don't know. Lord Taya personally escorted the convoy." Seeing no more useful information, Qingmu-Yue knocked him out. "This is bad. The Taya clan has abandoned this place, even these ordinary ninja. It's just a shell. This is crucial intelligence. We need to inform Lord Hanzō. They exchanged glances, dropped several poison gas bombs deeper into the tunnel, then immediately turned back with their prisoners retreating along the path they had come. Finally, a reason to run. Halfway back, they heard deep, rumbling tremors from the depths. Someone had detonated a large quantity of explosive tags inside, triggering a chain reaction. The tremors grew louder and spread wider. Like a dark beast devouring everything. Qingmu and Kurikawa sprinted for their lives, grateful they had fled early. The vanguard squads were mere cannon fodder. They escaped just before the mine completely collapsed. When they opened their eyes, they saw Captain Sato Ichiro had already emerged with Yuma ahead of them. A few others also made it out. Of the 20+ who entered, half were lost, including 2 jonin. Whether killed by enemies or crushed by the collapse was unknown. That guy Chao Yu had survived too, standing beside Jiao Yin Yuan. He nodded slightly when he saw Qingmu looking his way. His 2 old partners were dead. What happened inside? Hanzō asked. My lord, we killed some Taya members along the way and extracted intelligence. They had secretly moved supplies out some time ago, and the place is riddled with traps. The jonin who spoke was scorched black with burns on his leg. Only he had survived from his squad. His words carried weight. Sato Ichiro glanced at the prisoners in Qingmu and Kurikawa's hands, signaling them to share their findings. This was a chance for them to shine. Qingmu and Kurikawa quickly revived their prisoners. Our findings are similar. The enemy was just trying to lure us into their trap. Their main force likely escaped through secret tunnels. Boom. A violent explosion came from the nearby forest, as if confirming Qingmu's words. Before the assault, Hanzō had already deployed personnel around the area to prevent escape through secret tunnels. Hanzō glanced at the 2 prisoners and said coldly, kill them. Shush. His figure dissolved into a pool of water and vanished. His core guards followed using the body flicker technique. Qingmu killed the prisoner with a slash and quickly caught up with the main force. Kurikawa was slower, trailing at the rear. When they arrived at the scene, they saw only a Rain ninja's corpse, killed in one blow. He had raised the alarm before being taken down. In the Rain country, Hanzō's speed was unmatched. The sounds of battle ahead indicated he had caught up. By the time the Chunin arrived, the Rain jonin were already mercilessly slaughtering the Taya forces. The so-called Taya elite were no match for the Rain village's finest. A burly figure was locked in combat with Hanzō. More accurately, he was being suppressed. Hanzō hadn't even summoned his salamander. Qingmu witnessed the Rain village leader's combat prowess up close for the first time. With only his mastery of the water body flicker and a chain scythe, Hanzō dominated the Taya leader Taya. He witnessed the battlefield control at extreme speed, granted further solidifying his resolve to continue training in the body flicker. Hanzō, you're old. The Rain country's future belongs to us. The Taya clan is the true hope of the Rain country. Taya shouted. Still trying to corrupt these young ones in your dying moments. Hanzō's attacks grew sharper. His scythe, attached to a chain, could strike from several meters away, its blade coated with deadly poison. A single scratch would soon paralyze the opponent. Taya's movements had already shown occasional stiffness, and he knew his time was running out. Seizing a brief opening, he swiftly unleashed a long-prepared lethal technique. Earth Release Stone Spear Jutsu. Within dozens of square meters, sharp stone cones crisscrossed like fangs. Compared to the one Qingmu had witnessed before, both the range and attack speed were a level higher. Crucially, the internal attack directions were random and unpredictable. Body Flicker Jutsu Slap. The thrust only pierced a mass of water, and Hanzō's figure vanished. So fast, even the stone spear can be dodged. Truly the man standing at the apex of the shinobi world. Taya's eyes widened, his heart filled with disappointment at the jutsu's failure and admiration for Hanzō's strength. Among all the opponents he had ever faced, only a handful had successfully evaded this technique. Finally willing to use your core jutsu. Hanzō's figure appeared opposite Taya, a trace of fatigue hidden beneath his calm expression. In recent years, he could clearly feel his stamina and spirit declining, and his chakra was rapidly decreasing. 5 years earlier, he could have easily slaughtered an elite jonin like Taya. Now he had to probe carefully and wear down the opponent's chakra. Let's end this here, little brat, from Amegakure. Hanzō's figure vanished on the spot, reappearing behind Taya, his scythe hooking around the latter's neck. Bang! The scythe struck as if against hard granite, leaving only a faint mark. Is this the hardening technique? Hanzō instantly recognized the jutsu and swiftly formulated a countermeasure, slapping an explosive tag onto Taya's back. The hardening technique's strength was its durability, but its weakness was the loss of mobility. Boom! Taya was blasted away, and even with the hardening technique's defense, he was dizzy and spitting blood. It's not over yet. Hanzō's combat experience was extremely rich. One move led to another. He had even calculated Taya's approximate landing point, where he had just laid a trap. He slammed the ground with one hand, fire release, explosive flame formation. The ground beneath Taya instantly became covered with a dense array of explosive tags, which quickly crawled over his entire body. Earth release hardening technique. Taiya's terrified voice rang out desperately, trying to reinforce his body's defense to withstand the concentrated bombardment. His figure was soon swallowed by the blaze. Boom, boom, boom. Amazing. This is Lord Hanzō's jutsu. Once caught in its range, there is almost no chance of survival. Kirikawa said in awe. Truly Lord Hanzō. Qingmu also praised. Who wouldn't covet such a technique? But unfortunately no one had heard of it being taught to anyone. After the leader of the Iron Fang group was slain, the remaining enemies were quickly dispatched by the core guards Jonin, like cutting melons. The easy merits didn't reach Chunin like Qingmu. They were only fit to be cannon fodder for exploring the mine. Qingmu even saw Higumo kill several enemies in succession, his enthusiasm far surpassing when he had been a guardian for the daimyo. I feel like I've learned something. Learned what? Shiom had come up beside him without notice. How to better serve Lord Hanzō, of course. Qingmu replied. By the way, what happened with your squad? It was smooth at first. We disabled traps and went deep into the mine, then encountered enemies and got our retreat cut off by an explosion. Fortunately, the captain captured a prisoner alive, and we found a way out. Shiom's face was full of lingering fear. If he hadn't been a censor-type shinobi, he would probably have been abandoned by the captain. Man, you guys are really brave. Qingmu hadn't expected anyone to recklessly charge in. No matter how great the merit, you had to live to claim it. Wasn't becoming Lord Hanzō's guard supposed to be about enjoying life? Shiom smiled bitterly. We didn't want to, but the captain did. What could we do? By contrast, Sato Ichiro's wisdom was evident. When encountering forks, he split the team, delegating initiative to the members. Advance or retreat was entirely up to the individual. If you weren't afraid of death and wanted to earn merit, no one stopped you. If you wanted to coast, no one cared. As they spoke, Tsunoda Jin slowly approached his face, seemingly always wearing a cheerful grin. So you're Qingmu Sato's capable subordinate. Captain Tsunoda flatters me. I'm just a nobody. It's an honor to be known by you. Qingmu dared not be presumptuous. Every Jonin possessed both talent and strength. A mere Chunin like him needed to always keep his place. You're being modest. With so many of us going in, your team was the only one to capture a prisoner. That's enough to make Lord Hanzō remember you. It was pure luck. Qingmu had just heard Shiom say they also caught a live one and found an escape route, but they didn't bring him out. He must have been killed. The traces of currying favor from him and Kirikawa, those two big geniuses, were too obvious. My squad lost 2 people this time. Are you interested in working under me? I'm easy to get along with. Tsunoda Jin suddenly said. Qingmu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly replied. Thank you for your appreciation, Captain Tsunoda. But Captain Sato has been kind to me, and I need to repay him well. Of course, if I ever have the chance to undertake a mission with you, I will give my all. Alas. What a pity. I had high hopes for you. Tsunoda Jin sighed. Let's talk again when we have the chance. Sure, let's chat when we're free. Qingmu nodded repeatedly. He handled the advance and retreat with proper measure, being rejected without anger and leaving room for later. It was rare for a Jonin to speak to a subordinate like that. After his captain left, Shiom said, Brother, I hope you get promoted to Jonin soon so you can transfer me to work under you. That's too far off. I'm content being a Chunin for the rest of my life. Qingmu shook his head in denial. Really? I don't believe it. Shiom rolled his eyes. Brother, you're experienced and have worked under many Jonin. Tell me, do they have other sources of income? Qingmu asked quietly. Just now Tsunoda Jin had tried to recruit him, and it seemed like he wanted to use him for something. He didn't know the ins and outs, so he dared not agree rashly. Of course, although a Jonin's salary is twice ours, that income can't cover their expenses. They all have other earnings. We subordinates are free labor. Why wouldn't they use us? Like what? Qingmu was a bit curious. Sato Ichiro had never asked him to do anything privately. Shiom looked troubled. It's not something I can talk about openly. Having just refused Tsunoda Jin's recruitment, Shiom didn't dare reveal specifics to Qingmu. I understand. I won't ask. By then the enemies on the battlefield had been eliminated, and everyone began cleaning up. The Vanguard's mission was to break into the underground mine, so they didn't participate in the encirclement battle, only standing by as support. After the core guard finished, they set off back to the village. The next day, rewards were distributed. All surviving members of the Vanguard received 100 ryo each. Qingmu and Kirikawa, for capturing a prisoner alive, received an additional 500 ryo. After this incident, the Land of Rain suddenly fell quiet. Hanzō personally led a campaign to eliminate the largest rebellious force within the country, the Iron Fang group, severely intimidating all petty troublemakers. It reminded everyone who truly ruled this nation. However, the disappearance of the Iron Fang group also created a power vacuum, and an organization took advantage of this opportunity to rapidly grow. They helped people mediate conflicts, preventing bloodshed on multiple occasions, advocating the philosophy of building a bridge to peace through dialogue without using force, one increasing support. Perhaps realizing that being a small country they indeed couldn't defeat others, not even Hanzō, the public's ideological trend began to shift. More and more people joined this organization, especially idealistic young people who were dissatisfied with the status quo and yearned to change the country. By the time Hanzō noticed this force, 2 years had passed. By then the organization had grown to a considerable scale. In a dim room, Hanzō stared at a document in his hand, frowning. What is this organization called Akatsuki? Which village is backing them? The rebellious forces within the Land of Rain were like weeds. They had to be cleared out every so often. Endless, utterly endless. As he aged, Hanzō felt increasingly exhausted. There's no clue yet. We only know they emerged in the past 2 years. The organization's leader is named Yahiko, skilled at swaying the masses. Now many factions turn to him to mediate conflicts, and he has taken quite a few commissions from us. Seems like a very capable fellow. Hanzō commented flatly. In the Land of Rain, a land of constant war, finding a new path to rise rapidly showed the Akatsuki leader's wisdom. Higomo, who was standing guard outside the door, felt a stir. He turned and entered the room, kneeling on one knee. My lord, I have some recollection of this organization. Years ago in the capital. He quickly recounted what he knew. By then someone had already retrieved the relevant records and handed them to Hanzō, who quickly scanned them. Summon Qingmuyu. Yes. Qingmuyu was baffled when he received the summons. Over the past 2 years he had been diligently clocking and believing he hadn't made any major mistakes. He also had to admit that he had been corrupted and fallen. He had participated in the smuggling of strategic resources. But it wasn't just him, it wasn't his fault. Water that is too pure has no fish. To fit in he had to go along with the crowd. Tsunoda Jinshiome's captain had approached him several times afterward, and he couldn't refuse anymore, so he joined in. Things like leading a team to deliver goods. Each time he was paid 3,000 to 5,000 Rio, equivalent to a month's salary. Such a temptation. Who could resist? What does that old man want from me? Could he have found out? He entered the room with a nervous heart. When he saw Higomo standing inside, his heart tightened. With that guy around, nothing good ever happened. Sure enough, Higomo immediately questioned him. Qingmuyu, do you know your crime? Qingmuyu was straightforward, kneeling on one knee and bowing his head. I am guilty, Lord Hanzō. After admitting guilt, he turned to Higomo. Captain Higomo, may I ask what crime I have committed? He had committed too many crimes. He dared not speak recklessly. He had to wait for the leader's cue. Slap. A scroll was thrown in front of him. Qingmuyu picked it up and immediately had a guess in his heart. At that time someone said you had some ability in intelligence analysis, so I appointed you as the recorder of the daimyo's visits. I never expected you to make such a big mistake. This Akatsuki has now become a hidden danger to the village. How did you manage this? Qingmuyu ignored Dongyun. This guy seized every opportunity to show off his own existence, and especially enjoyed elevating himself by putting others down. After 2 years of quiet development, Qingmuyu was no longer afraid of him. Turning to Hanzō, he said, My lord, 3 years ago when this organization first visited the daimyo, there were only a handful of people. There are many such organizations in the Land of Rain. Their philosophy was to resolve conflicts through dialogue and ultimately create peace. At that time, even the daimyo himself found it quite absurd. So I made the aforementioned record. Hanzō then handed the latest information on Akatsuki to Qingmuyu. After he finished reading, Hanzō said, Do you still think so now? I never expected they could have come this far. Incredible. How could that kind of philosophy possibly? I see. Qingmuyu suddenly realized and said, The successive wars have caused people to be weary of war. Everyone longs for a peaceful life. This philosophy exactly caters to people's inner needs. That is why it has been widely spread and recognized. This is actually a good thing. What good thing? The village has lost many of its core forces due to the war, leading to a severe decline in its control over the country, thus giving those rebel factions an opportunity. Even if we kill the Iron Fang group, another organization like Akatsuki will emerge. Dealing with them will continuously drain our own strength. This will lead to a vicious cycle. Without other villages attacking us, we will exhaust ourselves through internal strife. Hanzō then looked at Qingmuyu with a proper gaze and praised, I didn't expect someone your age to have such an understanding of the village and the country. Very good. No one knew the current state of the Land of Rain better than he did. He had tried to fight against it, but failed. As his body aged day by day, he became increasingly anxious. My lord flatters me. I gathered these insights from discussing with my colleagues. Everyone is deeply worried about the village's future. Qingmuyu quickly brought up his colleagues. His greatest virtue was his willingness to share. In the workplace, it's about making more friends and fewer enemies. Anyone can speak pretty words. The key is solving the problem. Dongyun interjected at the right moment. He intended to use this opportunity to frame Qingmuyu, completely ruin his image in Hanzō's eyes, and confine him to the outer guard for life. For no other reason, because he had recently heard other Jonin colleagues discussing that among the younger generation of Amegakure, the most promising was Qingmuyu. Easy to get along with and capable. The entire outer guard, dozens of people, all praised him, both colleagues and superiors. This mere Chunin whom he had bullied in the past was now catching up. How could he feel at ease? Look, you're in a hurry again. I was just about to say it. Qingmuyu said in a reproachful tone. You? Let him speak. Hanzō spoke. Doesn't Akatsuki like helping people resolve disputes? Let them do it. If the land of rain becomes stable, as a result people can focus on production. Only then can the village's income and status be secured, both fame and fortune. Dongyun countered again. What about the mission shares that Akatsuki has taken from the village? What if they use this to grow stronger? Raising a tiger only invites disaster. Qingmuyu shook his head. First of all, we range shinobi are only good at assassination. Mediating conflicts is not our business. There is no economic dispute between us. As for Akatsuki taking advantage to expand, that is a matter for the future. At that time it will be up to Lord Hanzō's decision. Use them first, and when they are no longer needed then decide whether to kill or spare them. Moreover, if this matter were truly investigated, some people in the village would be in trouble. Akatsuki is an organization that developed relying on Amegakure. Many low-level young people from the village are working within it. Where did they get weapons, soldier pills, explosive tags, and medical supplies? Someone has been secretly selling them. Even some of Akatsuki's business came from certain scalpers in the village. It's just that now they have grown big and attracted the attention of those above. Time to make a big issue of it. My lord, I suggest we act immediately and nip the danger in the bud, Dongyun proposed. Qingmuyu said nothing. He was merely a chunin, and unless asked had no qualification to offer suggestions to Hanzō. At this moment Hanzō was also entangled in his heart. For him, it was simply a matter of kill or not kill. As Qingmuyu said, what would killing accomplish? Another one would emerge in a couple of years. Better to let Akatsuki help ease the power conflicts within the country first. Kill them after they are used up. He must not let them threaten his ruling position. Don't touch them for now. Let it be. Hanzō made his final decision. My lord, Dongyun said urgently, if we indulge them, they might become the next Iron Fang group. Do you think this old man can no longer wield a blade? Hanzō's gaze suddenly turned dangerous. In the past, when he said something, his subordinates never dared to say no. Now they dared to contradict him to his face. This was intolerable. I didn't mean that, Dongyun hurriedly denied in fear. Although everyone could sense that Hanzō's strength had declined, no one dared to point it out. Hanzō waved his hand wearily, signaling the two to leave. Dongyun glared angrily at Qingmuyu, then turned and returned to his post to continue his duty. Qingmuyu simply chose to ignore him. Dongyun's concerns were reasonable, and his suspicions were correct. The interest group headed by Hanzō was inevitably declining along with his power. The emergence of any force would arouse the vigilance of this small group of people and be seen as a threat. To protect their positions, they would do many crazy things. Qingmuyu, on the other hand, represented the new generation yearning for a major transformation in the village and a power vacuum. Only then would they have a chance to emerge. Otherwise, waiting for these old fogies to die off one by one would be maddening. The emergence of Akatsuki was an opportunity. After returning to his post, Qingmuyu faced inquiries from his colleagues. It's nothing. The village encountered a tricky problem. Lord Hanzō wanted to test my capabilities and asked for my suggestions. I don't know much about these things, so I just mentioned what everyone usually talks about with me. Upon hearing this, his colleagues all showed envious looks. Truly worthy of you, my brother, to have gained Lord Hanzō's favor. Amazing, brother, take me with you in the future. Qingmuyu received a wave of flattery and ended his day's work pleasantly. That guy Dongyun had never been seen as a threat by him. He was merely a remnant of the old era destined to sink with the ship. In the changing room, Qingmuyu was changing clothes when Xiaoyu walked over. Brother, are you okay today? We have a delivery tonight. Qingmuyu said nonchalantly, it's really nothing. Lord Hanzō is just a bit anxious. As people age, they tend to be suspicious. Let's just do our thing. Go ahead without fear. If we get caught, the worst that can happen is being demoted to guard the border. That's true. Business can't stop. Xiaoyu nodded. The worry was real, but so was the greed. The two first went to eat dinner, then headed to a secret warehouse where a team had already packed the supplies ready to depart at any moment. There were people above responsible for communication and negotiations. These low-level underlings were only responsible for delivering the goods to the recipient. Put on your masks. Let's go. The group advanced through the pitch-black rain along a sparsely populated road. Inside a half-collapsed war fortress on the outskirts of Amegakure, Yahiko and his two companions stood among the ruins, chatting and envisioning the future. Yahiko said, it's been years since we parted ways with Master Jiraiya, but it feels like yesterday. How nostalgic. Indeed. We somehow became students of Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 Sannin. How fortunate we are, Nagato agreed. Conan, however, said, it's not just luck. Yahiko actively pursued it. I was terrified at the time. After all, the Sannin were people who could fight against Hanzō. Nagato, Conan, both of you are right. Becoming Jiraiya-sensei students was our fortune, but also due to our own efforts. It gave us a very high starting point. That is why we must work even harder to fulfill our teachers' expectations, change this country, and bring true peace to the shinobi world. Yahiko had been awakened when he decided to seek power. That awakening had guided him all the way to the present. He had seen too much suffering caused by war and truly wanted to change it all. Gaining power and forming Akatsuki were merely means. Yeah, Yahiko, we believe you can do it. Everyone gathered here with the same thoughts. To Nagato, Yahiko was the light of his life. Konan also nodded in agreement. Yahiko looked at these two companions, deeply moved. They always supported him unconditionally. However, as Akatsuki's reputation grew, the forces they had to intervene with became stronger. He realized that his own strength was gradually falling behind, and that he was just an ordinary person. If that day really comes, Nagato, perhaps you are the one. Thinking this, Yahiko's heart grew heavy, but he suddenly said, "They're here. You two hide first." Konan and Nagato immediately slipped into the shadows. The three of them had been able to build such a large organization through their caution. Yahiko, along with a few Akatsuki members, waited in silence. Before long, a group of people approached from the darkness, along with several cartloads of goods. The leader was tall, wearing a conical hat, his face hidden beneath a mask. They heard him say, "The rain is really heavy today. This country is weeping." Yahiko replied. The code was matched. Although it was not the first time exchanging goods with Akatsuki, it was better to be cautious. Only recognize the code, not the person. Chingmuyu reached up, removed his conical hat, and shook off the rain. 1,000 kunai, 3,000 shuriken, 300 packs of soldier pills, 500 explosive tags, 200 fine blades. Please count them. After reporting the figures, he stepped aside to light a cigarette and smoked in silence. Yahiko nodded slightly and waved his hand. The Akatsuki members behind him immediately stepped forward to count, dividing the work. Akatsuki's funds were limited, so they had to be meticulous. Yahiko walked over to Chingmuyu and said, "Thank you for your hard work. If the quantity is correct, we will also pay the amount promptly. I can trust Akatsuki's reputation. Do you know what people outside are saying about you? The new hope of Amegakure. Even Lord Hanzō has taken notice of you." "Oh, so Lord Hanzō has already noticed our existence." Yahiko was startled at first, then a look of joy actually appeared on his face. These young people had grown up listening to the legends of Hanzō, and they held deep respect for this strong man of the land of rain. "Of course it's certain. You're acting so openly, the people in the village aren't blind." The village was not too small, about the size of a small county town. But it was not large either. Everyone had heard a little about which streets, which gangs, and who was backing them. "I see." Yahiko seemed to discern the warning in Akatsuki's words and fell into silence. "Today someone brought your situation to Lord Hanzō's attention, suggesting that you be eliminated. Lord Hanzō summoned me for questioning." Yahiko knew the crucial moment had arrived. Perhaps out of transactional courtesy, the other party offered him a caution. "My answer was that your existence is not a bad thing. It greatly helps to ease internal conflicts and stabilize the situation within the Rain Country. Lord Hanzō accepted my advice and decided to tolerate your actions for now. Thank you, though I still don't know your name." Yahiko breathed a sigh of relief. The development of the Akatsuki was entering a critical phase. If the village's leader decided to move against them now, they would not be able to withstand it. "I'm just reminding you. Once you've achieved enough, it's time to stop. If your power grows too much, some people will lose sleep." Akatsuki had no intention of revealing his name. He was not yet strong enough to be entangled in such troubles. But Yahiko shook his head. "No matter what difficulties we face, we will never stop." That was his conviction. Akatsuki said no more. He was not one to meddle. "Though your actions are admirable, they will bring disaster upon you and your friends. I hope you are prepared for that." With these words, Akatsuki dropped the finished cigarette, but on the ground, and crushed it underfoot. "Let's settle the transaction." At this moment, the Akatsuki members had finished verifying the goods and signaled to Yahiko that all was well. Then a box of money was handed over. Chaoyu took it and began counting the money with nimble fingers, finishing in less than 2 minutes. "No problem." Akatsuki said, "It's getting late. We'll take our leave." He then led his team into the darkness. Yahiko was left in deep thought. Akatsuki's words had put him on alert. They had traded before, and the other party's warning indicated that the Akatsuki's development had entered treacherous waters. "I always knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it so soon." Nagato and Konan emerged from their hiding spots. Yahiko was that man telling the truth. "Has Hanzō noticed us?" Konan voiced her concern. Hanzō's power was forged through countless battles far beyond what they could contend with. Nagato remained silent, but his tense demeanor revealed his inner anxiety. Yahiko, however, said nonchalantly, "Don't worry. I know what you're afraid of. The Akatsuki is still too weak and needs time. You heard what that man said. Hanzō doesn't take us seriously, yet even allowing us to expand. That's our opportunity. But, Konan, from the moment I decided to become a ninja, I was ready to face every danger." Yahiko spread his arms as if to catch the falling rain. "This country has been weeping. I want to save it even if it costs me my life." "Yahiko, you." Konan felt a deep sorrow. Yahiko had embarked on a path fraught with peril, and she could find no reason to stop him. If everyone feared sacrifice and clung to life, this country would never change. Like Yahiko, she had been a war orphan, enduring hardship and struggling for every morsel of food. Nagato had nearly starved to death on the road before she found him. They were bound by shared experiences, united for a common goal. "Konan, Yahiko is right," Nagato said. "I also want to do something for this country. Yahiko's dream is my dream." Conan nodded. Yahiko clapped his fists together. You two don't make the atmosphere so gloomy. Relax. Listen, we have plenty of supplies now. It's time to go all out. No one knew how long Hanzō would tolerate their growth. They had to race against time. The Akatsuki's expansion would enter its final frenzied stage. Months passed quickly. The Akatsuki's reputation grew so immense that Aokisuki often heard of their exploits in the conversations of other guards. They had mediated conflicts between major powers. Rumors claimed their ultimate goal was to broker peace negotiations among the wind, fire, and earth countries, and they had even begun contacting the three parties. For a time, they were at the height of their glory. One evening when Aokisuki returned home, a new note lay on his desk, Hanzo's attitude toward the Akatsuki. Oh, so Danzo is already planning to deal with the Akatsuki. Danzo must have discovered Nagato's Rinnegan. If the Rinnegan were allowed to mature, it would threaten Konoha's position. That was unacceptable. Aokisuki immediately wrote his response. Hanzo's attitude toward the Akatsuki was still within the tolerable range, and he had no immediate intention to strike. He wrote on the back of the same paper. The next morning he pretended to go to work as usual, but after arriving he requested leave and secretly returned home. This time he took 2 days off. He was determined to find out who the spy from the route really was. But after waiting a whole day, no one entered his room. Strange. Could this person be a censor-type ninja? Aokisuki was puzzled. Over the past 2 years he had tried to reverse investigate multiple times, but the culprit was extremely cunning. He had tracked and identified every suspect, but found no leads. The second day was equally fruitless. On the third day he had a night shift, so he continued his stakeout during the day. Aokisuki wasn't in a hurry. The other party must be more anxious as they still needed to relay information to the route. Just then a woman in a kimono with a graceful figure caught his attention. She first bought a bun from Granny Chinshu's shop next door, then strolled casually toward his family's gift shop. Huh, isn't that Mrs. Mommy Yumo's wife? Could it be? The woman chatted with his mother Ingzi while selecting gifts inside the shop. After a moment she paid, and left showing no intention of going upstairs. Not good. Aokisuki quickly used a body flicker technique to reach the rooftop. He caught a glimpse of a black figure disappearing around a corner, slipping into a steel pipe and vanishing. Through the window he saw that the note on the desk was gone. Was that a cat? Aokisuki scratched his head. He had no summoning beast himself, and he had almost forgotten about that possibility. That evening, he didn't even have time to eat before heading to his shift. In the changing room, he sat patiently, and soon Uemo walked in. You're here? How have you been lately? Aokisuki initiated small talk, trying to pry for information. Not bad. But I can't compare to you guys with your extra income, Uemo said enviously. Huh. If I had such a beautiful wife, I wouldn't take risks either. Today mommy came to my family's shop to buy a gift. Something to celebrate. At this Uemo's face lit up. It's nothing special. It's my daughter's birthday today, so mommy went to buy her a gift. Oh, I see. You should have told me earlier. I would have given her a gift too. You're treating me like an outsider. Aokisuki pretended to be offended. Oh, it's just a child's birthday. I don't want to trouble you, haha. By the way, kids usually like pets, right? How about I make up for it by giving her a kitten? Uemo immediately shook his head. Really no need. My wife is sensitive to the smell of cats and dogs. We can't keep pets. Oh, I see. I wasn't thinking. Aokisuki had visited Uemo's home before and indeed hadn't seen any pets. Mrs. Mommy had a bit of a spoiled temperament and was particularly fond of cleanliness. Uemo's words seemed true. Just then Kurikawa arrived and saw the two talking. What are you two chatting about so happily? Ahem. Just some family matters. A bachelor like you wouldn't understand. Kurikawa was an orphan free from such worries with no one to care for but himself. You always like to tease me about this. To be honest, I've already found someone I like, but... Sigh. Kurikawa looked helpless. Aokisuki laughed. A married woman. How? How did you know? Kurikawa immediately blushed. With you running off to the silver fish seat, every chance you get anyone could figure it out. Do you really love salted fish that much? You. Don't talk nonsense. I just wanted a change of taste. Kurikawa's hands trembled with nervousness. He glanced toward the door like a thief afraid that Sato Ichiro might walk in at any moment. Look at you all nervous. Our captain's wife is one of the village's greatest beauties. Who wouldn't be interested? The captain himself knows it well, and even if he found out, he wouldn't mind. That's true, but you want to say you're serious? Who isn't serious? But as long as the captain is still alive, we can only dream. Shoo. Uemo suddenly raised a finger to his lips. Aokisuki and Kurikawa immediately stopped talking and silently began putting on their gear. Sure enough, before long Sato Ichiro strode in with steady steps. Looking at the group, he said, "Time's up. Go relieve the shift." Hi. The three of them brushed past their captain with expressionless faces. It was truly a blessing to have a censor-type teammate. In the Rain Country, inside a stronghold of the root organization, Yunulama obtained the intel and reported to Tuansong. Sir Banzong seems to be indulging the actions of Xiao. Does he really think these young people can pacify the war? Tuansong's exposed single eye narrowed slightly. That Banzong merely wants to use Xiao to ease internal conflicts. Even if we don't act, he will eventually. But we cannot allow Xiao to continue growing. The war cannot end just yet. For Tuansong, the later the war ended, the greater the damage to Mu Yi and the greater the responsibility of Yuan Fei risen. Then he could seize the opportunity to force him to resign. What's the next step? His first thought was to sow discord, which was Root's specialty. Tuansong pondered for a moment and said, send someone disguised as a member of Xiao to kill some of Banzang's clansmen, then we'll go talk to Banzong. This method was very simple yet effective. Once an organization like Xiao continues to grow and the Luan Hui, I holder matures, if they join forces with Banzong, they might actually make Yu'in the sixth great ninja village. A weak rain country was what the three nations of wind, fire, and earth desired. They could not stand by idly. They must act immediately. Understood, I'll make arrangements right away. 3 days later, Banzong and Tuansong held a historic meeting. A batch of corpses was laid out on the vacant ground nearby. How could this happen? Banzong couldn't believe that someone dared to kill his clansmen in the rain country. I also feel very regretful. Tuansong wore a sincere expression. We of Mu Yi are negotiating a ceasefire with Yanyin. On the way back, we discovered these corpses. Since they were your clansmen, we brought them here. Who did this? I'm afraid it was Xiao. Xiao. Banzong shook his head upon hearing this. In fact, he had been paying attention to Zhao's development. Impossible. I've looked into this organization. They are a group of young people advocating peace. Why would they do such a thing? But Tuansong said, Lord Banzong, you have been too permissive with them. This has created hidden dangers and ultimately led to this tragedy. They have been possessed by desire. They seek to overthrow the village's authority. If this continues, the village will be taken from you. The words, overthrowing authority, taking the village, struck directly at Banzang's most anxious concern. Just ask yourself if you're afraid. Seeing Banzong silent, Tuansong continued. Although Xiao has many members now, they are nothing but a rabble in the end. I am willing to provide assistance to eliminate them. What is your goal? Banzong clearly knew that the man before him was no benevolent benefactor. Very simple. I help you strengthen your rule over Yu'in, and you provide assistance when I need it. Tuansong spoke frankly. On one hand, helping Banzong expanded his own influence. When he became Hokage in the future, he would have an ally who could provide military aid when Mu Yi waged war abroad. On the other hand, it was to stifle the Luan Hui and continuously weaken Yu'in, keeping the Rain country in a state of constant internal strife. An alliance. Banzong murmured. Tuansong was truly a timely reign for him. He was currently facing the awkward situation of declining strength and waning authority. If he could form a political alliance with Tuansong, that would be ideal. The two old men glanced at each other, both seeing the other's thirst for power. At that moment, the alliance was sealed. As for whether Xiao actually killed the clansmen, it no longer mattered. Even if not, it had to be. As far as I know, Xiao has quite a few members. Do you have any good ideas? Banzong asked. Tuansong smiled. I have investigated thoroughly. The leader of Xiao is a young man named Mi Yin. The others were all seduced by him into joining. As long as we eliminate this man, Xiao will naturally disband. When it came to scheming and manipulating, Root was professional. Banzong gestured with his hand. Come inside and talk. The two turned and entered the room to begin their conspiracy. As Tuansong passed by Qingmu Yue, he cast a seemingly casual glance. Qingmu Yue, however, kept his eyes down and pretended not to recognize him. He was currently working part-time at Root, so Tuansong was his part-time boss. The other must have seen his photo. Shortly after the two entered, Banzong summoned Qingmu Yue again. Lord Banzong, what are your orders? You are familiar with the situation of Xiao. This is Lord Tuansong from Mu Yi. Tell him about the situation. Banzong said. Hi. Qingmu Yue turned to Tuansong and said, Lord Tuansong, the situation is as follows. He picked out the well-known information and recited it, maintaining a business-like manner. Tuansong had already investigated Zhao's situation thoroughly, so naturally, he didn't need Qingmu Yue's rambling. And indeed, that was the case. After Qingmu Yue finished, Tuansong said, I didn't expect that Lord Banzong would have such a talented subordinate. Why not let him be responsible for our communication from now on? This was an opportunity to elevate him to a key position, allowing him to act as a spy openly. What a cunning old fox. Banzong didn't think much about it and nodded. Qingmu Yue is an outstanding talent of the village. Entrusting him with this task is indeed reassuring. The two settled the matter without asking Qingmu Yue's own opinion. However, he still needed to show his stance. Thank you for your regard, Lord Banzong. I will not let you down. Qingmu Yue knelt on one knee and vowed. Thus he quickly advanced from an ordinary outer guard to the liaison between Banzong and Tuansong, with direct access to the top. In this way, he would not be sacrificed casually. Moreover, Tuansong, needing timely and accurate information about Banzong, would not easily betray him. With safety guaranteed, benefits naturally followed. The two old men acted swiftly. Having agreed in the daytime, they set off separately that very night. Western district of Yu'in village. Me and everyone is feeling tired. Yeah, one day accumulated fatigue will wear down the ideals. Are you saying everyone will forget why they fight? Mi Yin was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, Chongmin, would you be the leader of Shao? I'm not cut out to be a leader. You are different. You possess the symbol of a hero which will become everyone's new ideal. What? Are you trying to use my Lunhu AI? But I have always suffered because of these eyes. I understand, but you have someone by your side who can control its power. Xiaonan will always be with you. Mi Yin said with a smile. Me and you. Chongmin was shocked. Xiaonan and Mi Yin liked each other, and Chongmin also liked Xiaonan. Between friendship and love, he chose friendship. Now Mi Yin, for the sake of his ideals, was under pressure to willingly give Xiaonan to him. This was unacceptable. He didn't want to ruin the friendship between the three, and Mi Yin had recently had a feeling of settling his affairs. Could it be that he foresaw something? Just then Jiuzhu ran over and said, "Boss, it's bad. Banzong has sent an envoy." Mi Yin and Chongmin exchanged a glance, then immediately gathered everyone to welcome the envoy. Huansong, dressed as a Yue ninja, said upon seeing Mi Yin, "Are you Lord Mi Yin, the leader of Shao?" Yes. That's right. I am the deputy of Banzong, named Kanzong. I heard that you advocate non-violence and insist on peaceful resolution. Lord Banzong has asked me to deliver a letter. Huansong handed the pre-prepared secret letter to Mi Yin. The latter was surprised after reading it. Is this true? Huansong replied with a smile, yes. Lord Banzong has heard of your deeds and is pleased. He wishes to meet you. He hopes to entrust you with the peace negotiation tasks for the 3 countries surrounding the Rain country in the future. Please tell Lord Banzong that we understand. Mi Yin agreed without much thought, as if afraid of missing this hard-won opportunity. Heh, young people are so easily deceived, Banzong sneered inwardly. Then I take my leave. After Huansong left, the members of Shao cheered, celebrating this moment. Zhao's ideal was finally about to be realized. Mi Yin looked at the rain outside and sighed. How many people have sacrificed for this moment? At last we have not let them down. Chongmin reached out and patted Mi Yin's shoulder. Mi Yin, your determination to understand others' pain has moved Banzong. Look how happy everyone is. Shao has found its ideal again. Everyone is willing to follow closely in your footsteps. There is no need for a symbol of a hero. We are not wrong. I hope everything goes smoothly tomorrow. Are you worried? Chongmin naturally thought of what the previous contact person had said and couldn't help but feel worried as well. Well, whatever problems there are, we'll deal with them tomorrow. We must seize this opportunity. Besides, what that guy said might not be true. Mi Yin replied. Both of them knew clearly that whether this meeting was a trap or not, they had no choice, because Shao was also about to be unable to hold on. Banzang's olive branch at this time was something they had to accept. At that moment, everyone gathered around. Mi Yin said, "For tomorrow's meeting, Chongmin and I will go together. You stay at the headquarters, just in case." "Is it okay, boss? Let's all go together." Jiuzhu said worriedly. "Don't worry. If we all go together, we'll scare Banzong. Mi Yin certainly wouldn't let so many people go together. If they were all captured at once, Shao would truly be finished." "That's true, haha." Everyone laughed. Mi Yin looked around and asked, "By the way, where is Xiaonan?" "She went to patrol the 7th district. She probably won't be back until tomorrow morning." Chongmin replied. "Is that so? Rarely do we encounter such good news. Anyway, Shao has taken an important step. Today, everyone should forget about missions and relax." So everyone began to celebrate, drinking and feasting until they were thoroughly drunk. At that moment, Xiaonan had just arrived at the patrol point and found that the Shao members stationed there had been killed. She stepped forward to check, but the corpses suddenly swelled up and sprayed a large amount of toxic mist, knocking her unconscious instantly. When she woke up again, she found herself locked in a dim dungeon with several Yue ninja guards watching her outside. Where is this? This woman seems to be awake. I heard she's an important member of the Akatsuki. I wonder what Lord Hanzō wants with her. Umo, you're always in the know. Tell us more. Umo shook her head. This operation is extremely secretive. Lord Hanzō mobilized the core guards. How would I know? Qingmu Yue, you're highly favored by Lord Hanzō. You must know something. I'm just an outer member like you. How could I know? Qingmu Yue denied. But this time Danzo from Konoha brought his men. It must be something big. Upon hearing this, Conan's heart trembled and a sense of dread washed over her. Hanzō had captured her as a hostage, and now Konoha's shinobi were involved. Is Hanzō targeting us? This guy. I've seen him somewhere. Right. Back then. Though Qingmu Yu always wore a mask during transactions, his long dark blue hair and the katana hanging at his waist were unmistakable. These personal traits were too conspicuous. Conan remembered that he had once subtly warned Yahiko that Hanzō might move against the Akatsuki. What happened? How are Yahiko and Nagato now? She realized that Qingmu Yu's earlier words were meant for her. Qingmu Yu watched Conan lost in thought. He knew this woman was highly intelligent. The Akatsuki's logistics and strategy were largely her domain, and she was meticulous and rigorous. I saw Konoha's people too. That Danzo is called the darkness of the shinobi. His presence bodes no good, Uemo replied. Chuan scratched his head. Is this Akatsuki really that troublesome, even compared to the old Iron Fang? Why involve Konoha? And, are we on such good terms with Konoha? Good terms? Hell no. The Second Shinobi World War left countless dead on both sides. It ended only when Hanzō bestowed the title Legendary Sannin of Konoha upon the three. TCH. Who knows about that? Our job is to guard this woman. Better not meddle in other matters. Their squad was assigned to guard the prisoner because he as a sensory-type shinobi was more reliable. Clearly this woman was a key figure in the upcoming plan. I'm a bit hungry. I'll watch her. You two go get some food, Qingmu said. Alright, she's yours. H1 and Umo turned and left. Obviously Qingmu wanted to speak with the female prisoner. Out of courtesy they tactfully withdrew. Seeing that Qingmu had sent away his companions, Conan asked, "What is Hanzō planning to do to us?" The Akatsuki has grown into a massive organization. Lord Hanzō sees it as a threat. Naturally he will eliminate you to prevent future trouble. The sentence explained both the reason and the purpose. But our goal is to bring peace to the Rain country. That would only benefit the village. Conan was puzzled. Peace. Perhaps it means nothing to him. The fate of the Rain country doesn't matter. Anyone who threatens his position must die. The Akatsuki already has that capability whether you intend to use it or not. What? He wants to destroy us for this reason. What? Conan felt a bitter irony. The goal they had sacrificed so much for was so cheap in others' eyes. They had once harbored illusions about Hanzō. Qingmu remained silent, letting Conan absorb the news. The cruelty of shinobi was not just empty words. After a moment Conan asked again, "What does Hanzō intend to do?" "Use me as a hostage. Tomorrow morning is the meeting. Konoha's Ambu forces will arrive at the Hidden Rain village simultaneously. Hanzō and Danzo have already joined forces setting a trap. In short, be prepared for anything." Qingmu wasn't foolish enough to run and inform. Too many eyes were watching. Briefly sending H1 and Umo away was fine, but if he tried to release Conan, he would be doomed and his entire squad would perish with him. Anyone who stepped out of sight now would be crushed. On Nagato's side the masked man was constantly watching. Any exposure would mean instant death. Hanzō, Danzo, and the masked man. None of these three factions were easy to deal with. Hearing this Conan was filled with despair. "Yahiko Nagato." Just then Umo's voice came from outside the door. "Captain Dong Yun, what brings you here?" "Don't worry, the woman is fine. We're watching her. Nothing will go wrong." So H1 and Umo hadn't both left the dungeon, the one had stayed nearby to guard. Though they trusted Qingmu not to do anything foolish, they wouldn't stake their lives on another's word. That was the mark of a true shinobi. "Why are you here? What if she escapes?" Dong Yun scolded in dissatisfaction. Umo quickly explained, No. Qingmu is watching her inside." Qingmu knew Umo was alerting him, but he remained seated until Dong Yun approached. "Captain Dong Yun, what brings you here? Does Lord Hanzō have new orders?" "Don't try to intimidate me with Lord Hanzō's name. Qingmu, it was your repeated interference that let the Akatsuki grow. They murdered Lord Hanzō's clansmen in cold blood. Though he hasn't said it, he's displeased with you. You'll never be promoted to Jonin. Speaking of which, are you in league with the Akatsuki?" Dong Yun looked suspiciously at both Qingmu and Conan, sensing they had been talking. Conan remained silent. This man named Dong Yun clearly had a grudge against Qingmu. It was best to keep quiet. Her mind was consumed with worry for Yahiko and Nagato. If Captain Dong Yun says so, then it must be true. Whatever pleases you. Qingmu replied with a smile, trying to psychologically pressure him. "Dream on. Let me clarify one thing, I'm perfectly satisfied with my current post. I plan to stay here for life. Isn't serving the village the same wherever you are? Unlike some who climb the ranks by bullying subordinates with a higher rank, such tactics are beneath contempt. Are you talking about me, you brat? What gives you the right?" Dong Yun's calm voice carried a hint of rage. He suddenly drew his sword and swung it down at Qingmu's head. A mere Chunin dared to defy him openly. Clang! A katana of the same make intercepted the descending strike. Sizzle! Sizzle! Blue arcs of electricity flickered on both blades. "So you've secretly mastered chakra flow. Is that what gives you the audacity to challenge me? You're a Jonin, and I'm just a Chunin. How would I dare to challenge you? I was merely defending myself from your unprovoked attack. Should I just stick my neck out for you to cut? Even if we take this to Lord Hanzō, I'll have my say." "You're quite confident. The village rumors say your blade is fast. I'd like to see how fast. Try it yourself. Words alone won't cut it." Umo had already fled outside in fear. The guard unit was small, and everyone knew about the feud between Qingmu and Dong Yun. Oh no, this could interfere with Lord Hanzō's plans. I need to fetch the captain. In the dim dungeon, candlelight flickered. The next moment lightning flashed, sparks flew, and blades clanged incessantly. The two exchanged dozens of strikes in an instant. As a veteran Jonin, Dong Yun was not slow. Qingmu, a standout among the younger generation of the Hidden Rain village, excelled in swordsmanship and had honed the body flicker technique to perfection, showing no fear. Jonin was a rank, not a complete measure of strength. This guy's power has reached such a level. Not only is his speed on par with mine, but his strength surpasses me. Dong Yun was shocked. A true expert reveals themselves through action. Qing Muyu precisely intercepted every attack, his hand steady, without a tremor in each clash. What did that imply? Dong Yun dared not think further. He refused to believe that he had been surpassed by a junior he once bullied. Don't get too cocky, brat. Dong Yun's expression twisted. Lightning blade slash. Lightning chakra gathered on the blade, emitting a blinding blue-white light as it slashed down at lightning's speed, fusing the speed of lightning release with his own strength. Reverse flow fong. In an instant, a massive blue fong surged upward from below. Boom. The clash of lightning and water release produced a low, suppressed sonic boom. The force traveled through their bodies and was channeled into the ground. Crack. The floor tiles beneath Qing Muyu's feet spiderwebbed outward. If this is all you've got, you can't touch me. Qing Muyu pivoted and kicked out. Dong Yun tried to block with his left arm, but underestimated Qing Muyu's explosive power. His body was sent flying and slammed into the wall, hanging there for several seconds before slowly sliding down. His bones ached all over and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. You bastard. After catching his breath, Dong Yun poured all his lightning chakra into the blade. Enraged and humiliated, he charged at Qing Muyu in a final assault. Explosive stream blade. Compressing lightning chakra to enhance penetration. An interesting technique. Qing Muyu performed the same motion. Cold rain breath, piercing cloud. Using water's softness to tame lightning's fury, the storm of rain and lightning converged, piercing the target like a cloud. Sizzle. Sizzle. As the blade tips collided, the two electric forces rapidly coalesced into a spherical lightning ball. Crack. At the critical moment, Dong Yun's blade could not withstand the violent power and shattered. Lightning release is inherently violent and requires immense chakra control. If control falters, this happens. Dong Yun's eyes widened. He hadn't anticipated such an accident. The abrupt interruption of their clash sent the turbulent lightning sphere hurtling toward him. He tried to dodge, but his legs gave way. Fear of death had seized his body. Earth release, earth flow wall. At the critical moment, a wall of earth rose beneath Dong Yun, lifting him up. Boom. The earth wall was instantly blasted into rubble by the lightning sphere, and Dong Yun crashed to the ground, pale with terror. I almost died. He turned to look at the one who had saved him, the man with the ponytail and perpetual gas mask, Sato Ichiro. A man blessed with a beautiful wife. 99% of the village's men wished he would die soon, yet he was as steady as an old dog. For the first time, Dong Yun felt gratitude toward this colleague. What's the matter with you two? Sato Ichiro asked in a grave tone. Captain Higashino wants to instruct me in swordsmanship. Those of us who practice the blade spar together. It looks dangerous, but in truth it's not safe at all. I still have a mission to attend to, but he insisted. Aoki Suki shrugged helplessly, then turned to Uzumaki and said, someone can testify. Uzumaki quickly nodded. Yes, I can testify. We were just practicing together. Higashino snorted coldly upon hearing this, but said nothing. I don't care what you two were doing. The most important thing now is to keep a close watch on this woman. If anything goes wrong, you can explain it to Lord Hanzō yourselves. Captain is right. I was guarding the prisoner when Captain Higashino suddenly came. I wonder what he intended. Higashino, does Lord Hanzō have any new orders? Faced with Sato Ichiro's deliberately offered olive branch, Higashino took a deep breath, steadying his trembling hand. He had no choice but to swallow today's humiliation. Not at all. This woman is crucial to the next plan. I came to confirm the hostage's safety. Sato Ichiro smoothed things over. I see. It's all for the village. Let's understand each other. He couldn't disregard the captain's face. Aoki Suki then took the initiative. Rest assured, both captains. With our team here, there will be no problems. Higashino wouldn't live past tomorrow, so there was no point in bickering with a dying man. Better be that way. Higashino shot a resentful glance at Aoki Suki and turned to leave the dungeon. Sato Ichiro sighed, said nothing, and followed suit. This was none of his business, and he didn't want to interfere. Uzumaki silently gave Aoki Suki a thumbs up and began cleaning up the mess. After a moment, Kirikawa returned with food. Seeing the chaos around, he was utterly bewildered. What happened? Jonin Higashino and Aoki Suki just had a sparring match, Uzumaki reminded him. Sparring? What a waste of time. Kirikawa immediately curbed his curiosity. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked. Instead, he said, is this woman behaving? If you ask me, we should break her limbs to prevent any trouble. Do we have to be so cruel? She's quite beautiful. It would be a pity to cripple her. Uzumaki felt a pang of reluctance. Aoki Suki rolled his eyes inwardly. My foolish comrades, you're not leaving yourselves any way out. Despite Conan's gentle appearance, now she would soon become ruthless, imposing a high-pressure tyrannical rule over Amegakure. Whether the remnants of Hanzō's era could survive depended entirely on her whim. What nonsense are you two talking? She's an important hostage. There can't be any problems. We're just small fry. Let's just stand guard properly. Aoki Suki cut off Kirikawa and Uzumaki's discussion. Their team was on duty tonight, meaning they wouldn't be involved in tomorrow's operation. They could escape with their lives. After tomorrow, Hanzō's core guards would be wiped out, and a new batch of Jonin would inevitably be promoted. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. That's true. Let's just do our duty and hand over the person in the morning, Uzumaki agreed. The three of them then began eating and chatting idly. The night passed quickly. Hanzō, fully equipped, was ready to depart for the rendezvous point. Is the hostage secure? Higashino quickly replied. The hostage is under the guard of Aoki Tsuki. Although he's only a chunin, his combat skills have reached Jonin level. There shouldn't be any problems. Oh, he's already reached Jonin level. Hanzō was slightly surprised. Becoming a Jonin at 17 or 18 was nothing special in the 5 great ninja villages, but in Amegakure, it was quite impressive. With a bit of training, he could become an important asset in the future. Have him join this operation. Yes, sir. Higashino felt a secret delight. He knew many people would be involved, and a chaotic battle was inevitable. Aoki Tsuki might just get killed. In the dungeon, when Aoki Tsuki learned he was to participate in the operation, his face went pale with fear. What? I have to go too. But I heard this is a top-secret mission only for core guards. Higashino said smugly. That's right, but Lord Hanzō thinks highly of you and wants you to gain some experience. Really? Aoki Tsuki didn't believe a word of it. I recommended you. Surprised. Higashino explained bluntly. After our encounter last night, I realized you've been overlooked. A talent like yours should serve Lord Hanzō. Then I thank you very much. No need. Just serve Lord Hanzō well. Bring the prisoner and follow me. With that, he turned and left. Aoki Tsuki had thought he could avoid this, but now this mess had happened. Truly a petty man takes revenge all day long. Conan had been staring blankly all night, knowing that this moment would come. Since Aoki Tsuki wasn't familiar with her, offering comfort would seem strange, so he kept silent and followed Higashino with Conan in tow. He was just a mere chunin, a tool in others' eyes. It was laughable to worry about the fate of someone stronger than him. Soon they arrived at the secret meeting place, a cliff. On both sides, many people had already gathered. On the right stood root ninjas wearing masks. On the left, the Amegakure side, including Aoki Tsuki, numbered only about a dozen. Handing Conan over to Hanzō, Aoki Tsuki breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared Hanzō would make him handle the hostage. He was already thinking about how to escape. Just as he stepped back into the Amegakure ranks, Higashino whispered beside him, I'll be watching you. Huh. I've been looking forward to this moment. It's my honor to fight for Lord Hanzō. No matter what he thought, his mouth had to be tough. Oh, then you'd better perform well. Higashino strongly suspected Aoki Tsuki was colluding with the Akatsuki, but he had no evidence. Soon 2 figures approached from afar, puzzling everyone. Today's plan was to wipe out the Akatsuki, yet only 2 of them showed up. Hanzō glanced at Danzo, who gave no response, merely staring at the red-haired figure. Yahiko! Conan shouted, trying to warn him. Yahiko and Nagato's hearts trembled at the sound. Looking closely, they saw Conan kneeling beside Hanzō, obviously taken hostage. Conan, how could this be? Yahiko couldn't believe it. That man, the powerful ninja of Amegakure. The one who claimed to admire them and entrusted the peace negotiation mission of the 3 surrounding nations to the Akatsuki, had deceived them. This meeting was nothing but a trap. Nagato was completely stunned, lost in a daze, as the painful memories buried deep in his mind resurfaced once again. Perhaps with a premonition of this day, Yahiko was the first to calm down. He declared loudly, Hanzō, why are you doing this? Your organization is too much of a nuisance for me. Yahiko, today, I want you, the leader of the Akatsuki, to die here. If you dare resist, this woman will lose her life. After saying this, Hanzō tossed a kunai in front of Nagato. You, the red-haired one, use this kunai to kill Yahiko. I'll spare you and the woman. Nagato stared wide-eyed at the kunai on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Once again, he was forced to stand at the crossroads of fate. The fear of losing the most important person once again consumed his heart. Conan cried out anxiously, Yahiko, Nagato, forget about me. Run. Yahiko let out a soft sigh. He knew this trap was set for him. If he didn't die, Hanzō would never let up. Nagato, kill me. Yahiko. Nagato was on the verge of collapse. Nagato. Yahiko shouted with a commanding tone. He had long been mentally prepared for death, so he was very calm. Conan screamed, stop. Don't. Hanzō urged impatiently, hurry up. Do you want to see this woman die? Several dozen people on the cliff watched the scene in silence, all waiting for Nagato's decision. Aoki Tsuki glanced at Hanzō. This man who had fought for the land of rain for half his life, now betraying his principles for the sake of his rule. He was squandering the credibility he had built over a lifetime. Only those who experienced this moment could understand Nagato's despair and hatred. He had to pick a side quickly, or he would be crushed like an ant. Huff, huff. The suffocating pressure made Nagato feel like he was choking. Tremblingly, he picked up the kunai, not knowing what to do. He turned to speak, Yahiko. The familiar figure suddenly lunged at him, giving him no time to react. Live on together with Conan, no matter what. Because you are the savior of this world. If it's you, maybe you really can. Yahiko lost consciousness and crumpled to the ground, motionless. Nagato's mind went blank. He stepped back, numbly feeling the whole world darken. Yahiko was the light of his world, and now that light had gone out. Intense emotions stirred the Rinnegan. Yahiko. Conan let out a heart-wrenching wail. But Hanzō did not keep his promise to release her. Instead, he coldly ordered everyone attack. Almost simultaneously, everyone hurled their kunai, or shuriken, at Nagato below. Whizzing. Facing the rain of attacks, Nagato simply pushed forward with his hand, deflecting them all. What was that? What happened? The crowd murmured, having never seen such a strange ability. Nagato flashed onto the cliff. Hanzō swiftly leaped back, taking the opportunity, while Nagato rescued Conan, to slap the ground with one hand. Fire release, explosive flame formation. The prearranged exploding tags emerged, climbing up Nagato's legs, their blinding light reflected in his violet pupils. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosion obscured everyone's view. Did it succeed? Hanzō was confident in this technique. Yet Nagato burst out of the blast zone with Conan, his feet still burning with residual flames. Nagato. Conan, watch over Yahiko. Don't move, Nagato said calmly. Conan keenly noticed that his tone was completely different from before, decisive and composed. The timid, indecisive Nagato had vanished. Not bad, kid. You survived my fire release. Nagato suddenly looked up, staring directly at Hanzō with his Rinnegan for the first time, revealing his eyes so openly before others. The purple ripples glowed with a cold, eerie light, like the gaze of death, inspiring awe. Hanzo's heart tightened, a bad premonition rising. You're no ordinary person. Your eyes. Root could wait no longer. They had Danzo's orders: eliminate the red-haired one at all costs. Go. Kill him. Dozens of ninjas simultaneously leaped toward Nagato below. One might think they were fighting earnestly for the alliance. The Amegakure ninjas were all old foxes, and none made a move, all watching cautiously. Aoki Tsuki nervously retreated behind the others. The rest thought he was just scared by the big scene. Higashino sneered scornfully, cowardly brat. Aoki Tsuki couldn't care less. His comrades were about to die, and he didn't want to join them. Quietly, he gathered chakra in his legs, once again grateful that he had never neglected his body flicker technique practice over the past 2 years. In critical moments, it would save his life. Summoning demonic statue of the outer path, a huge wooden textured monster suddenly appeared in the field, swatting enemies away like flies with a mere wave of its hand. 2 figures watched from afar. It's appeared, said White Zetsu in surprise. He summoned the empty shell of the 10 tails. Obito was also stunned by Nagato's performance. Conan was no stranger to this monster, and knew the risk of the technique. She quickly said, Nagato, you can't use this. But Nagato was beyond reason. Intense hatred made him want to kill everyone present. With a roar, he pushed his chakra. The statue extended root-like iron rods that pierced Nagato's back, absorbing his chakra. Soon a purple dragon shot out from the statue's mouth, lunging toward the cliff. With a single sweep, it drained the souls of over a dozen ninjas. Both root members and Hanzo's guards were indiscriminately erased. No good. Touching that will kill you. Run. Panic-stricken, everyone forgot all else and turned to flee. The purple dragon moved swiftly, instantly catching up. But 2 figures managed to escape. One had bandages wrapped around his head, moving at blinding speed far ahead. The other was no slower, leaving only flickering afterimages, clearly starting later. Poor timing. Those 2 were Danzo and Aoki Tsuki. They had bolted at the first sight of the demonic statue of the outer path, without a moment's hesitation. One after the other, they vanished into the vast curtain of rain. Hanzō watched his subordinates slaughtered, standing still, not moving, until the purple dragon reached him. So you're the true mastermind behind the Akatsuki. To possess the Rinnegan. I'm truly astonished. He knew he had stirred up a huge trouble. This enemy was far stronger than he imagined. Nagato roared, directing the purple dragon to attack Hanzō. Roar. Body flicker technique. Hanzō instantly used water body flicker, escaping before the attack landed. He had no intention of fighting, his instinct was to flee. In speed, he was even faster than the 2 who had run earlier. Nagato could barely hold on, unable to pursue, so he dispelled the summoning. Poof! The demonic statue of the outer path disappeared. Huff! Huff! Nagato panted heavily. Though his body was reduced to skin and bones from the statue's absorption, his spirit was unprecedentedly exhilarated. A nervous smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. The euphoria of years of repression finally released. In the distance, Obito murmured to himself, Yahiko, Nagato, Conan. I'll reunite you in the world of dreams. I promise. Danzo turned and fled toward Konoha. Aoki Getsu, meanwhile, made his escape toward the rain village. The roars of the dragon mingled with screams from behind, driving them onward without a moment's pause. The 2 fled separately, too preoccupied to exchange greetings. The dread emanating from the demonic statue of the outer path could be felt even from a great distance, a terror that struck at the very soul. In the past, Hanzo's elite guards had looked down on everyone, deigning not to speak with lesser men. Yet before the statue, they were slaughtered like chickens, effortlessly killed. Aoki Getsu glanced back hastily. That fellow Dong Yun, who had already run a fair distance, was caught by the purple dragon and had his soul drained away. He understood in his heart that the wheels of history had begun to turn slowly. A new god had been born in the Rain Village, and the old god was about to fall. Not long after returning to the village, he received a summons from Hanzō. In the dim room, Hanzō sat with a hint of weariness, a trace of unease concealed in his eyes. His usual majesty was gone. I didn't expect you to survive such a situation. Aoki Getsu fell to his knees in fear upon hearing this, explaining, Lord, I was simply too terrified. That monster was not something a human could fight. Anyone who got close would die. Half of it was an act, half genuine fear. With his current strength, he could handle ordinary men, but had no chance against Danzo or Hanzō, let alone that freak Nagato. Enough. It was too much to expect a mere boy to fight that thing. The losses are heavy. I will promote you to Jonin. From now on, continue to handle the perimeter guard duties. Hanzō had once thought well of Aoki Getsu, but the boy had proven too cowardly, fleeing the battlefield. In the past, such men would have been exiled to the border. But now, with a shortage of personnel, he had to let it slide. Thank you for your understanding, Lord. Aoki Getsu was secretly pleased. He had no desire to be valued by an old man who was about to die. What was the point of being made first mate on a sinking ship? Danzo got away too, didn't he? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. He ran much faster than I did. You may go. Remember, do not breathe a word of this mission to anyone. Hanzo's voice suddenly turned cold. Anything that tarnished his image and authority naturally could not be revealed. That was why he had only brought his core guards. Rest assured, Lord. I will not utter a single word. Aoki Getsu made repeated assurances before respectfully withdrawing from the room. At noon, Hanzō urgently assembled everyone. Takanaka, Shu Sato, Ichiro, Kakuta, Gen Rain, and the other surviving jonin of the village all came. Hanzō appeared before them. Certain events have occurred, and the village has lost some personnel. From today, Aoki Getsu, Tenioka Kino are promoted to jonin, each to lead a team and guard the perimeter. The crowd buzzed with discussion. It was too sudden. Jonin positions were specific. The Rain Village was small, with only enough posts for the existing number. Promoting so many jonin at once, most of whom lacked the necessary strength and seniority, could only mean the village's losses were far from ordinary. What happened? So many jonin dead. What kind of powerful enemy is this? Have the great ninja villages declared war on us? But Hanzō showed no intention of explaining. He simply continued to strengthen the village's vigilance. Do not let any suspicious persons through. Yes. Hanzō turned and left. The jonin in charge of mission assignments, Takanaka Shu, said to all newly promoted jonin comrades, please take over your duties as soon as possible. Hirakawa and Yumo stared wide-eyed at Aoki Getsu. Brother, what on earth happened? How did you become a jonin? Ahem. I am weak in strength and only served on the perimeter. I don't know the details. The two clearly did not believe his story, but they couldn't press further. Lord Hanzō probably didn't want anyone to know. I see. Well, congratulations then. Hirakawa said with a hint of sourness. Yumo echoed, yes, congratulations. I know it might sound sudden to become a jonin, but isn't this what you hoped for? Aoki Getsu knew all too well the bitter feeling of watching a colleague get promoted above you. That was just a joke back then. I didn't expect. Hirakawa scratched his head awkwardly. From now on, he would have to address him as captain. But Yumo said this is a good thing. With Brother Aoki as our captain, things will be much easier from now on. Rest assured, I'm not the kind of heartless captain who squeezes his subordinates. Ask any of my former men. They'll all sing my praises. Aoki Getsu took over the position formerly held by Sato Ichiro, who was promoted to Hanzo's core guard. The handover went smoothly. Captain, congratulations on your promotion. You will always be my captain. Aoki Getsu offered his congratulations. How could he not be happy? All of Hanzo's core guards had died, creating a power vacuum. With his old superior now a core guard, he could practically walk sideways in the village. But Sato Ichiro was not as pleased as one might expect. You know better than I that the village has provoked a fearsome enemy. Even Lord Hanzō was so badly beaten. I really don't want this core guard position. Previously, he had been the captain of the perimeter guards with a relaxed mindset and plans to retire. Now he had been thrust into the core guard. When the enemy came for revenge, would they spare him? Dong Yun, who had always schemed to climb the ranks, had finally become a core guard only to die shortly after. Don't worry, Captain. When that day comes, Lord Hanzō will act. Sato Ichiro shook his head. That phrase used to be a sure thing, but it no longer held. This time, only Hanzō had returned alone, indicating that the enemy's strength was not inferior to his. Hanzō could no longer protect his subordinates. After the handover, Aoki Getsu thought he would directly take command of another team. Instead, he received notice that his original team had been reassigned, and the village planned to promote a batch of chunin. He would have to choose a new team. There were major changes in the perimeter guard. Among the list of newly promoted chunin, Aoki Getsu saw the names of his old subordinates and decisively chose familiar faces. Ryota and Shinichi have finally become chunin. It wasn't easy. Besides, Kakuta Jin was also promoted to core guard. Using his authority as a jonin, Aoki Getsu transferred Shu to his own command, forming a team with Ryota and Shinichi. He also selected a chunin named Takujin to join the team. In total, he had 2 teams of 3 under his unified command. He adopted the previous shift strategy, 2 shifts alternating each team, taking turns. He himself would only be on duty in the afternoon and the first half of the night. For him, duty and cultivation went hand in hand with no conflict. Since the last incident, Hanzō had stayed indoors all day, never showing his face. From the meals delivered daily, it was clear his drinking had increased. This old man is starting to degenerate. Did the blow hit him that hard? Hanzō rarely drank before and had never been defeated in battle, let alone forced to flee like this. The psychological impact was immense. Every month, Aoki Getsu would contact Root, as usual. Now he was openly communicating with Root. There was nothing much to report, just maintaining contact. By now there was no intelligence worth providing to Root from Hanzō's side. His value in Root's eyes had plummeted, and even the hidden spy had stopped contacting him. It was as if they had forgotten him. Aoki Getsu felt a faint sense of loss. The only thing Hanzō cared about now was the situation of the Akatsuki. At first he asked daily, but gradually he stopped choosing to forget. After Yahiko's death, the Akatsuki sank completely underwater, disappearing without a trace. Nothing was heard of them again, as if the organization had vanished with Yahiko's demise. Another 6 months passed. The main conflict of the Shinobi World War had ended. Various countries signed peace treaties one after another, with only a few local skirmishes remaining. However, beneath this surface calm, new undercurrents began to stir. The only thing Aoki Getsu could do was to seize the time to strengthen himself, to gain enough power to protect himself before the crisis arrived. Fortunately, through relentless effort, his spiritual power achieved a new breakthrough. He had constructed a 3-room and living room layout within his own mental world. For example, he could control a mass of water to form various simple shapes. Even the most difficult element, lightning, he could now perform shape transformation. Most importantly, the breakthrough in spiritual power allowed him to take a crucial step in sensing natural energy. One day, Aoki Getsu went to work with his left hand wrapped in bandages. "Captain, what happened to you?" Ryota asked. Aoki Getsu explained, "Nothing serious. I sprained it while training. It'll heal in a few days." "I see." Ryota nodded in understanding. It was common for taijutsu specialists to suffer scratches and strains during training. He himself often had muscle sprains. "You've been a guard for half a year now. How do you feel?" Ryota scratched his head and whispered, "Very idle." "Idle is right. In our guard circle, this job is for retirement," Aoki Getsu said with a smile. He was now one of the perimeter guard captains, a trusted lieutenant of Lord Hanzō. He no longer needed to be as cautious as before. There were few jonin in the village with more seniority than him. Since becoming a jonin, his family's gift shop business had improved considerably. His mother Eiko had been very busy lately. "But I heard the previous batch of guards all died." "That was a special case. As long as you follow me and do as I say, you'll be fine. If you didn't follow orders, you'd certainly die." Ryota quickly promised, "I will listen to the captain. Whatever you say, I'll do. No matter who comes, it won't change anything." The captain was his backing in the village. From the moment he became a ninja and joined Aoki Getsu's team, this bond was sealed. Aoki Getsu patted Ryota on the shoulder and said, "You've got potential, kid. I saw something special in you the first time we met. Work hard with me, and in a few years I'll promote you to jonin." "Captain, my strength and experience are still far from enough," Ryota said nervously. "Strength can be improved later, experience can be accumulated. I say you're good enough, and you are?" Ryota dropped to his knees. "Captain, But Aoki Getsu stopped him. "Say no more. I understand." He had been through it himself. How could he not know the thoughts of those at the bottom? This was also said for the benefit of the other team members. With his good reputation, the big fragrant pie he painted was sure to be tempting enough for everyone to take a bite. During his shift, Chingmu Yu practiced cultivation as usual, and the index finger of his left hand twitched slightly. Finally recovered a bit. If I had truly turned to stone, it would have been over. No matter how powerful a ninja is, once their body becomes disabled, their ninja career is essentially over. This morning he sensed the ubiquitous natural energy in the world. So he tried to absorb a little into his body, but who would have thought that natural energy was so overbearing? If not for his strong mental power, he would have been petrified on the spot. Fortunately, he had absorbed very little. After sensing the danger, he quickly expelled it and concentrated the remaining trace into the meridians of his left arm, causing part of his left arm to show signs of petrification. Not everyone is suited to cultivate sage arts. In fact, very few people are. Chingmu Yu did not consider himself particularly special. If not for his unique advantage, he probably would not have been able to capture natural energy in just a few years. He gradually allowed his body to adapt to the wildness of natural energy, mixing spirit, flesh, and natural energy bit by bit to achieve a 1:1 ratio, thereby fully mastering this power. This was a painstaking process that could not be rushed. Alas, from now on I might have to be like Danzo. Danzo, ever since transplanting that special arm, had been disguising himself as an old man on the verge of death, with one arm walking with a cane. He played the part quite convincingly. Chakra continuously nourished the damaged meridians and flesh-stimulating cells to rejuvenate. Before leaving work, he finally completely digested the residual natural energy. His body seemed to have changed something, yet nothing had changed. This feeling was very profound. With the progress of sage arts, the long stagnant final form of the rain breathing also became more refined. His swordsmanship thus entered a new level. After getting off work in the middle of the night, Qingmu specifically found a secluded place to practice his swordsmanship. The power increased while the burden on his body decreased. Rain cut, dragon chase, reverse flow, fong, cloud piercer, thunder, burial, moon shadow, heavens weep. These 7 sword techniques corresponded to the 7 stages of rain breathing, and each form flowed seamlessly into the next, as natural as eating and drinking. Among the moon shadow involved the application of mental energy and sword momentum, while heavens weep was the mastery of natural forces. In the future, as his control over natural energy deepened, the power of these techniques would continue to increase, and his swordsmanship would no longer be ordinary. It's getting late. Time to go back. Qingmu turned and walked home. With one step, his figure appeared dozens of meters away. The body flicker technique had been silently honed by him to an extremely high level, otherwise he would not have been able to escape last time. His mother Eiko was already asleep by then, and the house was pitch dark. As soon as Qingmu opened his room door, he knew someone was inside. He was not overly tense. He simply turned on the light switch. Who was he? A lackey of Hanzō, a tendril of root. Don't try to scare him. Click. The dark room lit up, revealing a woman in a black cloak with red clouds, standing expressionlessly by the window. Damn, how did this woman find my home? Qingmu averted his gaze, pretended to be calm, walked into the room, closed the door, and then said leisurely, "What a rare guest." He walked over to the desk and a few steps, pulled out a chair, and sat down. "If you want revenge, you should go after Hanzō. I'm just a small fry, I can't help you much." The implication was that he could help with small matters, that he was a friend, not an enemy. "Qingmu Jonin of Amegakure, captain of Hanzō's guard, am I right?" Conan said coldly. It was this aloofness that accentuated her ethereal orchid-like temperament. She was several times more dangerous than her former fragile self. Her personal charisma was instantly maxed out. "Correction, I'm an outsider. Everything you said should be common knowledge in the village now." Qingmu's family ran a gift shop, and he was a jonin in the guard. Now he had become someone everyone wanted to curry favor with. It was very easy to gather information about him. He lit a cigarette and began to smoke, a bad habit he had picked up due to long night shifts. "What brings you here late at night? Back then Hanzō and Danzo of Konoha conspired against us. What else do you know?" Conan asked this merely to probe how much intelligence Qingmu possessed, and to gauge his stance. "As you can see, I was just a small-time grunt back then. I happened to be assigned to guard you. A temporary transfer. How could I be privy to much? If I hadn't run fast, I would have been killed by your comrade. But thanks to him, I got promoted to jonin quickly. My gratitude." Qingmu clasped his hands together and bowed. "However, I did hear some rumors that Hanzō and Danzo had formed a secret military alliance. Whether it's true or not, I can't say." He intended to play the role of someone with a bit of power, occasionally hearing things, but not knowing much. If he spilled everything at the first meeting, others would not believe him and would just think he was a fool. A military alliance. Conan noticed that Qingmu did not address Hanzō as Lord, which contradicted the persona she had heard about. The villagers' impression of Qingmu was that he was a young man who deeply admired Hanzō with loyalty as his core trait. Now it seemed that was merely a facade. "Some say you're well informed and can solve any problem in the village." Please don't say that." Qingmu shook his head in panic. "I'm not that capable. If someone heard that, it would be terrible." "Don't worry, I'll be careful. It won't implicate you." Conan offered him a reassurance. Dealing with someone like Qingmu was easy as long as you didn't cause him trouble. Sure enough, Qingmu responded immediately. "Oh, what kind of information are you looking for?" Conan paused for a moment before finally asking what she most wanted to know. "What's Hanzō's current situation?" This question was too broad and difficult to answer. Hanzō's intelligence was vast, his strength, mentality, and daily security. "Oh, you're putting me in a tough spot. Everyone in the village knows about my loyalty to Hanzō." Qingmu first solemnly declared his stance as a member of Hanzō's guard, implying that betraying his accumulated reputation would come at a high cost. The price must be right. Why should he help others for free when they were not related? Then, as a gesture of goodwill, he also revealed his value as Hanzō's guard. "It's just that the old man isn't doing well. Ever since he came back last time, he's been absent-minded, drinking all day. We subordinates are very worried." Conan immediately seized on an important piece of information: drinking. "Yes, indeed. Every day after dinner he drinks a bottle. Ahem. It's getting late. I have to work tomorrow. How about you? Go back first." This information was quite valuable. He would not reveal any more useful intelligence until he received a substantial reward. He intended to reclaim the loyalty he had shown Hanzō over the years with interest. He could not afford to make a loss. Conan, being savvy, took out a scroll from her person and placed it nearby. "I heard you like collecting ninjutsu. Consider this your payment. You won't work for nothing." Qingmu waved his hands and feigned refusal. This is too generous. I can't accept it." Ignoring his false modesty, Conan's figure flickered and disappeared out the window. "So she even knew about my collection of ninjutsu. She must have been observing me for a while. Over the past few years, he had obtained several conventional ninjutsu from Root and exchanged them privately with colleagues in Amegakure. Gradually, many in the village knew about his collection. Currently, Qingmu Yu was proficient in water and lightning release, had collected some other elemental ninjutsu, but had not yet begun nature transformation for them. He opened the scroll and found it contained one ninjutsu each for wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth. All practical. Truly worthy of the angel Sama, so generous. Qingmu Yu sighed inwardly. His new employer was indeed broad-minded, unlike that old man Hanzō who hoarded his own ninjutsu and refused to share with anyone, afraid that others might learn and shake his position. On the other side, Conan returned to the tower in the West District. The Akatsuki was no longer as lively as before. Now only Nagato and Conan remained, accompanied only by Yahiko's corpse. How did it go? Nagato asked. Nagato was no longer the indecisive person who always asked Yahiko for advice. Contacting Qingmu Yu to obtain intelligence on Hanzō and Amegakure was a decision he had made after comprehensive consideration. Qingmu Yu had had contact with Akatsuki before and was a half-acquaintance. Whether he was a good person or not was unknown, but at least he had shown no hostility. Tonight's transaction was a test. Conan replied, yes, it's done. He accepted the deal. Hanzō now has a drinking habit. Perhaps we can use that to strike. Kill Hanzō, seize control of Amegakure, and dominate the Land of Rain. That was the next step. Establish the Land of Rain as Akatsuki's foundation, gather funds and talent, collect the tailed beasts, and create a new peace. This was Akatsuki's ultimate goal. To move against Hanzō, they first needed to understand his daily routine, ideally carrying out the coup silently. Otherwise, if intelligence leaked, other ninja villages would inevitably intervene, affecting subsequent plans. Previously, Akatsuki had failed because they didn't know how to hide, exposing themselves too early and inviting disaster. No rush. Continue gathering intelligence on Hanzō. I have an idea for a jutsu. I'll develop it before we strike to ensure absolute certainty. Hanzō was one of the culprits behind Yahiko's death. Nagato wished to kill him immediately, but now he had to endure and wait for the right moment. What about Qingmu Yu? Is he trustworthy? He's a very cautious fellow with unclear loyalties. However, he grew up with his mother. As long as his home is there, he can't escape. This was the main reason the two ultimately chose to contact Qingmu Yu. A ninja with family usually had scruples. Using Qingmu Yu, the captain of Hanzō's guard, as a breakthrough to obtain intelligence, precise and covert, made the plan's success highly likely. Since he accepted the deal, it means we can continue contact. If anything seems off, I'll deal with him. We already have a target for the human path. I'll set out tomorrow morning. Rest early. Conan turned and left the dark room. She glanced at the Tendo pane sitting on the tongue of the statue outside, a trace of sadness flowing in her eyes. After Yahiko's death, her heart had died too. The rest of her life was only about fulfilling Yahiko's final wish. Otherwise, she truly did not know what belief would sustain her. The next day, Qingmu Yu once again went to work with bandages wrapped around him, continuing his day of slacking off. After becoming the captain of the guard, he had even more leisure time. His only superior was Banzong, and as long as Banzong didn't bother with matters, no one else could control him. This job turned out even better than expected. No wonder everyone wanted to get ashore. Compared to the miserable life of a beast of burden, life after getting ashore was simply too comfortable. It fully repaid his past efforts. In the eyes of outsiders, he as the captain of the guard worked almost year-round, without rest, extremely diligent. But who knew that his idea of work was completely different from what others thought? He finally understood why so many people supported Banzong. It was clearly about preserving their own privileged lives. Qingmu Yu knew that this peaceful day would soon be hit by a storm. Chongmin's revenge would soon arrive, completely destroying everything. As one of the captains of Banzang's guard, he would logically be the first to be eliminated. To survive, he had to demonstrate his own value. So he needed to play a certain role in the coup. The only one I can betray is you, Lord Banzong. Don't blame me, though I have no choice. Qingmu Yu began to mentally prepare himself for betrayal ahead of time. With his current position, he had a thorough understanding of the current defense layout and personnel, and he was even confident he could persuade Banzang's personal guards. Zwitting Ilong goes without saying, with a mindset of lying flat. Zhao Tianyuan. This guy was definitely not someone who would risk his life for Banzong. He outwardly loyal, but actually very slippery. Privately, he did business with various forces in the Rain Country, trafficking village supplies. However, he was quite skilled in interpersonal relations, willing to spend money to grease the wheels. Everyone got benefits, so they all turned a blind eye. These two had only managed to become outer guard captains, ranking neither high nor low in Banzang's mind. Jonan Zhuzhongxiu would surely not survive. As Banzang's staunch supporter, he would definitely be killed. Qingmu Yu went through the main personnel of the village in his mind and formed a rough judgment. These were all important intelligence. Although he could reel them off like a family treasure, it would be as difficult as climbing to heaven for outsiders to obtain. If Xiao Nin wanted to quietly take control of Yuan village at the first moment, she had to rely on this intelligence. This was his bargaining chip, and also the fundamental purpose of the other party seeking him out. Both sides were well aware of this. They would only talk after a few more transactions and basic trust had been established. Now, it was just a test of the waters. Last night, he had secretly made a list based on his understanding of who were Ban Zhang's diehard loyalists and who could still be saved. This was his letter of allegiance. Even if Pei Yan held a grudge against Ban Zhang, he wouldn't really exterminate the entire clan if everyone was killed who would maintain the village's operations. Yuin village would exist in name only. The growth of young people takes time and jonin are not so easily cultivated. Even if Pei Yan was powerful, he was just one person and one with limited mobility. There were many things he couldn't do. A month passed, and Qingmu Yu's daily schedule was very fixed. That morning, while half asleep and half awake, he felt someone standing beside him. Startled, he opened his eyes to look. It was that woman again. Phew, you scare me to death. Were you born a cat? Facing Qingmu Yu's complaint, Xiao Nan said coldly, as a ninja you should always be vigilant. I didn't expect the people in the village to have fallen so low. Sure enough, everything could be dragged back to the village. Her resentment was not ordinary. Qingmu Yu quickly explained, no, this is my home. It's normal to relax here. It doesn't mean other ninjas are the same. Don't judge everyone by one example. There are still quite a few excellent talents. Having lost her beloved man, a woman at this time would be very frantic not to be judged by common sense. He had only returned in the middle of last night, then did about an hour of physical training before sleeping. Now it was just dawn, and he had only slept 3 or 4 hours in total. Normally, he would sleep until 8 or 9. Tell me what's the matter. I still need to sleep. Has Ban Zhang made any moves recently? Xiao Nan asked. No. Since that incident, he must have been quite shaken. He stays in his room all day and hasn't come out. Don't worry. Since I've taken your benefits, I'll contact you if there's any important situation. How much do you know about Danzo's intelligence from Mai? Qingmu Yu shook his head. How could I have that ability? But I heard that the yellow flash of Mai has a high chance of becoming the 4th Hokage. Danzo probably has no chance. In the short term, he should have no mind to pay attention to our Yuin affairs. Last time the root members Danzo brought were all killed by Chongmin, which would keep Danzo obedient for a long time. Saying this, Qingmu Yu lay back down and said, it's almost dawn. I have duty in the afternoon and evening, so I won't chat with you anymore. But Xiao Nan still stood there unmoving. If you have something to say it quickly. Don't just stand there. I can't sleep like this. Under Qingmu Yu's urging, the somewhat conflicted Xiao Nan spoke with a little embarrassment. Do you have money? Off. Qingmu Yu thought he had misheard. By the way, it seems like I'm working for you now. When does a boss ask an employee for money? Xiao Nan was silent for a while, finally only saying, I'll pay you back double in the future. The Lady Angel was not yet good at painting big pies, making empty promises. When Mi Yan was alive, due to the organization's ideals, the business they did was thankless and often unpaid. Many members relied on passion to keep going. Now they had no income at all, and Chongmin's body needed medicine to maintain. The current Xiao was in an unprecedented low period with no personnel and no income. The savings from earlier had already been spent. If it weren't absolutely necessary, Xiao Nan would not have asked a person she had only met a few times for a loan. In the entire Yuin village, Qingmu Yu was the only person who might lend her money. It seems the Lady Angel is at her wit's end. This is exactly the time for me to show my value. Thinking this, Qingmu Yu pointed to the drawer of the table and said, I'll take your word seriously. Take as much as you need. His current job income was 1,000 ryo per month, plus gray income from side jobs and trafficking ninjutsu. He knew very well how much low-level ninjas craved ninjutsu. More than half of his good reputation came from his willingness to sell the ninjutsu he obtained from various channels to others. Over time, many low-level ninjas felt grateful when mentioning him. Due to his rising status, the business of his family shop grew better and better, and he had saved a lot of money hidden in several places. Hearing this, Xiao Nan stepped forward and pulled open the drawer, finding it stuffed full all money. She took half of it and packed it away. Thank you. Her tone became much lighter. This money was enough to support her for a good while. Then her body turned into paper pieces, flew out of the window, and disappeared into the rain curtain. Oh, you've already mastered the paper dance technique. Mastering this technique meant that her strength had greatly increased. Ordinary jonin were no longer her match. It could only be said that after experiencing pain, ninjas realized the importance of strength and would grow rapidly in a short time. After this day, not long after, it was heard that the 3rd Hokage of Mai had stepped down, and Yellow Flash boss Wei Shuimin was elected as the 4th Hokage. An inauguration ceremony was to be held on a selected day with wide invitations to allied countries to observe. For this reason, Ban Zhang specially summoned Qingmu Yu to inquire about the matter. Ban Zhang was more concerned about whether his collaborator Danzo would lose power as a result. Although their last cooperation had fizzled out, it was still considered a success. The leader of Xiao Mi Yan had indeed been framed by Danzo and killed on the spot, and Xiao had since disappeared. Because of the alliance, Mai sent an invitation to our Yuin to attend the ceremony. At that time, you will represent the village and go. Qingmu Yu understood that Ban Zhang sent him not just for the ceremony. Do you need me to secretly meet with that person? Oi. Ban Zhang liked such understanding subordinates who could immediately grasp his intention. After you arrive at my first, secretly contact Danzo, then sound out the new Hokage's attitude and his stance toward our Yuin. Yes. Don't disgrace Yuin's reputation outside, Banzong said. Yuin's reputation was already rotten to the core. Using his previously accumulated good reputation to set a trap and harm Xiao made Banzong a model of treachery. Qingmu Yu complained inwardly but quickly assured verbally, I will make those who underestimate Yuin ninjas pay a heavy price. Are there any news worth paying attention to in the country recently? Banzong was still worried about Xiao, fearing it would rise again. Not for now. The IWA Suna and my ninjas have successively withdrawn from our country. Apart from a few more rogue ninjas, the situation is relatively stable, with no major rebel organizations formed. That's good. Continue monitoring, don't let your guard down. Understood. In Yuin village, the only job of Banzang's core guards was to protect Banzang's safety up close. On the other hand, the outer guards occasionally stepped in to handle some tricky missions, things that ordinary village ninjas couldn't solve. Banzong glanced at the bandage wrapped around Qingmu Yu's left arm, and said, I heard you've been training hard recently. With your perseverance, I believe you will surpass me sooner or later. Qingmu Yu broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. Who knew whether this old man was encouraging him or guarding against him? He quickly explained, my swordsmanship has hit a bottleneck. I'm trying to improve it, but I haven't found any clue yet. Banzong had no intention of giving guidance, but instead warned, in sword training avoid impatience. You are young and need time to settle. Don't rush. You are right, Lord. I was too eager. Truly as stingy as ever. Qingmu Yu had subtly inquired from many people. Banzong liked to praise others verbally, but rarely gave guidance. Even though he was so powerful, Yuin village had not cultivated a single decent talent over the years. It seemed this old man intended to take his unique skills to the grave. That morning, Qingmu Yu was sitting on the roof practicing sage art. Just as he entered the state, he felt something wrong. This rain is not right. How can it have chakra? Could it be? He had been continuously sensing for years, and was extremely familiar with the rain of the rain country. No change could escape his detection. Just now he actually sensed an extremely faint trace of chakra in the rain. Rain Tiger Etwell technique. Has he already developed this technique so quickly? This meant that the entire Yuin village was under the other party's surveillance, and the movements of all ninjas active in the village were no longer secret. For example, residential addresses, daily schedules, shift times combined with Xiao Nan's paper butterflies. This meant the village was already in the other party's grasp. Soon they would make a move. West District High Tower. Tiandao Pei In was collecting information on Yuin village ninjas through his technique. Morning was the peak time for people to go out. Through the chakra in the rain, he could judge the number and strength of ninjas. How is it? Xiaonan asked. The number of ninjas in the village is much less than expected. Judging by chakra intensity, the number of jonin is less than 10. Even Pei In himself was shocked by this data. The village they had been cautious about and regarded as a great enemy had already declined to such an extent. No wonder Banzong considered Xiao a formidable enemy and only dared to act with Danzo's cooperation. Could it be that they haven't gone out? Banzang's guards are required to be on duty 247. No, according to the intelligence provided by Qingmu Yu, 6 in the morning is shift change time, and the number of guards matches. Perhaps the village really only has this much strength left. How ridiculous. Tiandao Pei and let out a cold laugh, whether in mockery or sorrow. The entire village, like Banzong, had begun to decay. This village will welcome a new god. What about Fama Bridge? An elite jonin without a doubt, but what's wrong? His chakra is sometimes blurry, sometimes clear, hard to capture. This feeling is very strange. Forget it, even if something unexpected happens, I can handle it. When do you plan to make a move? Tiandao Pei In looked at the steel city in the rain curtain. When Mi Yin was alive, he liked to watch the falling rain like this. He would watch for a whole day. The 6 paths have been gathered. It will be within this period. We need to take control of the village as soon as possible. On that side, Ban has already begun to look for suitable candidates. Under Pain's surveillance, Qingmu Yu completed his morning exercises and then headed to the underground guard changing room to prepare for duty. Liang Tao greeted him. Captain, you're here. Lord Shio wants you to go to the mission office. Do you know what it's about? Liang Tao scratched his head. I'm not sure either. I have a rough idea. Shinichi interjected. I heard from colleagues who went on missions that a formidable figure has appeared in our country, hunting down other rogue ninjas everywhere, causing panic. The village sent people to deal with him, but they were all killed. We're at our wits' end. Usually such matters are reported to Hanzō, who then assigns the guard team to handle them. Understood. Qingmu Yu turned and went to the mission office. Takashi Naka was as busy as ever distributing missions daily. He was the true center of the village's operations. Good morning, senior. Are you here? Sit down and talk. Since becoming the captain of the guard, you've become quite a busy man. Takashi Naka said with a smile. Qingmu Yu quickly waved his hand. Senior, you flatter me. I wouldn't be where I am today without your appreciation and guidance. No matter what position I hold in the future, you will always be my senior. Although both were jonin in rank, Takashi Naka's position as mission chief held more authority, making him slightly superior. Qingmu always maintained a good attitude toward his superiors, subordinates, and colleagues alike. Most Rain Village ninjas specialized in water release techniques. Many sought his advice on water release, and he willingly shared his insights. He never spoke unnecessarily unless asked. Everyone knew his blade was swift. Some brazen individuals asked about his training method. His answer was, practice more, and it was the truth. You're too polite. Takashi Naka said this, but inwardly he was pleased. He had seen too many people become arrogant after promotion, especially those who became jonin at such a young age. He had heard that in the 5 great nations there were even ninjas who became jonin at 12 or 13. How arrogant must they be? After exchanging pleasantries, Qingmu proactively brought up the topic. Senior, may I ask why you summoned me? If it's within my ability, I will handle it to the best of my capability. Even if I can't, I'll do my utmost. Takashi Naka smiled upon hearing this. That's what I like about you. After complimenting him, he began explaining the situation. As Qingmu had guessed, a troublesome figure had appeared in the area requiring a strong jonin to deal with. Hanzō's current state was somewhat off, and Takashi Naka didn't dare to approach him at this time. After much deliberation, he believed only Qingmu could handle it. I understand. Rest assured I'll take care of it. Qingmu immediately expressed his understanding. If Hanzō left the village now, he would likely never return. He was terrified by the Rinnegan. After obtaining the intelligence from the mission office, Qingmu set out immediately to investigate the target and quickly made a discovery. From the target's forehead protector and those distinctive green eyes, Qingmu recognized him from afar. Damn, it's that scourge Kakuzu. Who can possibly deal with him? He admitted that after 2 or 3 years of training his strength had greatly improved, but he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could defeat Kakuzu, a man bold enough to assassinate the first Hokage. Even Hanzō himself, if he came now, wouldn't be certain of victory. Without a second thought, Qingmu turned and left. At that moment, Kakuzu seemed to sense something. He glanced in the direction Qingmu had gone, then continued dealing with his spoils with an expressionless face. He had just killed a wanted rogue ninja and hated being disturbed while looting. Half a day later, Qingmu returned to the village. Senior, the target is extremely difficult. It's Kakuzu, an S-rank rogue ninja from Takigakure. When faced with difficulties, one must report to the leadership immediately. Bearing the burden silently is meaningless if the leader remains unaware. Takashi Naka's expression turned grave upon hearing this. So it's him. I've heard of this man. He's said to be extremely powerful and has been active in the ninja world for many years. Indeed. Killing him is impossible, but we can only try to drive him away. Oh, do you have a plan, eh? Qingmu looked troubled. There is a way, but the cost would be considerable. Takashi Naka immediately added, as long as we can get this guy out of the land of rain, make any request you need. Additionally, I'll raise this mission to S rank. According to the actual situation in Amegakure, the reward for an S rank mission ranged from 500 to 100 Rio. This was also one of Qingmu's purposes in reporting. He couldn't work for free. Moreover, he wanted more. But he wouldn't ask for money directly. That would conflict with his persona. Senior, that's not what I meant. Money is enough for me. Our village is in a difficult position now, so just pay me at the A rank rate. Takashi Naka was deeply moved. He patted Qingmu on the shoulder and said, there are few people like you who truly care for the village. In recent years, alas, anyone could see that Amegakure was declining, powerless to intervene, even as the 3 great nations waged war within its borders. After all, it was Amegakure that had initiated the Second Shinobi World War. Yet during the Third War, they dared not even speak out. Sensing that the emotional appeal had worked well enough, Qingmu continued, Senior, my plan is to use wit. Elaborate. We can place a bounty in the black market. Rogue ninjas are driven by profit. With a generous reward, there will be brave takers. And since our goal is merely expulsion, it shouldn't be too difficult. Takashi Naka stroked his chin, weighing the options. After a moment, he said, if others find out, won't they deduce that our village is depleted? This concern was valid. If it became known that Amegakure couldn't even expel a single rogue ninja, the consequences would be disastrous. We can hide our identity when posting the bounty. How much do you think it would take? At least 2 million Rio. Is 2 million enough? For a ninja as formidable as Kaku, even just for expulsion? Takashi Naka frowned, feeling that a low bounty might not be commensurate with Kakuzu's reputation, and few would dare to take it. After all, bounties for rogue ninjas of similar rank started at 10 million Rio. But considering Amegakure's actual financial situation, they couldn't afford much more. Finally, he slapped the table and declared, let's make it 3.5 million. If it's too low, no one might take it. Go to the finance department and withdraw the funds. Get this bastard out of here as soon as possible. The land of rain needs stability, and we can't let him continue wreaking havoc. Qingmu's heart leaped with joy. He quickly replied, rest assured, I'll handle it perfectly. After securing the money, he went home happily. Since ancient times, serving in the public sector has been fertile ground for cultivation. If he were still an ordinary chunin who only focused on completing missions, it would take him a long time to earn so much money. But after his strength and status improved, he could easily obtain such funds through internal channels. missions that others never even saw. He walked briskly, and even the air on the way back seemed sweet. Granny Chiba next door couldn't earn this much money selling steamed buns for a lifetime. Well, I can't keep all the benefits for myself. I'll buy 2 buns and let Granny Chiba make a little profit too. Today's buns were exceptionally fragrant. During the mission period, he didn't need to go on duty. He slept well that night, and the next day, he left the village and posted an expulsion mission through the bounty exchange. The mission details were vague with no specific information about the target, only that they would discuss it in person. It was just a formality to make it look legitimate to prevent the village from actually sending someone to verify. In truth, he had no intention of recruiting unknown ninjas through the bounty exchange, as he already had a better collaborator in mind. Over the next few days, he tracked Kakuzu's movements. That evening, Qingmuyu sat in his room sipping tea and waiting patiently. Late into the night, a swarm of paper butterflies flew in through the window and quickly assembled into the figure of Conan in the room. Even after seeing this scene many times, he still found it fascinating. "Do you have new intelligence?" Conan asked directly. She had seen the meeting Mark Qingmuyu left under the bridge they had agreed upon. "It's not intelligence. I have good news for you." Qingmuyu quickly moved a chair over for Conan. "Sit down and talk." Conan grew even more wary. This guy was being unusually attentive. Something was definitely off. "Just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush." Qingmuyu didn't insist. After all, he was still nominally Hanzong's guard, and she couldn't truly trust him. "Very well, I'll be straightforward. Is your organization, the Akatsuki, short on both money and manpower?" Although she didn't know what Qingmuyu meant, Conan nodded. "Would you like to do business with me?" Qingmuyu paused. "Don't refuse immediately. Hear me out first before making a decision." Then he briefly explained the situation with Kakuzu and said, "I conduct business with integrity. The village gave me 2 million ryo as startup funds. After it's done, we split it 50-50. Conan was reluctant to take the risk. Pain still needed her care, and her instinct was to refuse. Qingmuyu continued to tempt her. "Furthermore, I can share a secret with you for free." "What secret?" "Kakuzu has lived for many years. Rumors say he once attempted to assassinate the first Hokage. He's incredibly powerful and has an obsessive fixation on money. He constantly takes on bounty missions to kill rogue ninjas. He has amassed unimaginable wealth. If you can subdue him, it will greatly alleviate your organization's financial problems. Moreover, he can continuously earn money for you. A truly profitable venture." Hearing this, Conan fell into thought. If what Qingmuyu said was true, Kakuzu perfectly fit the Akatsuki's current recruitment criteria. "So, give me a straight answer. If not, I'll find someone else." Qingmuyu urged. "I need to think it over. I'll give you my answer tomorrow." With that, her body dissolved back into paper butterflies and flew out the window, without lingering a moment longer. Qingmuyu happily lit a cigarette, knowing she wouldn't refuse. He had the upper hand. Xiaonan returned to the Western Tower and recounted the situation to Changmin. "Should we cooperate with him?" In the past, when Mi Yin was still alive, Qingmuyu had conducted several material exchanges with their organization Akatsuki and had been fairly trustworthy. "We've been out of money for a long time, haven't we?" said Changmin. He didn't know how Xiaonan had managed to sustain them until now, but he was well aware that scraping together funds was no easy task. Especially for those who had once sworn to change the country through non-violent means, it was even harder. Xiaonan replied in a low voice. If not for Qingmuyu's occasional assistance, the situation would have been even more dire. This very aid had also revealed their predicament to him, leading to the current proposal. One must never easily expose one's weaknesses when dealing with others. Xiaonan silently committed this lesson to memory. "Then let's cooperate. If the intelligence he provided is true, this Jiao Du is worth our intervention." Changmin made his decision. "Will you act personally?" Xiaonan asked in surprise. She knew how formidable he had become since mastering the 6 paths of pain. Yet every use of the technique inflicted irreversible damage on his true body. The Rinnegan placed an immense burden on the body, so he had to avoid direct involvement whenever possible. Changmin shook his head. "I'll follow behind you and intervene only if necessary." Xiaonan immediately understood his plan to observe Qingmuyu's capabilities while using his help to subdue Jiao Du. Moreover, this was originally Qingmuyu's own mission. Why should he reap the rewards without effort? "I understand." After Xiaonan left, the pitch-black room fell into silence. The man who called himself Madara claimed to be the guide of the Rinnegan and had indeed taught him some knowledge of the eye and the outer path techniques. But both sides knew in their hearts that theirs was a relationship of mutual exploitation. Changmin would no longer easily trust anyone, let alone a figure who hid behind a mask, unwilling to reveal his true face. The path Akatsuki would take from now on was completely different from before. They would recruit only elites. Those recruited would naturally follow their recruiter. Why should he passively wait for someone else to propose candidates? Over time, wouldn't he gradually lose the initiative and become a mere appendage? The matter of Jiao Du served as a reminder. He needed to take the initiative. The next day, not long after breakfast, Xiaonan arrived. Her first words were, "When do we set off?" Qingmuyu shrugged. "I'm ready anytime. I'll wait for you outside the village." "Okay." Shinobi were not ones to dawdle. Missions could come at any moment, and there was little need for preparation. Unlike Xiao, Nanqing Muyu left through the main gate of the village. He was a village jonin, a man living in the sunlight, no need for skulking. The gate guards all treated him with utmost respect, bowing and scraping. Sir, are you off on a mission? There's a troublesome fellow causing chaos across the country lately. Elder Takeuchi asked me to handle it. I've heard of him, a real thorny character. Huh. If all goes well, I'll finish it today. See you. Qing Muyu waved his hand and vanished into the vast curtain of rain. He deliberately revealed the mission details so that Takeuchi Nobu would know he was working. After all, he had been given several million ryo, and though Takeuchi hadn't asked about progress, that didn't mean he wasn't anxious. In the woods west of the rain village, Xiaonan had been waiting for some time when a figure approached from afar. A moment ago it was still indistinct, but the next second it closed in, rapidly appearing before her in a flash. He raised a hand to adjust his cloak, revealing a pair of blue eyes. Just follow me. Qing Muyu plunged into the dense forest, first his figure leaping between trees as he began the journey. Xiaonan had expected him to fly using paper butterflies, but instead she simply followed obediently behind him. Could it be that he's worried the rain might wet the paper? He didn't understand the mechanics of the technique and could only guess wildly. Clearly Xiaonan hadn't possessed this technique before, otherwise no one could have trapped her. This jutsu was a rare treasure, even among the god-class techniques. After half a day of travel, the two arrived at a place called Daquan in the northern part of the rain country, entering an abandoned shrine. Just then a shinobi emerged from inside. Upon seeing them, he immediately became wary. Qing Muyu quickly explained, just passing through. No need to be nervous. The other man didn't relax until they were a safe distance away, then swiftly vanished into the forest. The shrine was empty inside. Xiaonan looked around and asked, this is a secret underground exchange point for bounties, intelligence gathering, assassinations, that sort of thing. As mercenaries, you of Akatsuki should be more familiar with this than I am. Xiaonan shook her head. We never dealt with this kind of business before. Right. You were a non-violent organization. I forgot, sorry. Qing Muyu apologized, then said, this is the only exchange point in the northern rain country. The target frequents places like this. After he hunts a wanted rogue, he'll definitely come here to claim the bounty. We'll just wait for him. Xiaonan nodded in agreement. The two found spots to rest, ate soldier pills, and prepared for the coming battle. Qing Muyu was someone who couldn't sit still and hated awkward silences, so he took the initiative to start a conversation. Xiaonan. Oh right, Xiaonan. Let me give you the detailed intel on this guy. Also, I'm good with a blade, and my water and lightning release are decent. How about this plan? Okay. He was someone who preferred to plan before acting, putting stability first. Xiaonan agreed with his tactical approach. Got it. She would use her paper release as a decoy to confuse the enemy, covering Qing Muyu's sneak attack. A clear division of roles. This guy is really strong. Neither of us alone could defeat him. Be extremely careful. After warning her, Qing Muyu vanished from the shrine and concealed himself in the woods outside. Now only Xiaonan remained inside, waiting in silence. Around noon, footsteps sounded from outside. Is he here? Xiaonan stepped out of the shrine and came face to face with a green-eyed shinobi wearing a Waterfall Village forehead protector. Based on his features, she knew this was their target. A little girl. Jiaodu glanced at Xiaonan, sensing she was here for him. You don't seem to be on the bounty list. I have no interest in you. Best not to provoke me. With that, he ignored her and walked straight into the shrine. Don't be so arrogant. Countless floating papers formed a ring around her, both offensive and defensive. With her manipulation, the papers folded into spinning paper shuriken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A storm of paper shuriken shot toward Jiaodu. Paper jutsu, TCH. Jiaodu sneered, then whipped the corpse slung over his back in front of him as a flesh shield. Thud, thud, thud. The paper shuriken embedded themselves in the corpse's back, some of them emitting a blinding orange glow. You had explosive tags inside. Damn woman, how dare you. Jiaodu's killing intent surged. That corpse was for collecting the bounty. If it got damaged, those crooked merchants might use it to haggle down the price. Boom, boom, boom. In the fierce explosion of fire and light, a head flew off, leaving only a pile of shredded flesh. Had the corpse been destroyed? No, it was a pile of banknotes. Jiaodu's heart bled. You've successfully angered me. Jiaodu's voice dripped with murder. His right hand suddenly detached from his arm and shot forward, piercing through Xiaonan's body. But there was no sensation of hitting a solid target. With a rustle, Xiaonan's body dissolved into countless paper scraps, scattering in all directions. A cheap trick. From the severed end of Jiaodu's arm, a mass of black threads resembling blood vessels erupted and shot outward. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, they pierced through a large number of paper scraps. The remaining scraps gradually coalesced in midair into Xiaonan's figure, a hint of wariness in her eyes. They had only exchanged a single round, but Xiaonan truly felt the pressure he exerted, and this was just a taste of his power. He's strong. Maybe we really can recruit him. Dodged it. Jiaodu realized she was no pushover and immediately freed his left hand as well. The black threads like beasts unleashed writhed wildly in the air. Facing another barrage of paper shuriken from Xiao Nan, he did not retreat, but charged forward. Thud thud thud. Countless paper shuriken were pierced and shredded into pulp by the black threads of the earth grudge. A white rain fell from the sky. Let's see how many paper scraps you have. Jiao Du sneered. More than you think. Xiao Nan retorted without backing down. Whether it was a summoning or some other technique, this exchange lasted for dozens of seconds with explosive tags mixed among the shuriken, causing Jiao Du considerable trouble. The ground was covered in a thick layer of paper scraps. Xiao Nan formed 2 circular wheels from paper and charged into Jiao Du's swollen black tentacles, tangling them into a mess. This distracted Jiao Du. At that moment, thud. Half a blade emerged from Jiao Du's chest, a faint blue arc of lightning flickering along its edge. To approach me from behind so silently. Jiao Du looked down in shock. Lightning release. No wonder it could pierce my defense. His earth spear technique could instantly harden any part of his body to the hardness of diamond. Qing Muyu said nothing, swiftly withdrawing his blade and retreating. The earth grudge was covered in thorns capable of attacking from any direction. Getting close to Jiao Du's body was extremely dangerous. Jiao Du fell to his knees, the area where he had been pierced bulging. A painted mask burst through his clothes and flew out. It shattered in midair. Bastard, you destroyed one of my hearts. I'll take yours to replace it. He really does have more than one heart. Xiao Nan's eyes widened. When she had heard this intel earlier, she had been skeptical, but now seeing it firsthand was truly shocking. So this guy has 5 lives. A monster like this. Compared to the 6 paths of pain, Jiao Du seemed even more bizarre. Jiao Du underwent a new transformation. With a roar, 3 masked monsters of different forms emerged from his body, one after another. In the blink of an eye, the situation changed from 2 against 1 to 4 against 2. Fire release, head torture. Wind release, pressure harm. Possessing masks of several natures, he could simultaneously perform ninjutsu, which meant he could unleash combined attack ninjutsu, amplifying the power of the techniques several times. The wind fueled the fire, and a sea of flames swept in with awe-inspiring might. Blazing wind rampage. In the distant forest, Tiandao Peiyan stood on a tree branch watching Jiao Du's performance with great satisfaction. Stronger than I expected. That's good. Then he began to worry about Xiao Nan. The dance of the paper could neutralize ordinary physical attacks, but it was not so effective against such a large-scale fire release. Peiyan looked up at the drizzling rain falling from the sky. Paper, so that guy's water release shouldn't be too bad. Such a powerful combined ninjutsu could not be blocked by ordinary water release. Just as he thought that, a waterfall descending from the sky appeared amidst the blazing flames, firmly blocking the fire outside. Water release, great waterfall technique. Rumble. A massive torrent of water surged out, wave after wave. The collision of water and fire produced a vast amount of white smoke, instantly shrouding the surroundings. Then Xiao Nan noticed that Qing Muyu had disappeared. She immediately flew into the air, waiting for an opportunity. Crack. The familiar sound of a mask shattering echoed again. What a... Jiao Du found that he had lost contact with the lightning nature mask to be able to pinpoint my location in the thick fog. Could this guy be a sensory-type ninja? He hastily moved the remaining 2 masked monsters, wind nature and fire nature, to his side, positioning them in a triangular formation. That way, no matter from which direction the opponent appeared, he could detect them immediately. Soon the white mist dispersed. Qing Muyu was standing in the clearing not far away, while Xiao Nan was in the air ready to provide support. These 2 guys look a bit annoying. Jiao Du manipulated the wind nature and fire nature masks to fuse. Wind could blow away paper and fire could burn. The fused monster was perfect for dealing with Xiao Nan. Do you want to deal with me personally? Qing Muyu immediately understood Jiao Du's intention. He must have become wary after losing 2 hearts. With Xiao Nan helping him distract the 2 masks, he had some confidence facing Jiao Du in this state. Let's go. He took a step, and his figure suddenly appeared before Jiao Du, slashing downward with his blade. So fast. This guy. Jiao Du was startled by this sudden development and instinctively leaned back to dodge. At the same time, countless threads wound toward the incoming blade light, trying to block it. A large gash was cut across his chest, blood gushing out. Such a small wound was nothing to panic about. Jiao Du manipulated a black thread to wriggle along the wound, stitching the torn skin and muscles back together. Then he began to launch a counterattack with all the black threads of his body. Swoosh. Countless lines shot toward Qing Muyu. Facing the thousands of threads, Qing Muyu held his sword with both hands and struck down from the center. Breath of rainstorm, lightning burial. Rumble. A dazzling electric light burst from beneath the blades, spreading rapidly in all directions, instantly clearing all the black threads along the way. A deep slash mark was left on the ground, but it did not hit the target. Missed? Qing Muyu looked down and saw that at some point a black thread had quietly emerged from underground and seized the opportunity to wrap around his right leg. At the critical moment, it pulled, causing his attack direction to deviate. Jiao Du looked at his right arm, severed at the shoulder, with a face full of lingering fear. I was almost split in half. He's clearly very strong, yet he ambushed me. A very insidious guy. It didn't matter that the arm was broken, the black thread reattached it in the next second. He clenched his fist, showing no effect at all. Qingmu Yu sliced the black thread off his leg with his sword, feeling no frustration. Xiao Du was already no longer a normal person. It would be strange if he were incapacitated by a few slashes. He formed a hand seal with his left hand. Chakra spread through the rainwater beneath his feet and the ground, and the falling rain around him began to slowly rotate. Breath of marsh rain moon shadow. Using his exceptional chakra control, he injected chakra into the surrounding rainwater, making the water droplets within a certain range heavy and viscous, like a swamp. With the swing of his sword, a transparent, giant crescent-shaped blade suddenly enlarged and stretched. Xiao Du was about to dodge when he found his movements had become sluggish. No, there's something wrong with this water. The viscosity and density have increased. Sensing something bad, Xiao Du quickly manipulated the black threads of earth grudge to protect himself in the middle. Xiao Du felt his body nearly split in two. His arm was severed again, and black threads shattered all over the ground. The most deadly part was the accompanying wave of mental shock, leaving him dizzy and seeing crescent-shaped blades slashing at him everywhere. Anyone else would have been long dead, but he was a zombie-like body. New black threads spread from within, and after a quick stitching, he stood up again. Faced with such an unkillable monster, how could one not feel despair? On the other side, Xiao Nin was engaged in a war of attrition with the wind and fire mask fusion monsters. At this point, she was far from being as sharp and decisive as in her later days. Lacking experience, she was firmly suppressed by the masked monster's powerful combined ninjutsu. She dared not easily transform into paper to dodge attacks, as the opponent's wind release was too strong, capable of blowing her apart and then burning her with powerful fire release. Her own attacks were very limited. Paper shuriken combined with explosive tags could hardly cause substantial damage to the masked monsters. After the masked monsters repelled Xiao Nan again, they quickly split into two. The wind nature masked monster turned and attacked Qingmu Yue, while the fire nature masked monster continued to restrain Xiao Nan. Wind release pressure harm. A thick tornado aimed to force Qingmu Yu back. Water release water dragon bullet technique. He thrust his sword into the ground. With his hands crossing, hand seals flew and a water dragon rose up and charged toward the tornado. Rumble. In the violent collision, the water dragon was shattered into a torrential rain. Qingmu Yu used the body flicker technique to appear before the wind nature masked monster and slashed it in two with one stroke. Xiao Nan also seized the opportunity, splitting into a dozen paper clones to surround the fire nature masked monster. Each clone was embedded with explosive tags, and they detonated simultaneously. Boom. After continuous bombardment for several minutes, the fire nature masked monster was blown to pieces, not even fragments left. Bastard, I'll kill you. The shattering of two masks in a row pained Xiao Du dearly. He also realized that this was the most dangerous moment, and he had to fight for his life. A massive amount of black threads crazily attacked the two. The two exchanged a glance. Xiao Nan waved her hand, flinging a dozen explosive tags toward Xiao Du. Same trick again. Useless. Xiao Du's body turned black, a characteristic of activating the hardened earth spear, but at this moment his body would be momentarily stiff. Qingmu Yu had been waiting for this fleeting opportunity. The long hair behind him shot out like a giant blue serpent, instantly wrapping Xiao Du up like a dumpling. Qingmu Yu curled the corner of his mouth, grabbed the hair with force, and swung Xiao Du up, smashing him heavily onto the ground beside him. Xiao Nan quickly turned her head away. Whether it was to avoid getting mud splashed on her face or not bearing to witness such a brutal scene, it was unclear. Bang! The ground sank into a deep pit. Blood spurted from Xiao Du's mouth, and he felt his internal organs shattered, his body about to fall apart. Ugh! You bastard, you actually. By now Xiao Du had exhausted both his physical strength and chakra, not a single mask left, and his voice lacked confidence. Qingmu Yu retracted his hair, and with a flicker of his figure appeared before Xiao Du. He pressed the tip of his blade against the latter's throat, and said, "Pleasure to meet you, Senior Xiao Du." Xiao Du then took a careful look at the young opponent before him for the first time, and said, "You know my name. Who are you?" "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is your choice from now on, which will determine whether you survive. What do you want?" "I invite you to join the Xiao," Xiao Nan said. "Xiao? Doing what?" "Creating peace." "Peace? Oomph." Xiao Du sneered, seemingly in disdain. "I'm not interested in that. Just finish me." Xiao Nan was momentarily speechless. This was her first time recruiting, while recruiting a rogue ninja. "Can I say a few words for you?" Qingmu Yu asked. Xiao Nan's conversational skills were clearly unrefined, her words held no appeal. Xiao Du was no small fry to be instantly won over. The strong have their own dignity. Xiao Nan glanced at Qingmu Yu and said nothing, which was taken as tacit consent. Qingmu Yu then said, "Senior Xiao Du, it's hard for one person to earn money, and the efficiency is low. I have a suggestion you might want to hear." "What do you want to say?" "As long as you join Xiao, the position of financial manager will be yours. All the organization's money will be under your management. Right now you can only hunt down ordinary rogue ninjas, nothing impressive. Under Zhao's protection, you can hunt down the high-value rogue ninjas at the top of the bounty list with several tens of millions of Ryo per head. And you don't have to worry about the 5 great nations encirclement. Why not? The bounty ninjas worth tens of millions of Ryo all had backgrounds. In the past, Zhao Du could only watch. Is Xiao also an assassination organization? Zhao Du asked doubtfully. Xiaonan nodded. Here you can do what you want without fear of punishment. We have no restrictions on you. Qingmu Yu added fuel to the fire beside him. With your abilities on a platform like Xiao, you can fully realize your dreams. You shouldn't remain obscure like now. In the country of rain we may not have much, but we have plenty of rogue ninjas. Whatever type of heart you want, we can get it for you within 24 hours. How about that? If what you say is all true, I don't mind joining. But if I understand. If there's a single lie, may lightning strike me. Qingmu Yu swore to the heavens. After all, he wasn't a member of Xiao, so it didn't matter. But Zhao Du didn't know that. When under someone else's roof, one has to bow their head. Zhao Du had lived so long, he feared death the most. Since they had already offered him a way out, not taking it would be suicidal. Alright, I'll join you. Qingmu Yu turned to Xiao Nan and said, Alright, you handle the rest. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave. Their first cooperation went smoothly. Xiao Nan was in a good mood and nodded slightly. With a flicker of his figure, Qingmu Yu disappeared before the two. Soon after, the figure of Tiandao Pei In slowly walked over. This is... Zhao Du was shocked. He had never seen the Rinnegan before, but having lived so long, he had some knowledge. The leader of Xiao Pei In. Xiaonan replied. Aoki Suki was unaware of the subsequent negotiations between Pain and Kakazu. From that day onward, however, Kakazu vanished from the land of rain without a trace. Aoki Suki resolved the predicament, flawlessly earning an S-rank mission evaluation and a profit of 2,500,000 Ryo. At the mountain graveyard, Obito had just returned when the Aloe White Zetsu emerged. Obito, you're back. There's something you should know. Nagato has already recruited Kakazu into the Akatsuki ahead of schedule. Huh? When did this happen? Obito asked in surprise. He had been planning to inform Nagato about Kakazu soon so that the latter could extend an invitation. His intelligence network was his greatest advantage over Nagato. It was precisely this, combined with his elusive space-time abilities, that kept Nagato in check. It happened during your trip to Konoha. They found an extra helper to solve the problem. Nagato didn't get involved. A helper? Where did they find a helper? Didn't I kill all of Akatsuki's former members? It seems to be a jonin from the Hidden Rain village. He had a few private weapon deals with Akatsuki before. They probably bribed him. Nagato might be planning to move against Hanzō. Is that so? Nagato certainly has his own ideas, huh? Obito sneered. They had agreed that he would be the one to find suitable recruits to demonstrate his intelligence advantage. Now Nagato had bypassed him and recruited someone directly, even though that person was the very one Obito had intended to recommend. It felt like losing control, a terrible sensation. They were partners, but in any organization, one person ultimately calls the shots. As time passed, whoever maintained the upper hand would eventually hold the final say. Obito's goal was to make Nagato gradually dependent on him until he completely obeyed. This was a process of taming a hawk. What should we do next? Aloe White Zetsu asked. No rush. I have plenty of time and methods. You keep gathering intelligence on suitable candidates. I'll contact Nagato after I've dealt with my current affairs. Since you're so capable, I'll just have to leave you hanging. Without his intelligence, the crippled Nagato is nothing. Black Zetsu spoke up at the right moment. What are you planning to do to Konoha? He was more worried that Obito would deviate from Madara's plan and mess things up. Obito had changed drastically, veering toward being uncontrollable. My sensei has become Hokage. As his student, I need to prepare a grand gift for him. It will take a lot of thought and time. Do you need our help? No need. This is my private matter. I'll handle it myself. Just keep an eye on Nagato. Obito waved his hand and turned back to his private chamber to tinker. Watching his retreating figure, Aloe White Zetsu remarked, this guy has changed a lot. Indeed, I'm finding it harder to understand him too, Black Zetsu said helplessly. Swirl White Zetsu sat idly propping his chin and complained being human is such a pain. That morning, Aoki Suki woke up early, completed his training, and began to organize his equipment. The window opened from outside and a flurry of paper butterflies flew in. Aoki Suki pointed to a box in the corner of the room. That's your share. If you hadn't come, you'd have to wait a while. Conan looked at the bundle on the bed and asked suspiciously, are you going on a long trip? Yeah. The yellow flash of Konoha is about to become Hokage. Since the Hidden Rain village and Konoha are allies, shouldn't we send someone to celebrate? Don't judge me by appearances. I'm now the face of the Hidden Rain village. Yellow Flash. Right, the disciple of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze. You must have heard of his reputation. First, he repelled the vanguard of the Cloud Ninja, the AB combo. Then on the Konoha WA battlefield, he single-handedly killed dozens of elite IWA ninja, and with Kakashi destroyed the Canopy Bridge. He was the legendary figure who ended the Third Great Ninja War. Anyone who made a living in the shinobi world knew of him. If you encountered him, you just ran. Conan's expression stiffened, then returned to normal. I've heard a little. Sigh, I've never left the land of rain in my whole life. My first trip abroad is to Konoha village. I couldn't sleep last night. Aoki Suki looked delighted. I want to see how Konoha is different from here. It's getting late, I have to go. Bye. Without waiting for Conan's reaction, he grabbed his bundle and walked out the door. Conan stood in the room, gazing at his retreating figure in silence. The word Konoha was both familiar and strange to her. As Jiraiya's disciples Nagato Yahiko, and she should have been close to Konoha. But now Yahiko had died in the conspiracy of Hanzō and Danzo. Nagato's parents had also been killed by Konoha ninja. The emotions were too complex to articulate. At the village gate, Chaoyu Ryota and Shinichi were already waiting. For this mission to Konoha, Aoki Suki decided to bring his subordinates to broaden their horizons. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's set off now, we have several days of travel ahead. Haha, Captain, it's rare for us to go out. Wouldn't it be okay to take it slow? Ryota said cheerfully. In principle we should arrive on time, but a little delay on the road is also normal. They exchanged knowing smiles and set off happily. Along the way they witnessed a natural environment completely different from the land of rain. The people of the land of fire lived in great prosperity, having barely been touched by war. They couldn't help but feel envious. 5 days later, after several inspections, the group arrived safely at Konoha village. Though the large-scale war had ended, skirmishes still lingered in some regions, and new conflicts could erupt at any time. They remained vigilant toward foreign ninja. The Hidden Rain delegation was assigned to the guest house for foreign visitors, which was already housing ninja leaders from various countries. These were all ninja organizations allied with or friendly to Konoha. Even within the land of fire, while Konoha was the only military organization on the surface, there were other ninja forces. For instance, the most representative, the 12 Guardian Ninja of the Daimyo, came from different ninja organizations in the land of fire. Chiriku was from the Fire Temple. Others came from the Grass Country, Rain Country, Hot Water Country, Rice Country, and even the Sand Village had signed a peace treaty with Konoha. They were unfamiliar with each other and kept their guard up. Konoha was a place that valued harmony, so whether genuine or not, everyone was polite on the surface. Having come to Konoha, they couldn't miss Ichiraku ramen. So Aoki Suki led his team to the iconic spot, ordered miso ramen, and buried themselves in eating. As expected of Konoha ramen, it's delicious. Ryota praised. Shinichi said discontentedly, have some principles, will you? Is the water here sweeter than in our village? Ryota, if you like it so much, why not just stay here? Chaoyu added. Ryota quickly shook his head. I'm joking. I'm just enjoying the novelty. There are so many strong people here, it'd be hard to make a name for myself. That's true. Konoha may be big, but it's not easy to live here, Aoki Suki chimed in. The shinobi world was unstable, countless people had flocked here to settle, and housing prices must be sky-high. Even the future Uchiha wife Haruno Sakura, who became the head of Konoha's medical department, had to take a loan to buy a house and fainted from heartbreak when her house collapsed. After the ramen, they went to a hot spring to soak. It was an official expense. Not spending it would be wasteful. After the rounds, the team of 4 felt refreshed and began strolling around Konoha. Compared to the monotony of the Hidden Rain, Konoha was several times more bustling, exuding a modern atmosphere. Shops of all kinds dazzled the eyes. When they reached a mask shop, Aoki Suki bought a panda mask as a souvenir. This was standard gear for Konoha Zumbu, quite interesting. Before they knew it, it was evening. They stopped at the Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant. Aoki Suki waved his hand. We're having barbecue for dinner. Captain, brilliant. I've never eaten at such a fancy place in my whole life, Ryota said happily. TCH, isn't it just barbecue? Who hasn't had it? Nothing special. Shinichi still harbored deep hostility toward Konoha. Chaoyu casually picked up the menu, glanced at it, and immediately changed expression. Konoha's cost of living is this high. Look at you scared. Let me see how high it is. Aoki Suki took it and looked, confirming it was indeed high, but he said nonchalantly, order boldly. Lord Hanzō said we must not disgrace the Hidden Rain's reputation. Whatever others can afford, we Hidden Rain ninja can afford too. Captain is absolutely right. We can't let Konoha look down on us. Hidden Rain, Ryota agreed. They didn't buy the best, only the most expensive. An hour later they ate until their mouths were greasy, spending tens of thousands of ryo. Let's go. Back to the inn. We have to attend the ceremony tomorrow. Not until the team had entered the hotel did a white-haired figure wearing a cat mask step out from the shadows in the distance. Are Hidden Rain ninjas this wealthy? Kakashi sighed, then melted back into the darkness. His mission was to surveil the Hidden Rain delegation until they left Konoha. The night passed without incident. Kakashi yawned. By then, envoys from various villages were filing out, preparing to attend the 4th Hokage's inauguration ceremony. Aoki Suki's group followed the crowd toward the Hokage building. The area around the Hokage building was packed with people. Over 80% of Konoha's population had come. Minato Namikaze's popularity in Konoha was extraordinary. Everyone expected this new Hokage to lead Konoha to a new era. Kakashi hid in the shadow of a rooftop, keeping his eyes fixed on his target. At a certain moment, Wait, one is missing. Where did the blue-haired one go? Kakashi was certain that a second ago that guy had been chatting with his teammates. In the blink of an eye he was gone. Could it be a clone? Damn. Instantly Kakashi thought of a possibility: the water clone technique. This technique couldn't be far from the original body, or it would dissipate. The other party had come out of the hotel as a clone from the start, while the real body had used this time to move. With that thought, Kakashi immediately turned and sprinted toward the hotel, though he knew it might already be too late. Qingmu lured away the Umbu surveillance with a water clone technique, while his true self made contact with the root operatives. He made his way to a hidden underground chamber, where upon entering, he saw Danzo seated on a chair with Aburame Ryoma standing beside him. Lord Danzo, this is a confidential letter from Lord Hanzō for you. Qingmu presented the scroll he carried and awaited a response. After reading, Danzo said, "Go back and tell Hanzō not to worry. Konoha has no shortage of shinobi. The fourth Hokage's existence will not affect our agreement." Root had indeed suffered heavy losses, but soon after returning to Konoha, Danzo had already replenished his personnel. In his eyes, shinobi were merely tools. "I understand. Is there anything you wish to know that I might clarify?" Before Danzo could ask, Qingmu volunteered, knowing it was wise to be humble before such a figure, especially on his turf. "I've heard of you. You're indeed a sensible one. It's not for nothing that I recommended you as the liaison." Danzo was pleased with Qingmu's tact. "Thank you for your praise, my lord. A small fry like me wouldn't get far without being this way." Qingmu chose to speak honestly. There was nothing shameful in that. Danzo was a pragmatist himself and disliked empty pretenses. "I like frank young men like you. What that stingy Hanzō can't give you, I can." Qingmu quickly accepted the offered carrot, saying, "I am at your service, Lord Danzo." What happened to Akatsuki afterward? I heard they vanished without a trace. Just as he expected, the old man was still keeping tabs on Akatsuki. Indeed, they seem to have disappeared from the village, likely going underground. But their leader Yahiko is definitely dead. Danzo had no interest in Yahiko. He stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, "Keep a close watch on Akatsuki's movements. They will resurface eventually. Report to me promptly, and you'll be rewarded." Having suffered such a great loss, Akatsuki would surely seek revenge against Hanzō. Danzo only needed to wait patiently. With Qingmu as a pawn by Hanzo's side, unexpected gains were bound to come. "Yes. Also, the fourth Hokage may speak with you today. You know what to say, don't you?" Danzo asked, uneasy. "Lord Hanzō gave me instructions before I came." "Good." Hanzō waved his hand, signaling Qingmu to leave. Then Aburame Ryoma handed Qingmu the reply letter and let him out, cautioning, "Konoha is different from Amegakure. The situation here is more complicated. Do not linger too long." "Understood. I plan to meet the fourth Hokage after the ceremony, then leave immediately." Qingmu replied. "Good. Go now, the ceremony is about to start." At the exit, Aburame Ryoma stopped. "Then I shall take my leave." Qingmu nodded slightly and vanished from sight with a few swift movements. Aburame Ryoma glanced at the crown of a large tree, then turned and walked away unconcernedly. A moment later, a man and a dog jumped down from the tree. "Pack and go back first. That guy doesn't seem easy to handle, Kakashi. Be careful." Poof. Pakin's body turned into white smoke and disappeared. Secretly contacting other factions is a serious violation of the agreement. I must teach him a lesson. Kakashi adjusted his headband, revealing his Sharingan. Qingmu hurried along a sparsely populated alley toward the Hokage building. Halfway there, a dazzling blue light suddenly burst from the side. A violent chirping sound followed. "This is Chidori." Body flicker technique. Crack. The lightning-clad arm, like a sharp iron spear, instantly pierced through the adjacent wall. Kakashi was secretly amazed he dodged my Chidori so easily. "Umbu." A slightly husky voice sounded behind Kakashi. "Why attack me?" Kakashi replied coldly. "The envoy from Amegakure. Someone must have warned you upon entering the village. Any private meetings could cause unnecessary misunderstandings. The fourth Hokage wishes for open and transparent communication between both sides. You violated the rules." The white-haired youth in a mask before him was probably the one assigned to monitor him these past 2 days. "Hatake Kakashi, you're right. But some things are hard to say in broad daylight. As someone who works in Umbu, you must understand that." "I understand. I hope you can understand me too." With that, Kakashi charged in with a kunai. Understanding was one thing, but he had to act. Otherwise, the other party would think Konoha weak. Clang. A flash of white light streaked past like lightning. Crack. Crack. The blade sliced through the mask, grazing the bridge of the nose, causing the skin to tighten and hairs to stand on end. The kunai in his hand was reduced to just the hilt, the cut smooth as a mirror. This guy. Kakashi's pupils trembled violently. Too fast. His Sharingan could clearly track the opponent's movements, but his body couldn't keep up. "To earn my understanding, you need to show real skill," Qingmu said calmly. "A longer weapon has an advantage." With inferior strength, speed, and technique, he tried to fight with a kunai up close. Kakashi clearly realized this too. He immediately leaped back, crouched low, formed hand seals, and unleashed his signature technique again. Chidori, Thunder Burial. The two figures clashed violently. Boom. So he uses lightning release too. Kakashi's right hand firmly blocked the blade coming down on him, and he had to tense his shoulders to endure the incoming kick. Thud. His still-developing body couldn't match the force of Qingmu Yu's powerful strike. He was instantly sent flying. But Kakashi reacted, quickly curling into a ball upon landing to minimize damage, rolling twice before finding leverage and springing up. His eyes were full of gravity. The opponent was far more troublesome than he had anticipated. Blue light bloomed in his hand again, and a wolf-shaped lightning bolt lunged at Qingmu Yu. Lightning beast tracking Fong. Lightning release lightning snake. Ring-shaped lightning rose from Qingmu Yu's legs, climbed to his shoulders, and quickly converged into his hands. Crackle. Hiss. A snake-shaped lightning bolt shot out from his hands, wrapped around the lightning wolf, and with a gentle squeeze, both dissipated into the air. He canceled my tracking Fong with lightning release. Before Kakashi could think further, Qingmu Yu suddenly spat out 7 or 8 high-density water droplets. Their initial velocity was extremely fast, like bullets. Whoosh. Kakashi quickly leaped back again, forming hand seals rapidly, and slammed his hands onto the ground upon landing. Earth release, earth-style wall. The grayish dog-headed earth wall had just risen when the water droplets pierced through it. Kakashi hastily rolled aside to dodge. His Sharingan clearly tracked the trajectory of the droplets, even seeing their structure in detail. He increased their density and cohesion by injecting chakra. Just then a figure in a green bodysuit doing a handstand flashed past the alley entrance. Noticing the scene inside, he retreated back. Kakashi, let's have a youthful. Huh, who's this? Kakashi snapped. Guy, I'm on a mission. How dare you call my name? Mission? Might Guy stood up straight, brushed the dust off his hands, and looked at Kakashi's disheveled state, grinning. You're running out of steam. Let me give you a hand then. Obviously Might Guy had noticed Kakashi at a disadvantage and wanted to help. Without waiting for Kakashi's reply, he leaped forward with a flying kick at Qingmu Yu. Konoha whirlwind. Qingmu Yu stepped back, spun 360 degrees in place, and lashed out with a powerful kick. Dragon tail whip. Thud. Their powerful legs collided with a dull sound. After blocking Guy's flying kick, Qingmu Yu immediately thrust a kick at Guy's abdomen. With no leverage in midair, Guy quickly bent over, crossing his arms to protect his body. Thud. Guy was sent flying back, sliding along the ground until Kakashi stopped him by pressing his back. Guy, be careful. He's strong. Kakashi warned softly. Yeah, he's got great power and speed. He even counterattacked while blocking. That explosive force. Indeed, this is youth. When did Amegakure get someone like this? I've never heard of him before. Kakashi frowned inwardly. Meanwhile, Might Guy grew excited. Such a powerful opponent is rare. Time to burn with youth. He prepared to open the 8 gates and go all out. Wait, Guy, stop. Kakashi quickly intervened. Might Guy was puzzled. Why? Isn't this a mission? It's not about defeating him. Today is the Hokage inauguration. You'll cause too much commotion. Kakashi's original intention was merely to teach the other party a lesson, so he'd behave not to escalate things into a mess. Speaking of which, if you two have nothing else, I'll be on my way. The ceremony is about to start. Qingmu Yu reminded them. 2 brats, one a taijutsu genius, the other a high IQ all-rounder. If it came to a real fight, he might not come out ahead. I'll let you off today. I'll report this to the Hokage. Kakashi bluffed, pulling Guy away. Since the target had already met Danzo, further surveillance was pointless. Whatever, Qingmu Yu replied. If there was trouble, it would be Danzo's problem. He believed Danzo could handle anything in Konoha. As he exited the alley, sunlight glinted off the gleaming blade, revealing a clear crack. It was the spot where Kakashi's second Chidori had struck. What an impressive technique. I'll have to get a new sword again. Lightning release users generally knew that concentrating and compressing lightning chakra could increase penetration and explosive power. But how to compress it was entirely up to the individual. One wrong move could blow oneself up. Kakashi's Chidori was a prime example. In front of the Hokage building, when Qingmu Yu's figure reappeared, the 3 members of the team secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You're finally back. The ceremony is about to begin. Chao Yu softly reminded him. Before leaving in the morning, Qingmu Yu had mentioned a secret mission, and they were worried. After all, this was Konoha, and causing trouble here would surely lead to no good. Don't worry, I've been keeping track of the time. We'll head back this afternoon. Hearing this, they knew the secret mission was complete, and their tension eased. At that moment, the crowd suddenly erupted, their gazes lifting toward the rooftop. A figure in a white Hokage cloak with yellow hair appeared at the railing. The 3rd Hokage stepped forward, witnessed by the 2 Hokage advisors, numerous Jonin villagers, and envoys from various nations. He solemnly handed the hat, symbolizing the Hokage title, to bluffing Shimon, who accepted it, placed it on his head, and waved to the crowd. The entire venue erupted in warm applause, celebrating this momentous occasion. Ha ha ha. Shimon, it seems you are very popular. Zilai said with a smile. Among the 3 ninja of Konoha, only he was present. Tsunade had left the village, and Orochimaru, having failed in his bid for Hokage, would not come to show support. Xuanhua Jixinai nodded in agreement. Yes, Shumin, everyone likes you very much. You must strive to be a good Hokage. She clenched her fist in encouragement. I will not betray the trust everyone has placed in me. I will protect the village and protect everyone. Jukusenai, this is our shared dream, Shuemin said solemnly. From the moment the daimyo's appointment and the Jonin's vote were completed, he had already begun to fulfill the duties of Hokage. Today's transfer was more of a symbolic ceremony, but the fervor of the people deeply moved him. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, took a deep draw from his pipe, a gratified smile on his face. The two advisors Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shuemin Huyan also wore smiles. Wolfeng Shuemin, a ninja so radiant and powerful, was a born Hokage. Under his leadership, he would surely bring peace and tranquility to everyone. This was the collective sentiment of all. The envoys from neighboring small countries and villages were envious. Konoha always produced a steady stream of powerful ninjas. First the three ninja of Konoha, then the Yellow Flash, and the next generation had Sharingan Kakashi. As allies of Konoha, few truly wished for its everlasting prosperity. Captain, I heard the Yellow Flash is extremely fast. I wonder who is faster, him or Lord Hanzō? Liang Tai asked curiously. Lord Hanzō's body flicker technique is unmatched in places with water, while the fourth Hokage uses a space-time ninjutsu that can ignore distance and obstacles traversing space. In terms of pure movement speed, space-time is faster. But in combat it's about adaptability, hard to say. The Flying Thunder God technique was nearly invincible against ordinary opponents, but it had failed before. When the second and fourth Hokage used this technique to attack Madara, both suffered greatly. Zhun-Yi exclaimed in shock, that's terrifying. If he suddenly appeared behind you with a blade, who could stop him? No one could sleep. Xiao Yu said, cold sweat beating on his forehead. As a sensory-type ninja, he could sense that the several chakras on the rooftop were no weaker than Hanzō's, and one of them was like an abyssal beast filling him with an urge to flee. Konoha truly has a wealth of powerful ninjas. The security was maintained by the Konoha military police force, the Uchiha clan clad in uniforms bearing the fan emblem, their red eyes scanning the crowd to prevent any trouble. The Hyuga, Sarutobi, Shimura, Ino, Shikacho, Inazuka, Aburame, and Kurama clans, all major and minor families, were present in full force. Such a scene was rare. Qingmu Yu had said he was bringing the team to broaden their horizons and incidentally gather intelligence on Konoha's ninjas. Xiao Yu dared not gather intelligence now. Sensory-type ninjas could detect each other. If he did so, he would be crushed in an instant. Half an hour later, the inauguration ceremony ended. The fourth Hokage began receiving envoys from various nations one by one. As one of the 5 great shinobi villages, Amegakure was the first to be received, and the meeting lasted about an hour. Their faces were grim when they emerged, seemingly not pleased. The second was a samurai representative from the Land of Iron. Their neutral status relied on formidable strength and excellent forging technology recognized by the major nations. The meeting lasted half an hour. They came with sincere intentions for peaceful trade and left with smiles. Apparently the talks went well. The third was Amegakure, which was among the strongest of the small nations now held together solely by Hanzō. Qingmu Yu entered the Hokage's office alone, where a row of people sat behind a long rectangular table. Wolfeng Shuemin sat in the center, flanked by Zilai, the third Hokage, the 2 advisors, and the military strategist Nara Shikaku, who was recording the conversation. Lord Hokage, Lord, third Hokage, and esteemed seniors. Qingmu Yu bowed, then took out a handwritten letter from Hanzō and handed it over. I am Qingmu Yu, a Jonin of Amegakure. I am here on behalf of Lord Hanzō to congratulate the 4th Hokage on his inauguration. Wolfeng Shuemin unrolled the scroll, glanced at it, and nodded slightly. I have received Lord Hanzō's congratulations. Thank you for Amegakure's support to Konoha. The Land of Rain, as the borderland of the 3 great nations, has long been plagued by war. Konoha too is a victim of war, abhors conflict. I promise that I will never initiate any war, nor will I invade other nations. I hope our 2 nations can always maintain peaceful exchanges and lasting friendship. This is exactly what the Land of Rain hopes for. Lord Hanzō will be very pleased to hear this news. Indeed, during the war many things were forced to be done in radical ways, and that is understandable. However, I hope that in future interactions between our nations the procedures can be more transparent. Qingmu Yu knew that Kakashi must have reported his private meeting with Danzo to Wolfeng Shuemin. The implication was that he should not have secretly met with Danzo without going through the Hokage. Of course, I will convey your opinion to Lord Hanzō. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke and interjected, I believe the peace in the ninja world will last for a long time. Konoha will demonstrate its sincerity to the fullest extent. There is always tomorrow. You are right. There is always tomorrow. Although the Land of Rain is a small nation, we are willing to contribute our share to maintaining peace in the ninja world. If Konoha plans to organize major events in the future, such as the Chunin exams, we will actively send ninjas to participate. Additionally, we hope to strengthen trade, especially in food, weapons, and other supplies. Qingmu Yu's basic strategy was to speak softly while handling matters firmly. You and Konoha are formidable. Whatever you say is right, and I agree. But if I ally with you, I must receive benefits. Wolfing Shuemin found this troublesome. These small nations always asked for money or food when forming alliances with Konoha. The others in the room also frowned. The Land of Fire might be wealthy, but after decades of intermittent war their resources were tight. But if they refused, the boat of friendship could capsize at any moment. Everyone turned their gaze to the third Hokage. He was an expert in this area, always able to get money and food from the daimyo. Tell Lord Hanzō that Konoha agrees to increase trade in food, weapons, and other supplies with the Land of Rain. In return, the Land of Rain must open its borders for passage. Konoha ninjas traveling to the Land of Ghosts, the Land of Birds, and other nations will pass through the Land of Rain. I hope this will not cause unnecessary conflicts. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Third Hokage. I will relay this faithfully. Qingmuyu said with delight. Zilai suddenly spoke up. Well, since the official matters are settled, kid, may I ask a question? Of course I will answer anything I know. I've heard that the Land of Rain has been troubled by various rebel factions for years. Have there been any young people who stepped forward to work for the peace of this nation or the ninja world? Zilai's eyes held a hint of hope. He had received news that his disciples had died, but he still wanted to ask. Qingmuyu understood that he was inquiring about Yahiko Nagato and Konan. There were, of course. I once served as a guard by the daimyo's side for a time. A few people visited the daimyo advocating for conflict resolution through communication. They formed a non-violent organization, but it quickly faded into obscurity. There are many similar organizations. Most cannot survive. The ninja world is cruel, especially in the Land of Rain. I see. Zilai fell silent. Then Wolfing Shuemin issued a polite dismissal. Thank you very much for your answers. I will send a reply to you shortly. There were still many envoys from small nations waiting to be received, so they could not delay too long. Then I shall take my leave. Qingmuyu and his team turned and left the Hokage building. Soon after, an Umbu operative wearing a mask delivered a scroll. Let's go back to the village. The mission was complete without delay. The group departed Konoha and headed straight for the Land of Rain. The return journey was faster, taking only 3 days to reach Amegakure. Qingmuyu sent the rest of the team to rest while he went to report to Hanzō. In the room, Hanzō first read Danzo's reply, then the fourth Hokage's reply, and nodded with satisfaction. You did well this time, securing benefits for the village. From now on, all external communications for the village will be handled by you. Thank you for your trust, my lord. I will not disappoint your expectations. Go and rest. Qingmuyu then left the room. In a small village like Amegakure, unlike the 5 great nations with their many institutions, it was entirely Hanzō's one-man rule. If he said Qingmuyu was a guard, then he was a guard. If he said he was a foreign minister, then he was a foreign minister. Qingmuyu was content with this. The guard duty was easy but somewhat tedious. Getting out for some fresh air now and then isn't bad. At night, Qingmuyu finished his meditation practice and began tempering his hair. After years of relentless effort, most of his hair had been washed with chakra. This does not mean he can rest on his laurels, as chakra gradually dissipates over time, requiring him to retemper it periodically. The hair's toughness and hardness gradually increase, comparable to steel wire. Crucially, it can be controlled at will, serving both offense and defense, making it extremely useful. While he was doing pull-ups, Xiaonan flew in through the window. Ever since Chongmin developed the Rain Tiger at will technique, few things in the village could escape her notice. After entering, she did not speak hastily, but waited quietly aside. It was not the first time she had observed Qingmuyu. She had some understanding of his physical training routine. From the wear and tear on the equipment in the room, it was evident that he had integrated physical training into his daily life, making it a daily compulsory course. A man of great perseverance. That was the direct impression Qingmuyu gave Xiaonan. Especially after they worked together against Jiao Du Xiao and had gained a certain understanding, or rather recognition, of Qingmuyu's strength. Huff. After finishing the last set, Qingmuyu let out a long breath. As his physical fitness gradually improved, even as he continuously increased his training volume, the effects were diminishing. The next step was to attempt body activation, which required learning medical ninjutsu, understanding basic medical knowledge, and using lightning release chakra to stimulate the body for a conventional enhancement. That chakra in the rain is your companion's technique, isn't it? Is this also a power of the Rinnegan? Xiaonan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He can actually sense that technique. How did you discover it? My sword technique requires a special breathing method to reach its maximum power. No one knows the rain of this village better than I do. I see. Your perception is keen. Thank you for the compliment. Guess who I met during my trip to Muyi? Knowing that Xiaonan had come to inquire for information, Qingmuyu proactively raised the topic. You went to see Tuanzong, didn't you? Correct, huh? Qingmuyu gave a light laugh. Everyone knew he couldn't have just gone to observe the ceremony. That Tuanzong fellow is very interested in the Rinnegan and specifically asked about you. Oh, and there was one more person who asked. Who? Zilai Yi. A complex expression surged on Xiaonan's face, then was quickly masked by coldness. Don't be nervous. I brushed them off. The Xiao has vanished from the Rain Country. That's common knowledge. The fourth Hokage Bo Feng, Shui Min advocates peaceful development. His philosophy follows the lineage of previous Mu Yi Hokages, and he doesn't see eye to eye with Tuanzong. In short, Tuanzong will stay relatively quiet in the near future. Xiaonan felt slightly relieved, and then asked, what other important intelligence did you obtain from Mu Yi this time? Chang Min was about to plan the takeover of Yu'in village, and Qingmu Yu would inevitably defect to their side by then. So Xiaonan did not hold back. I didn't get any of that. After the Hokage inauguration ceremony, I was granted an audience as an envoy. We discussed alliances and weapons trade. Mu Yi is not like our Yu'in surveillance is strict. I was even warned by the Hokage. Under such circumstances, any underhanded moves would be impossible, and leaving would be difficult. He knew that the Shanzhong clan could extract intelligence from people's minds. Is that so? Xiaonan was not disappointed. As the largest ninja village in the ninja world, Mu Yi was not so easy to spy on. If I may ask, are you planning to make a move against Banzong? Qingmu Yu asked quietly. Why do you ask? I guessed. Qingmu Yu gave a dry laugh. Now Mu Yi is in a period of power transition, too busy to pay attention to our Yu'in village. The timing is perfect. So, which side are you planning to stand on? Xiaonan suddenly asked out of the blue. The time had come to choose sides. Qingmu Yue, who already knew the outcome, naturally did not hesitate at all. Any delay would be irresponsible to himself. Needless to say, I'm definitely on our Zhao's side. Our. Xiaonan savored the word. When did you become a member of the Xiao? I don't recall that. Previously, Qingmu Yu had always used phrases like, your Xiao, or something similar. Suddenly switching to our made Xiaonan feel awkward. Well, ahem. Qingmu Yu coughed awkwardly, then brazenly asked, is it too late to join now? Xiaonan rolled her eyes inwardly. This guy was clearly a weather vane swaying with the wind. An unreliable sort. Feeling a bit guilty, Qingmu Yu quickly added, that Banzong has completely degenerated, lost his ideals and beliefs, and become a cruel, power-hungry old stubborn. I am first and foremost a Yu'in ninja, and only secondarily Banzang's guard. I have to consider the village's future. I believe in you all, truly. It's the power of the Rinnegan you're banking on, isn't it? Xiaonan bluntly exposed Qingmu Yu's lie on the spot. If he believed in them so much, why didn't he act earlier? It was only after seeing Changmin's Rinnegan that he knew this was a sure thing. Indeed, the ninja world only worships power. Now Qingmu Yu was proactively ingratiating himself and lowering his posture, all because of the Rinnegan. He only regretted not realizing this earlier and choosing to keep it shelved, otherwise Yin might not have died. You're right. I won't deny that factor. Qingmu Yu admitted it straightforwardly. Then he pulled open a drawer, took out a thick stack of documents, and shoved them into Xiaonan's hands. This is my sincerity. Actually, I've long hoped for a change of village leader and have been preparing for this day. When the time comes, I and my subordinates are at your disposal. Xiaonan directly ignored Qingmu Yu's words of fealty and began flipping through the documents in her hands. They contained key intelligence on personnel in important positions within the village, as well as defense deployment maps, including the locations of concealed outposts. These were exactly what she urgently needed. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. With this intelligence, their success in the operation would be much more assured. They could carry out the coup silently and without a sound. Seeing the satisfaction on Xiaonan's face, Qingmu Yu quickly seized the moment. Lady Xiaonan, about my joining our Xiao. Bend and stretch, a true man knows when to yield. The current Xiao is not like before. The selection criteria for talents are very strict, not just anyone can join. I see. Qingmu Yu's face immediately showed disappointment. However what? However, your strength is acceptable, and you've cooperated with us a few times. This time you've provided important intelligence, so we can let you become an intern first. Intern. Qingmu Yu was not discouraged. As a remnant of the previous regime, it was natural not to be trusted. He then asked, how long is the probation period? How can I become a full member? It depends on your future performance. Don't say I didn't warn you. You only have one chance. Xiaonan warned solemnly. She felt that Qingmu Yu was quite useful and would be a good helper. But if he made the wrong choice, there would be no way out. Qingmu Yu repeatedly assured, I understand. I prefer to prove myself through actions. You can rest assured 100 times over. It's best that way. This village, this country, needs a new order. With that, Xiaonan turned and disappeared into the night. Huff. Finally settled. Qingmu Yu let out a long breath. Not to mention his strength was inferior to that freak Changmin, and his home was here too. He had to steady the situation. I who became village head didn't matter. A ninja was just making a living. What village country peace? On the other side, after returning to the West Tower, Xiaonan briefed Changmin on the situation. He nodded slightly, seemingly unsurprised by the outcome. Then let's proceed. The day after tomorrow, we make our move. The next day, Qingmu Yu led his squad on regular duty, bragging to everyone about the big shots he had met in Mu Yi. There was no hint that this guy was about to participate in the coup. It happened to be shift change day. Liang Taijian and Xiao Yu were switched to night shift. H1UMO, and Tui Yiren were switched to day shift. Liang Tai and Zhun Yi had been his subordinates since they were genin, and Xiao Yu was a smart person. These few were easier to maneuver. He Chuan and Umo were former colleagues and not easy to command. Tui Yiren looked honest, but his true disposition was hard to gauge. Putting them on day shift conveniently kept them away from the operation. After finishing the day's work, the squad changed clothes in the locker room. Qingmu Yu casually remarked, "There might be some temporary tasks in the coming nights. You guys just follow my orders then." "Okay, Captain." The squad members didn't think much of it. Guard work was always like this. Emergencies were normal. In any case, following the captain's arrangements was always the right call. Xiaonan hadn't given a specific time for the operation. Qingmu Yu just prepared in advance, guessing that to ensure success, she wouldn't tell anyone beforehand. With the Rinnegan, a super weapon, no detailed plan was needed. One person could bulldoze through everything without any worries. Perhaps the next second, she would suddenly appear before him and calmly tell him they could start. This possibility was very high. If he couldn't immediately handle the ensuing troubles, they might think his ability was limited and his value low. Then they would solve the problems their own way, and he would become useless. That morning, Zwitting Ilong finished breakfast and was about to leave, watching the incessant rain falling outside. For some reason, he felt a sense of unease. Ever since he was promoted to corps guard by Ban Zong, this anxiety had been lingering. The rain seems to be lasting longer these days. Junai Meitao, dressed in loungewear, picked up a cloak and handed it to Zwitting Ilong, saying, "Indeed, it used to clear up for a couple of days occasionally, but lately, I don't know what's wrong. Even the store's business has been affected. If business is bad, just close the shop. We're not short on that income." Zwitting Ilong, a man of low-key disposition, had never thought of opening a grilled fish restaurant, but he couldn't resist his wife's insistence. Often appearing in public, Junai Meitao attracted the covetous eyes of many, and it was fortunate that he as a Jounin could protect her. Otherwise, she would have been taken away long ago. "That won't do. I'm too bored at home alone, or I need to find something to do." Junai Meitao shook her head in refusal. Although their ages were quite different, they got along surprisingly, well, perfectly compatible. "Oh, suit yourself." Zwitting Ilong sighed. "What's wrong? You've been feeling down lately. Is it menopause?" Haha, nothing. Maybe I'm overthinking. I'm off." Zwitting Ilong shook his head, turned around, and plunged into the curtain of rain. "Is something really going to happen?" Junai Meitao murmured. Many people came to eat at In Yuzwa every day, and they talked about all the village's big and small affairs. There was nothing special. What could have made her husband so worried? In the locker room, when Zwitting Ilong arrived, he found Qingmu Yu waiting for him at the door. "You just got back from a mission and you're already on duty. Do you have to work so hard?" "I'm just relying on my youth and vitality. If I had a wife as beautiful as you, Captain, I'd probably be worn out by now, haha." "You? Now you're starting to mock me too." Zwitting Ilong said helplessly. Qingmu Yu was the kind of guy who could chat with anyone. You couldn't bring yourself to dislike someone like him. You're old enough to find a wife. As someone who's been through it, I advise you not to find one too beautiful. That way life is more peaceful. That's what I think too. The key is a good figure. Alright, enough of this. If you have something to say, spit it out. We're about to go on duty. Zwitting Ilong urged. It was early in the morning, and he was waiting here. There must be something. Qingmu Yu pretended to be casual. "Actually, it's nothing. I just suddenly remembered what you told me half a year ago, when you were first transferred to corps guard." "Half a year ago?" Zwitting Ilong's heart sank. At that time, Ban Zong had led people to surround and kill the Shao. Several of them, as outer guard captains, had stayed behind in the village and didn't participate in that operation, thus escaping disaster. Of the more than 10 Jounin who went, not a single one returned. The reason he had been so worried for the past 6 months was that he feared the other side would one day come to retaliate. Today, Qingmu Yu had specifically brought this up. Has it finally come? "Captain, supposing that person really comes to take revenge on Master Ban Zong, how should we handle ourselves?" "Of course we can't defeat him. Even Ban Zong, Tuan Zong, and dozens of elite umbu from Mu, he couldn't handle that person, let alone small fries like us." Qingmu Yu's question had actually crossed Zwitting Ilong's mind many times. Put another way, it was a choice: either betray Master Ban Zong and ruin his reputation, or go to the Pure Land with Master Ban Zong. Zwitting Ilong was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I don't know either. Perhaps when that moment comes, my heart will give me the true answer." All right. Qingmu Yu had thought that Zwitting Ilong, like him, was a man of lip service loyalty, but unexpectedly, he stood firm at the critical moment. An ordinary Jounin was like a fly swatted casually before the pay. In Lu Dao, such resistance was meaningless. But everyone has their own beliefs. Some people value their beliefs more than life itself. In such a situation, there was no good solution. Afterward, Qingmu Yu found an excuse to leave. At the corner, he saw a chubby figure. Zhao Tianyuan, the Jounin, was standing outside seemingly for a while. The two exchanged a knowing smile, found a corner, and began to smoke and chat. This guy had always been smuggling village supplies out for sale, though he had no sense of loyalty whatsoever. Given that they had cooperated many times before, the two quickly reached an agreement. All the internal and external connections were made. As for the others like the fellow outer guard captains Jian Yi and Gu Gang, they were just ordinary colleagues. He didn't dare to go and talk about such matters. If reported, he would be the one to die. Fortunately, Jian Ye's squad was responsible for the second floor, Gu Gang's squad for the top floor, and Qing Muyu's squad for the first floor guarding the core entrance. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, when everyone was most drowsy, Qing Muyu sat on the doorstep staring blankly at the drizzling rain outside. Normally, he would be hiding in some corner sleeping at this hour. He had to stay alert these days, and his caution proved correct. A paper butterfly flew in through the dark rain, fluttered its wings twice before him, then ascended and flew upstairs. Has it started already? Qing Muyu knew that the 2 squads of guards on the 2nd and 3rd floors wouldn't survive a single one. As for the hidden sentry team around the tower, they were probably already taken care of by now. He let out a soft sigh, turned around, and waved at his own squad inside. At this time, Xiao Yu, Liang Tai, and Zhun Yi were dozing at various intersections of the corridor. The first to react was Liang Tai, who saw Qing Muyu's movement and quickly walked over quietly. Captain, what's wrong? Have Xiao Yu and Zhun Yi come over too. There's something important. Then the squad members gathered around. Qing Muyu then said, listen, what I'm about to say concerns your lives. Don't breathe a word. Their faces immediately turned grave. Since Qing Muyu had given them a heads up a couple of days ago, they were mentally prepared. They were just curious about what it was. Today's duty ends here. Go home for now, and when shift change comes at dawn, bring He Chuan and the other 2 with you. Gather at the village's mission hall. Hearing this request, Liang Tai and Zhun Yi were both puzzled. Only Xiao Yu subtly glanced at the upstairs, and around her heart pounding wildly. The chakra fluctuations of those colleagues around had all disappeared. It seemed she guessed something but couldn't quite believe it, so she forced herself to calm down. Since Qing Muyu had said so, if anything happened it would be on him as the captain, and forcing them to leave this situation wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Don't ask anything. Just go home quietly, and I guarantee you'll be safe. I'll do whatever you say, Captain, Liang Tai immediately responded. Zhun Yi echoed, same here. Hearing Qing Muyu speak like this, even the slowest would know that something big was about to happen. Just obey. There was no reason for the captain to harm them. Xiao Yu also replied, I understand. Then the 3 quickly left the tower. With that, all outer defenses were gone. Shortly after the 3 left, 6 figures wearing black robes with red clouds walked through the rain, 6 pairs of purple ripple-like eyes gleaming coldly like Death's Reapers. The pressure was immense. It made Qing Muyu feel extremely uncomfortable. Patters of rain. A swarm of paper butterflies flew down from upstairs, coalescing into the form of Xiao Nen, who nodded at Pei Yin. The 2 squads upstairs had already been dealt with by her. Then Pei Yin's gaze passed over Qing Muyu standing at the door and fixed on the deepest part of the tower where Banzong was. That powerful chakra was as dazzling as a bright flame in the darkness in his eyes. Follow me. Qing Muyu turned and walked deeper into the corridor with the Pei and Lu Dao and Xiao Nen following closely. At each of the 4 corners of the room where Banzong was located, there was a Jiaonin standing guard. The 2 ninja guarding the front were exactly Zhuting Ilong and Zhao Tianyuan. He had greeted these 2 just this morning, so, although they were shocked to see Qing Muyu suddenly enter with people, they did not raise an alarm or call out to others. Among them, Zhao Tianyuan directly stood up, bowed to Pei Yin in a gesture of submission, then stood silently to the side with his hands down. When he had secretly sold supplies before he had dealings with the Shao, so he was half an acquaintance. Zhuting Ilong, however, did the exact opposite. He took out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and assumed a combat stance. Captain, Qing Muyu called out in a low voice, trying to make a last-ditch effort. Zhuting Ilong glanced at Qing Muyu, his expression filled only with determination, and silently charged at Pei Yin. As Banzang's guard, he had enjoyed the status, glory, and dignity that this position brought him for over a decade. He could not allow himself to betray. Overreaching. Tian Dao, Pei Yin said contemptuously. He suddenly extended his left hand and directly activated Wan Xiang Tian Yin towards Zhuting Ilong. The latter's balance was suddenly broken, and his body involuntarily flew over. At the same time, a black iron rod emerged from Tian Dao Pei Yin's right palm. Thud. The rod pierced straight through Zhuting Ilong's heart, instantly draining all his strength. His body went limp and fell silent. The whole process was silent. He died without a word. Zhao Tianyuan, watching from the side, saw Zhuting Ilong, whose strength was comparable to his own, get killed in an instant. His heart twitched uncontrollably, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Qing Muyu fell into silence as he stared at Zhuting Ilong's body. Who? At that moment, the 2 Jiaonin at the back sensed something wrong and quickly came to check. However, as soon as they showed their faces, Tian Dao Pei Yin extended both hands and sucked them in from midair, then snapped their necks like chickens. 3 Jiaonin, all dead in less than 10 seconds. But this also alerted Banzong in the room. A heavy voice came from inside, still tinged with a hazy drowsiness. What's going on out there? Zhao Tian. Master Banzong. Zhao Tianyuan responded subconsciously, then cautiously glanced at Tian Dao Pei Yin before saying, there's a guest who wishes to see you. A guest? At this moment, Banzong seemed to realize something. who would come as a guest in the dead of night. He quickly scrambled up and was about to grab his weapon, but immediately felt a headache. He had been drinking the night before, and his body hadn't fully awakened yet. Bang! The Pei and Lu Dao immediately broke through the door and rushed in. The battle thus unfolded in Ban Zhang's sleeping quarters completely unprepared. Qingmu sighed, alas. Why must you do this? He crouched down and closed Sato Ichiro's eyes. Dying as a ninja for his own convictions was something he deeply respected. He silently vowed, Captain, rest assured I will take care of Sister Meitao and never let her suffer any grievance. The deaths of these jonin were just the beginning. Xiangmen's hatred for Ban Zhang would not be dissipated by these few deaths, many more would be killed. The battle inside began hastily and ended surprisingly quickly. One side was prepared and launched a surprise attack, while the other was completely unprepared. The room was already cramped, cutting off any escape route. Ban Zhang realized that his prized water Shunshin had no room to operate. But as a veteran powerhouse, even when caught off guard, he could react swiftly. Water release, exploding water collision. If there was no environment, create one, and then he could escape. Yes, he had no intention of fighting head-on. The hungry ghost path stepped forward and activated the sealing technique absorption seal, completely devouring the vast torrent of water created by Ban Zhang's chakra, not a single drop left. Ban Zhang was stunned. This? How is it possible? He immediately realized that ninjutsu was useless and hurriedly changed his strategy. He only needed to summon the salamander to buy himself some time. Ban Zhang began summoning. But before he could finish, Pain activated Universal Pull, yanking him over. The Shura path had been ready for a long time, a serrated tail extended from its back. With a spurt of blood. Ah! Ban Zhang let out a scream. A huge wound was sawed into his chest, blood gushing out. He was completely sobered up now. You? Who are you? How could you? Ban Zhang said in terror. Pain looked down at his enemy, lying on the ground, his eyes wide with anger. Take a good look. Have you forgotten my face so soon? You are the leader of Akatsuki Miyen. Impossible, weren't you dead? At this moment Ban Zhang's mind flashed back to the scene that morning on the cliff where he forced Mi Yen to his death, and those terrifying Rinnegan. He clearly remembered that the Rinnegan belonged to that red-haired kid. Why did all 6 people before him have Rinnegan? This was completely unreasonable. Pain said, you who allied with Tuan Tsang to besiege and kill us only caring about preserving your own position are now nothing but a waste. Heavenly Path Pain was too lazy to explain anything to this enemy. He simply said, I once respected you so much, but now you have completely lost your own convictions. Ban Zhang shouted, who are you? Why do you possess such immense power? He couldn't believe that after dominating the ninja world for half his life, he was about to be killed so silently. Pain snorted, you still haven't seen why you lost to me. You are even worse than your own guards. Heavenly Path Pain raised his hand, pronouncing Ban Zhang's fate. Perish Ban Zhang. Ban Zhang cried, St. Stop. He was unwilling to end his life like this. With a thud, a black iron rod pierced directly into Ban Zhang's heart, pinning him to the ground. Thus ended the magnificent life of the legend of the Rain Country. At this moment Qingmu Yu followed Xiao Nan into the room, and saw that the once calm and dignified old man had turned into a corpse. His eyes were wide open, unwilling to close. The death was extremely ugly. Xiao Nan stared at Ban Zhang for a long time, her eyes filled with the satisfaction of revenge. Heavenly Path Pain, however, acted as if he had done something trivial. He turned and said, next eliminate them one by one according to the list. Lead the way. Qingmu Yu replied, yes, leader. Pain, who had killed Ban Zhang, had become the new leader of the Hidden Rain Village. Qingmu Yu unhesitatingly chose to become the guide, which was also his token of allegiance. As the captain of the outer guard, he was very familiar with the village's various institutions and personnel. For Ban Zhang's relatives and friends, this would be a cruel night of reckoning. But for those ninjas who were not in the core faction with Qingmu Yu's identification, the innocent could be spared to the greatest extent. Otherwise Pain would really kill indiscriminately, preferring to kill 1,000 by mistake, rather than let one person close to Ban Zhang go. That would be a true disaster. This was the choice Qingmu Yu made after weighing the pros and cons. Although he had no strong feelings for the village after living there for a few years, he couldn't bear to see so many innocent people killed. Xiao Nan glanced at the list in her hand, and said, first, the head of the mission office, Jonin Takanaka, Shu, a staunch supporter of Ban Zhang. Qingmu Yu turned his head and glanced at the purge list, the muscles on his face twitching involuntarily. It was densely packed with names. He was shocked to see the name of Sato Ichiro's wife, Kikuno Meitao, the dream lover of countless men in the Hidden Rain Village. Speed was of the essence. While the news of Ban Zhang's death had not yet spread, the 6 paths of Pain split into 6 directions and began the purge. Kakutahara, being an old guard more familiar with Ban Zhang, was responsible for leading the Shura path to the location of Ban Zhang's relatives. Qingmu Yue, on the other hand, took Heavenly Path Pain and Xiao Nan to deal specifically with the village's high-ranking officials. Arriving at Takanaka Shu's doorstep, Heavenly Path Pain directly infiltrated and quickly subdued him. Bastard! What are you doing? Takanaka Shu cried. Lord Banzang won't let you get away with this. Qingmu replied. Senior Lord Banzang has gone to see the Amaterasu. Impossible. Takanaka, Shu stammered. Wait. Qingmu, it's you. How could you? This all happened too suddenly. The mighty Lord Banzang had been killed. Takanaka Shu's first reaction was disbelief. What shocked him even more was that Qingmu Yue, a representative figure among the village's youth, had actually led the defection. Yes, it's me. This is the village's new leader who is delivering divine punishment upon the village. Takanaka Shu had no interest in the new leader. After all, remnants of the old era like him were doomed to be eliminated. Even if he begged for mercy, he would not survive. He asked, why did you do that? Qingmu replied, Lord Banzang valued you so much. You are ruining the Rain country. Come on, Banzang is now just a cowardly old man. How many people has he killed to secure his rule? He had long strayed from his original intentions. Senior, just go in peace. The village will keep turning no matter who is gone. Having said that, Qingmu turned and left the room to get some fresh air, lighting a cigarette for himself. Then a scream came from the room, followed by the sound of rummaging. Takanaka Shu had controlled the mission office of the Hidden Rain village for so many years, hiding countless secrets, all of which were uncovered by Xiao Nan. After finishing here, they hurried to the next purge target. On the way, Qingmu took the opportunity to approach Xiao Nan and said, Lady Xiao Nan, I see that Sato Ichiro's wife is also on the list. As far as I know, she is just an ordinary woman. There's no need to kill her, right? Xiao Nan suddenly asked, do you like her too? Qingmu almost broke down. What are you saying? She's my superior's wife. How could I possibly? Xiao Nan said, don't try to fool me. I know that many men in the village have a secret crush on this woman. From what I've learned, she joined the Hidden Rain village as a refugee after the Second Ninja World War. She then married Sato Ichiro and has been running a grilled fish shop ever since. Qingmu asked, what do you mean? You suspect she's a spy? Xiao Nan replied, a spy doesn't have to be a ninja. I've observed her for a long time. This woman is definitely suspicious. She cannot be allowed to continue operating in the village. Qingmu weakly retorted, I've observed her for a long time too, and I've seen nothing wrong. Xiao Nan said, you were observing her body. That left Qingmu speechless. Xiao Nan then said, of course, if you are willing to vouch for her, we can spare her life for now. Qingmu's performance tonight had been satisfactory, so Xiao Nan was willing to give him some face. Qingmu scratched his head and secretly glanced at Heavenly Path Pain walking ahead. Had he discovered something? He wasn't sure. It was well known that vouching for someone carried great risk. But thinking of how Kikuno Meidao had once helped him, and that she was his superior's widow, killing her like that would be a pity. After all, he had just sworn to take care of Kikuno Meidao. If he backed down at the first difficulty, that would be unmanly. A man knows what to do and what not to do. After much deliberation, Qingmu finally made up his mind. I can vouch for her. She should be innocent. Xiao Nan said, don't rush. We'll soon know whether she is innocent or not. No one could keep their secrets before the Rinnegan, not even the deepest secrets hidden in the soul. Next, they proceeded to purge the village's high-ranking officials and Banzang's loyalists one by one according to the list. Key departments, such as the Medical Division and Logistics Resource Division, were all taken over. The most important secret vault was also confiscated, containing the Hidden Rain village's accumulated ninjutsu archive, secret letters, and classified missions over the years. Qingmu tactfully did not follow them in, he knew, to avoid suspicion. On the other side, the place where Banzang's clan lived had turned into a sea of flames. No one man or woman, old or young, survived. Wherever the Shura path went, there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Tracking missiles shot densely from its body, firing a missile whenever it detected someone in a room. Some tried to fight back, only to be pierced by a serrated blade. It was venting its hatred wantonly. Kakutahara, following behind the Shura path, trembled in fear at its brutal methods, realizing that the Hidden Rain village might be facing a reign of terror. Sounds gradually came from other directions, alarming the village's ninjas who came out to investigate. But at this moment, anyone who stuck their head out would be killed without exception. But none of them were afraid. They believed Lord Banzang would act. They waited silently. They waited until dawn, but Lord Banzang never appeared. Instead, they received an order for all ninjas to assemble at the mission hall. At that moment, everyone knew that the Hidden Rain village was about to change hands. Just before dawn, Pain had completed his revenge and purge of the village. To maintain his mystique, he could not appear before the public. Therefore, the subsequent reorganization and integration of the village were handled by Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan alone couldn't really manage it, so Qingmu temporarily served as an advisor. Kakutahara took over Takanaka Shu's position, responsible for the dispatch of the mission office. He was naturally good at dealing with people, making him perfect for this role. It was he who issued the order for assembly. As time approached, the mission hall gradually gathered a sparse crowd, mostly genin, with few chunin even. The 6 guards of Banzang, Huan Yu Mo Tua Yi Ren Chao Yu Liang Tai, and Jun Yi, immediately drew everyone's attention as soon as they appeared. Everyone wanted to know what had happened, but dared not approach to inquire. Rumors said the village had a new leader, and they feared being implicated by associating with these remnants of the previous regime. The six were also confused. They didn't know what had happened, either having hidden at home until dawn before daring to come out. Ryota Shinichi, you're here too. Miss Mihoko, it's such a relief to see you safe, Ryota said joyfully. Mihoko rolled her eyes. I'm a medical ninja. Who would come to harm me? But do you know what happened? Actually, we don't know the situation either. Ryota scratched his head, leaned in, and whispered, in the dead of night the captain suddenly told us to go home. Only he probably knows the specifics. On my way here I sensed something. A lot of people are missing, Shiome suddenly said. Missing of course meant killed. Even without being a sensor-type ninja one could see it on the road. What about Lord Hanzō? Mihoko asked. Shiome shook his head. I didn't sense his chakra. At that everyone fell silent, the atmosphere sinking into an eerie stillness. Just then the doors swung open and Kakajin entered, stepping onto the platform to announce, I have good news for everyone. Last night the criminal of Amegakure Hanzō of the Salamander was slain by Lord Pain. Do you even hear what you're saying? The spiritual pillar of Amegakure, Lord Hanzō dead. Is that good news? After a few seconds of stunned silence the crowd erupted. What? Lord Hanzō was killed. How could it be? A ninja as powerful as him. Who on earth is Pain? Hanzō had ruled Amegakure for decades, his authority long ingrained in the hearts of the people. His strength was deeply rooted in their minds, and they simply couldn't accept the news. Kakata Jin made a gesture, and a figure instantly appeared on the platform. Aoki Tsuki, who threw the corpse in his hands to the ground. But when the crowd saw the face of the corpse, their expressions shifted drastically. Lord Hanzō. Someone cried out, stepping back in terror, a sign of their crumbling faith. Their minds were struck with a massive shock. The rumor was true. Lord Hanzō is dead. After a moment, once everyone had accepted the fact, Kakajin spoke again. As you see, Hanzō is dead. That man lost his conviction and became a coward, colluding with Konoha's ninja to harm the village's youth. Such a person is no longer fit to lead this village. Fortunately, we now have Lord Pain. Kakuta-jin's face was filled with the fervor of a believer. Beside him, Aoki Tsuki secretly admired his words. He himself could never say such things, especially in front of so many people. Who is Lord Pain? Lord Pain is the savior bestowed upon Amegakure by heaven, the new god of this world. God. Even Hanzō never dared to call himself a god. The only one in the ninja world to earn the title of god was the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, revered as the god of shinobi. Exactly. Everything that happened last night was the divine punishment delivered by Lord Pain. His power is as vast as the ocean. Haven't you noticed? The rain stopped today. Kakuta-jin's reminder made everyone realize that indeed it hadn't rained that morning. But with so much on their minds, they hadn't paid attention to the phenomenon. The rain in the village had never stopped for so long. Could this be Lord Pain's? Someone speculated. If true, it was terrifying, truly beyond human capability. Exactly. This is one of the miracles Lord Pain has shown. To demonstrate his mercy toward the people, from now on the last day of every week will be rain-free day. Such a shocking revelation delivered in Kakuta-jin's calm tone made Pain seem even more enigmatic. Additionally, Lord Pain has entrusted the angel to manage the village on his behalf. From now on, all village affairs will be decided by the angel. A rustle of paper flew in from the gate, swiftly coalescing into the form of Xiao Nan in the air, with white paper wings folded behind her like an angel. She hovered there coldly, looking down at the crowd. These were merely Chunin and Jinin, having never seen such a miraculous scene, their mouths agape in shock. Aoki Tsuki and Kakuta-jin immediately knelt on one knee, leading the bow, angel. The others followed suit, dropping to their knees and shouting, angel. This is the herd effect. Whatever the lead sheep does, the rest instinctively imitate without thought. That was the value of Aoki Tsuki and Kakuta-jin's presence here. They were the only two jonin in the village able to calm the panicked masses and set an example. Xiaonan wasted no words, directly conveying the divine decree. From today onward, Amegakure has only one master, Pain. You are forbidden from speaking of village affairs outside, especially any information about Lord Pain. Hunt down all supporters of Hanzō. Show no mercy. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. No one paid any further attention to Hanzō's corpse lying to the side. No matter how many good or bad deeds he had done in his life, in the moment of his death, everything lost its meaning. Subsequently, Xiao Nin began appointing personnel for the relevant departments. The village had to resume operations. Missions needed to be taken, and people needed to eat. Aoki Tsuki, you will serve as the village's advisor and handle diplomatic affairs. Yes. Kakuta-jin, you will oversee the mission office. Hoshino Fumi, you will continue as head of the medical department. Yes. Amegakure was a small village with few complex institutions. Within half an hour, everything was arranged, and the crowd gradually dispersed. The village resumed its operations. Everything seemed to have changed, yet nothing had changed. Xiaonan finally had time to organize the various documents Amegakure had accumulated over the years. The ninjutsu were mostly common water release techniques, with none of high value. Even for those genin, learning such techniques was as difficult as reaching the heavens. It was no wonder the village could never become strong. No wonder Aoki Suki was always searching for jutsu. What was Hanzō doing all these years? After a quick glance at the ninjutsu, she moved to the ninja records section. Since many had been killed, a lot of records were now meaningless. She needed to separately organize the files of the surviving ninja. For instance, those still stationed at the borders. They didn't know what had happened in the village. They needed to be lured back and persuaded. Kakuta Jin could handle that task. Each ninja's file was labeled with their name. Jonin, Chunin, Jinin were stored separately for clarity. Xiaonin immediately spotted Aoki Suki's file, the village's detailed ninja record. It included family relations, blood type, hobbies, rank, connections, etc. The card read: name, Aoki Suki, age, height 18,185 centimeters, blood type A Virgo, attribute preference proficient in water release, skilled in swordsmanship, no bloodline limit, parents A Rai. Chunin died in the Second Shinobi World War at the hands of Konoha ninja. Eiko runs a gift shop called Kinsadu. Rank: Jonin, guard captain. Team members: Kirikawa Amami, Takijin Shion, Ryota Shinichi. Previously served as squad leader. As Chunin team members: Ryota Shinichi, Mihoko Naoe. Member of the medical department. Hobbies: dreams, loves salted fish, dreams of becoming Lord Hanzō Esgard. Mission rank: 8S rank, 15A rank, 21B rank, 31C rank. All completed. Overall evaluation: excellent. These were the core contents recorded in Aoki Suki's file. After roughly organizing everyone's file, Xiao Nan was surprised to find that only Aoki Suki's file had excellent as the evaluation. The others were at best good, either due to failed missions or being too old when they became Jonin. I underestimated him. The records were written by people bearing subjective judgments, and between the lines the recorder's admiration for Aoki Suki was evident. Clearly he was not only capable, but also well-liked by his superiors. Passing the ninja records area, she entered the room for mission logs, starting with the most important S-rank missions. As expected, she found records about the Akatsuki. This is... Xiaonin saw the earliest record of Akatsuki in the village, and the recorder was Aoki Suki. Organization: Akatsuki, leader Yahiko, philosophy: nonviolence, seeking to resolve conflicts through communication and bring peace, member count within 10. Threat level C, response recommendation: a group of idealistic youths likely to be swept away by the waves of the Shinobi World War. They pose no immediate threat to the village, surveillance is sufficient. Recorder: Aoki Suki, Chunin, location: Daimyo's residence. Xiaonin was astonished. The village was already watching us back then. Now looking back, they had been too trusting, which led to the tragedy. After spending a day skimming through the important content, she gained a comprehensive understanding of the village and felt at ease. Fortunately, she had experience managing Akatsuki before, otherwise suddenly taking over an entire village would have been overwhelming. That evening, she began telling Nagato about what she had learned. The future direction of the village's management, the defense of the entire land of rain. There were many matters to attend to. Are Aoki Suki and Kakuta Jin still behaving? I've already uncovered that woman's secret. She is indeed a spy planted in Amegakure by Root, codenamed Shadowcat. But I also obtained an extra piece of intelligence. What intelligence? Aoki Suki acted as the secret liaison between Hanzō and Danzo, and also secretly worked for Danzo. The intelligence was passed through that woman. Xiaonin wasn't surprised at all. That guy was the type to work for whoever offered benefits. Whether Hanzō, Danzo, or Akatsuki made no difference to him. Yet he was undeniably useful. Without Aoki Suki's help, she wouldn't have been able to control the village and manage the people's hearts so easily. Does he know that woman's identity? That woman hid while passing intelligence through a ninja cat. Aoki Suki tried to catch her several times, but failed. I see. How do you plan to deal with this woman? Chongmin asked. Just keep her locked up for now. With that matter settled, the two resumed discussing other affairs, such as the most critical issue of funding. They had thought conquering the Yuin village would yield a substantial startup fund, but after auditing the accounts, they nearly drove Xiao into spit blood. The village had long been living beyond its means with a massive deficit on the books. Most of the expenses went to maintaining Hanzō's personal security operations, and these guards hardly ever undertook missions. Instead, they relied on the lower-ranked ninjas to earn money to support them. Currently, the Yuin village had been kept afloat by borrowing from the feudal lord. In other words, not only did the Akatsuki fail to obtain money, but they also had to cough up their own funds to fill the hole. The village has fallen to such a state. That damned Hanzō deserves to die. Chongmin wished he could drag Hanzō back and flog his corpse. What should we do? It wasn't a small amount of money. They knew their position was illegitimate, and the feudal lord might not lend them any more. Chongmin thought for a moment and said, transfer part of the money Jiao Du handed over to keep the village running. That's the only way. Let Jiao Du suffer a bit more. With Hanzō dead, the position of guard naturally ceased to exist. Except for Qing Muyu's team, the other guards had all perished. For a time, they didn't know what to do. At just 18, he was unemployed, being an advisor. Had no real power and no salary. The tower where Hanzō used to live was converted into an office fully equipped, which saved a lot of expenses. What a frugal woman. As the saying goes, one who is neither deaf nor blind cannot be the head of a household. Someone like her who manages the household with meticulous calculation is disliked by no one including Qingmu. Just in time where I have something to tell you. Xiaonan had already started working sitting behind the desk browsing documents with a furrowed brow. A diligent female leader is the most troublesome. Based on his experience, people like her have little ability, but love to nitpick and split hairs. Humph. A woman with great power is different. Today she even wore makeup, not only eyeshadow, but also a lip-piercing quite trendy TSK. His covert scrutiny naturally didn't escape Xiaonan's perception. Her sharp eyes immediately swept over. Qingmu quickly lowered his head and said, "Lady Xiaonan, is there anything I can do for you?" His tone was respectful with no fault to find. Don't try to find fault with him. The identity of that woman has been verified. She is a spy from the Gen organization of my passing messages through a ninja cat. Ninja cat. Qingmu was taken aback thinking, so it's her. He had suspected Zhu Nai Mei Tao before, but dismissed it as impossible. Zuotung Yilang was a cautious man. Could an ordinary person be a spy under the nose of a jonin? Was that possible? So he had automatically ruled it out. Seeing Qingmu silent, Xiaonan thought he was worried about the woman and reassured him, "Don't worry, we didn't kill her, but we can't let her out either. The village's secrets must not be exposed." Thanks to you, Lady Xiaonan, for being so thorough. I was momentarily fooled by her appearance. I never thought it would come to this. Qingmu put on an indignant expression. Now come clean about your own affairs. Me, I have nothing to confess. I am absolutely loyal to the village and Lord Payne. I have never deceived you nor done anything to betray the organization. Qingmu cried out his innocence. Are you sure? A straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shoe. Looking at his clear eyes, Xiaonan was speechless. Dealing with someone like him, unless you slapped the evidence in his face on the spot, he would never admit it even if beaten to death. Though I'm not one to dredge up old grudges, I can make an exception for you. With that, Xiaonan tossed a scroll over. Qingmu opened it fearlessly and glanced at it, then couldn't help cursing, "Damn bastard," and I trusted him so much. He told me it was 3.5 million Rio. The scroll was exactly the mission record of Zhu Zhongxiu entrusting him to expel Jiao Du, but the mission amount written was 5 million Rio. Damn, how could this be? Is there no basic contract spirit? You're not much better. Xiaonan still remembered Qingmu's solemn vow that the village had given him 2 million Rio as startup funds, and he was willing to split it equally with her. So you pocketed a portion first and split the rest with me. Truly the human heart is dangerous. Lady Xiaonan, let me explain. After my reconnaissance, I reported the situation to him and classified it as an S-rank mission. I said the village was in difficulty, so an A-rank reward would suffice. The money saved was used as bounty to post on the black market. You know the black market doesn't provide services for free, and there were also intelligence purchases. Finally, with no other options, I thought of you. By then only 2 million Rio was left. Did gathering a piece of intelligence cost 1.5 million Rio? The Yuan village, which borrowed money to survive, was actually so extravagant. It was as if they had no thought for tomorrow. Xiaonan waited quietly for Qingmu to finish his rambling before saying, I'll reluctantly believe that what you said is true. But the organization will not accept a person of unknown identity as a senior member. I asked you to confess voluntarily to give you a chance. I understand. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have explained myself today. Qingmu expressed his understanding. This was like how Hanzō's guard team also had core guards and peripheral ones. Now the Akatsuki also made distinctions interns, regular members, and senior members. He had changed employers, previous project experience didn't count. The new employer needed to reassess him, and he had to show sincerity. Xiaonan rolled her eyes inwardly. If she hadn't held the power of life and death and produced evidence to pressure him, she might have waited another 10 years without ever hearing the so-called voluntary confession. Qingmu said, as I reported to you before, I am first and foremost a Yuan ninja. That's my main job. In addition, I have taken on several part-time jobs to earn some extra income. Part-time jobs. Xiaonan savored the word, feeling something was off. Calling espionage a part-time job was like calling murder manslaughter. No wonder Hanzō sent him as an envoy to Mai. He has a sharp tongue. Yeah, part-time jobs. Qingmu nodded with utter frankness. Betraying the village's interests and working a part-time job were two entirely different things. He knew the difference between the death penalty and a prison sentence very well. The first part-time job was providing intelligence for our Akatsuki. Oh, thanks to you, Lady Xiaonan, for giving me the opportunity. Xiaonan immediately interrupted. You don't need to flatter me. I know you've contributed a lot to the Akatsuki. It's all remembered. No need to remind me. Continue. The second job, Hanzō and Tuanzong were in cahoots, and someone needed to maintain regular contact. I was that liaison. Last time I went to Mai to see Tuanzong, it was to confirm that the alliance wouldn't be affected by the new Hokage's appointment. Xiaonan nodded. Even if Qingmu hadn't explicitly stated it, she had already guessed this identity. The third job, Tuanzong didn't trust Hanzō, and they were mutually wary. He asked me to monitor Hanzō and report any situations to him, and he would reward me. By then I had already decided to defect to our Akatsuki. Even if Tuanzong gave nothing, I would have proactively leaked information to make them fight each other. Are you saying you actually defected to Tuanzong for the sake of the Akatsuki? Xiaonan felt her blood pressure rise. She had no doubt that if Chongmin were here, he would have killed the man on the spot. Yes, Lady Xiaonan. At that time my body was in Yuan, but my heart was with the Akatsuki. Anything else? Of course. Sometimes I also worked as a courier. That guy Jiao Tianyuan often sold the village's strategic supplies to rebel ninja factions, and I was responsible for delivering the goods safely to the buyers. The Akatsuki was once our client too. I was familiar with Leader Miyan. Again for the Akatsuki. How could everything he did be linked to the Akatsuki? Xiaonan couldn't find a reason to refute him because it was true. Back then the Akatsuki was struggling and had barely managed to find this channel. Before she could press further, Qingmu Yu continued. Oh, I also traded ninja techniques obtained through various channels in the village, giving even the lower-ranked ninjas a chance to learn them. Making money was secondary. The main thing is unlimited in ability, but I just can't stand seeing others suffer. Everyone has it hard. It was the first time Xiaonan had seen someone make money sound so noble. She thought she already knew Qingmu Yu well, but now she realized she had underestimated him. What she had seen and heard was merely the tip of the iceberg. The records on the village's data cards weren't worthless. They were just good for fooling ghosts. Exactly how many part-time jobs have you had? That's all. Oh wait, I've recently developed an interest in medical ninjutsu. I'd like to go study it for a while. I hope you'll allow me. He never had the chance before, even if he wanted to learn no one would teach him. Now during the transition of power, he wanted to seize the opportunity to learn some good skills for developing flesh activation techniques. A ninja should specialize. Don't you understand that? Xiaonan kindly reminded him. Qingmu Yu's training was probably self-taught without a mentor, and he was bound to take detours. It wasn't easy for the village to produce such a talent. Chongmin and she were even planning to formally make Qingmu Yu a core member of the Akatsuki. Outsiders were never as reliable as people from their own village. I have a cheat, so I'm not afraid, Qingmu Yu thought to himself, but said, I understand. But since I've lost my job recently, I might have to leave the village for missions to make a living. If I get injured, knowing some medical ninjutsu might save my life. Are you blaming me? He was blaming them for killing Hanzō and causing his unemployment. Xiaonan's blood pressure, which had just calmed, rose again. That's not what I meant. I just thought it's better to be prepared. Suit yourself. If you want to learn, go ahead. Xiaonan waved her hand wearily, signaling Qingmu Yu to leave. She had finally figured it out. Everyone in the village's greatest dream was to become Hanzō's guard, then slack off and lie flat. No one cared about the village's future. When the surrounding great powers waged war on the land of the Rain Country, causing countless people to lose their homes, they simply huddled in the village and pretended not to see. They poured all their energy into glorifying Hanzō. Without Hanzō, there would be no Rain Country, and the Rain Country could not lose Hanzō. Their specialty was infighting, ruthlessly striking anyone who threatened their rule. Even someone as excellent as Qingmu Yu was like this, the others were even worse. The village is rotten to the core. What hope is there for such a country? Me and Chongmin, which of your paths is the right one? Qingmu Yu enthusiastically ran to the medical department to learn medical ninjutsu. With his formidable spiritual energy and precise chakra control, mastering a few basic medical ninjutsu techniques was no challenge. Good morning, Senior Fumi and Mihoko. Good morning, advisor. What brings you here? Shinya Fumi replied with a smile. By now everyone in the village knew that Qingmu Yu was highly favored by the new village chief and was a truly important figure. Senior, please don't tease me. It's just an empty title not worth taking seriously. As long as I can contribute to the village, any job is the same. Lord Pain's dream is to create peace. His dream is my dream. Hearing this, Mihoko muttered, Captain, wasn't your dream to become Lord Hanzō's bodyguard? Shinya Fumi couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Qingmu Yu always used to profess his loyalty to Lord Hanzō, and the whole village knew his dream. Awkward now. Qingmu Yu showed no embarrassment and praised, Mihoko has such a good memory. Indeed, my dream was once to become Lord Hanzō's bodyguard. I believed that protecting Hanzō meant protecting the village, but I never expected him to collude with outsiders to harm his own people. How could I be complicit? These words were not only for Mihoko, but also for the other medical staff in the room. He knew that this message would soon reach Xiaonan's ears. Once seated in that position, countless people would voluntarily offer their allegiance. Truly worthy of you, Captain. I always learn something new from you. Qingmu Yu waved his hand and said, don't say that. Now that I'm unemployed, I realize how important a skill is. I actually came to learn from you today. What do you mean? You want to learn medical ninjutsu? Really? Mihoko asked in confusion. Of course. I've already consulted Lord Angel, and she approved. Seeing that Qingmu Yu had invoked the acting village chief, Shinya Fumi adjusted her black-rimmed glasses and warned, medical ninjutsu is difficult to learn and requires extensive practice with high sunk costs. I understand all that. I plan to learn a few basic medical ninjutsu techniques for emergency treatment during missions. I won't overreach. I see. That makes it easier. Shinya Fumi breathed a sigh of relief, fearing Qingmu would be overly ambitious and want to learn everything, which would be troublesome. There's one more thing. I've been developing a detoxification ninjutsu myself, but it's only half finished. I've encountered some difficulties and would like your help to complete it. Knowledge is priceless anywhere. To demand someone teach you a skill they learned through hardship, even if obligated, would breed resentment and hidden techniques. The best way is equal exchange. I didn't expect you to develop a medical ninjutsu on your own, and one of the hardest types, detoxification. What technique is it? Shinya Fumi exclaimed in surprise. Having been a medical ninja for over 20 years, she had only developed 2 minor medical ninjutsu techniques. Mihoko also stared wide-eyed at Qingmu, clearly skeptical. Ha ha ha. I just took a shortcut. Qingmu said as a water orb slowly formed in his right hand. The human body is about 70 water. Most toxins spread through the body via water. The principle of this technique is to remove toxins from a specific location by altering density and pressure, a physical detoxification. A flicker of shock crossed Shinya Fumi's eyes, not because of the technique itself. To condense moisture from the air in such a short time. Such chakra control. At that moment others also noticed the air becoming dry, making breathing uncomfortable. Fortunately the room was ventilated, and with constant rain and high humidity, it soon returned to normal. Your idea for this technique is good, but others can't operate like you. Changing water density requires a special ability, doesn't it? The most important thing for a medical ninjutsu to be usable is that others can learn and apply it. Otherwise, what's the difference from a Kekkei Jinkai? Qingmu shook his head. Not necessarily. Depending on the type of toxin, you can prepare a solution of the corresponding density in advance, then use chakra to absorb the water onto your hand and apply it to the poisoned area. The difficulty lies in controlling the density and pressure for different toxins. That requires extensive experimentation and summarization, your area of expertise. This method seems actually feasible. Shinya Fumi stroked her chin. The medical department had no shortage of poisons, including all sorts of bizarre ones. Ninjas had strong physiques and could withstand experiments. As long as a notice was posted, plenty of people would volunteer as test subjects for a reward. Huh, I'm glad it's useful. Senior Fumi, how would you like to arrange for me? Qingmu asked. Medical ninjutsu is a complex field. Start with basic knowledge. Mihoko is proficient in this area, study with her for a while. Then I'll teach you a few practical techniques later. Great. Mihoko, please guide me. Not at all, you're our captain. Mihoko, having spent much time with Qingmu, had picked up some of his polite formalities. In the medical arts, mastery comes first. There's no captain here, only teacher and student. I'm counting on you. You two are old acquaintances. Stop being polite and start teaching. I need to go verify that technique. Shinya Fumi called out, then began organizing personnel to draft an experimental plan. Then, let's begin. Qingmu asked. Yes, start with the principles. Qingmu spent half a month in the medical department memorizing vast amounts of basic medical knowledge before starting to learn medical ninjutsu. This required extensive practice treating fish every day. The rest of his time was spent checking on the silver fish seat. After Sato Ichiro's death and Kikunami Momo's imprisonment, Qingmu took over the shop. Ryota and Shinichi managed the daily operations, but business plummeted, barely breaking even. He couldn't just close it. He had to find a way to get Momo-chan out. Captain, you're here. This is... Oh, I had the staff fold some ornaments this afternoon. Here it is. Qingmu took out an angel-shaped ornament. Shinichi hesitated for a moment, then said, doesn't it look a bit like... It's not just like, it is. I'm going to sell it at the family gift shop so the whole village can buy it as a talisman. Qingmu said proudly. Ryota and Shinichi exchanged glances. Using the Lord Angel's image to make money was a crazy idea. Were they sure they wouldn't be killed by paper shurikens? Qingmu saw their worry and reassured. Don't worry, everyone will be paid by piecework. Okay. Since business was slow and everyone's income had suffered, earning some extra money was fine. The next morning, as soon as the Kinton store opened, a sign hung outside. Angel ornaments for sale. Bring peace and good luck. The price was high and only a fool would buy one. But the ornament was sold by the advisor of the Rain Village. Could it have some special purpose? Perhaps a loyalty test. If they didn't buy it, would they be seen as opposing Lord Angel? Pei Chuan was the first to buy, having once spoken ill of Xiao Nan right in front of her. He had been living in fear ever since, dreading her revenge. Yuma was the second. He hadn't said anything bad, but he had been involved in guarding Xiao Nan back then. With these two leading the way, others followed. Soon every shop, whether restaurant or entertainment venue, hung one at the entrance. Residents bought them to hang in their homes, thanking Lord Pain for protecting the village. Every Sunday without rain was proof of Lord Pain's existence. Oh, do not question the gods. Qingmu made money but didn't forget his subordinates. He distributed some to each, kept some for himself, and donated the majority. Xiao Nan looked at the box of money before her and asked, what is this? I heard the village is facing financial difficulties. I'm making a personal donation to help ease the cash flow. This was clearly not Qingmu's usual style. Xiaonan sighed and said, "Tell me, what did you do this time?" "It's like this. Hanzō ruled the village for decades and had deep roots. People can't escape his shadow overnight, so those angel ornaments appearing in the village are yours." "Yes, I swear I didn't force anyone to buy them. It was entirely voluntary. Everyone genuinely wants to contribute to the village." Xiaonan looked at the money in the box and fell silent. If she criticized those who tried to please her and solve her problems, wouldn't that discourage them? The village was completely different from the Akatsuki. Back then they shared a common ideal and could survive on just water. But a village without missions or funds would fall into chaos and collapse. "You have a good heart. Don't do this again. We are different from Hanzō. I promise this is the first and last time." Xiaonan nodded. "I'm a bit short on cash now, but don't worry, I'll repay you double." "Borrow money? Lady Xiaonan, you must be joking. When did I lend you money?" Qingmu Yu said with a serious expression. "You must be mistaken. I never lend money to anyone." This time Xiaonan was stunned. The guy was blatantly lying. Then, as if realizing something, she responded, Maybe I misremembered." After half a month of managing the village, she deeply understood the deterrence and temptation of this position. The difference in status made everyone watch her expressions. "I told you, Lady Xiaonan, you might be too tired. Get some rest." Qingmu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He wouldn't dare ask Xiaonan for money now. He was just glad she wasn't asking him for money. "Are there any missions suitable for me recently? I'm not picky." After Hanzō's death, the village sealed off information and strictly controlled ninja movements, leaving everyone unable to accept missions. This couldn't go on forever, as missions were the village's primary source of income. "There is indeed a mission for you." Conan was just wondering how to broach the subject when Aoki proactively requested a mission. Having such a considerate subordinate was truly a relief. "I checked the records. You've done patrol missions along the Wind Country border before, haven't you?" "Indeed, I'm quite familiar with the garrison commander Jonin Jijio. Are you asking me to persuade him to surrender?" "That's simple. With my intervention, I guarantee he'll willingly pledge allegiance to Lord Pain." "I believe you have that ability. But I'm referring to something else. Take a look at this." It was a request for reinforcements sent back to the village by Jonin Jijio. The war had subsided, but recently border patrol members had been vanishing one after another. This had caused panic, forcing Jonin Jijio to seek help from the village. "Understood. I'll handle it." Aoki returned to inform Chao Yu, Liang Tai, and Zhun Yi to accompany him on the mission. The group traveled swiftly, arriving at the border garrison before nightfall. "How nostalgic. Last time we patrolled here, we were still Jinin. Yes, back then I both hated and feared the Sand Village ninja. Now that I'm a Chunin, I find I'm still a bit afraid." Liang Tai and Zhun Yi walked through the garrison, looking at the Jinin soldiers around them, and sighed. "It's right to be afraid. The ninja of the 5 great villages are indeed a tier above us. Among them, Sand Village is considered weak." Chao Yu's eyes showed a trace of reminiscence. "I once fought alongside a squad against Rock Village ninja. 2 were killed in an instant, and even the captain fell." "Are you a bit of a jinx to captains?" "I'm getting scared, ha." Aoki teased. He had heard that since becoming a ninja, Chao Yu had gone through 5 or 6 captains. "Don't talk nonsense. Captain Jiao Tianyuan and you are both fine, aren't you? If this gets out, which captain would want me?" "Captain Jiao Tianyuan and I survived only through wit. That night, if they hadn't surrendered early, they might have been buried in some unmarked grave by now." As they spoke, the squad entered the garrison. "I'll go in and chat with Jonin Jijio. You 3 guard the entrance, just in case." "Understood." Jonin Jijio had already received the news and came out to greet them. Seeing Aoki leading the team, his face immediately broke into a smile. Seeing you here, brother, puts my mind completely at ease. You're too kind, brother. My meager skills are only good for dealing with small fry. We'll have to rely on you. You're being modest. I've seen your abilities before. It's all on you, all on you." Jijio, who had been stationed at the border for years, had his own survival logic, and mutual flattery was a basic principle. "Let's rely on each other and get through this together." "Well said. Together we'll overcome. It's cold outside, come inside." As the two entered the building, Chao Yu, Liang Tai, and Zhun Yi immediately took positions at the entrance, standing guard. Inside, after some casual chatter, they finally got down to business. It turned out that the disappearances weren't limited to the Rain Village guards. The Sand Village had experienced similar incidents. Initially, both sides suspected each other, but after communicating, they realized there was a hidden enemy. The enemy is cautious and prefers to target lone individuals. I've ordered everyone to patrol in squads. That was effective at first, but 2 days ago an entire squad went missing. Based on the pattern, the enemy might strike again within the next couple of days. In that case, I'll take my squad along the borderline tomorrow. Aoki had come to solve the problem, so he had to step up when needed. Jijio breathed a sigh of relief. Young people were bold. He offered a word of caution. "If you encounter trouble, sound the alarm and stall the enemy. I'll arrive with reinforcements quickly. You can count on me." With the first matter settled, it was time for the second. Aoki deliberated for a few seconds, then asked casually, "Brother, how many years have you been stationed at the border?" It was unfortunate that Jonin Jijio was unfamiliar with panda culture and completely unaware of the danger lurking behind such a questioning style. Recalling the past, his eyes grew distant. 14 or 15 years, I can't remember exactly. Time doesn't mean much to me. It's fine staying here. Don't you miss home? On my way here I stopped by your house. Your daughter is almost of marriageable age. She asked me to bring a letter. Aoki took out an envelope and handed it to Jijio. The latter opened it excitedly, read for a long time, and with tearful eyes said gratefully, "Thank you. As long as she's safe in the village I'm content. Of course I miss home. But Lord Hanzō probably won't allow me to return. I was young then, made a mistake, and talked back to him. He punished me by sending me here. At first I thought the village would recall me in a few years. Now I've stopped caring." The man had completely given up. "Brother Jijio, I have good news. If you serve another 2 years at the border you can probably go back." Instead of joy, Jijio showed shock. "Why? Because Hanzō is dead." After these words the atmosphere in the room fell silent. The two stared at each other, eyes wide. Feeling a bit uncomfortable under the gaze, Aoki lit a cigarette and smoked quietly. After a long while Jijio finally recovered. "How did he die?" "He was killed, of course. Isn't that the fate of us ninja? Who could kill someone as powerful as him? If Lord Hanzō were 10 years younger, no one could have killed him. But the key is he had grown old, lost his drive, and his strength had declined severely in recent years. His killer is named Pain, a rising powerhouse in the village. He now oversees village affairs. Not from the 5 great nations nor from another village, a ninja from within the village. Brother, we ninjas speak with our fists. Whoever is strongest becomes the village head, and no one complains. We all remember Lord Hanzō's contributions to the village. But he couldn't be the leader forever. He had to give others a chance, don't you agree? So you came to persuade me to surrender?" Aoki, you had first showered him with concern and solved his problems, then used the family letter to play on his emotions. So this was the real agenda. Surrender. You and I are both Rain Village ninja. We pledge allegiance to the village and fight for it. Whether it's Hanzō or Pain. As long as they can lead us to a better life and make the Rain Village stronger, what difference does it make who the leader is? Do you really think that way? Jijio was skeptical. Aoki nodded solemnly. I truly do. If I may be so bold, if I were strong enough, I'd want to be the leader too. And if I were to become leader, brother, you'd support me, right? This question essentially asked Jijio's stance, whether he would support the current leader Lord Pain or continue to follow the deceased Hanzō. The atmosphere in the room grew even more oppressive. Jijio's next answer was crucial. After a long silence he said, "All of Lord Hanzō's supporters are dead, aren't they? If someone doesn't support the new leader they'll end up like them, I suppose." "Of course not." I believe you'll make a wise choice, brother. There are barely any Jonin left in the village. If we lose the Jonin stationed around the country, the Rain Village will exist, in name only." "What? Was that rumor true?" 6 months ago I heard from someone who came here that many Jonin had died in the village. Yes. At that time Lord Hanzō allied with Danzo of Mai to carry out a secret mission. Only he escaped alive, suffering heavy losses which led to his current downfall. He wouldn't reveal that the secret mission was to ambush Pain. The same event told with different fragments produced entirely different effects. So that's how it is. No wonder. Jijio assumed Pain had seized the leadership during the chaos. He simply couldn't accept that someone so powerful could be killed by an unknown ninja. To be honest, brother, I did come with a mission, to ask for your stance so we can all proceed accordingly. Sigh. I'm just a marginalized person. Even if I opposed, what difference would it make? I'd still be stuck here guarding, wouldn't I? In politics, not opposing equals support. Perhaps due to pride or conviction, he couldn't express his position clearly, but Aoki immediately caught the hint. Don't worry. In 2 years, once the village promotes a new batch of Jonin, they'll replace you. I think Hwan is a good candidate, capable and cautious, a suitable successor. Jijio recalled a dark-skinned man with a headband, somewhat clever, who had apparently clashed with Aoki before. He's okay. Huh? Aoki laughed happily. Then it's settled. I currently serve as the village's advisor and have some say before the leader. Rest assured, brother, you'll return to the village in 2 years for retirement. No wonder you're so proactive. You've got benefits out of it. Jijio suddenly understood. It's just a nominal position, nothing serious. But you're right. Most of the new leader's supporters are the village's youth who were already dissatisfied with the status quo. What's wrong with young people wanting to advance? When the old get old, they should step down and preserve some dignity. Alright, I understand. Jijio nodded. Good. I'll take the squad and deal with the troublemaker in the next couple of days. You stay here and guard the garrison. Aoki took his leave. Jijio watched his retreating figure, remained silent for a moment, then sighed. Whether he accepted it or not, the era of Hanzō had come to an end. The three outside the door, Ushio, Ryota, and Shinichi, saw Aoki emerge with a smile and knew the negotiations had succeeded. Had they failed, a fierce battle would have ensued. There were dozens of people in the camp. If they all rushed at once, even they would be afraid. Let's rest first. Tomorrow morning, we'll go fishing, Aoki ordered. They found a tent, drank water, ate military ration pills to regain stamina, and the next morning patrolled along the border. Having patrolled this area before, Aoki was familiar with the terrain and led the team through the mountains and forests. After 2 days of patrolling without any incident, a rescue alarm suddenly sounded from a nearby mountain peak. The team quickly turned and rushed to the scene, only to find that the enemy had already eliminated an entire squad and taken their bodies away. Ushio, you handle sensory tracking. Ryota, Shinichi, you two investigate the scene. Yes. In just a moment, a discovery was made. Shinichi picked up several poisoned senbon needles. Captain, this looks like the work of a puppet master from Shine Village. Judging from the traces, our people were taken down without any significant resistance. It's a skilled opponent. Now all patrols were in squads. To take them down so quickly, the opponent must be at least a jonin. Aoki opened his eyes, frowning. What's the situation, Ushio? A bit strange. I sense a faint chakra heading in that direction, barely there. Ushio pointed in a direction, toward the land of wind. Indeed, it matches what I perceived. It seems I was right. He had sensed it too, but very faintly, and thought he might be mistaken. Unexpectedly, Ushio had the same result. Let's follow and check it out. Be careful not to be discovered by Shane's people. Following the traces, they crossed mountains and forests, soon entering a scorching yellow desert. Sand and wind stung their faces. The team was quite uncomfortable. After half an hour of pursuit, they finally spotted the figure near a pile of gravel. The person stood on a rock, calmly watching Aoki's team approach, as if waiting for prey to take the bait. You have some nerve to hunt me down. What arrogance. Captain, it looks like a kid. Don't underestimate him. He's a top-tier puppet master, an S-rank missing nin from Shine Village, Sasori of the Red Sand. What? An S-rank missing nin? Ryota and the others turned pale upon hearing this, quickly stepping back into a defensive stance. Being hunted by a major village like Shine, yet remaining unscathed, was proof enough of his strength. Oh, a mere Yuin ninja knows my name. Sasori asked in surprise. He had recently been short on materials and had captured a few people from the border of the Land of Rain. How did they know about him? I've heard of you. Causing trouble in the Land of Wind is one thing, but coming to our Land of Rain to capture people is going too far. If you need victims, you could target rogue ninjas. Capturing people from our village is a slap in the face to Yuin. Don't be too arrogant. Aoki secretly regretted. If he had known it was this menace, he wouldn't have pursued. Still, he had to say some perfunctory words to justify himself to his superiors. So why haven't you attacked yet? Haha, Sasori said with a laugh. Ninjas from small villages were all bark and no bite. He had long seen through the bluster of Aoki and his team. A real biting dog doesn't bark. TCH, this guy. Captain, let's attack. With so many of us, can we let him push us around? Ryota said angrily. Ushio shook his head. Don't act rashly. He's trying to provoke us. We mustn't fall for it. He was deeply ingrained with the Yuin ninja tradition, caution above all. Shinichi said nothing, silently channeling his chakra into the mechanism umbrella on his back. This kid was a pragmatic one. Aoki didn't want to fight. Sasori's strength was beyond doubt, and he was covered in thorns. As a swordsman, Aoki would be at a disadvantage, and the team might suffer casualties. He couldn't act recklessly and cause unnecessary losses. Sasori, you don't really want a full-scale fight with us either, do you? If you guarantee not to capture our people again, we won't pursue past matters. More friends mean more paths, don't you think? Sasori replied disdainfully. I don't need friends, and I won't befriend small fry. I'll take your corpses. With a wave of his hand, a rain of sunbon shot toward them. Aoki and his team quickly jumped aside to dodge and immediately launched a counterattack. Shinichi also unleashed a rain of senbon, even larger and faster. Shushu. Not bad technique. Sasori praised, quickly bringing out 4 puppets to surround himself, blocking the sunbon from all directions. What? Manipulating 4 puppets simultaneously? Shinichi exclaimed. He had fought puppet masters before and knew what that meant. If you have some knowledge. Sasori said smugly. These are puppets I made from the bodies of your Yuin ninjas. Enjoy them. The 4 puppets, each wielding a large cleaver, charged at the 4 members of Aoki's team. Watch out for the hidden weapons and poison in the puppets' mouths. Aoki warned, then intercepted 1 puppet. Nothing was more fearsome than fighting a puppet master. Puppets felt no pain, were coated in poison, and a single scratch meant death. Fortunately, the team was skilled and experienced. Crack. Aoki used a lightning-fast body flicker to appear beside a puppet, cleaving it in 2 with a single slash. Not bad. But how will you handle this? Boom, boom, boom. Sasori brought out another dozen puppets, swarming and unleashing poison gas and senbon like there was no tomorrow. Water release, water wave. A powerful surge of water swept back and forth under Aoki's control, washing away all the senbon, hidden weapons, and poison gas. Mist rain, breath rain, cut. Immediately after, a crescent-shaped blue water blade expanded, suddenly slicing through the more than 10 puppets surrounding them. Sasori was startled. This guy. Not simple. No wonder he dared to chase me. In that moment of hesitation, the other puppets attacking the team slowed down, allowing the opponents to dismantle them into parts. Haha, you were pretty arrogant just now, weren't you? Ryota laughed. Sasori ignored the small fry's noise, took out a scroll, and with a flick the third puppet appeared. Looks familiar. Ushio wondered. The faces of the various Kage were no secret. As a village specializing in assassination, Yuin required its ninjas to study photos as a mandatory course. It's the third Kazekage. Run! Aoki Tsuki shouted, turning and fleeing. Seeing their captain bolt, the other three followed suit. The Yuin ninjas might lack other skills, but when it came to running away, none were weak. In the blink of an eye, they had vanished. TCH. I thought he was a wolf in sheep's clothing, but he's such a coward. Sasori sneered, put away his puppets, and turned to leave. The third Kazekage's deterrent power over a small village like Yuin was immense. Huff. It seems he didn't follow us. Ushio said. Ryota asked puzzledly. How did the third Kazekage become a puppet? Wasn't he reported missing? You three go back to the village and report to the Angel-sama. I'll stay here to monitor him and prevent him from capturing more of our people. Yes. After Aoki Tsuki gave his instructions, the three immediately turned back to the village, arriving before dusk and reporting the information. West District Tower. Pain, we've located Sasori of the Red Sand. Should we recruit him into the Akatsuki? Sasori of the Red Sand. Yes. He's said to be a genius puppet master from Shine Village. Tsuki sent word that the third Kazekage's disappearance is likely his doing. He's a rare talent. In the ninja world, a Kage's worth was unquestionable. Killing a Kage proved Sasori's prowess. Then go test his mettle. If he's suitable, bring him into the fold. Conan said, the village is still unstable. You stay and watch over it. I'll go myself. After all, he had come to power through a coup. Leaving the village carelessly could lead to unpredictable consequences. Alright, your jutsu has an advantage over puppet masters, and with Tsuki assisting from the side, it should be fine. That guy is a bit afraid of death, but he's useful in critical moments. Conan commented. To earn Conan's recognition, he must have some skill. Conan was a very picky person, especially when wary. To receive such praise from her was telling. Back then, keeping Aoki Tsuki and Kakadahara was intended to assist Conan in managing the village. Unexpectedly, they turned out to be surprisingly useful. After the decision was made early the next morning, Conan quietly left the village for the border. At a desert windbreak near the Land of Wind's border, Aoki Tsuki tilted his head back and gulped down water. Nearby, Sasori sat impatiently and said, You're so annoying. Neither fighting nor leaving, just following me like a shadow. Besides Hanzō, does Yuin village have anyone worth mentioning? He knew Aoki Tsuki might have sent his men back to call for reinforcements. But he wasn't afraid at all. He had no respect for the likes of Yuin. Except, this guy is too fast or I can't catch him. Whenever he made a slight move, Aoki Tsuki would flee. The moment he relaxed, Aoki Tsuki would return. Despite his considerable strength, he was overly cautious. Brother Sasori, calm down. It's not that I want to trouble you. You're the one troubling me. If I don't keep an eye on you, you'll capture our people again. As an intern of the Akatsuki, Conan's task for him was to continuously scout talents for the organization. Upon encountering one, he couldn't let it go. Are you planning to follow me like this forever? No need. Look, reinforcements have already arrived. In the distance, a swarm of paper butterflies flew through the sky, quickly arriving before them and coalescing into a winged woman. Is this the kid, Oi? Aoki Tsuki quickly stood up and said, Yes, Lady Conan, this is the kid. Seeing Aoki Tsuki's sycophantic manner, Sasori knew the woman before him was no ordinary person. But he was Sasori of the Red Sand. He had never feared a fight. His confidence came from past successes, and he was the one who had single-handedly killed the third Kazekage. Across the entire ninja world, such a feat was rare. Woman, your technique is intriguing, but compared to my art it still falls far short. Xiaonan naturally detected the arrogance in Xia's words, yet she did not mind. Those with true strength were entitled to a touch of hubris. The Akatsuki needed such unruly talents. Xia of the Red Sand, I wish to invite you to join the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki. Never heard of it. Xia shook his head. An obscure organization he thought not worth his attention. Our future endeavors will require your strength. Lend us your aid. Qingmu Yu's eyes lit up beside them. The angel's persuasion had improved. She had learned to paint a promising picture, albeit with a somewhat crude touch. Xia furrowed his brow. The woman's tone was condescending, as if she had already claimed him. Heh, you speak as if you look down on me. You can think of the Akatsuki as a sanctuary for missing nin. As long as you complete the missions, you are free to do as you please. Xiaonan continued, listing the organization's benefits. I see. It sounds enticing, but I've never been one to rely on others for protection. With that, Xia produced the sealed scroll containing the third Kazekage. Bang! A puff of white smoke dispersed, and the third Kazekage materialized before them. Looks like my luck is holding out. Such fine material coming to me willingly. Huh. I'll make you a collection piece on par with the third. Alas, there seems to be no reasoning with him. Xiaonan sighed. Qingmu Yu interjected, this guy is unhinged. We'll have to subdue him by force. But I'm not adept at dealing with puppeteers, so you'll have to bear the brunt. You stand aside and make sure he doesn't escape. Xiaonan ordered. Understood. Qingmu Yu vanished with a body flicker, his speed quashing Xie's fleeting thought of dealing with him as well. Clang. From the third Kazakage's puppet arms, poisoned long blades extended. Under Xie's chakra threads, the puppet spun and lunged at Xiaonan. In a single stroke, Xiaonan was sliced into 3 pieces. Splash. Her severed body instantly dissolved into countless paper sheets, which rapidly coalesced beside her perfectly intact. Could this woman's technique grant immunity to physical damage? A foreboding feeling churned in Xie's heart. Nothing was worse than encountering an opponent who countered him. What kind of technique is this? I have no choice. If this is the only way, I'll have to take you by force. Xiaonan maintained a gentle demeanor, as if humoring a child. You're quite amusing. If you want me to join, show me your true ability. From the third Kazakage's mouth, black iron sand slowly emerged, condensing into massive spikes before him. Iron sand rain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense storm of iron sand needles shot toward Xiaonan like a black tempest. Xie sought to probe the weakness of the dance of the paper with overwhelming coverage. He turned the third Kazakage into a human puppet and can still use his magnet release. Such capability. As the thought crossed her mind, Xiaonan's body fragmented into countless paper pieces, allowing the iron sand needles to pass through the gaps without harming her. That trick again. No. Xie hastily recalled the iron sand to form a wall in front of him for defense. Thud, thud, thud. Countless paper shurikens struck the iron wall, their force no less than that of metal shuriken, and they could change direction at will. At this stage, Xie had not yet completed his full-body puppet transformation. His original body remained extremely vulnerable. With a few successive leaps, he evaded the paper shuriken. With a single pull, the third Kazakage's arm launched a barrage of blades engraved with talismans. Bang! The 1,000 hands of manipulation. Countless arms were summoned by the talismans, hurling like javelins. Xiaonan once again dissolved into paper to evade. From within the arms, a dense volley of kunai shot out, a diversion. The true killing blow followed. Poof! A large cloud of purple poison gas was released simultaneously. I'd like to see you dodge poison too. Xie laughed, believing he had found the key to breaking the technique. Xiaonan held her breath. As the poison gas enveloped her, she swiftly manipulated the paper sheets to silently attach explosive tags to the slender arms. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, flames consumed everything. Xie was forced to abandon the mechanical arms. A breeze swept away the poison gas. Xiaonan stood there calm as ever. If you have any stronger moves, please bring them out now. I'm in a hurry. In the ninja world, once you encounter an enemy who counters your technique, you're done for. Xie was furious. He activated the third Kazakage's ultimate magnet release technique. Iron Sand Prison. An area spanning hundreds of square meters was enveloped in the attack range. This was a true saturation strike. If the opponent's paper sheets were merely a decoy, then her real body, no matter how hidden, could not escape. Thud, thud, thud. The iron sand turned into a bramble jungle, spreading chaotically in all directions. Countless paper sheets were pierced, but not a single drop of blood appeared. Failed again. Xie twitched his fingers, considering another scroll sealed with a powerful fire release technique. If he set the area ablaze, he could burn the paper to ashes, but the iron sand would melt into molten metal, requiring him to gather new sand. The one sitting on the rock watching the show would certainly not stand idly by. He was a water release user. After a moment's deliberation, Xie deemed it unwise and abandoned the idea. If only I had enough poison gas to go with it. While Xie's attention was fixed on the iron jungle, Xiaonan, using the obstruction of the needles, quietly manipulated paper sheets to stick onto the third Kazakage puppet. She severed the chakra flow at the joints. Rustle. The iron sand forest, deprived of chakra, collapsed into scattered sand on the ground. Xie realized the third Kazakage had slipped from his control, falling from the air. His strongest trump card was gone. I need to accelerate my body modification and prepare a large amount of poison. This battle had given Xie much inspiration. Now can we talk calmly? Xiaonan asked. Don't get cocky. It's not over yet. Xie was not one to yield easily. He retrieved a new scroll, ready to fight another 300 rounds. Don't focus solely on your puppet. Take a look at the ground beneath your feet. Xiaonan reminded him. A gust of wind revealed the ground buried under sand, now covered in a thick layer of explosive tags. The area exactly matched that of the iron sand prison. Was it during that moment? If all these tags detonated simultaneously, unless he could fly, he would be dead for sure. Despite his stubborn pride, Xie dared not speak loudly. He carefully stowed away the scroll. Since I can't beat you, I have no choice. I'll join your organization. Surprisingly reasonable, Xiaonan said with relief. I just want to see what kind of people are in the Akatsuki. Like your technique, perhaps I'll encounter more art. Xie was still a bit stubborn, unable to swallow his pride. Xiaonan didn't care about his motives. I can't promise you that, but as long as you agree to join, that's enough. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause sounded from the side. Qingmu leaped down from the rock. Lady Xiaonan, you are truly incredible. He paid the customary compliment, then added, Brother Xie, congratulations on joining. I knew from the first moment you were a kindred spirit, ha. Xie said to Xiaonan seriously, this guy is your lackey, isn't he? He's annoying. Can I kill him? Unexpectedly, Xiaonan nodded. Of course if you can. Admittedly, Qingmu was a bit of a chatterbox. Hey, you can't do this. Qingmu protested loudly. Brother Xie, are you coveting my body? I'd rather die than submit. Xie did not deny it. In my eyes, the dead are better than the living. Oh. The organization has rules. Members cannot kill each other. The leader won't allow it. The leader? Of course. The leader can kill you in an instant. Don't say I didn't warn you. Behave yourself in the organization. Are you also a member of the Akatsuki? Isn't it obvious? In turn of the Akatsuki. I figured as much. Qingmu gave him the impression of having some skill, but not much. Enough idle chatter. Let's go. Xiaonan called out, turning to walk back the way they came. Seeing Xiaonan leave, Qingmu felt insecure and quickly followed. Being in close proximity to a puppeteer like Xie made him deeply uneasy. The probability of being ambushed was 100%. Since losing her boyfriend Xiaonan had become taciturn and her personality had changed drastically. Xie was not a talkative person either. The journey was silent. The atmosphere was unbearable. After an hour, Qingmu finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Ahem. Brother Xie, how about we chat? Even if you plan to turn me into a human puppet, you should get to know me first. That's the greatest respect for art. Xie had intended to ignore Qingmu, but the mention of art piqued his interest. He had to engage. Chat about what? Let's talk about something you're interested in. You can turn people into puppets and use their techniques in life. That's remarkable. You must know a lot about the human body, right? Let me ask you a simple question. Can you answer it? Speak. As if anyone could question his expertise. What is the weight of the human soul? This question made Xie's eyes widen. He had dissected countless bodies, but never considered this. Recently, he had encountered a dilemma in modifying his own body. He wanted to completely transform himself into a puppet, but realized that puppeteers rely on chakra, and chakra cannot exist without a physical body. This also involved the issue of the soul. Xiaonan, walking ahead, subtly perked her ears, clearly intrigued by Qingmu's question. The Rinnegan governs life and death. The human path can extract a person's soul and read memories. If he were to ask about the weight of the soul, it seemed he had never paid attention to it. See, you don't know, do you? Do you know then? Scorpion retorted. As a genius, he had his pride and couldn't admit ignorance. Of course I know, and I even know the method of measurement. Knowing full well that Qingmu was teasing him, Scorpion couldn't help but ask, what method? It's simple. First measure a person's weight, then kill them, measure their weight again, and subtract the two. That gives you the answer. You bastard. The answer was so absurdly simple that Scorpion's first instinct was disbelief, but upon reflection, it actually seemed feasible. The soul has always been a mysterious thing, but there are quite a few techniques in the ninja world that can manipulate it. My last trip to Konoha really broadened my horizons. This time not only Scorpion, but even Konan couldn't help but slow her pace. She too wanted to know what other techniques could achieve such feats besides the Rinnegan. Soul manipulation. Such techniques actually exist. Scorpion's interest was instantly piqued. Qingmu was like a worm in his stomach, scratching an itch he couldn't reach. What had seemed like a pointless conversation turned into a pleasant surprise. Do tell. Qingmu raised a hand and said, before I speak, I must clarify that this is all hearsay. No guarantees. Scorpion rolled his eyes, barely suppressing his impatience, and urged, are you really going to drag this out? Hey, at least keep your lackey in line. He's not my lackey. Konan shook her head. Qingmu seized the opportunity and said, I am Lady Konan's capable assistant. Allow me to introduce myself. Qingmu at your service. Out in the world, one's identity is what one makes of it. Scorpion snorted in dissatisfaction, but still said Scorpion. At any other time, he wouldn't bother knowing such an insignificant person, but this particular nobody possessed knowledge that piqued his interest. Qingmu quickly seized the opportunity to ingratiate himself. Brother Scorpion, I admit I was too narrow-minded before. I sincerely apologize to you. All mistakes are mine. Please don't take it to heart. Being on the bad side of a top-tier puppet master was something he couldn't sleep over. That matter is utterly irrelevant, Scorpion replied coldly. Qingmu knew the other was urging him to continue the previous topic, so he didn't beat around the bush. On my last visit to Konoha, representing the Rain Village, I encountered many great figures, the 3rd Hokage, the 4th Hokage Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin, as well as members of the Uchiha clan and other secret technique families of Konoha. Among them, the Yamanaka clan's secret technique allows one to directly enter another's body and control them. It is said that Konoha possesses even more formidable forbidden techniques. Forbidden techniques. Indeed, one technique summons the souls of the dead from the Pure Land to aid the caster in battle. This is merely hearsay. It likely falls under the realm of Yin-Yang release. The specifics remain unknown. To think such a thing is possible. An incredible technique. Scorpion couldn't help but admire. Qingmu Yu's words provided him with great inspiration. The modification of his own body involved both spirit and flesh, and it was necessary to explore yin-yang release as well. Of course, Konoha was originally founded by the Senju and Uchiha clans, and it has produced many talents. Have you heard of Kakashi of the Sharingan? Scorpion nodded. This epithet had spread across the entire ninja world following the Battle of the Canopy Bridge, and he had heard of it. That guy graduated from the Ninja Academy, and went to the battlefield at age 5, became a Chunin at 6, a Jonin at 12, and independently developed an S-rank technique. His teacher was the renowned Yellow Flash, the current 4th Hokage. Do you know who his father is? Scorpion shook his head again. The information Qingmu Yu was sharing was top secret intelligence to outsiders. How could he possibly know? Nonetheless, Scorpion's estimation of Qingmu Yu rose. White Fang. What? Kakashi is the son of White Fang. Scorpion's pupils trembled, and his voice involuntarily rose in pitch, not even realizing it himself. Conan turned to glance at Scorpion, curious why he reacted so strongly. A slight smile curled at the corner of Qingmu Yu's mouth. He had deliberately provoked Scorpion just now. Such a tsundere character needed a little discipline. You know, as foreign ninjas entering Konoha, we are always under surveillance by the Umbu. The one assigned to watch me was that very guy. I crossed blows with him. With a single strike, he shattered my blade. Tisk, truly impressive. Scorpion was not particularly interested in Kakashi's prowess, but instead asked, I heard White Fang committed suicide. Is that true? Indeed. I made a point of inquiring about it. Supposedly, he abandoned his mission to protect a comrade, causing losses to the village. His political enemies seized the opportunity to slander him. In the end, even the comrade he saved turned against him. Unable to bear the humiliation, he took his own life. TCH. Doesn't Konoha preach love and peace? I didn't expect it to be so filthy as well, Scorpion said with satisfaction. That's all for show to outsiders. Where there is light, there must be darkness. Has Konoha really done so few evil deeds? Not to go far back, during the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha's Umbu, disguised as IWA, and Suna ninjas stirred up trouble everywhere in the Land of Rain, created conflicts, and assassinated the daimyo. They nearly destroyed our Rain village. Conan fell into silence. Many things that had puzzled her at the time were only now slowly making sense. Back then, Yahiko Nagato and she had encountered a group of strangely behaving IWA ninjas who refused to communicate and simply tried to kill them. Now she wondered if those were truly IWA ninjas. Speaking of which, I had intended to test my speed against the Yellow Flash, but time was tight, so I had to give up. This was purely self-aggrandizement. Scorpion's face twisted into a sneer. TCH. Conan sighed and quickened her pace inwardly. Qingmu Yu had many strengths, but also many weaknesses. Brother Scorpion, I excel at handling small matters. If you ever need any help in the organization, just let me know. I guarantee I'll handle it smoothly. Even incompetence sounds so pleasing from your mouth. Scorpion grumbled inwardly, but aloud he said, Your strength may not be much, but your mouth is quite entertaining. For a tsundere like him, such words were tantamount to approval. Qingmu Yu quickly seized the signal. Ha ha ha. Everyone who knows me says the same. With the conversation opened up, the atmosphere improved significantly. Along the way, Qingmu Yu rambled on, mostly doing the talking, while Scorpion occasionally replied. At a secret base in the Land of Rain, Conan somehow managed to notify Pain in advance. By the time they arrived, Pain and Kakuzu were already waiting inside. We're here, Conan said. The cave was dimly lit with only the sound of footsteps echoing. Brother Scorpion, when you see the leader, you'll be in for a big surprise. Why are you sighing again? Scorpion asked impatiently. Whenever this guy used that tone, it meant there was some knowledge gap he didn't know about. I'm afraid your knowledge is too shallow to recognize the true God. Are you trying to say I'm ignorant? What a joke. I'll see for myself what kind of great deity this is. With a defiant spirit, Scorpion strode into a circular hall, where he immediately saw 2 men in black robes with red clouds standing. One of them had unusually bright eyes with purple ripple-like pupils gleaming with a cold, icy light. This is... Scorpion stood frozen, his mind churning with raging waves. By now, Conan had quickly walked to the side of the Deva Path, Pain assuming the role of an angel. With Qingmu Yu around, there was no need for her to do introductions. Sure enough, Qingmu Yu spoke up. Leader Senior Kakuzu, this is the genius puppet master from Sunagakure in the Land of Wind, Red Sand Scorpion. He has long admired our Akatsuki organization and wishes to join us and work toward our great cause. He had to say it. Deva Path, Pain, standing there, already felt like the head of a terrorist organization, and his speech was cold and blunt. Since it was a new member's initiation, things couldn't be so dry. He also subtly identified the identities of the members present. Deva Path, Pain nodded, almost imperceptibly looking at Scorpion, and saying, Scorpion, welcome to Akatsuki. Our goal is to create peace. Straight to the point, not a single extra word. Peace. Scorpion had by now recovered from his shock. Hearing this word, he found it almost laughable. If it weren't for those eyes, he would have turned and left. I thought we were a terrorist organization. It wasn't entirely unreasonable for Scorpion to think that way. An organization that sheltered rogue ninjas claiming to strive for peace. The ideal and reality felt somewhat torn. A twisted freak who captured people to make puppets was now supposed to fight for peace. What a messed up world. Devapath Pain did not deny that Akatsuki was a terrorist organization, but explained, at this stage our main goal is to gather talent and accumulate funds by taking on missions. When the time is right we will execute the final steps. As long as you complete the assigned missions you will face no other restrictions. This explanation was somewhat pale and unconvincing, but Akatsuki's ultimate goal was top secret and could not be disclosed to anyone for now. New members' loyalty had yet to be tested. What trust could one expect from rogue ninjas? Ahem. The leader means we are currently building our strength for a final eruption. The 5 great nations dominate the ninja world, waging endless wars. To create new peace we must overthrow the existing order maintained by the 5 great ninja villages and establish a new one. This is a great challenge, most dare not even think of it. Only with the dedicated support of a genius like you can this ultimate goal be achieved. Devapath Pain glanced at Qingmuyu, but said nothing, tacitly accepting the explanation. No wonder even Conan praised him. Handsome, capable, and thoughtful. How could anyone dislike such a person? Challenging the 5 great nations. That's quite a crazy idea, but I like it, replied Scorpion. Qingmuyu's words had struck a chord with him. Peace was irrelevant. Scorpion's words were tantamount to agreement. Pain stepped forward, placed the jade ring symbolizing Akatsuki membership into Scorpion's palm, explained its use, and the latter put it on his finger after a glance. Conan then handed Scorpion the black robe with red clouds. With both items complete, Scorpion officially joined the organization. Xie said, "Let me make one thing clear first, I can do tasks, but they must not interfere with my research on puppets." Conan replied, "The Akatsuki's regular tasks are not many, but they are all extremely difficult. Please be sure to complete them. Don't doubt my strength." Having lost to Conan, Xie still felt somewhat unconvinced if they were to fight again. Perhaps. Maybe. After talking about obligations, it was time for benefits. Conan explained, "Half of the mission's reward will be given to you. If you have needs for materials, we will also provide them. In addition, the organization provides personal protection, intelligence support, and so on. My enemies are all dead. If there really were any, that would be hard to deal with." Don't worry. If you encounter someone you can't handle, the leader will intervene. If you encounter something you can't resolve, I am willing to fully assist you. Aokiyu added. In short, just go ahead boldly, someone will cover for you. As for the future, who knows? First say some polite words to give Xie a sense of security. It seems not bad. Let's leave it at that. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Xie was a man of action. As a child, he had waited anxiously at home for his parents' return, only to receive news of both their deaths. Consequently, he detested waiting for others. Since he had joined the Akatsuki and received the communication ring, there was no need to stay. After Xie left, Tendo Pain said, "Let's disperse." Kakuzu then silently left. Seeing this, Aokiyu quickly followed. "Senior Kakuzu, we're going the same way. Let's walk together." "What the hell? We're not going the same way at all. I didn't even say where I'm going." "Kid, just say what you want. My patience is limited." It seemed he was still brooding over being thrown into the mud last time. Senior is indeed formidable. The thing is, I heard that you often move in the black market, killing wanted rogue ninjas for money. Not mentioning money was fine, but when money was brought up, it touched Kakuzu's nerve. He instantly became alert. "What do you want?" Don't worry. I'm definitely not trying to steal your business. I'm just saying that even you, senior, might sometimes find yourself overwhelmed. For example, with some particularly troublesome targets, right? Maybe we can join forces for a few big jobs, enough to live on for years. Not needed. I can handle it. Are you kidding? How many years had Kakuzu been a bounty hunter? Before each action, he carefully selected his targets, never causing trouble for himself. Those from the major ninja villages came with a series of complications. He wasn't that stupid. Aokiyu had guessed before that Kakuzu wouldn't easily cooperate with him. The older the fox, the more cautious. Kakuzu, having lived so long, was exceptionally prudent. "Of course, I believe you can handle most troubles. I'm just saying that if you ever encounter something tricky, please be sure to contact me. I'll only take 40%. 40%? Don't dream. I never share money with anyone." Hearing this, Kakuzu's attitude became even more resolute. Not to mention 40%, he didn't even want to split a single ryo. Wasn't it better to keep everything for himself? Watching Kakuzu's hurried retreating figure, as if he was afraid of being robbed of his money. Damn, this old fool is so hard to deal with. Since this didn't work out, he would have to look for opportunities later. The business of hunting wanted rogue ninjas was not easy to break into. Without knowing the ropes, one couldn't even find the entrance to the exchange center, let alone locate those high-value rogue ninjas who moved in secrecy. Each one was as sly as a monkey hiding who knows where. Trying to make a living this way would starve you to death. Experienced masters were unwilling to take on apprentices, and that couldn't be forced. So let's just do the tasks honestly for now. Ordinary commission tasks had mediocre pay, with clients making a lot of demands and liking to blabber nonsense. After everyone had left one by one, an aloe vera head emerged from an ancient tree. It was black and white Zetsu. Their main task was to monitor the Rinnegan. Oh, my Nagato seems to have recruited another new member. The organization is growing again, said White Zetsu. Black Zetsu replied, looks a bit like that genius puppeteer from Amegakure. The disappearance of the third Kazekage is definitely related to him. He seems quite formidable. Should we tell Obito? Not yet. This guy has been a bit arrogant lately, always circling around Konoha. I don't know what he's up to. Are you saying he doesn't want to follow Madara's plan? What should we do? Zetsu asked worriedly. Madara was powerful, but he was already dead. If Obito really didn't follow the plan, they couldn't do much about it. It's still too early to say that. No matter how he messes around, in the end it all comes back to the Rinnegan. We just need to keep an eye on Nagato. Black Zetsu remained calm. He deeply understood his own limited abilities, with combat power being zero. He could only use others to achieve his goals. Obito's abilities were quite overpowered. If he truly slipped out of control, they would have to stabilize the Rinnegan side to create a counterbalance. In other words, they would have to decide their next actions based on Obito's reactions and not let him truly take control of the situation. Then let's not tell him for now. Meanwhile, Aoki took a detour to the border garrison to brief the situation to Jonin Tamahisa, then returned to the village with Tamahisa's letter of loyalty. Life at the border was truly harsh. It was more comfortable in the village. Conan read through Jonin Tamahisa's letter and nodded. You have completed both tasks this time very well. I will record them as S-rank missions. Successfully persuading Tamahisa to surrender and also providing key intelligence in the process of recruiting Sia. Lord Conan is too kind. Even without you could have easily handled it. I just played a supporting role. He was only able to be so bold because he stood on the shoulders of giants. I'm gratified that you have such awareness. Conan nodded. For the time being, I'll pay you at the B-rank mission rate. Don't worry, I've noted down the arrears, and we'll make it up to you in the future. This. Fine, I guess. Aoki felt inwardly devastated. He would be a fool to believe such nonsense. Previously, Takanaka Osamu at least paid him at the A-rank rate. Conan was even harsher, directly reducing it to B rank. The angel's skill in painting big pies had improved astonishingly. In no time, she could draw bigger and bigger pies with ease. But he wasn't someone to be easily taken advantage of. He immediately proposed a compensation request. Lord Conan, actually, I have a new request. I'm not sure if I should say it. Speak. The art of ruling subordinates required a balance of strictness and leniency. As long as Aoki's request wasn't excessive, Conan was willing to show her limited mercy. Sato Ichiro was quite kind to me before. I promised him I would take care of his wife. Although Kikuno Momo is a Konoha spy, she must have her reasons. Don't beat around the bush with me. What do you want to do? Conan interrupted. Can I go see her? Bring her some food, change of clothes and such. I didn't expect. You're quite nostalgic. Mainly because when I was weak, both of them helped me. When he became a defector, his character label of loyalty had collapsed. He needed to quickly establish a new one, such as gratitude. Everyone has times of weakness, times when they need help. It's only human. She's in the same dungeon where I was previously imprisoned. Go if you want, but don't do anything stupid. Aoki nodded repeatedly. I know my limits, rest assured. Watching Aoki's cheerful steps as he left, and the irrepressible smile on his face, Conan frowned inwardly. Konoha Zumbu is truly insidious, arranging such a beautiful woman as a spy. Even if someone discovered her true identity, they probably wouldn't bear to expose her. Whether Sato Ichiro knew his wife's true identity was open to question. That man was already dead, so dwelling on this was meaningless. In the dim dungeon, Kikuno Momo sat calmly on a small wooden bed. Apart from her clothes being a bit dirty, there were no other changes. Just then the sound of conversation came from the entrance. Lord, what brings you here? I have permission to visit the prisoner. How has she been these days? Very well, rest assured we have definitely not mistreated her. The angel lord instructed us to let her eat and drink well. Good, I'll go in and have a chat. All right, then we'll make ourselves scarce. The two guards turned and walked away. Everyone knew that Aoki was now the third in command in Amegakure after Lord Pain and the angel lord. Being an advisor was equivalent to the rank of elder. He must not be offended. From a distance through the iron bars, he saw Kikuno Momo wearing casual clothes inside. She also looked over. Little you is so thoughtful coming to see me. Kikuno Momo said with a slight smile, truly captivating. Sister Meitao, you've lost weight. I brought you some pastries and clothes. Aoki handed the items into the room, then pulled up a chair and sat down. Thank you, you're still so considerate. These are small things. There's not much I can do. The main issue is that your identity is sensitive, so you probably won't be able to get out anytime soon. Are you here to fish for information? I'm just a low-level intelligence agent. Do I know only limited things? Kikuno Momo said frankly. This was within Aoki's expectations. Spies were expendable assets, probably never even having met Danzo's face. She was at the outermost periphery of Root, even less important than his part-time role. Sister Meitao, you're overthinking. You should know that I occasionally work for Root as well, so I especially understand your feelings. No one wants to be a spy or it's all out of necessity. But I have a virtue. I know when to abandon the darkness and embrace the light. So look at me now doing just fine. Sigh. This guy clearly betrayed and surrendered, yet he turns it into a virtue. Kikuno Momo mentally complained. One moment, he was Hanzo's man, then Danzo's man, now she didn't know whose man he was. Utterly unprincipled. What do you mean? Whether you're a spy or not doesn't matter at all. As long as you can choose the right side at the critical moment, a disadvantage can become an advantage. Are you asking me to betray Root? Kikuno Momo shook her head with exceptional firmness. Not betrayal, but flexible adaptation. Look, I still insist on sending messages to Lord Hanzō every month to pay my respects. The only thing we can do is not let him worry. I'm different from you. Besides, I have no value left now, right? When I woke up, I was groggy as if my soul had been extracted. Her intelligence must have been completely leaked. Kikuno Momo didn't find it strange. Konoha also had techniques that could directly enter a person's mind to pry secrets. Your value is to live well and maintain the status quo. Maybe one day you'll have a chance to return to Konoha. Is that possible? I've never heard of a spy surviving after being discovered. Who can say about the future? As long as you're alive, there's hope. Actually, I've always had a question. If I'm not mistaken, ninja cats are exclusive to the Uchiha clan, right? The ninja cats living in the empty district had long served the Uchiha clan, including, but not limited to, providing intelligence, weapons, medicine, etc. Kikuno Momo's mouth slightly opened. You actually know even this? This time she was truly shocked. This intelligence was known to few even within Konoha, let alone outsiders. She had watched Aoki grow step by step thinking she understood him well, but now she found it was completely different. I heard it by chance. So do you have any connection to that clan? Kikuno Momo remained silent this time. Well, I'm just curious. You know I'm now the village's diplomat, so I have many opportunities to deal with Konoha. If you have any words you want me to pass on, don't hesitate. That's it for today. I'm leaving. Spies undergo rigorous training and possess a strong sense of counterintelligence. Xingmu Yu never expected to convince Janae Mai Tao to betray her organization with just a few words. Perhaps she still had family living in Mai. He was well aware of the methods employed by the Root. Every spy deployed abroad had a fatal weakness held in check. Today he merely came to offer reassurance, fearing she might take her own life out of despair. Reluctantly leaving the dungeon, Xingmu Yu transformed his sorrow into motivation. He spent half the day studying at the medical department before returning home. That night, a sudden explosion in the northern district shattered the village's tranquility. By the time Xingmu Yu arrived, the crowd had already extinguished the blazing flames. Xiaonan hovered in midair, her face frosty, gazing at the corpses lying on the ground. What happened? It was remnants of Hanzo's old faction likely attempting to assassinate Lord Pain, someone replied. During the night of the coup, some fled the village upon noticing the situation, while others were ninjas on external missions who might have joined forces with them. Believing that Pain had seized power through dishonorable means, they sought to reclaim authority under Hanzo's banner. Clearly their assassination failed, unaware that the entire Rain village was under Pain's surveillance. Why must they resort to this? Such actions would only compel Pain to impose stricter control over the village, making life even harder for everyone. Xingmu Yu cast a discreet glance at Xiaonan and sighed. As expected, the next day Xiaonan announced the formation of a new guard unit. Different from before, this one was meant to protect the village from threats. You will continue serving as the captain of the guard, overseeing all village defenses. You'll be held accountable for any incidents, Xiaonan stated. Can I refuse, eh? Xingmu Yu grimaced. He had a feeling this might lead to the same fate as the Uchiha. What do you think? I will enforce strict precautions, take decisive measures, and strive to keep danger outside the village. Not strive, must, Xiaonan corrected. Yes, I will keep all risks outside the village. Xiaonan's expression softened slightly. She too wished to avoid constantly being on edge, turning the village into a terrorist stronghold, but troublemakers always arose. Draw up a patrol plan for me later and estimate the costs. Follow the standard of a D-rank mission. Xingmu Yu's face drained of color. Hold on. Lady Xiaonan, our village doesn't have a D-rank mission level. Did you make a mistake? Just because it didn't exist before doesn't mean it can't now. Patrol and surveillance are not difficult. They meet the criteria for D rank. With such low compensation, not many would be willing to take it. Xingmu Yu tried to argue, invoking the common people. I'm not Captain Fugaku, Xiaonan coldly retorted. The Rain village doesn't lack ninjas. There are plenty willing to do it. Detestable woman. Xingmu Yu clenched his fists, secretly took a deep breath, and said, All right, I'll try. Your squad has served as guards for both the daimyo and Hanzō before. You have ample experience. Make sure everyone participates. With that, Xiaonan dismissed him with a wave, leaving no room for protest. Xingmu Yu had no choice but to return to his office. As the village's advisor, he now had his own private office. He spent half a day drafting the plan and submitted it. The leadership was satisfied except for the cost, still too high, needing another cut. After revising it 4 or 5 times and arguing fiercely, he managed to retain a few benefits. Knock, knock, knock. Liang Tai and Zhun Yi entered. Captain, you asked for us. Yes, wait a moment. We'll discuss it when everyone's here. Qingmu Yu bent over his desk, sketching rapidly. In a flash, he finished designing the guard's emblem. To distinguish it from the old era of Hanzō, he decided on Wings of Freedom as the guard's emblem. A shield-shaped pattern symbolized protecting the Rain Village, clear and straightforward, while the wings represented soaring, a new beginning. Xiaonan was highly pleased with this concept and approved it on the spot. Shortly after Chao Yuhei, Chuan Yumo, and Tuoyerin arrived one by one, their faces brimming with anticipation as they looked at Qingmu Yu. Over this period, whether from anxiety or reluctance to spin, they had all lost weight. Here's the situation in light of last night's attack. The village plans to reorganize the guard for patrols to protect the safety of the villagers. Great. Finally, some work to do. Everyone was overjoyed, eagerly rolling up their sleeves to get started. Times have changed. The village is in a difficult period. We all have to tighten our belts. Patrol missions will be compensated at the D-rank standard. Does the village have D-rank missions? I've never heard of them. Liang Tai scratched his head, blurting out his question. Black-hearted Chao Yu thought silently. The others' expressions varied. Qingmu Yu observed, quietly planning to lower their expectations first, then exceed them, highlighting his own contributions. This was the art of leadership. It didn't exist before, but it will now. However, I negotiated with the Angel-sama squad leaders can receive C-rank compensation. With your experience as guards, once we recruit enough people, each of you will lead a squad. Chao Yu and Umo as sensory-type ninjas would form a reconnaissance squad to provide intelligence. Huan Liang Tai and Tua Yeren, being assault-type ninjas, would each lead a rapid response squad to eliminate intruders. Zhun Yi, skilled in projectiles, would lead a projectile squad to support the rapid response teams. Yes. Everyone secretly rejoiced. Who wouldn't trust such a leader? From then on, they stepped into the gates of the new power structure, likely becoming the village's middle management. All of this was because they were Qingmu Yu's subordinates, having luckily chosen the right side. I'll post the patrol zones as a table. Each of you will patrol your assigned area according to the plan. My goal is to forge the guard into the shield of the Rain Village. Additionally, if you know any suitable genin, you can recommend them. One shouldn't let benefits flow to outsiders. Everyone has relatives and friends. We must seize this chance to expand the team, preferably with people we trust. Thank you, Captain. All right, go prepare. Tua Yeren, stay behind. Tua Yeren had been selected from the newly promoted Chunin when Qingmu Yu became a Jonin to fill the guard's roster. He was also a rare practitioner of wind-style jutsu. Captain. Tua Yeren was visibly nervous, sweat beading on his plump face. Liang Tai and Zhun Yi had been following Qingmu Yu since he was a Chunin. Chao Yuhei, Chuan, and Umo were former colleagues. Only Tua Yeren had joined last, making his connection weaker. Qingmu Yu reached into his drawer and pulled out a scroll. Our village mainly collects water-style jutsu, wind-style are rare. I found a practical one for you from another channel. Practice it well. Protect yourself first, then protect the village. Wind-style wind cutter jutsu. Thud. Tua Yeren, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt on one knee and declared loudly, "Thank you for your training, Captain. I will not disappoint your expectations." He had thought Qingmu Yu would reprimand him, or even expel him, but instead he was being courted and given a jutsu. Such a captain inspired unwavering loyalty. Don't stand on ceremony. You're my team member, and I treat my people well. Let me correct you. First and foremost, you should thank Lord Pain and Lady Angel. Understood. Tua Yeren was taken aback, then quickly nodded. Yes. Thank you, Lord Pain, Lady Angel. That's right. Go on back. Tua Yeren left joyfully, clutching the scroll. How familiar this scene was. Years ago, he had felt the same toward Jutsu Shio, both fearful and eager to draw closer. Now, years later, he sat in the position he once envied. This was never achieved through effort alone. It required luck and choices. The downside was that if Pain ever fell, he too would be purged. That was the price. Having assigned the tasks, Qingmu Yu went to report to Xiaonan. His work reports and plans were clear, logical, and data-driven. He used charts whenever possible and tables instead of text, leaving a lasting impression. Consequently, Xiaonan increasingly valued him, regarding him as her right hand. Though the woman had never explicitly said so, the guard was quickly assembled. As it turned out, the Rain Village indeed lacked no genin. Many eagerly signed up, seemingly indifferent to the pay. When the guard, dressed in uniforms bearing the Wings of Freedom emblem, patrolled the streets day and night, the village regained its stability. With people's hearts settled, the regime naturally stabilized. Stability overrides everything. Only then did the stingy Angel-sama feel the high cost of maintaining stability was worthwhile. The next consideration was external exchange, such as the bulk trade of grain, weapons, and other strategic materials agreed upon during the last visit to Mai. Prolonged isolation would arouse suspicion and hinder the village's development, leading to fewer mission commissions. The Rain Village was famed for assassination. It must not forget its roots. Gradual opening was needed. Loyal ninjas could be sent out on missions. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office at my village was somewhat tense. Danzo spoke in a low voice. It's confirmed. The forest country rebelled again after surrendering. The Borzhong assassinated our liaison officers with Anoki pulling the strings behind the scenes. Transferred Tsubaki side, we just managed to stabilize the situation. Must it stir up trouble again? Anoki has always been ambitious. We must take precautions, Mitaman, and followed. Minato, what's your view on this? Hiruzen Sarutobi refrained from commenting, immediately mindful of his current role as advisor. Minato's brow furrowed at this moment, sensing the gravity of the situation. During the last inauguration ceremony, the representative of the Land of Forests had spoken fair words promising to henceforth align with Konoha, coexist amicably, and refrain from rashly initiating conflicts. Yet they turned their backs the moment they returned, utterly devoid of credibility. He had once believed that becoming Hokage would allow him to accomplish what he could not before. It was only now that he understood the third Hokage's plight, the myriad considerations weighing upon him. Possessing immense power, he was nonetheless confined within these walls, unable to gallop across the battlefield and intimidate foes as he once did. Danzo, seeing Minato Namake's silent, prompted, "If we do not deliver a forceful response to this matter, others will perceive us as weak and exploitable, and the hard-won stability will crumble." Elder Danzo's words carry great weight, but I believe we should first dispatch an envoy to communicate, ascertain the reasons behind their betrayal, and then address the issue. Acting rashly might incite panic among the smaller neighboring nations, potentially reigniting a great war. As a senior advisor, Danzo's face had to be preserved. Minato first acknowledged his viewpoint before voicing his own thoughts. Danzo countered, "These small nations allied with Konoha because they respect our formidable strength, not our so-called tolerance. Before the Land of Forests fully defects, I believe we should immediately dispatch the Anbu to conduct a decapitation strike, ensuring they do not join forces with the Hidden Rock Village." Danzo, times have changed. Perhaps we should attempt new methods to resolve problems. The village needs to recuperate. Hiruzen Sarutobi interjected at the opportune moment. In the past, he and Danzo had worked in tandem, one in the light, the other in the shadows, one externally, the other internally, complementing each other well. But now the Hokage was Minato Namake's, not Hiruzen Sarutobi. He could not disregard Minato's existence. Bang! Danzo struck his cane heavily against the floor. Women's sentiment. He then rose and stormed out, slamming the door to express his displeasure. Kohara Yutane, sensing the oppressive atmosphere, quickly smoothed things over. Though Danzo's actions are somewhat radical, he acts for the village's benefit. "Well, I understand," Minato Namake said with a smile. "I plan to first send Kakashi's Anbu squad to investigate. If it truly is as Elder Danzo claims, then we must consider the worst outcome." Hamura Mitokado concurred, "This is the most prudent solution for now." Indeed, we must trust the younger generation. They have inherited the will of fire. However, when it comes to intelligence gathering, I have a more suitable candidate in mind. Kohara Yutane glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi and said, "You mean that child?" "Yes. There are always those who can transcend the shackles of their clan and think from the village's perspective. Minato, this matter requires your personal involvement." "Very well. I will visit clan head Fugako later." Outside the door, after Danzo emerged, two root members immediately stepped forward to flank him. He muttered to himself, "Do you really think a few pretty words will make those small nations bow obediently? Foolish. Lord Danzo, the Anbu have been scrutinizing us strictly lately. If we act without authorization of the fourth Hokage, some matters need not be handled personally. Contact Hanzō. Aren't the Rain Ninja most adept at such assassination missions? Last time, just to help Hanzō resolve the Akatsuki trouble, so many skilled operatives perished. His heart still bled. Since they were allies, shouldn't they share each other's burdens?" "Understood. I will see to it immediately. In the Hidden Rain Village. Captain, we've found it. Hanzo's remnants are now led by Jonin Lon-in. In recent years, he has been stationed in the capital as the daimyo's guardian shinobi." "Lon-in. So it's him." Aoki, you suddenly realized. Back when the Higashii squad had withdrawn early, it was Lon-in's squad that had taken over. They were acquainted, yet this fellow had refused the village's summons. Yes, those people have now gathered around him, resisting the village. The daimyo is likely aware of Hanzo's death. Then what are we waiting for? Rally the troops immediately. As long as these people remained alive, the village could never know peace. Understood. Aoki, you promptly explained the situation to Konan, obtained a personal letter from Pain addressed to the Rain Country's daimyo, stamped it with the seal, and led 5 elite squads straight for the capital. That night, a group of men wearing conical hats and black raincoats, shielded by the darkness, infiltrated the capital along the moat. At the daimyo's mansion lawn, and stood under the eaves, gazing at the incessant drizzle outside, anxiety etched on his face. The faith of his heart, the invincible Hanzō, had been killed without a sound. The Rain Country was a small nation, and the Hidden Rain Village a small village. Their survival between the great powers had relied solely on Lord Hanzō. Now bereft of his protection, should other villages discover this fact, the nation's destruction would be imminent. Who exactly is Pain? None of the assassins sent last time even escaped. As he pondered, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded from the mansion's perimeter. Enemy invasion. It's people from the village. Bastards. Kill these traitors. Bakatare. Kill. In their eyes, Hanzō was the legitimate authority. Those in the village now were merely a bunch of cowardly usurpers who had betrayed Lord Hanzō and lost their convictions. They must die. Yet in the eyes of the Rain Village's guard, Hanzō was the past, and Lord Pain was the new hope of the hidden Reina god. The new god offered them a chance to climb upward, and they had to staunchly defend their interests. When enemies met, their eyes burned with hatred. The silent mansion instantly erupted into chaos. So you finally come. I never expected it to be a brat like you. Lan stared at the blue-haired youth standing opposite. He still remembered the days when the other was merely a chunin deferential in his presence. Captain Lan, and there are not many jonin left alive in the village now. Each one is precious. We should look forward. When I was still a genin, I swore an oath of loyalty to Lord Hanzō. Protecting him is protecting the Rain country. That is my ninja way. On the contrary, you have betrayed your own convictions. Do you not feel shame? Aoki nodded. You're right. Betraying one's own convictions makes one worthless. But I have never been loyal to a person, only to the village. When Hanzō represented the village, I served him. When he cared only about preserving his own position, who became the village head no longer mattered. Silence. Lord Hanzō is not that kind of man. He fought all his life for the village and this country. Lan exclaimed passionately. People change. Hanzō is human, not a god. Do not slander Lord Hanzō any further. Die. Lan, gripping a kunai, charged furiously at Aoki. A flash of white light. Crack. The kunai snapped with a sound. The blade swept past, and Lan's body stiffened instantly. A torrent of purple poison mist burst forth, and Lan dissolved into a pool of clear water on the ground. That trick won't work on me. He recalled that when he first became a guard, Sato Ichiro had used this very technique to teach the newcomers a lesson. Rain ninja were accustomed to wearing gas masks. Aoki found breathing uncomfortable, so he usually went without. That didn't mean he was unprepared for such a move. He leaped to escape the poison mist coverage, only to be met by several kunai bearing explosive tags flying toward him, timed with precision. Mere child's play. Aoki quickly formed hand seals with his left hand. Water release, water ripple wave. A torrent of water shot from his mouth, engulfing the incoming kunai and explosive tags, resulting in 2 muffled explosions. Aside from splashing him with water, it didn't even scratch a hair. Moi. Something's wrong. This rain is strange. Though it was night, the sticky slick sensation wasn't that of rainwater, it felt more like oil. Is this the black rain technique? Roar. From the darkness, a bright orange fire dragon suddenly burst forth, rushing straight at him. Fire release, fire dragon technique, sizzle. The black oil ignited instantly upon contact with fire. The fire dragon's might swelled several-fold, and the blistering heat turned the rain within dozens of square meters into white steam. Fire release was limited in the Rain country, yet Lan turned the tables by cleverly using the oil rain to his advantage. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A colossal water dragon rose from the ground, charging headlong into the fire dragon. Boom. The violent collision generated a massive cloud of white smoke, severely obstructing the view of both sides. Aoki immediately entered the rain-breathing state, ready to counterattack. Just then the dense fog before him was split by a blue crescent-shaped light. Water release, water blade slash, rain clearing. A white blade of light sliced horizontally, cleaving the highly condensed water blade in 2. Not done yet. Lan's hands moved in a blur as he unleashed another offensive jutsu. Ninja art rain, do 1,000 needles. The falling rain paused for a moment, infused with chakra, transforming into countless needles that then accelerated downward. Whoosh. The attacks flowed seamlessly, wave after wave, giving the enemy no chance to breathe. This was the combat prowess of a veteran jonin. Aoki indeed had no time to form hand seals for a water barrier to intercept, but he remained unflustered. Ninjutsu didn't necessarily require hands. The hair on his back shot out, forming a blue curtain that tightly wrapped his entire body. Thud thud. The 1,000 needles failed to penetrate the hair's defense and reverted to water falling to the ground. By now the white mist had completely dissipated. Aoki used the body flicker technique to close in on Lan, and they engaged in close-quarters combat. Clang. Clang. In just a few exchanges, Lan's kunai was sliced again, and Aoki seized the opportunity to kick him to the ground. Your movements are slowing down. Is your chakra running low? Having unleashed 5 or 6 ninjutsu in succession, even a jonin couldn't sustain such expenditure. Huff. So what if it is a? Lan picked himself up, gasping for air, inwardly shocked by his opponent's strength. He realized this might be his end. One last chance, swear loyalty to the new leader and you and your people will live. Aoki gestured for the other to look around. The elites he brought had overwhelmed Lan's men, who couldn't hold them back. By now casualties were already heavy. Lan said calmly, give me a quick death. As a fellow Yuen ninja, you should be able to grant this request. Qingwu nodded. If he captured Lan alive, the latter would inevitably be imprisoned and tortured. He would not humiliate a ninja who had upheld his own beliefs and paid with his life. They merely had different ideals, and it was not as if he had committed a grave crime. Any last words? At this point, right and wrong no longer matter. I hope the village can truly become what you envision. This country needs a strong figure like Lord Hanzō. We old fossils of the past era perhaps should indeed step aside. Rest assured it will be. A soft thud. Qingmu plunged his blade into Lanin's heart. Lanin's consciousness began to fade. Gazing at the young man before him, he murmured, "You are strong, very much like the one back then." Before he could finish, he had already lost his breath. By then the ninjas fighting nearby had witnessed Lanin's death. They broke down, losing their will to fight, and were annihilated within moments. "Collect the bodies and bring them back to the village. I will go in to meet the daimyo." "Aye," the group responded in unison. When Qingmu entered the daimyo's chamber, it was brightly lit. The daimyo seemed to know that the commotion outside was the internal strife of Yuin and showed no panic. Compared to the anxious look he had years ago, the daimyo's mental state was now excellent. Especially when Qingmu saluted him according to the etiquette of a Yuin ninja, meeting the daimyo, the last trace of worry vanished. He regained his accustomed serene expression. "Young ninja, you look familiar." "I remember now, aren't you the one from before?" "What was your name?" "Qingmu." "Oh yes, that's the name. I didn't expect you to have grown into such a handsome young man." "Your Excellency, the daimyo flatters me. I am deeply sorry for tonight's disturbance." The daimyo shook his head. "I've been frequently assassinated in recent years, so I'm used to it, ha." Qingmu lowered his head and did not respond. It was merely the daimyo's self-deprecating joke, and he could not take it seriously. "That guy Banzong is really dead, isn't he?" the daimyo suddenly asked. "Yes, now the village's affairs are managed by Lord Payin. He is also a ninja of the village, and you have met him." Qingmu decided to report truthfully. The village's economy depended entirely on the daimyo's financial support. They could not remain in this stalemate forever. Only with the daimyo's approval could Payin's rule be legitimate, and everyone could live a good life. Relying on those stubborn mules Chong Min and Xiao Nan to bow to the daimyo was impossible. They were the epitome of suffering through hardship needlessly. "I have also met him." "Is he one of those who once visited?" the daimyo asked in surprise. "Yes, I was also at your side back then." Several young men came whose ideal was to resolve disputes through communication. "Oh, it's them. I have an impression of those three young men very special." The daimyo clearly remembered that their ideal was non-warfare. Now they had killed Banzong and occupied Yuin village. It seemed they had endured much hardship. "Well, since they are also ninjas of the village, it's your own affair. As long as you can stabilize the situation and protect the land of rain, it doesn't really matter who becomes the leader." That guy Banzong was also full of passion in his youth, but it's a pity. Having confirmed the daimyo's attitude, Qingmu then took out Payin's letter. "This is a letter Lord Payin asked me to deliver to you." The daimyo's lips curved slightly. It was expected. He immediately opened it and read, then his brow furrowed. "Peace. Huh. I hope he can truly achieve it." Without even looking, Qingmu knew it was Chong Min's usual rhetoric. He quickly added, "Your Excellency, the leader is young yet possesses such strength. Naturally, he holds grand ideals. But the prerequisite for all this is to manage the village well and completely end the civil strife in our country." Many people have said that before, including Banzong. Lord Payin is a man who prefers to speak through actions. I believe you will soon feel this. Then I shall wait and see. If you can end the civil strife within 3 years, I will not only forgive your outstanding debts. Furthermore, I will provide sufficient funds every year. Banzong had failed to settle this for so many years. If this arrogant Payin could pacify the civil strife within 3 years, he would have nothing to say. "Thank you, Your Excellency, for your unwavering trust and support for our Yuin. We will surely not disappoint you." A typical venture capital bet, something angel investors love to do with startup teams. Qingmu understood it well and accepted immediately. The daimyo nodded and said, "You are quite good. I look forward to the day I hear of your fame. I will do my best. As for the matter of the village being under Lord Payin's control, it is not yet appropriate to publicize. I hope Your Excellency can help cover it up." "I understand. You may leave now. Someone will deliver the reply to you later. Then I shall take my leave." Qingmu turned and exited the room. Liang Tai Chao Yu and the others had already cleaned up the battlefield. "Captain, everything has been handled properly. No one escaped. We lost 5 men and 8 are wounded. Huan, take a squad to protect the daimyo here. The rest will follow me back to the village. I will arrange replacements for you later." All of Lanin's men were annihilated, so the guard ninja naturally needed to be reassigned. "Hi," Huan responded. Being able to protect the daimyo was an honor for a ninja and would be a highlight on their record when promoted to jonin. Qingmu had also learned medical ninjutsu, and he took the opportunity to practice it, providing emergency treatment to the wounded. After a while, the daimyo's attendant brought the official letter. Qingmu immediately led the team back, arriving at the village before dawn. The wounded were sent to the medical department for follow-up treatment, while he went to report to his superiors. "How did it go?" Xiaonan asked. Her urgent eyes revealed her inner tension. The village's daily expenses were like flowing water, while income was limited, resulting in a deficit. The legitimacy of pay-in was also a major issue. Such a matter could not be concealed unless the daimyo was willing to cooperate. The success or failure of this operation was crucial. Rest assured, it's all settled. The rebel forces led by Lon and have been completely eliminated. Moreover, I have explained the situation to the daimyo and gained his support. Regarding funds, the daimyo put forward a condition. Xiaonan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. The biggest hidden danger had been resolved. What condition? After reading the letter, he was somewhat dismissive of the leader's ideals. He demanded that we pacify the civil strife within 3 years to prove ourselves to him. If we can achieve it, he will not only forgive our previous debts, but also provide more financial support in the future. If it's only that, then it's quite manageable. Even if the daimyo had not made this demand, Pei-en had intended to eliminate all forces in the land of Rain. Qingmu Yu continued, additionally, I have urged the daimyo not to leak the news about Lord Pei-en. This is also for the good of the land of Rain, and I believe he understands the gravity of the matter. You've worked hard. Go back and rest. I will handle the compensation for the fallen and wounded ninjas. All right. Qingmu Yu then went home to rest. Xiaonan hurried back to the tower in the western district to tell Chongmin the good news. Even the strongest ninja could not go without food, drink, or money. They could only earn commissions by taking missions. The Xiao organization's plan required money, and so did Yuan village. Now that the village was on the right track and had gained the daimyo's support, there were no more worries. Now all that remained was to pacify the civil strife, and then they could focus on executing the Xiao plan. Chongmin, here is the daimyo's reply. Xiaonan handed the scroll to Chongmin, who lowered his head to read it. Meanwhile, Xiaonan explained the daimyo's conditions once more. Excellent. No need for 3 years, I can solve it within 1 year, Chongmin said confidently. If not for having to watch over the village, given his current strength, he could sweep through and kill all rebel forces in a few months. You're right. That guy Yu is really useful. With his assistance, you should be able to relax a lot. After several incidents, Chongmin had recognized Qingmu Yu's ability. Should we recruit him? At the time, they had promised Qingmu Yu the status of an intern, but that did not match his actual ability. Xiaonan feared that he might harbor resentment. In any organization, a person's strength and status must be aligned, otherwise internal strife would arise. Let's wait a bit longer. The plan cannot move forward for now. Even if we recruit him, there's nothing for him to do. Let's handle the village affairs first. All right. On the surface, Xiao had disappeared. No one issued commission missions to Xiao. Jiao Du and Xia were still doing their own things. This situation would continue for a long time. Meanwhile, Qingmu Yu returned home, laid down on the bed, and slept. When he woke up again, it was already noon. You're awake. Qingmu Yu had grown accustomed to this elusive woman's sudden appearances. Perhaps she had been standing by his bedside staring at him for quite some time. As long as he remained in the village, there was no escaping her surveillance. Mission. Danzo's people sent word requesting Hanzō to dispatch assassins to eliminate the leader of the forest country's Benoshu. After defecting to the Akatsuki, Qingmu Yu had handed over all contact methods with the route along with Kino's contact to Konan as a gesture of sincerity. Hearing it was Danzo's mission, Qingmu Yu immediately scrambled out of bed. Isn't the forest country a Konoha ally? I saw them at the 4th Hokage's inauguration ceremony. Konan shook her head. Perhaps they've betrayed us. It's not unusual. Konoha probably finds it inconvenient to act directly due to appearances, so they want Hanzō to handle it. Hanzō and Danzo were political allies, and the Amegakure was renowned for its assassination specialists. What a coincidence. Alright, I'll set off immediately with my team. By the way, don't forget to ask for the payment. He always demanded compensation for handling Root's affairs. It was his style and an unspoken understanding. Assassinating a foreign ninja leader was an enormous risk, unquestionably an S-rank mission. Even with a 50% discount for allies, it would start at 5 million Ryo. We asked for 20 million Ryo. They didn't haggle. Truly worthy of you. Konoha was wealthy and Root was generous. Their scale made them as a small village feel inferior. This single mission would sustain the Amegakure for a long time. They had to do it, and do it impeccably. The Amegakure Guard unit protected the village during peacetime and carried out missions when needed, a versatile multi-purpose role. In a small village, having one person fulfill multiple roles was the norm. Hirakawa led the team protecting the daimyo. Atono Hito and Yum stayed behind to oversee patrols. Qingmu Yue along with Chow Yu Ryota and Shinichi set out for the forest country on a top-secret mission. This small country lay on the northern border of the fire country. Its military organization, the Benoshu, used demon masks as their emblem. Constant vacillation was the survival strategy of a small nation. According to Root's instructions, they were to first contact a Root intelligence operative in the forest country who would provide further arrangements. Safe house. Qingmu Yu wore the panda mask he had bought in Konoha, while Ryota, Shinichi, and Chow Yu donned the distinctive gas masks of the Amegakure. I am the mission liaison, Chrysalis. Looking at the bespectacled blonde woman before him, Qingmu Yu immediately recognized her as the renowned director. Chrysalis signified hibernation, waiting for the day to break free from the cocoon. Call me Panda. These are my team members. Tell me about the target. When do we strike? The director handed him a photo. It showed a bald man with a scar on his scalp, gold-capped front teeth, and a fierce demeanor. The leader of the Benoshu is named Aniki, an elite jonin with formidable strength, skilled in earth release. He usually stays in his heavily guarded mansion with no opportunity. But at 8 a.m. tomorrow he will lead his men to the Awagakure to finalize an alliance. You just need to ambush them en route. Konoha and Awagakure must have sent their own people, right? Chrysalis adjusted her glasses, pulled out an Awagakure headband, and replied with a smile, the person sent by Awagakure is standing right before you. You? I see. No wonder Konoha had known in advance about the forest country's defection. It was she who had relayed the information. At this moment the director was presumably representing Awagakure to deliver intelligence to the forest country. The fourth Hokage seems to have sent an ANBU member, but I don't know who yet. Understood. I'll handle the rest. So it was a party of Konoha's various factions, all ganging up on this Aniki. His time and place of death were already clearly arranged. Such was the tragedy of a small village, being toyed with without even realizing it. Shingmu silently mourned for the ninja leader for a few seconds, but he couldn't concern himself with that. All he knew was that this man was worth 20 million ryo. After obtaining the target's route, Shingmu immediately led his team to scout for ambush positions along the way. The director left the safe house and walked along a narrow alley toward her temporary residence. Just then a young boy approached from the opposite direction. He seemed kind-faced, though his bulbous nose was a flaw. As the orphanage director, she felt a natural affinity for children, but as a high-level spy she remained vigilant, secretly on guard. Just as they were about to pass each other, their eyes met. However, the director only saw a spinning red tomo before losing consciousness. Uchiha. 8 a.m. tomorrow. So he's already decided to side with the Awagakure. The fourth Hokage had tasked him with finding out why the forest country was defecting and trying to prevent it. Now that the Amegakure had also gotten involved, the situation was becoming complicated. The young boy dragged the director to a trash bin, propped her against the wall, and disguised her as a homeless person to ensure she wouldn't be harmed, then vanished. After a moment, the director regained consciousness, touching her head, but remembering nothing. What happened? Was I attacked? The next morning, several ninjas wearing demon masks left the capital and plunged into the dense forest. Shortly after they departed, a young boy followed from a distance. With his Sharingan's ability, he evaded their counter-surveillance and tracked them effortlessly. The journey was uneventful until they reached a gorge. The escorts immediately grew alert. Lord Aniki, I'll go ahead to scout the path. Go ahead. Aniki waved his hand. This secret trip to the Awagakure was already fraught with risk, so caution was imperative. The subordinate leaped up to the top of the gorge, where a commanding view would allow him to spot any potential enemies quickly. After a moment, the subordinate with the demon mask leaned half his body over the edge and waved his hand, signaling that it was safe to pass. Only then did Aniki feel reassured and led his team into the gorge passage. But after walking a short distance, he suddenly stopped. No, why hasn't Yayao returned? At that moment, a whistling sound came from above. Swish, swish, swish. A dense rain of needles descended upon them, moving with incredible speed. Ambush. Such a wide-range attack left little room to dodge within the gorge. Thud, thud, thud. 5 or 6 members of the Benoshu were instantly killed, their faces blackened and foam dripping from their mouths. Bastards. Aniki deactivated his hardening technique, burning with rage, as he watched his elite subordinates die so miserably. In response came a barrage of shuriken, kunai, and explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. Such attacks couldn't kill Aniki, but the few surviving subordinates weren't so lucky. 2 more fell. Water release, water collision wave. A torrent of water crashed down from above, flooding the gorge passage. The remaining Benoshu members were swept into the raging current, gasping for air. The water carried them into a nearby river. As they struggled to surface. Ugh. Gulp. Gulp. Suddenly hands grabbed their legs from beneath the water, dragging them back down. Slash. Slash. Red blood spread through the water like blooming roses. Several corpses slowly floated to the surface. Damn Amegakure. I'll kill you all. In the blink of an eye, Aniki's entire squad had been slaughtered. He was nearly driven mad. The rain of needles, underwater kills, and water techniques. This series of attacks unmistakably bore the hallmarks of Amegakure ninjas. Aniki, clinging to the cliff wall with his feet, turned to look at the mountaintop. He couldn't deal with the enemies in the water, but he would not let the ones on the mountain escape. Especially that infuriating figure currently taunting him by curling his finger, a gesture brimming with provocation. Swoosh, swoosh. With a burst of chakra in his feet, Aniki bounced off the cliff wall and leaped onto the mountaintop, where a blue-haired youth wearing a panda mask stood watching him from a distance. Damn Konoha, they hired you to kill me, didn't they? Listen, you know well enough. We're just doing a job, don't hold it against us. Shingmu Yu's figure vanished in an instant. As the leader of the Benoshu and an elite Jonin, Aniki was experienced in combat and reacted quickly, crossing his index fingers and pressing his hands together. Earth release, earth-style wall. Chakra flowed through his feet into the ground, hardening the soil in front of him into a stone slab that rose vertically. Compared to the mud wall technique, this jutsu sacrificed some defense, but was faster to cast and more chakra efficient as it used local materials. Thud. The gleaming blade pierced the stone slab like tofu with blue lightning extending a meter from the tip, flickering and unstable. Lightning release. Aniki stared at the light blade pressing against his chest, a heavy feeling rising in his heart. Clearly the enemy knew his abilities well and used a counter-element technique, hoping to kill him with a single surprise strike. Qingmuyu pulled the sword from the slab, leaped onto the top of the stone wall, and looked down. You're quick on the uptake. Truly worthy of being a 20 million Ryo treasure. Don't get too cocky. Earth release rock artillery jutsu, thud, thud, thud. Aniki suddenly leaped backward to create distance, spitting out fist-sized rocks for long-range bombardment. Qingmuyu rolled behind the slab, using it as a shield. Bang! Bang! He had underestimated the rock's power. The hard slab shattered into pieces after only a few seconds. Crack! He swung his sword, cleaving the incoming rocks, and instead of retreating, he charged forward against the barrage of rock artillery, closing in on Aniki. Aniki, of course, wouldn't stand still waiting for the enemy to reach him. He dodged while continuing to fire rock projectiles. Water release, hidden mist jutsu. Thick white mist rapidly spread, enveloping the entire mountaintop. Aniki lost his sight, forcing him to cease his attack. What a troublesome opponent. Guei-mu thought to himself. The enemy had extensive combat experience, but he was no pushover either. In the thick fog, a figure silently crept toward Guei-mu, noiseless and stealthy, then a flash of lightning. This is an earth clone. Qingmuyu stared at the shattered clay fragments of Guei-mu before him. As he tried to leap away, he found himself unable to move. Looking down, the ground beneath his feet had turned into glue-like mud. His legs were firmly trapped. Earth release mudslide torrent. Boom. A several-meter-high mudslide surged like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire mountaintop. Qingmuyu plunged his long sword into the mud beneath him, channeling lightning release chakra through the blade to disrupt its structure. His hands moved rapidly through hand seals. Water release, explosive water collision wave. Bang! A massive torrent of water erupted, colliding head-on with the black mudslide. It was quickly overwhelmed by the fierce onslaught. But this bought precious time. Qingmuyu seized the opportunity to break free from the mud. Body flicker technique. Rumble. As the fog gradually dispersed, the mountaintop lay bare and smooth after the mudslide swept through. Pant. Pant. Did I get him? Guei-mu eyed the enemy's position with uncertainty, wondering if he had been buried alive. A voice suddenly rang out from nearby, lightning release ground wire. Zzz. Zzz. A numbing sensation coursed through Guei-mu's body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, as if seized by an epileptic fit. This is the end. Qingmuyu was about to charge forward and finish the target with a single strike when a cluster of flames flew in from the side. Whoosh whoosh. Fire release phoenix, sage fire technique. The dancing flames like blooming phoenix flowers moved with unpredictable trajectories under the control of chakra. Qingmuyu's figure flickered rapidly several times, precisely dodging all the flame clusters. Thoughts raced through his mind. Such control. That's a Sharingan exclusive fire technique. Who is it? A figure flashed, and a young boy appeared between Guei-mu and Qingmuyu. He said, "Sorry, but the land of Lin is an ally of Konoha. I cannot allow you to harm him." Damn, it's Yuzebo Jishui. Qingmuyu's heart trembled as he recognized the newcomer. Though the boy looked young, he dared not underestimate him. A man's reputation precedes him. Wait, there's no way this guy has awakened the Mangekyo already. I can't just retreat like this. If he turned tail and ran now, how could he ever hold his head up again? The land of Lin has already defected to the hidden stone village. You know that, don't you? Yuzebo Jishui knew it all too well, but he had to feign ignorance, using the current situation to pressure the other side back into Konoha's fold. What you're saying hasn't actually happened. I believe Lord Guei-mu would never do such a thing. Am I right? Guei-mu's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly replied, Yes, yes, yes. We are military allies with Konoha. You of Konoha must protect me. As he spoke, his body slowly retreated. First someone comes to kill him, then someone comes to save him. Did they take him for a fool? While this later Konoha ninja tangled with the assassin, he could seize the chance to escape and seek refuge in the hidden stone village. Since you still acknowledge being an ally of Konoha, then good. Yuzebo Jishui's figure suddenly blurred, and the next moment he appeared before Guei-mu. His crimson three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly. Ugh! Guei-mu's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. An ordinary person could never withstand a Jinjutsu cast by the Sharingan, let alone one executed by a master of illusion like Jishui. Qingmuyu's blue pupils involuntarily contracted. The man who had just been trading blows with him on equal footing was now kneeling with a single glare from Jishui. What now? To fight or to flee? That was the question. Should he gamble that the other hadn't awakened the Mangekyo? Losing might not mean death, but he would surely have his information extracted by the Sharingan. Victory meant 20 million Ryo. If it's just a 3-tomo Sharingan. Having made up his mind, he spoke, stealing the kill like this makes it hard for me to report. Sorry, this is my mission. I can probably guess yours as well. Don't worry, when I return to the village, I'll report the truth. It won't implicate you. Who did he think he was fooling? The 4th and 3rd Hokage would surely rebuke Hanzō for meddling unnecessarily. Hanzō would be displeased and blame the Rain Village for incompetence, likely cutting off future dealings with them. This was the Rain Village's biggest client, his part-time boss Qing Muyu, and he absolutely could not afford to offend him. I have my mission too. Enough talk. Let's settle this with our skills. Seeing Qing Muyu's firm stance and battle-ready posture, Yuzhibo Jishui let out a slight sigh, grasped his sword in his right hand, and formed a seal with his left. There's no other way. Body flicker technique. He had watched the entire fight between Qing Muyu and Gue Mu, knowing that ordinary techniques would be useless against this opponent. So he went straight for his signature trump card. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, over a dozen figures of Jishui appeared on the field surrounding Qing Muyu and launching a synchronized attack. Here it comes. Water release, water formation wall. A circular water screen spun rapidly, firmly protecting him. Over a dozen Jishui passed through the water wall without any resistance, making Qing Muyu momentarily wonder if the other had also mastered Kinyui. Clang, clang, clang. Facing a group assault, he swung his blade so fast that it became a blur. When I attack, he's an afterimage. When he attacks, he's solid. Damn. A combination of taijutsu shadow clones and jinjutsu. Or was he freely switching his real body? It didn't matter anymore. In the ninja world, speed was everything. His body flicker and swordsmanship were also swift. Even outnumbered, he held his ground, as if truly fighting over a dozen opponents at once. Every technique has a weakness. Even Kinyui requires the user to materialize when attacking. This guy is strong. Jishui was also deeply shocked. Normally, using either the body flicker or the Sharingan alone could instantly defeat an average jonin. Yet this man was intercepting every one of his attacks through sheer speed. The two fought from the top of the canyon all the way down to the bottom, their blades flashing in a perilous dance. His strength and chakra far exceed mine. Continuing like this will be disadvantageous. I have no choice. With that thought, Jishui quickly leaped back, his hands forming seals at lightning speed, his chest swelling. Fire release, great fireball technique. A gigantic fireball came hurtling through the air. Qing Muyu landed lightly on the riverbed, forming seals in return. A massive water dragon rose from behind him, opening its jaws wide to swallow the fireball whole. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. In a place abundant with water, the power of jutsu could be unleashed to its fullest. The scorching heat instantly vaporized a massive cloud of steam. At that moment, a gigantic 3-tomo Sharingan suddenly loomed large through the mist. Did I get hit? Qing Muyu found himself instantly pulled into a blood-colored space, nailed to a cross with 7 or 8 enormous iron spikes. The shackling stakes technique was a low-end version of Tsukuyami. If this is all you've got, it won't be enough to hold me. He suddenly widened his eyes, unleashing a massive surge of mental energy. A flame appeared in the blood-colored space. Under Qing Muyu's control, the flame began to spiral clockwise, setting everything it touched ablaze. In just a few breaths, the fire spread throughout the entire space. Heartwheel illusion break release. Crack. The illusory blood-colored space shattered under the searing spiritual flame. In reality, only an instant had passed. This is the end. After casting the Jinjutsu on Qing Muyu, Jishui was about to walk away when he noticed his opponent's body only paused briefly before recovering. He was stunned. Impossible. How did he break my technique so quickly? I'll return those words to you. This is the end. Storm's breath, lightning burial. Lightning release chakra extended several meters along the blade, forming a massive thunderous sword. With the slash, it came down like a lightning strike upon the earth. Crackle. Body flicker technique. Yuzhibo Jishui activated his body flicker, using his Sharingan's perception to narrowly dodge the countless tiny lightning bolts spreading through the void. Then the enemy attacked again. Whoosh whoosh. A stream of high-density water droplets tore through the air, mowing down everything in their path. Water release, water buckshot. Jishui simultaneously hurled shuriken with both hands, then formed a seal and spat out flames. Fire release, phoenix, sage fire claw crimson. With precise control from the Sharingan, he coated each shuriken with flames, combining cutting power and searing heat for dual damage. It was like the claw attack of a savage beast. Bang bang bang. The water buckshot was completely intercepted. The sheer precision made Qing Muyu want to curse. Uchiha Shuriken throwing technique. Damn it. His own attack trajectory was random, yet it was still intercepted with pinpoint accuracy, utterly unreasonable. His chakra was running low and he was starting to panic. Who knew if the opponent might suddenly awaken his eyes in a desperate moment and turn the tables on him? A genius with the Sharingan was easily provoked. Beep beep beep. Suddenly a whistle sounded from above the mountaintop. Qingmu Yu quickly formed seals. Water release water dragon bullet technique. Another massive water dragon rose from the river charging towards Jishui, who urgently mobilized his remaining chakra to counter. Fire release great dragon fire technique. An ultra-high temperature dragon, head made of flames, collided with the water dragon, and steam billowed once more. Yuzebo Jishui's Sharingan caught Qingmu Yu's rapidly retreating figure, but there was nothing he could do. While you were holding me off, your comrades already succeeded, didn't they? You should have taken out all of the opponent's companions before the fight. That way, even if the main enemy was strong, this situation wouldn't have arisen. I was too careless. I must learn from this mistake. The mission had failed. Yuzebo Jishui decided not to linger any longer and turned to head back toward the land of fire. Huff, huff. When Aokiyu arrived at a hidden cave panting heavily, Liang Taijini and Xiaoyu were already waiting here. Besides this, director Yinayu was performing chakra surgery on Guemu, the leader of the boar group, who lay on the ground. Captain, are you alright? They had never seen their captain in such a state, a testament to the opponent's strength. Aokiyu waved his hand. I'm fine, just a bit depleted in chakra. The opponent was from the Uchiha clan, it couldn't be helped. You're impressive to be able to escape unscathed after facing an Uchiha alone. Yinayu praised. Earlier she had been knocked unconscious by just a single glare. Aokiyu said, I'll leave the target to you. Whether to kill or spare him is your decision. Our mission is complete. Liang Tai and the others took out the scrolls containing the corpses of the boar group, handed them to Yinayu, and then discreetly withdrew from the cave. Only then did Yinayu speak. I will report everything truthfully to Lord Tuanzang. Rest assured the benefits promised to your Rain village will not be shortchanged in the slightest. I naturally believe that. The Uchiha are truly detestable. They nearly ruined Lord Tuanzang's plan. You must report it accurately. Damn Uchiha, may Tuanzang bite you to death. Yinayu was sharp-witted and immediately caught the implication. Is this guy also from Root? Earlier she had assumed he was someone commissioned by Tuanzang to carry out assassinations, since that was the Rain village's specialty. Understood. I'll handle the rest. Alright, we'll withdraw first. After Aokiyu's squad left, Yinayu immediately transmitted the intelligence back to Root through a special channel. Upon receiving the confirmed information, Tuanzang immediately went to find the third. Risen, the leader of the boar group, secretly went to the hidden stone village to form an alliance with Inoki. Here is the evidence, see for yourself. As he spoke, he took out the alliance treaty obtained from Guemu. Yuanfei Risen took the scroll, quickly scanned it, and sighed. He had long guessed that Tuanzang would secretly send someone. Without beating around the bush, he asked directly, what's the current situation? The leader of the boar group, Guemu, has been captured by my men. He has realized his mistake and decided to continue standing with our hidden leaf village. Tuanzang said smugly. The process of realizing his mistake was undoubtedly full of twists and pain. Originally the plan was to kill him, but unexpectedly the Rain village people were so effective that they captured the target alive, which pleased him greatly. Then let it be. I'll convey this to Shueimen. Humph. Tuanzang snorted coldly and turned to leave. Being Hokage is not so easy. Trying to push him out of the power center. They're too young. The Root member saw Tuanzang come out and quickly approached, whispering, Lord Tuanzang, we've found out. It's Uchiha Shursui. He just returned to the village. So it's him. No wonder the third is so confident. But it doesn't matter anymore. In the end, a ninja's worth is determined by strength. With that, he walked slowly into the dark corridor. In the Hokage building, the fourth Hokage sat behind his desk listening to Shursui's report on the mission. Failed? It was my failure. Uchiha Shursui replied frankly. Well, this matter involves Elder Tuanzang. There's nothing to be done. It's not your fault. You've done well. I heard that the war between the village and the Hidden Mist village is not over yet. I wish to apply to go to the front line to hone my skills. Wolfgang Shueiman nodded and said, very well. I hope you can take this opportunity to enrich your combat experience. You've worked hard, go rest for now. I'll take my leave then. Shortly after Uchiha Shursui left, Yuanfei Risen walked into the Hokage office. The Uchiha clan grounds located in the central area of the Hidden Leaf village were brightly lit. Shursui first went to report to the clan head, and on his way out he encountered a 4 or 5-year-old child in the garden. Shursui, you're back from the mission. Shursui smiled. It's you, yeah, just got back reporting to the clan head. You keenly noticed that Shursui's smile was forced and asked, did something go wrong with the mission? For this precocious younger clansman, Shursui had nothing to hide, and explained, yes, I encountered a troublesome fellow who broke my illusion technique. Can even the illusion of the Xiaolunyan be broken? You asked in surprise, having experienced Shursui's mastery of illusion. You remember every technique has weaknesses. The Xiaolunyan, as our clan's bloodline limit, is undeniably powerful. But that doesn't mean we can ignore all opponents. Always staying cautious is the way of a ninja. Facing Shursui's advice, you nodded heavily and etched it into his heart. In a while I plan to go to the southeastern mist front to gain experience. Don't slack off in the village. Get along with your classmates at school. You be careful too. Having been taken to the battlefield by his father at the age of 4, you deeply understood the terror of war. I must also work hard to become stronger and keep up with Shursui. On the other side, Aoki, you led his team back to the Hidden Rain village. This mission was completed successfully, and the village received a substantial income. To show mercy, Xiaonan specially granted his squad a few days off. In the following months, the Hidden Rain village experienced no more attacks, remaining very peaceful. People's lives returned to normal, but the Rain country underwent earth-shaking changes. Pei-in began a secret purge sweeping from south to north, clearing out all forces large and small. Whether they were righteous or evil, regardless of their banner, they were all crushed. The Hidden Rain Guard added several new duties. Among them, the reconnaissance squad gradually expanded into an intelligence department, conducting comprehensive surveillance over the Rain country. In addition, a corpse collection unit was established to handle the bodies of enemies after suppressing rebellious forces, processing them uniformly. This was to conceal intelligence. Among them, especially high-quality corpses would be transported back to the village and stored in a tower in the Western District. At first, the various organizations in the Rain country didn't take this seriously. The Hidden Rain village was not the first to suppress them. Over the past decade, such anti-crime operations had been carried out many times. Which one hadn't ended up anticlimactic? No one expected that this time the Hidden Rain village was serious. After half a year, almost all forces large and small had been cleared out. Pei-in fulfilled his promise of peace to the daimyo. Before he could send someone to explain, the daimyo proactively sent people to the village to offer goodwill and financial support. Tu Avenue. The Rain Butterfly Karaoke. Lord Ag, let me drink this first. You can drink as you please. Aoki Yu picked up a glass of wine, tilted his head to down it, and then said, you should stay a couple more days this time and fully experience the special services of our Hidden Rain village. Ha ha ha. You're all so enthusiastic. How can I be so impolite? Sure, Tianxi, as the finance minister of the Rain country's daimyo's court, came this time to reopen the communication channel between the daimyo and the village, and also to assess the village's current state. This new village head named Pei-in, did he really have the ability to manage the Hidden Rain village? What he actually saw was far better than expected. Compared to the era of Banzong, both the economy and the people's living and mental state were much improved. At that moment, the madam led the girls into the room. Lord Yue, these are the most beautiful women in the shop. You've seen them all. Each one is what they call. Yes. BBW. Tonight they will serve only you and this esteemed guest. Yo. Well. Seiki Miko Yuikana, you four stay first. The others wait a moment. Yes, Lord Yu. Lord AG, first meeting. May I ask your preference? I trust my brother's judgment, ha. Sure, Tianxi didn't look young, and in fact he wasn't young at all, estimated to be nearly 70. People like him, the older they get, the more they prefer the young and shy types. Aoki, you deliberately chose 2 women in their 20s and 2 in their 30s, and sure enough the old lecher's gaze lingered on Miko and Kana. Miko and Kana, though young, were seasoned in reading the room. They immediately walked over to Sure Tianxi and sat down on either side of him. Miko was responsible for pouring wine while Kana held the glass and fed the client. Their division of labor was clear. My lord, let's drink together. 1 sip for you, 1 sip for me. All right. But I prefer you drink first. Then I'll drink yours. When it came to pleasure, Sure Tianxi, having navigated officialdom for decades, knew plenty of tricks. Were it not for his status, he would have shown off many more skills. You're so annoying. Kana pretended to be angry and swung her pink fist, lightly tapping Sure Tianxi's chest with perfect control, afraid he might choke and die on the spot. It was estimated that this old man was hard only in his fingers, nowhere else. He was just all talk. When it came to real skills, the women of the Hidden Rain village's famous brothels, karaoke bars, and bubble bath houses, who hadn't heard of Lord Yu's prowess. Seiki and Yui also sat next to Aoki Yu to accompany him. Aoki Yu waved to the madam and said, take the other beauties out to rest. Everyone who came gets a tip of 1,000 Rio. Put it on my tab. Thank you, Lord Yu, the beauties said happily. Just showing up for a bit of presents and getting a tip. Where else could you find such a deal? Lord Yu, if you need anything, just let me know. The madam led the others out of the private room quickly. Seiki signaled Yui to continue drinking with Aoki Yue while she stood up and walked to the front, saying, Lord Yue, what song would you like to hear this time? Aoki Yu turned and asked, Brother Eiji, what song do you like? Sure Tianxi had just been fed a sip of wine by Kana and mumbled, anything is fine, but seeing them reminds me of my first love. I see. Seiki, sing that song, Love Only One Person in a Lifetime. Western District Tower. How is it going? It's all arranged. Aoki Yu is accompanying that old man for food and drink. They will depart for Jingdu early tomorrow morning. That's good. Then we can proceed with the Zhao's plan. Tomorrow you will bring him the items. We've received several commissions recently. Xia and Zhao have already started their missions. Aoki Yu, such a capable hand, cannot be left idle. Since the village no longer needs him, quickly transfer him to work in the Zhao. Understood. Xiaonan deeply agreed with this. What could escape her eyes in the village? This guy had let himself go since reaching adulthood. Within half a year, he had ravaged all kinds of entertainment venues in the village without any restraint. Some people put on a serious face during the day, but once deep in the night, they sneakily shuttle through various entertainment venues. They call it stimulating consumption. The night passed quickly. In the morning, after having breakfast with Ningxi, he arranged an escort team to accompany him on the journey, and only then did this reception come to a successful end. He rushed excitedly to report his achievements to his leaders. Minister Ingxi repeatedly praised the village under Lord Pei'an's rule. There should be no problem with the daimyo. That is all. Xiaonan watched Aoki Yu recounting the process with a flushed face, occasionally gesturing enthusiastically at the highlights. You must have been exhausted last night. Hard work. Unexpectedly, this guy actually thought she was comforting him. He nodded and said, indeed it was quite a hassle until late at night. But since it's for the village, a little hardship is only natural. It seems you indeed had a lot of fun. You've completely forgotten the 3 prohibitions of ninja, haven't you? Absolutely not. This is for work, otherwise how could someone with strong self-discipline like me be tempted by wine and women? Diplomacy is just like this, you know. Facing Aoki Yu's lame excuse, Xiaonan dismissed it with disdain and reminded him, I just want to tell you, as a ninja of the Yu'in village, you must always be vigilant. Forgetting the past is betrayal. There are still too many people in this ninja world suffering from the wounds of war. The path to peace is still far away. Yes. Lady Xiaonan has great foresight. Your words have awakened me from a dream. I was wrong. I shouldn't have laid flat, shouldn't have indulged in the current comfort. Damn Yi. They are the root cause of all chaos. Aoki Yu was full of indignation. Watching this guy who appeared to agree but actually didn't take it seriously at all, Xiaonan only felt sad. Feeling sorrow for this country, this village. Perhaps Mi Yin felt the same way back then. The vast majority of people, upon hearing the Zhao's goal of creating peace, their first reaction is crazy, leaving behind mocking backs. In the entire Yu'in village, except for Chongmin and her, no one really believed that Pei'an could quell the rebellion and unify the Yu country until this day finally came. People only remember the one who once spoke of his dreams when they see the results. But when it all began, everyone just laughed it off, dismissing it as the ravings of a madman. I hope you truly think that in your heart. Sad as she was, life had to go on. After all, this guy was still useful. Xiaonan comforted herself with that thought. I have always thought that way. I have long had the resolve to strive for peace in the ninja world. The village and the Yu country having today is all bestowed by Lord Pei'an. I and everyone else not only say this with our mouths, but also truly think so from the bottom of our hearts. Don't be glib with me. Pei'an is a person who values practical actions more than words. If you cannot continuously demonstrate your own value, you will bear the consequences. Good heavens, she already knows how to squeeze employees mentally. Verbal intimidation plus strength deterrence. Aren't you afraid? That's quite a coincidence. Lord Pei'an and I complement each other. Aoki Yu hurriedly said, but I am just an intern now, unable to access core missions, no way to serve. Anxious. Willing but unable. A ring symbolizing a core member of the Xiao was handed to Aoki Yu by Xiaonan. Now you have this opportunity to show yourself. This? So sudden. I haven't mentally prepared yet. Aoki Yu rubbed his hands, unsure whether to take it. Sure enough, after all that lecturing, this was what she was waiting for. I have to say, truly worthy of you, Lady Xiaonan. You have passed the Zhao's assessment. Pei'an has recognized your strength. From today, you are a core member of the Xiao Code named Qinglong. Any questions? No. My loyalty to Lord Pei'an is known to the whole village. To serve Lord Pei'an is my honor. Aoki Yu reached out and put the ring on his right index finger. Then he draped the black robe with red clouds prepared by Xiaonan over his shoulders and struck a pose. It fits quite well, huh? Indeed. I was born to save the ninja world. This is my mission. What is this? Nail polish. No. Men wearing nail polish looks too effeminate. As the village's diplomat, I have to maintain an image. Xiaonan frowned at this, but ultimately did not insist, not even mentioning the scratch on the headband. She lowered her head, picked up a document, and began reading, making her intention to dismiss him very clear. By the way, Lady Xiaonan, isn't there something missing? What's missing? The sense of ceremony. I remember when Xie joined, everyone was present, and the leader personally received him to show importance. Isn't this too casual for us? Can't have workplace discrimination. Xiaonan replied. Xie is a genius puppeteer from the Xiaoyin village. Naturally, we had to show sufficient respect to recruit him. It was just a formality. You are originally from the village, what do you need a ceremony for? I see. Then forget it. I don't really care about these things anyway. Well, it's getting late, I'll head back now. Aoki Yu waved his hand and leisurely left the office. Xiaona sighed, tossed the document onto the table, swiveled her chair, and stared blankly at the rain outside the window. After a moment, she composed herself, turned back, picked up the document, and buried herself in work again. To fulfill Mi Yan's last wish, she had really exhausted herself for this village. But some people just couldn't be lifted up. The slightest relaxation made them want to lie flat. On Aoki Yu's way back, many people noticed the change in his attire and were secretly amazed, for this was the exclusive clothing of the Angel-sama. They all speculated whether this first advisor of the Yuin village had received Lord Peian's favor again. Good morning, Advisor-sama. Lord Yue, good morning. Captain, good morning. Good morning. Along the way, countless people greeted him warmly. To those he knew, he replied. To those he didn't, he just nodded. He went home rested, and in the afternoon, went to the training ground to start training. Now that he had become a full member of the Shao, he would inevitably begin taking on dangerous missions, so he needed to further improve his personal abilities. In terms of sage arts, more than a year had passed since he first absorbed natural energy into his body. After repeated torment, his body could barely endure it. More time was needed to deepen the assimilation. As for mental energy, it was the foundation of his strength. Through years of continuous refinement and strengthening along with further physical development, he had achieved a significant leap. It was at least several times that of a ninja of the same level. Ordinary genjutsu simply didn't work on him. In terms of physical prowess, the growth rate had declined since adulthood, no longer making rapid progress as during the period from 15 to 18, but he still had to persist in physical training. Even an ordinary person without a bloodline limit, if they could train their body to a certain level and combine it with exceptional mental ability, would basically not have to worry about chakra. His sword technique had reached a bottleneck. Unless his mental strength or sage art broke through, it would be difficult to make a big improvement. For now, the only aspect he could improve was ninjutsu. Creating a new ninjutsu from scratch is too difficult. In the past few years, he had only developed one lightning release ninjutsu, Yulei. Next, he would continue to work on this technique, delving deeper and strengthening it. Just like the Rasengan, which later led to the Great Ball Rasengan Rasen Shuriken and various elemental Rasen Shuriken, as well as Orochimaru's snake-style ninjutsu. In other words, ninjutsu actually doesn't need too many variations. Choose a technique with potential, continuously strengthen it, and you can derive a series of techniques to deal with various situations. Yulei is a mid-range offensive ninjutsu. There are two directions for strengthening. One is to increase chakra output, allowing the lightning serpent to evolve further, transforming into Lei Long or Lei Shun. The other is to combine with other elements similar to the water dragon bullet technique combined with lightning. By leveraging the strong plasticity of water, shape transformation becomes easier. He sorted out these ideas in his mind one by one, then began to invest energy in verification. Just 1 month after Aoki Yu became a full member of the Shao, and couldn't wait to assign him a mission, afraid he would rust. Well, get ready. Tomorrow you'll go on a mission with me. Where to? What mission? Xiaonan replied with anxiety, the Jiangji Gua. I'll tell you the details when we get there. Oh. Since Xiaonan didn't want to say, Aoki Yu simply didn't bother to ask. The Jiangji Gua is a small island nation focused on the research and production of ninja tools, providing standard weapons for major ninja villages. It is located south of the Land of Fire, near the Wuyin village and the Boji Gua. Departing from the Yuji Gua, they traveled south along the Chuanji Gua, between the Fengji Gua and the Huiji Gua, then took a sea ship directly. Half a month later, a pair of blue-haired men and women in black robes with red clouds stepped onto the pier of the Jiangji Gua. The woman had her hair in a bun with a delicate face, unsmiling, and looked quite conservative. The man was more exaggerated, with thick blue hair flowing down his back, a long sword at his waist, and a great samurai demeanor. Coupled with his handsome and dashing face, he drew frequent glances from passers-by. Who is this? A ninja? Someone murmured. A companion shook his head. Ninjas don't look like this. He's more like a samurai from the Taiji Gua. He doesn't seem ordinary. Could it be a swordsman master? Probably going to the Jiangren Siyuan to find Master Tai Xian for sword forging. Possible. After all, weapons forged by him are sought after even by those ninjas. Craftsman country primarily relies on supplying weapons to the major ninja villages, then purchasing grain, cloth, and other daily necessities. Maritime trade is flourishing as ships come and go incessantly at the docks, with people of all races and attire appearing, making the locals quite well traveled. At a small eatery, Aoki, Suki, and Konan chose a seat by the window. Honored guests, first time in craftsman country. What would you like to eat? The small restaurant was not large, but its interior layout was unique, with tables and chairs polished spotless. The owner, a man in his 50s dressed in a white chef's uniform, greeted them warmly upon seeing them enter. We're here on a tour. What local specialties do you have? Tell us about them. Our most famous dishes are various raw fish sashimi. We also have charcoal grilled mackerel, shrimp tempura, crab salad, and for staples, miso udon noodles and salted fish fried rice. Clear soup is complimentary. Oh, I love salted fish. Give me 2 portions of salted fish fried rice, 1 serving of squid sashimi, and 1 charcoal grilled mackerel. Aoki Suki quickly listed his order, then turned to look at Konan. Crab salad and miso udon noodles, Konan said. The shop owner nodded. Please wait a moment, I'll prepare them right away. Aoki Suki sighed with envy. I envy that. If only our rain country were on an island too far from war, where we could catch fish and shrimp when hungry, and and run a small business to entertain tourists to get rich. How wonderful that would be. Conan gave Aoki Suki a cold glance and said, "You're being too optimistic." According to Intelligence Craftsman Country is one of the important weapon production sites in the ninja world. Whenever war breaks out, the 5 great ninja villages strike them first to prevent their opponents from acquiring weapons here. Isn't that a bit too immoral? The ninja world has always been like this, trampling on the lives of people from other nations for the sake of one's own country's interests. That's why a new order is needed. As the messenger of the god, he was indeed a staunch defender of order. So what are we here for? To forge ninja tools preparing for the new order. Conan was clearly unwilling to elaborate. I thought it was some big mission making it so mysterious. Anyone could have been sent. A man like me is meant for great things. Great things? You mean going to places like that? He knew this wouldn't be easily brushed aside. As someone loyal to love and friendship, he measured others by the same standards. In Conan's eyes, anyone who went to entertainment venues was no good, vile, dirty, disgusting. A man should be as upright as Yahiko. Aoki Suki explained helplessly, "You think I wanted to go? It was for work, I had no choice. Let's move on and we need to look forward. As my superior, you should have enough magnanimity. It's normal for a subordinate to make mistakes occasionally. Just give me a hint and help correct my direction, that's all." Conan turned to look out the window, not wanting to speak. If she hadn't seen that certain man sneaking off to the bathhouse at night many times, she might have actually believed his nonsense. After a while, the restaurant owner brought the prepared food, and Aoki Suki began to eat heartily. Having drifted at sea for over 10 days eating nothing but soldier pills every day, he was starving. "Hey, why aren't you eating? Honestly, it tastes good. You're hungry, go ahead and eat." Conan would never casually eat unfamiliar food. She would wait until Aoki Suki ate first to confirm it wasn't poisoned before she would eat with peace of mind. Just as she had told Nagato, that guy Aoki Suki was quite useful at critical moments. Like now helping her test for poison. Logically, someone from Amegakure skilled in assassination and a guard of Hanzō should be instinctively wary of poison. But in reality, he didn't seem worried at all. Even the Predapath couldn't eat as much as him. Like a whirlwind, he devoured all the food in an instant. Gulp gulp. He downed the free clear soup the owner provided in a few mouthfuls, then said, "Boss, your clear soup is really good. Give me another bowl, please." "Thank you very much for the compliment. I'll get you another bowl." The owner was used to customers who liked to take advantage. Such a handsome face wasted. Only after Aoki Suki finished his second bowl of clear soup, without any unusual reaction, did Conan pick up her chopsticks and begin eating slowly and delicately. It seemed she would take a while to finish. Aoki Suki simply lay back in his chair, rubbed his belly, and took a short nap. Suddenly, a familiar chakra entered his perception range. This feeling. Is it Uchiha Shursui? Aoki Suki slowly opened his eyes, stood up, walked to the counter, and placed money on it to pay. He turned to Conan and said, "Take your time eating. I'm going out for a walk to digest." Without waiting for Conan's reply, he walked straight out of the small restaurant and chased after the direction where that chakra had disappeared. At the docks, several large ships were loading cargo, with dock workers continuously carrying boxes onto the vessels. Uchiha Shursui hid in a concealed corner, and by comparing the draft of the ships, he quickly identified his target. The weapons and supplies destined for Kirigakure should be on those 2 ships. The orders from the staff headquarters were to intercept these supplies and sink them, but that would also mean the deaths of everyone on board. Shursui planned to act near the dock so that the crew could at least survive. After a while, with a horn blast, the 2 ships slowly sailed out of the harbor toward the deep sea. They had traveled less than a few hundred meters when, boom, 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 violent explosions occurred on the sides of the ships near the waterline. Seawater rushed into the holds through the breached areas, and the ships began to list about to capsize. The crew ran and shouted, jumping into the sea and swimming toward the dock. After sinking one ship with explosion tags, Shursui landed on the water surface and ran toward the other ship, intending to sink it using the same method. Water-style hidden mist technique. Suddenly, a thick, white mist rose over the sea, enveloping the ship. Shursui stopped in alarm, thinking, so Kirigakure indeed sent someone to escort them. At that moment, a fierce whistling sound rang in his ear, its momentum astonishing. Whoosh! Shursui's body vanished, instantly reappearing not far behind the attacker. He formed hand seals and spewed a fierce flame from his mouth. Fire-style great fireball technique. Boom! A blade as large as a door panel cleaved through the fireball, and the resulting gale tore the flames apart, leaving the wielder unscathed. The decapitating carving knife. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Seeing the uniquely shaped sword before him, Shursui was startled. He hadn't expected Kirigakure to send such a formidable opponent. You Uchiha brat, daring to destroy our supplies. Quite bold. Bibera Juzo raised the great sword and rested it on his shoulder, secretly sizing up his opponent. He did not underestimate the other just because he was a child. The 7 ninja swordsmen had once suffered a great loss because an opponent looked like a nobody, and only 3 of them survived. Shursui manifested several shuriken in both hands and threw them at Bibera Juzo. Without checking the result, he began running in circles around the ladder, rapidly forming hand seals. Body flicker technique. Bibarajuzo used the broad blade of the decapitating carving knife to block the shuriken, then saw that the enemy had multiplied into over a dozen figures charging at him. Is this Konoha's shadow clone technique? Kirigakure ninja had fought Konoha ninja many times, and they were very familiar with each other naturally, having summarized their own experiences. Using the hidden mist technique against an Uchiha could disrupt their vision, and as long as one couldn't see, they wouldn't fall for genjutsu. Boom. Bibarajuzo used the weight and large surface area of his sword to strike the sea surface, sending up a spray of water that surged outward, trying to block Shursue's multi-pronged attack. However, the water spray passed right through the opponent's body. Not a shadow clone of Phantom. Clang clang clang. But reality once again overturned his understanding. Every enemy's attack was solid and real. What is going on? Could it be another freak? Bibarajuzo found himself in a situation of being ganged up on, and in the blink of an eye he was kicked over and fell into the sea. As a Kirigakure ninja, he naturally wouldn't drown, instead gaining a chance to catch his breath. Through the clear seawater, he could see the opponent standing on the water surface moving with the waves. The enemy was clearly a cautious one. Bibarajuzo quietly approached, gathering chakra in his hand to condense the surrounding seawater into a water bubble. Water-style water prison technique. Just as he was about to throw the water bubble at the enemy, so close the opponent suddenly lowered his head, and a pair of blood-red pupils pierced through the seawater directly into the depths of his soul. Demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. Ah! Bibarajuzo cried out in shock, his eyes bulging bloodshot. He found himself back on that day, being crushed by that green figure. That fear was deeply embedded in the deepest part of his heart, unforgettable for a lifetime. Gurgle gurgle. Unconsciously, seawater kept pouring into his mouth. His body grew heavier and slowly sank into the depths of the sea. After an unknown amount of time, a bright light suddenly appeared in the darkness, and he felt a hard kick to his stomach. Wah! Cough! Cough! Bibarajuzo opened his mouth and vomited a large amount of seawater, coughing violently. After a moment, he recovered and found a blue-haired young man standing beside him with his decapitating carving knife stuck in the ground nearby. Did you save me? Who are you? The supplies bound for Mist Hidden have sunk to the bottom of the sea. You won't have a good outcome if you go back. It was only then that Pipa Shirzong remembered he was still on a mission. Turning his head, he saw both ships capsized and slowly sinking. Damn it, that accursed Uchiha. If you have nowhere to go for now, why not join my organization? At least you'll have a place to stay. Qingmuyu proposed. Pipa Shirzong looked up and noticed the forehead protector hanging at Qingmuyu's waist. Rain Hidden, huh? I recall your Rain country is quite chaotic, with countless factions formed by rogue ninjas. What is this organization of yours about? Our Rain country is the last refuge for rogue ninjas. No one cares what you've done before, as long as you complete tasks on time, that's all that matters. You have plenty of free time otherwise. That's our organization, Akatsuki. Akatsuki. Sounds like an assassination group. Qingmuyu nodded. You guessed correctly, but our goal is to put an end to this wretched ninja world, to pierce the darkness before dawn with the light of daybreak. War breeds tragedy, tragedy breeds hatred, and hatred breeds new wars. This world shouldn't be like this. Heh, Akatsuki doesn't seem like a formidable organization. Such grand dreams are doomed to fail. Pipa Shirzong sneered. If a person has no dreams, what's the difference between them and a salted fish? Besides, even a salted fish can turn over one day. If a salted fish turned over is still a salted fish. Pipa Shirzong muttered, then said, but it doesn't matter. The 4th Mizukage will not let me off after this failed mission. I wasn't planning to return to that village anyway. Having a place to go now is not bad. Huh, that's the right mindset. Our organization has great benefits and no restrictions on members. Join us without worry. Qingmuyu was delighted. Being a headhunter felt great. I'm on a mission now. Go to Rain Country first, someone will receive you. By the way, my code name in the organization is Azure Dragon. Only then did he reveal his name. Pipa Shirzong was not a procrastinator. Having made up his mind, he hoisted the executioner's blade and left without hesitation. Who was that person? Conan approached and asked. One of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, the wielder of the broken blade, Pipa Shirzong. Oh, he just failed his mission and has decided to defect. A mist ninja? Were you recruiting him just now? Judging by their lively conversation, it seemed successful. What else? You asked me to help scout talent for the organization. I kept it in mind. He has agreed to join us in our grand cause. You should inform the leader and prepare to receive him. Conan looked at Qingmuyu in surprise. He had recruited one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, Pipa Shirzong, just during a meal. Whenever she found his shortcomings unbearable, he always managed to impress her in other ways. Got it. Let's go. We're heading to the craftsman village to find Master Tetsushin. By now the news of the sinking at the dock had reached the craftsman village, causing widespread concern. The village leader Sanmu was gathering everyone to discuss countermeasures. Someone said, Lord Sanmu, this shipment was bound for the Mist Village. The accident occurred after the ships left the dock. According to liability rules, it should not be our concern. That's true, but do you think the Mist Village will reason with us? Another retorted. Everyone nodded in agreement. Which of the 5 great villages ever acted reasonably? Cloud Hidden is domineering, Rock Hidden is ruthless, Mist Hidden is bloodthirsty, Sand Hidden is shameless, and Leaf Hidden is duplicitous. What should we do? They won't make us pay for it, will they? The payment is still half short. Mist Hidden is at war with Leaf Hidden. It's likely Leaf Hidden's doing. Damn it. Couldn't they choose a better place? They had to do it right at our doorstep. We're doomed. When have the 5 great nations ever considered our interests? Chill. Keep your voice down. What if the attacker is still around? Samu raised a hand to silence the discussion. At this point, dwelling on this is pointless. To be safe, have everyone expedite the restocking. I will communicate with the Mist Village first. That's all we can do, everyone echoed. One more thing, the Land of Iron is about to host the swordsmanship tournament. I discussed it with Master Tetsushin, and we'll send one person. The Land of Iron, as a coalition of many neutral countries, was powerful enough that even the 5 great nations dared not underestimate it. When the Big Brother hosts an event, the little brothers must show face. If the 5 great nations ever bully us, a word from the Big Brother is more effective than anything. But our village has no true samurai. Indeed, it's the age of ninjas now. Samurai have declined. What young person would walk that path? Samus said, everyone help find a candidate. Someone decent will do. It's mainly about showing attitude. That's all for today. Dismissed. The crowd dispersed in 2s and 3s, leaving the room quieter. Just as Sanmu was about to draft a letter to the Mist Village, a messenger arrived. Lord Sanmu, there are outsiders looking for Master Tetsushin to forge ninja tools. Sanmu waved his hand impatiently. Turn them away. We're swamped. There's no time for side projects. The village's survival is at stake. But, my lord, these 2 guests don't seem like ordinary people. They look like they have money. The gatekeeper had been given a hefty tip of 10,000 ryo. Why didn't you say so earlier? Show them in quickly. Samu changed his tune instantly. The craftsman village offered the finest service and attitude to every wealthy customer. Soon a man and a woman walked in. The man carried a long sword at his waist, exuding an air of unrestrained freedom. The woman was like a secluded orchid, her sharp gaze seeming to pierce through hearts. Definitely big spenders. I am Samu, the leader of the craftsman village. I hear you 2 are looking for Master Tetsushin to forge ninja tools. Chingmu nodded. Yes, we've heard of Master Tetsushin's superb skills and the astonishing power of his creations. We'd like to commission a custom ninja tool. As long as it meets our requirements, the price is negotiable. Samu was delighted. Master Tetsushin is the most skilled smith, second only to our village's founder Saimai. Please state your requirements. Follow me. The 3 walked deeper into the village, surrounded by the constant clanging of hammers, as every household was busy forging. Samu glanced at the long sword at Chingmu Yu's waist. Excuse me, sir, is that sword a standard weapon from the great forge of the Land of Iron? Yes, it is. Good swords are hard to come by, so I make do. Indeed. When I traveled through the Land of Iron, I saw many samurai. Judging by your build, you must be a master of swordsmanship. Samurai focus on explosive power. When their muscles tense, they radiate immense tension. A true master appears relaxed at first glance, but once they strike, it's like a thunderclap from clear skies, awe-inspiring. Huh. I wouldn't dare call myself a master, but I've yet to meet my match in swordsmanship. Samu's eyes lit up. The boast might be exaggerated, but based on his experience, this young man was undoubtedly formidable. Our village has a collection of fine swords. Later take a look and see if any catch your interest. Consider it a gift from the village. That's too kind. Chingmu Yu thought Samu was trying to sell him a sword by being friendly, but instead, he was offering one for free. This gesture left him momentarily speechless. Samu explained, our craftsman village is renowned across the nations for forging weapons. Countless people come seeking swords. For a true expert like you, it's our custom to present a blade as a token of respect. I see. As they talked, they arrived at a courtyard. Samu asked them to wait outside while he went in to announce their arrival. He soon returned. Please come in. Master Tetsushin is inside. I'll take my leave. Samu tactfully departed. Chingmu Yu and Conan finally met Master Tetsushin, a robust old man with a rugged face and short brown hair, sitting in the room drinking tea. So you're Master Tetsushin. I've long heard of your reputation and admired you from afar. Tetsushin waved his hand impatiently. Enough of the pleasantries. What ninja tool do you want forged? Any special requirements? I'll step out for a smoke. You 2 talk. Chingmu Yu left the room. If Conan wanted him to know, she would have told him. Conan, seeing Chingmu Yu's tactfulness, nodded inwardly. Perhaps she had been too harsh on him. He did have many merits. She took out a black rod and handed it to Master Tetsushin. Initially unimpressed, the more he examined it, the more astonished he became. After testing it, his mouth hung wide open. What is this? Even the highest grade or cannot achieve this level of chakra conductivity. Conan did not explain but said, I want to forge a chakra amplification device that can expand the range of chakra diffusion, allowing this black rod to receive it from a greater distance. How far? As far as possible, at least over 10 kilometers. Master Tetsushin fell silent. He had studied ninja tools for decades and seen all kinds of outlandish requests. This was the first time he had encountered a demand for such extreme range. The customer said 10 kilometers, but the actual expectation was likely several times that to be satisfied. Among the metals I know only one can meet your requirement: thunder vein black steel formed when iron ore is repeatedly tempered by lightning. It can occasionally be found at Thunder God Mountain in the Land of Iron, but it's purely a matter of luck. Before he could finish his cigarette, Xiao Nin emerged from inside. That fast? Qingmu Yu asked curiously. Xiao Nin shook her head. We need to go to the Tai Kingdom to find a certain forging material. Once found, would the master forge it for us? Without clarifying this question, how could one feel at ease? He never fights in unprepared battle. Qingmu Yu turned and went back into the room. As expected, Master Tieshin was looking at him with a beaming smile. He quickly pulled out a thick envelope from his pocket and placed it on the table. Master, sorry for the intrusion, just a small token of appreciation. What, Master? I'm just a grumpy old man. Tieshin glanced at the envelope handed over and said, You little brat, you have quite a few crooked ideas. But do you think I'm short of money? No, Master, you misunderstand. Although the matter hasn't been settled, yet we have still taken up your valuable time, so this consultation fee is only right. Consultation fee? Yes, just some tea money. Please accept it. Sweet talk. I can see that you are also a swordsman, but it's a pity your mind is not pure and you don't follow the right path. What a waste of a good physique. Master Tieshin gave a cold snort and stroked his beard. Master, you misunderstand again. Walking the straight path takes too long, has low efficiency, and high sunk costs. I'm taking a shortcut. 1 year of mine equals 10 years of others. I've been practicing swordsmanship for over 3 years now. Not to brag, but there are fewer than 5 people in the martial world who can reliably defeat me. Seeing Qingmu Yu's smug expression, Tieshin became furious. You're going to the Tai Kingdom to look for, or next, right? Since you're so impressive, go challenge Sanchuan. If you win, I'll forge your ninja tools for free when you come back. No. I was joking. Qingmu Yu was so scared, he almost fell to his knees. Sanchuan was a top-tier master of Iaido capable of killing Hanzō single-handedly. He couldn't even defeat Hanzō, let alone Sanchuan. Master, I've never had a famous teacher since I was young. I've just been practicing on my own. It hasn't been easy to get this far. Please change to a less difficult condition. He had boasted too much and had to play the sympathy card. Self-taught. Is that so? It seems I was being too hard on you. No, Master, you said that because you cherish talent and want to spur me on. How shameless. Master Tieshin sighed. The Tai Kingdom is about to host a swordsmanship convention inviting peers from various countries to compete. Our Jiangren village doesn't have anyone worthy to send. You can go on our behalf. It will be good for you to gain some experience. If you happen to win a few matches and meet Sanchuan, give him this letter. Master Tieshin took out a scroll from his drawer and quickly wrote a letter. Qingmu Yu promptly accepted it with both hands, knowing that the deal was done. As long as the materials were found, Tieshin would forge the ninja tools for free. Truly valuable things can never be bought with money. They must be exchanged for equivalent value. Don't worry at all. I'm best at handling such small matters. It's a piece of cake. Qingmu Yu stuffed the envelope into his pocket and strode out of Tieshin's room with an uplifted step. Seeing Xiao Nin waiting outside, he waved his hand grandly. It's done. Let's go to the Tai Kingdom. The two obtained a token representing Jiangren village from the village chief Sanmu, and then took a boat directly to the Tai Kingdom. The Tai Kingdom secured its foothold in the ninja world through its massive samurai army. The samurai class within the country still insisted on fighting with swords rather than ninjutsu. Of course, that doesn't mean they don't use chakra. They simply channel chakra into their weapons. Otherwise, relying solely on physical strength would be impossible to contend with ninjas. To encourage the young people of the country to persistently train hard in swordsmanship, a swordsmanship tournament is held every few years to boost enthusiasm. All participants receive travel expenses, and the top 10 get additional bonuses. A long line formed at the registration desk, with everyone proclaiming themselves swordsmen. Swords and blades are not distinguished as long as no ninjutsu is used. So many people are participating. The pressure is high. In the middle of the line, Qingmu Yu looked around, sizing up potential opponents. His core principle was stability. After arriving in the Tai Kingdom, they split up. He registered for the competition, while Xiao Nin went to look for the ore. In front of him was a young man about his age, dressed in a black striped samurai outfit with his chest open, wearing a ponytail, stubbly beard, and looking unkempt. Hey there, I'm Long Yue from Jiang Kingdom. What's your name? Tai Kingdom Daidao. Qingmu Yu looked at Daidao in surprise. So your brother Daidao. With such an aura, you're sure to win a good rank. Daidao secretly sized up Qingmu Yu and replied, You are strong. You will be a good opponent. Huh. To be honest, I came to the Tai Kingdom this time to challenge Sanchuan. Sanchuan? Daidao didn't seem surprised. Every year, too many people came to challenge Sanchuan, and none had succeeded. The top winner of the swordsmanship tournament would earn the right to challenge Sanchuan. Then I wish you good luck. If we meet on the stage, I won't go easy on you. Giving it your all is the greatest respect for your opponent. I look forward to crossing swords with you. After waiting in line for a long time, it was finally Qingmu Yu's turn. Jiangren Village Longyue. As he spoke, he handed over the token, proving his identity. This time, he was representing the honor of Jiangren Village. Although the village chief Sanmu had repeatedly said that just showing up was enough. But he couldn't really do that, he still relied on them to forge the ninja tools, so he had to achieve a ranking. The registrar checked his identity and recorded it faithfully in the book. 3 days later, the tournament was held as scheduled. Over 1,000 people signed up. The preliminary round was divided into 10 arenas where a King of the Hill format determined the 10 strongest. Those who went up first were destined to be knocked down. Qingmu Yu visited each arena and found that the holders of the first 4 arenas were not to be trifled with. Gongli, Jifeng, Sanshin, and Guamian. These samurai were all powerful and unique. Dai Dao took the 5th arena. After careful consideration, Qingmu Yu chose the 9th arena, where the overall strength was weak. Boom. He kicked the reigning champion off the stage and stood on it himself. Jiangren Village Longyue is here. You bunch of trash, anyone who wants to challenge me, come on up. Today I only want to beat you all to death, or be beaten to death by you all. They had seen arrogance, but never such arrogance. Everyone here was proud and ambitious. How dare he call them weaklings? Unbearable. Baka. So arrogant, I'll defeat you. A samurai with a Chanmage hairstyle angrily jumped onto the stage, gripping his sword with both hands and charging at Qingmu Yu. Clang. Qingmu Yu blocked horizontally, lightly deflected the blade to the side, and sent the man off the stage with a whip kick. He shouted loudly, I was wrong. You people are even worse than trash. Come on, I want to fight 10. This time the crowd could no longer hold back, drawing their swords and charging onto the stage. Bastard. Kill him. A guy like this. Forget about the samurai spirit, let's all go together. Kill. The one-on-one arena battle instantly turned into a one-against-many melee. People were constantly kicked off the stage, while others rushed forward one after another. Clang, clang, clang. Qingmu Yu kept swinging his blade, blocking all sorts of tricky sneak attacks from various angles. The samurai guarding the area immediately reported the situation to their superiors, and eventually the news reached Sanchuan. Lord Sanchuan, several powerful individuals have appeared in this tournament. They are likely all targeting you. It's been a long time since I last fought. It's good to stretch my limbs occasionally, Sanchuan said half-jokingly. Are there any decent talents this time? Chongjia understood that Sanchuan was asking about the samurai from within the Tai Kingdom. There's a young man named Dai Dao who is quite impressive. He is a successor of the Ichiryu school and is on the 5th arena. Sanchuan nodded without saying much. Soon half a day passed, and the 10 contestants were determined. In the afternoon, the draw began, dividing them into 5 pairs for battle. The next day, under a clear sky, the vast arena was filled with spectators watching the 2 figures in the center. The host Li Jiao announced, let me state the rules in the match. Aside from swordsmanship and associated physical techniques, no other hidden weapons or ninjutsu are allowed. Violators will automatically be disqualified. The first match of the finals, Jiang Kingdom's Longyue versus Gue Kingdom's Guamian. Begin. Qingmu Yu hadn't expected to be drawn for the first match. He had roughly observed his opponent's style, very fast with strange and tricky moves. Guamian wore a red demon mask, which looked a bit scary to children. The two stared at each other, both waiting for an opportunity to strike. Whoosh! A gentle breeze passed, and both attacked simultaneously. Guamian used dual swords, one hand to block and the other to attack, switching between offense and defense effortlessly, with seamless transitions, having reached a masterful level. Clang, clang, clang. Qingmu Yu's swordsmanship boiled down to one word: speed. In the world of martial arts, only speed is unbeatable. He was self-taught, never having systematically learned swordsmanship, and his mind held no fixed patterns or styles. So over the years he had focused all his efforts on speed combined with his physical strength. As a result, his every move was not only as swift as lightning, but also immensely powerful. The effect on his opponent was that after one exchange, Guamian's hands were trembling, and the edges of his dual swords had been chipped into a serrated shape. What's with this guy? His proud techniques were either blocked or dodged. In the first round of attack, he seemed to have the upper hand, but in reality he had lost. So facing Qingmu Yu's offense, he switched to defense. The stands were now deathly silent. Guamian's moves were dazzling, and many people thought that if they were in his place, they wouldn't be able to block them. Dai Dao sat in the contestant area, gripping his scabbard tightly with his left hand, thinking to himself, this guy is even stronger than I expected. The other contestants also had varied expressions, their thoughts unknown. From the main seat, Chongjia said, what a formidable young man. I can't tell which school he belongs to. Sanchuan shook his head. This fellow doesn't belong to any school. His sword strikes show no traces of practiced routines. Could it be self-taught? Chongjia exclaimed in surprise. He is probably a ninja. This swordsmanship is a killing technique tempered in real combat. Look, he has no unnecessary feints. While blocking, his eyes are fixed on the opponent's vital points, preparing a fatal blow. I see. Traditional samurai trained from childhood, wearing armor and practicing with bamboo swords. Over time, they develop muscle memory, and the traces of their school are very obvious. In the eyes of their peers, they are like symbols. Qingmu looked at the panting Guimian across from him, and said with a smile, "Old friend tired. My turn now. Don't get too cocky, kid. Come at me then." Guimian wore a mask hiding his expression, but one could imagine him grinding his teeth in fury. Huff. Qingmu took a deep breath, accelerating his blood circulation to mobilize his limb muscles, while covertly urging his chakra to flow swiftly through his meridians. Continuous rain breath, dragon chaser. Combining the body flicker technique with a rapid spinning motion, he unleashed a series of slashing attacks. The gale force wind wrapped around his body, making him look like a massive white dragon charging toward Guimian with its jaws wide open. With a roar, Guimian was forced back by the ferocious assault, yet the immense pressure ignited his own ferocity. A thunderous bellow stopped his retreat, choosing to counter head-on. Sun Moon United Heart, slash. Channeling all his chakra into his ultimate killing move, he swung his arms wildly like two spinning windmills. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, their weapons clashed hundreds of times, sparks flying in all directions. Bang! At one moment, the clashing abruptly ceased. As the smoke cleared, Qingmu stood beside Guimian, his blade pressed against the latter's throat. Only the hilts remained in Guimian's hands. The blades had shattered into fragments scattered on the ground. Huff! Huff! I lost. It's because my sword wasn't good enough. His tone was filled with resentment. In a battle between samurai, it was not just technique that mattered, but also equipment. Qingmu sheathed his blade and patted it, saying, "From the craftsman ninja village, every piece is a masterpiece. You should buy a couple of fine swords from our craftsman country." Oomph. Guimian let out a cold snort and said no more. Winning yet still peddling his own goods. Losing to such a mercenary merchant filled him with shame. Referee Li Jiao, seeing the outcome, walked over and announced loudly, "This match, craftsman country's Longwell wins." Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Though the two had only exchanged 2 rounds, the spectacle left a deep impression. The first round showcased superb offensive and defensive skills, while the second round perfectly embodied the art of rapid swordplay. The crowd thoroughly enjoyed it. Alright, next match, Frost Country's Gongli versus Iron Country's Daidao. Please have both contestants step up. The competition continued. Qingmu turned and walked toward the audience, stands through the exit. On the staircase, he met Daidao descending and greeted him warmly. "What a coincidence, old friend Daidao. Your opponent is a solid iron lump. I wonder if I'll still have the chance to meet you in the later rounds." Daidao seemed not to catch the schadenfreude in those words. He kept walking, and as they passed each other, he murmured 2 words in a low voice. "You will." His tone held only confidence in his own strength. Looking forward to your performance." Qingmu laughed heartily, thinking to himself, "This guy is a true samurai." When the crowd saw Gongli the samurai step onto the field, they immediately expressed displeasure. The man was clad in heavy armor, while Daidao wore only a thin coat. Too shameless. That's a foul. It doesn't seem to be against the rules to wear armor. Even so, you can't. There's no spirit of Bushido at all. After the referee announced the match, Gongli and Daidao assumed their stances, ready to fight. Suddenly Gongli said, "I've worn armor since childhood. It has become part of my body. If you think it's unfair, I can take it off." Daidao was not about to fall for such a cheap psychological trick. He replied calmly, "Such things are utterly irrelevant." Then, gripping his sword with both hands, he launched the first attack at Gongli. Facing this powerful strike, Gongli also held his sword with both hands, hefted his heavy broadsword, and swung it diagonally down. Bang! The blades clashed, and the recoil traveled back through the swords into their bodies. Crack! The ground beneath Daidao's feet instantly spiderwebbed with cracks, his mind shaken by the opponent's strength. To maximize his strength advantage, the opponent used a clumsy, heavy cleaver, adopting a brute force, overwhelming tactic, further fortified by armor. The opponent could attack 100 times without scratching him, but if he landed just one hit, his enemy would be down. As the two were locked in a stalemate, Daidao lightly flicked his wrists, redirecting the force of the blade to the side. Swish! His figure vanished from its spot, arcing in a semicircle to appear behind Gongli. Clang! The blade struck the thick armor with a violent clang. The blow to his back forced Gongli to stumble forward 2 steps. And that was all. No real damage was done. He swung his massive cleaver back in a sweeping strike, driving Daidao away and regaining his footing. Daidao frowned. Though it was only a probing exchange, he already sensed the opponent's tenacity. Even if he could break through the armor with a full-powered strike, he couldn't inflict further harm. Thud! 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 Gongli charged forward with heavy steps. Clearly he too had gauged Daidao's damage output and was now ready to counterattack. Daidao chose a strategy of evasive maneuvering. Engaging head-on in a contest of strength was unwise. He would exploit the opponent's lack of agility to circle behind him. Boom, boom, boom. He relentlessly attacked the head, the helmet's ringing vibrations disorienting Gongli's brain. The two tangled on the field. Gongli grew increasingly irritable and the weight of his armor and weapon drained his stamina rapidly. Half an hour later, Gongli collapsed to his knees utterly exhausted. Daidao was also in bad shape, completely drained. The sustained assault had sapped his strength as well. Referee Li Jiao slowly walked between them and announced, "This match, Iron Country's Daidao wins." TCH. The audience erupted in jeers. What was that? Watching him hammer a turtle shell for ages. So boring. Exactly. It was like a brawl between thugs. A samurai duel should be flesh and blood flying. The competition pressed on. The next 3 matches were relatively normal. By noon, all 5 matches concluded, and the top 5 emerged. Qingmu Yue Daidao Jifeng Sanshin and Fengye Sun. During the draw, Qingmu Yu got a lucky bye. Daidao fought Sanshin, and Jifeng fought Fengye Sun. The result, Daidao and Jifeng both won. Sanshin and Fengye Sun entered the resurrection round, where they could choose to fight Qingmu Yu. Sanshin, injured, voluntarily withdrew. Fengye Sun, confident in his speed, thought he could still put up a fight, but was effortlessly defeated by Qingmu Yu. Daidao Jifeng and Qingmu Yu advanced to the semifinals. The draw gave Qingmu Yu another bye. Have you heard the tale of the swift-wind swordsman? Jifeng, a middle-aged man whose face bore the marks of wind and frost, and whose sword was chipped and scarred, as if it might snap at any moment. Daidao shook his head. Never heard of it. Are you trying to say you'll beat me? It's not that I'll beat you, it's destiny's arrangement. Accept it. Jifeng's words were forceful, as if stating a fact. Let your sword speak for you. Daidao, unwilling to waste more breath on a war of words, raised his own blade ready to fight. Seeing this, Jifeng fearlessly drew his weapon. The two exchanged blows, and Jifeng unfortunately lost, too exhausted to continue. Thus the competition reached its final stage. Referee Li Jiao announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the thrilling final moment has arrived. Iron Country's Daidao versus Craftsman Country's Longwe. The victor will receive the highest honor for samurai awarded by the Swordsman Tournament, the title of Kensei. For glory, stake your lives and show us your full power. Fight! Fight!" The audience was in a frenzy. Daidao, initially underestimated, had fought his way through with blood and fire, gradually earning everyone's recognition, and now his momentum was at its peak. Qingmu Yue, from the very beginning, saying, "I want to fight 10," bulldozed his way through, plus a bit of luck, to reach this point. Who would claim the title of Kensei? Begin. Qingmu Yu spoke first. "Old friend Daidao, I never imagined we'd be each other's final opponent. This is fate's arrangement. When we queued up, you were ahead of me. In my experience, the person in front is usually the stepping stone for the one behind. What twisted logic was that?" Daidao's temples bulged with veins. He had fought all the way here only to be told he'd lose because he stood in front when queuing. Shameless. One after another, they all bullied him, an honest man. Even if the fate you speak of truly exists, it should be the one in front who ultimately wins, right? A brilliant psychological counter. Heh, you can choose not to believe me, but the results will show you who's right. Qingmu Yu smiled and drew his long blade, quietly activating his breathing technique. Even though he knew psychological warfare was useless against a samurai with a will of steel like Daidao, he would still try. You never know when it might tip the scales. Slicing rain. After several matches, both sides had gradually gauged each other's strength. No need for probing, they went straight at it. Combined with the body flicker technique, his powerful horizontal slash tore the air into a massive crescent blade of white light covering several meters. Facing this attack, Daidao stepped forward, holding the scabbard in his left hand and the hilt in his right, assuming a draw-cut stance. Clang. The moment the crescent blade reached him, he drew and struck. Boom. The two forces were evenly matched. Qingmu Yu's charged strike was intercepted by Daidao's lightning-fast draw, almost like an inch punch. This guy is indeed a tough nut to crack. A master reveals his skill the moment he acts. Qingmu Yu had long anticipated Daidao's prowess. They were evenly matched in the art of the blade. During the battle, he learned that Daidao was a successor of the one-sword style. If they failed to defeat him in the initial onslaught, and he managed to hold his ground, Daidao would gather his momentum and unleash a decisive strike. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Daodao's figure vanished from sight, and a calm voice sounded from behind him. One-sword style flash. A silver-white blade gleamed with chilling intent, the air tearing like fabric. Rainstorm suction, reverse fong. A massive blue fong formed by chakra and swirling air thrust upward to meet the lightning-fast strike. Boom. The violent collision caused a thunderous explosion in the air. Amidst the raging gale, a white dragon head suddenly burst forth. Dragon chaser. Roar. Facing the relentless storm of slashes, Daodao retreated swiftly, swinging his blade left and right to parry like a lone boat in a tempest on the verge of being capsized by giant waves. Daodao had seen this technique before and silently assessed it, finding no good countermeasure but to endure it head-on. Cold rain breath, piercing clouds. Before the attack subsided, Qingmu Yu's breathing rhythm changed, his spine suddenly tensed, and his blade transitioned from a slash to a thrust. Facing this unexpected, earth-shattering thrust, Daodao seemed to have anticipated it. The first step in one-sword style training was to cultivate courage, to face the blade without flinching, thus unleashing a desperate counterattack. He stepped sideways, spun his body once, and struck downward with the momentum. One-sword style shadow sever. Qingmu saw a flash of light before his eyes. Crack. The new blade he had just obtained from the village of craftsmen was severed. It was the first time since his mastery of the blade that someone had broken his sword in battle. He had always been the one to break others' weapons. Damn. When he originally designed this move, he never imagined encountering someone so fearless, daring to dance on the edge of a blade. Now, Rain Cutter. With only half a blade left, chakra extended from the broken edge, completing the remaining part, launching a desperate counterattack. Rain Cutter was a technique that required close range to ambush the enemy. What a... Dao Dao was shocked. After his own desperate counterattack severed the opponent's blade, he thought victory was secure, but the opponent followed with a similar desperate maneuver. He barely managed to step back and raise his blade vertically before him. Crack. Without the reinforcement of power and technique, the pure blade had limited defense and could not block the opponent's horizontal slash. It snapped. Splash. The chakra-formed air blade swept across his abdomen, leaving a deep wound, blood spraying. Dao Dao knelt on one knee, clutching his abdomen with one hand and propping his broken blade with the other, letting out a cry of agony. Wow, Dao Dao is injured. It's over, he's going to lose. He was about to win just now. Get up. Keep fighting. Some of Dao Dao's supporters couldn't help shouting. Perhaps because they were both from the land of iron, they emotionally hoped their own samurai would win the final match. From the main seat, Chongjie commented, to launch a desperate counterattack under those circumstances, both of them have top-tier adaptability. Sir, the outcome is decided. Should we stop the match? Mifyun shook his head. In a battle between samurai, injuries are inevitable. Unless one party is unable to fight or voluntarily surrenders, others should not interfere. But continuing the fight is meaningless. This young man possesses the most important trait of a samurai, knowing his own path and remaining loyal to his way. As he spoke amid everyone's anticipation, Dao Dao tied his wound with cloth and gripped his sword with both hands, ready to fight again. Dao Dao, why put yourself through this? Qingmu said with a complex expression. Dao Dao took a deep breath and replied, giving your all is the greatest respect for your opponent. You told me that. This next strike is my strongest. Very well. Let's settle it with one blow. Qingmu held the broken blade vertically before him. Though without Rain's enhancement this move's power is diminished, it's still enough for you. Moon Shadow. With powerful will he controlled chakra, condensing it on the blade, erupting blinding white light. Through extreme speed slashes he unleashed a massive crescent-shaped vacuum blade. Only those with exceptional chakra control could achieve this. One-sword style sky-splitting slash. Uniting man and blade, he drove the weapon with steel-like martial while delivering a mountain-splitting strike. The strongest offensive technique of one-sword style. Boom. The black broken blade cleaved through the massive crescent blade, but it could not withstand the air shockwave that accompanied it. The broken blade wavered like a candle flame in a storm, as if it could be extinguished at any moment. Alas! Dao Dao sighed inwardly. The broken blade could not unleash the full power of this strike. Just as the crescent blade neared Dao Dao's body, it veered off and dissipated before cutting into the ground. In a daze, he seemed to see a dark world with a bright moon hanging high, filled with steel jungle-like structures accompanied by the sound of flowing water. Is this a mental attack? I didn't expect your martial will to be so powerful. I lost. In the final strike, both had inexplicably used techniques that fused martial will. This is the path every samurai must take after honing their blade to the extreme. If one cannot understand their true inner pursuit, they will be stuck here. Qingmu sheathed his blade and comforted, Dao Dao, your strike was also very powerful. It even cut off a strand of my hair. Who? Dao Dao, enraged, spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Heh, that guy's psychological defense has finally been breached by me. Qingmu secretly glanced at the torn cloth on his shoulder. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have lost an arm. His hair, tempered repeatedly with chakra, was tougher than steel wire. In the stands, Mifyun nodded approvingly. Both young men have touched the realm of sword intent in their blade arts. Excellent. They've reached that level. Chongjie exclaimed in amazement. Among the samurai of the entire ninja world, only a handful could touch this domain. Once one reached this level of swordsmanship, their strength would undergo a qualitative leap, and ordinary ninja were no match for them. This was the martial realm every samurai pursued. The referee Sato knelt beside Dao Dao, checked his injuries, and waved for the medical team to take him for treatment before announcing the result. The outcome is decided. I declare Longwe the winner of the final of the swordsmanship tournament. The entire audience rose to celebrate this moment. Longwe, Longwe. Thank you all for your support. Thank you, thank you. Qingmu kept bowing to the audience. The more humble he was at this moment, the better his reputation would spread. The fame earned through competitions was more inflated than the titles gained in battle, but he wouldn't complain. From now on, his name would circulate among samurai. Some casual fans took the opportunity to come to the arena for photos with Qingmu and he gladly agreed. He was busy for nearly an hour before the crowd dispersed. Lord Longyue, Lord Mifyun has prepared a banquet for you. Please follow me. All right. Being received by a legendary figure, Qingmu Yu naturally did not dare to be negligent. Although he had boasted about challenging Mifyun, it was just talk. Mifyun's strength completely overwhelmed his current self. He wouldn't seek trouble. Arriving at the banquet hall, he saw many people seated, including the top 10 of the tournament. Even Dao Dao was present despite his injuries. As the guest of honor entered, everyone cast curious gazes, some resentful, some intrigued. I am Longyue. I pay my respects to Lord Mifyun. This is a letter from Master Taishin entrusted to me. Qingmu Yu took out the letter from his chest and handed it over, aiming to strengthen their connection. Indeed, after reading the letter, Mifyun nodded solemnly. I understand the matter. I will intervene. Your purpose has been explained in the letter by senior brother Taishin. Do you have any requests? As the winner of the swordsmanship tournament, as long as it was reasonable, the Iron Samurai Corps would be willing to oblige. Qingmu Yu then stated the purpose of his visit to the Land of Iron. Tomorrow I will send someone to assist you. However, as far as I know, this ore is hard to find and depends entirely on luck. I understand that. Thank you for your generous help, Lord Mifyun. Mifyun nodded. The village of craftsmen could never produce such an outstanding talent. This young man was clearly sent by Taishin to represent the village in the tournament. This was of little consequence. Your sword art has reached a very high level. I hope you can stay true to your heart and advance further. Qingmu Yu replied, comprehending the way of nature, borrowing the power of heaven and earth, and integrating my own martial will. This is the path I will take next. My blade can be faster and stronger. Severing the void itself with a single slash was his ultimate goal. It seems you have a clear vision of your path. That is good. Mifyun nodded with satisfaction. After a brief exchange, the banquet began. Qingmu Yu sat down beside Dao Dao and took the initiative to say, Dao Dao, keep up the effort. Don't give up. Next time no one will compete with you. It felt somewhat boastful. Dao Dao had adjusted his mindset. He took a small sip of wine and replied, I participated in the tournament to hone my sword art. Rankings aren't important. I'll travel through various countries afterward and won't participate again. I see. Then we'll meet again if fate permits. Dao Dao clearly had his own path and couldn't be tricked into joining the terrorist family. Qingmu Yu could only give up reluctantly. The next day, the warrior squad escorted Qingmu Yu toward Mount Thunder God. It was a massive mountain range in the northern part of the Land of Iron, perpetually shrouded in dark clouds and battered by fierce winds, yet it also kept the invasion from the Land of Lightning at bay. It had become the most crucial northern barrier of the Land of Iron, with a warrior legion stationed permanently at the mountain pass. Qingmu Yu had no intention of having these warriors accompany him in searching for he had no idea how long it would take. Once inside the mountain, he sent them back. The tallest and largest peak. Amid the overlapping ridges and peaks, one mountain rose higher than the next, a dizzying sight. After Qingmu Yu chose a high mountain to climb, he finally glimpsed his destination. He entered the mountain range at noon and reached his destination at night. Truly, the mountains seemed to exhaust the horse. Perhaps due to the harsh environment, vegetation was sparse and snow even lingered in some places. At night, the weather suddenly changed with thunder and lightning. Qingmu Yu found a cave and lit a fire. Damn, this is too rough. Thankfully, I brought some roast chicken and rice balls. Before setting out, he had guessed that this would not be a 1 or 2 day affair, and not wanting to eat soldier pills, Qingmu Yu had brought enough food to last several days. Just as he finished heating the food, a swarm of paper butterflies flew into the cave. Conan had indeed found him. Though only a few days had passed, her face was weather-beaten, showing she had endured much hardship in the mountains, her eyes filled with exhaustion. Why did it take so long? Her tone was full of resentment. Having lived in the Land of Water for so many years, suddenly coming to this bitter cold land was understandably difficult to adapt to. Well, there were quite a few participants in this competition, so it couldn't be helped. The moment the tournament ended, I rushed over without a second's delay. You must be hungry. Eat something. Qingmu Yu tore half of the roasted chicken and handed it to Conan. Conan, who had been eating soldier pills for several days, could hardly bear it anymore. She shot Qingmu Yu a fierce glare, then found a rock and sat down. By the way, I brought bread and rice balls. Which one do you want? Obviously, who would choose bread when there were rice balls? Conan picked up a large rice ball and ate it with the chicken. How's the search going? Qingmu Yu asked, making small talk. I asked around. People have indeed found that kind over here before, mostly by luck. Some have searched for years without finding any. If you can't find it, keep looking. Conan replied, her tone resolute. Perhaps because she had eaten her fill. Qingmu Yu instantly regretted bringing the roast chicken. He should have let her continue eating soldier pills. Of course. For the organization, for peace, even if I have to stay here forever, I'm willing. Tomorrow morning. No, right after I eat, I'll go check. Having heard such words too many times, Conan chose to ignore them. How did the samurai competition go for you? Take a guess. Mentioning this, the smile on Qingmu Yu's face was almost impossible to suppress. Look at your smug expression. You must have gotten a good rank. Conan knew Qingmu Yu's swordsmanship skill well. Even without using ninjutsu, he could defeat an average jonin, let alone those samurai. Ha ha ha. Truly worthy of Lady Conan. You guessed it right. I luckily defeated all opponents and secured first place, earning the title of Sword Saint. Sword Saint. Conan found the title unique to the samurai, unfamiliar and somewhat unimpressive. Just a group of samurai abandoned by the times, clinging to their former glory. I heard the number of samurai is decreasing year by year, and many have switched to become ninjas. Indeed. Since the Sage of Six Paths founded the ninja order after over 1,000 years of development, ninjas have become the protagonists of the new era. Perhaps in a few decades a new power system will emerge and ninjas like samurai will be abandoned by the people. In times of peace, who would willingly train hard every day? The ninja profession was mostly a necessity for survival, and most met a grim end. Even without ninjas, wars would still happen. Conan murmured. Qingmu nodded. Of course, war has little to do with power systems. In the samurai era, wars were frequent too. There are only so many resources. To expand, you have to wage war to seize them. Human desires are limitless. When you're tired of fighting, you stop. When you recover, you keep fighting. Is there no way to achieve lasting peace? Unless every country possesses a weapon so devastating that using it would mean mutual destruction. Everyone would be afraid, and no one would start a war. But small-scale conflicts will still occur. Peace is relative. Every era has its own concerns. It's not for us to worry. As they spoke, Qingmu Yu had finished half the chicken, eaten a few rice balls, and drunk a glass of water. Dinner was over. Conan was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Do you have any dreams?" Qingmu Yu was startled, instantly on guard, and replied earnestly, "My dream is peace in the ninja world. I've told you before. Stop lying. You're not really interested in peace. By the way, your dream used to be becoming Hanzō's guard, right?" Conan began to expose his old stories again. That was out of necessity. But it's different now. I've seen the light. In this life you have to do something. I want to fight for peace. Fine if you don't want to talk. Rarely did she feel like chatting, but this guy was guarding against her like a thief. Huh. It's getting late. For the leader, the organization, and the peace of the ninja world, I'm off to mine. You rest first, don't wait for me. Qingmu Yu's figure vanished from sight faster than a fleeing rabbit. This guy. Conan had to admit that his speech was slick, frivolous, and unserious, yet when it came to actual work, he was incredibly efficient and remarkably steady. Sometimes he would even spout profound truths. The only thing was that he was impenetrable, unlike Yahiko and Nagato, whose thoughts and actions she could predict. Qingmu Yu was always inconsistent in word and deed, and his behavior was unpredictable. He seemed to be able to chat with anyone, yet he had not a single true friend. After leaving the cave, Qingmu Yu secretly patted his chest. Having a heart-to-heart with a woman? Absolutely not. There were countless traps waiting for him. One moment they might be talking intimately, the next she might turn hostile. The best course was to flee. Rumble. Dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, yet few bolts struck the ground. Master Tetsushin said that thunder-patterned tungsten is, or struck by lightning, similar to lightning-struck wood. If I search where lightning gathers, I might find it. With that thought, Qingmu Yu walked along the mountainside toward the area where lightning was most concentrated. Crack. Boom. The occasional massive lightning bolt made him tremble with fear. Compared to these natural phenomena, the lightning release created by chakra was like a firefly to the moon, utterly incomparable. He witnessed a huge rock shattered by a cluster of lightning. When he went to inspect, only blackened debris remained. The ore that survived such a strike must be of extraordinary purity. At this rate, I'll never find the right piece. I'll just forge it directly with lightning. With enough quantity, I'll succeed eventually. Indeed, Qingmu Yu had prepared a backup plan before coming. Relying on heaven would starve him to death. He had to take the initiative. Guided by the principle that there are always more solutions than difficulties, he came up with this method. Using a magnet to test each stone, he finally found a large rock with a high ore content. He took out a pre-prepared iron antenna from his backpack and stuck it into the rock. Zzz. Crackling with lightning, he channeled electricity into the antenna. A thunderbolt from the sky was attracted and struck directly. Boom. Ooh. Even though he disconnected in time, it was too late. Lightning traveled faster than nerve reflexes. He lay on the ground, twitching like a seizure for a while before recovering. If he hadn't used lightning release to ground the current, he would have been charred. Phew. Did it work? Zzz. Amid the rubble, a fist-sized stone crackled with electricity, its fractured surface showing lightning patterns. I'm a genius. Haha. Compared to aimless luck, this method, though risky, was highly efficient. Next came the repetition. And so the scene that followed was lightning striking the mountain in a regular pattern, accompanied by agonized screams. Large rocks with high ore content were scarce. After toiling until late at night, Qingmu Yu had only gathered 5 or 6 pieces of thunder-patterned tungsten steel. Though his face was etched with exhaustion, his eyes burned brightly. He clenched his fists, feeling power surging through his body. Getting struck by lightning isn't all bad. It allowed me to discover the method of lightning release body activation. Whether it was an illusion or not, he felt his body was a mass of lightning, every cell in a state of extreme excitement. He could now draw down sky lightning without an antenna, and if properly guided it, could become a powerful offensive technique. Sasuke's Kirin worked on the same principle. Wait. This is... Chingmuyu's perception was now incredibly sharp. He sensed a restless lightning power resonating with him nearby. Could it be some treasure? With excitement, he followed the sensation and stumbled upon a hidden cave entrance from which light occasionally flickered. Passing through a narrow passage, he arrived at a large chamber. Is this a shrine? Within the vast pitch-black hall, a colossal deity statue stood at its center. Clad in warrior armor, its eyes blazed with fury, a sword in its right hand and a hammer in its left, while an iron ring behind it bore 8 evenly spaced flames. It looks a bit like the thunder god himself. A thick layer of dust had accumulated on the floor, as if no one had come to offer sacrifices for a long time. Crackling, crackling. Faint blue arcs of lightning emanated from the fissures of the stone sword in the statue's hand. Sensing the treasure, Chingmuyu leaped onto the statue's arm and drew his broken blade to chisel open the hilt of the stone sword. Inside, he found a sword hilt, just as I thought it was hidden inside during casting. A flash of lightning struck from his hand onto the stone sword's blade. With a crash, the rubble scattered, revealing a single-edged straight blade. The sword was slender, its surface crackling with electric currents, as if absorbing the power of thunder. Chingmuyu immediately converted his chakra into lightning nature and poured it in, only to find it a bottomless pit. The sword was like a parched desert, and his meager input could not fill it. So he went outside and used an antenna to channel the lightning from the sky. With a thunderous rumble, a thick bolt of lightning was drawn down, and the sword floated up, bathed in the electric surge. In an instant, all rust vanished, leaving the blade gleaming and brand new. What a fine blade. Could this be the legendary Thunder God's sword? Looks a bit odd. The blade was slender, resembling both a sword and a saber. Having had his previous blade broken in the village of artisans, he now encountered a new one, likely one of the 3 sacred tools alongside the Kusanagi sword and the sword of Tatsuka. Overjoyed, Chingmuyu discarded his broken sword. Such was his fickle nature. Seized by a sudden impulse, he began practicing swordsmanship on the spot, discovering that when he infused it with lightning nature chakra, no control was needed. The blade automatically activated its lightning power, amplifying and releasing the force. For instance, the thrusting technique, Cloud Piercer, was at least 3 times more powerful than before, while Thunder Burial expanded its attack range 5-fold. Other techniques that relied on water nature were not significantly enhanced. Exhausted, he sat down to meditate, cultivating immortal arts and refining his spiritual energy. Unbeknownst to him, a crimson sun rose from the east. It's dawn. Time to head back. When Chingmuyu strolled back into the cave, he found Konan sitting by the fire eating rice balls, preparing for another day of mining. Where have you been? She doubted that Chingmuyu had actually gone looking for ores in the pitch darkness. Most likely he was avoiding her. What do you mean? I've been searching for or all night, exhausted. Chingmuyu stretched, grabbed 2 rice balls from the lunchbox, and started eating. Did you find any? Of course I did. They're all here. Take a look. Chingmuyu tossed a bag in front of Konan. Konan opened it with a look of surprise, then her expression changed. She took out one piece, examined it, and then checked the others in the bag. How did you manage this? She had been searching for days, and this guy had found a pile in one night. How could she not feel embarrassed? Chingmuyu shrugged. I just searched all over the mountain. But I've always been lucky, and I happened to find them. Liar. All this is luck. Konan pointed at the other ores in the bag. She didn't believe a single word Chingmuyu said. Otherwise, what was the meaning of her hard work these past few days? Wasted. Well, I was afraid they wouldn't be enough, so I tried my luck a few more times. Amaterasu's blessing, I really did stumble upon them. He certainly wasn't going to admit how close he came to being struck by lightning. If your luck is indeed remarkable. Seeing that Chingmuyu was unwilling to reveal the truth, Konan didn't bother to press further. After all, this man had never told many truths. As long as the ores were found, the process didn't matter. Alright, let's eat quickly, and then head straight to the land of craftsmen. Chingmuyu said. Konan nodded. They had been away for some time, and she was growing anxious. The two descended the Thunder God Mountain and rushed straight to the land of craftsmen. When they presented the ores to Master Tetsushin, he was also stunned. He had thought finding even one piece would be fortunate, yet they had brought back 5 or 6. Without wasting time, he immediately lit the furnace and spent half a month forging this special ninja tool. When they returned to the Hidden Rain village, another half-month had passed. Chingmuyu thought he could rest for a while, but then came a shocking piece of news from the ninja world. The 4th Hokage of Amegakure was dead. It was said that a natural disaster had occurred, and the 4th died to save the villagers. In an instant, the situation shifted dramatically. The disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage of Amegakure had triggered the 3rd Great Ninja War. What would happen this time? The fragile stability was once again thrown into tension. Danzo issued a top-secret mission demanding that Hanzō send agents to assist Root in assassinating the 3rd Hokage, clearing the way for his bid to become Hokage. Faced with this mission, Nagato and Konan hesitated. The third Hokage had been in power for decades, cunning and experienced. Was he so easy to assassinate? In all these years, the only successful assassination of a Kage had been by Sasori of the Red Sand. Unlike the previous mission to kill the leader of the Bozu, this was a doomed assignment, and the ensuing retaliation from Konoha would be more than the Rain Village could bear. If they refused, it might arouse Danzo's suspicion and prompt him to send agents to investigate the Rain Village. Meanwhile, an anonymous party placed an assassination mission in the black market targeting Uchiha Shisui with a deposit of 10 million ryo. The rule of the Akatsuki was that the deposit was non-refundable regardless of success. In the past year, Shisui had distinguished himself in battles against the Mist, completing multiple S-rank missions and earning the title Shisui of the Body Flicker. The mysterious party was likely from the Hidden Mist. Since the newly recruited Hoshigaki Kisame had suffered a major defeat at Shisui's hands, the mission required someone capable of countering Sharingan Jinjutsu. Sasori of the Red Sand accepted the mission, while Qingmu Yu was to collaborate with Root in assassinating the third Hokage. Since they were heading in the same direction, they traveled together. I heard you've also crossed paths with Uchiha Shisui. Sasori asked. As a genius himself, he was confident in his abilities, but facing a prodigy from the strongest bloodline clan in the ninja world, even he had to be cautious. He wanted to gather as much intelligence as possible. His body flicker technique is elusive and unpredictable, impossible to counter. Also, his Jinjutsu skill is extremely high. There was a saying in the ninja world, facing an Uchiha with two people was manageable, but facing one alone meant turning and running. Those who could solo an Uchiha were few and far between. I'll see for myself what makes his body flicker so special. Sasori was intrigued by this target. Many could perform body flicker, but Shisui was the first to make a name for himself with it. That meant there was something to it. Brother Sasori, once I'm done here, I'll come lend you a hand. No need. Near Amegakure they parted ways. Sasori continued southeast, while Qingmu Yu made contact with Root and infiltrated the village. The Ninetales rampage had destroyed much of Konoha's core area, but it also gave the village a chance to rebuild without the hassle of demolition. The Uchiha clan was forced to relocate to the edge of the village next to the prison, effectively treated as prisoners. Everywhere new houses were under construction. Qingmu Yu took a brief glance before being led into a secluded building. Rest here tonight. Don't wander. The village is under martial law and Umbu are watching everywhere, warned a Root operative. Qingmu Yu nodded. Got it. Getting caught under these circumstances would mean even Danzo couldn't protect him. Another covert objective of this trip was to gather information about what had really happened in Konoha. Qingmu Yu didn't need to investigate. He already knew the details of the Ninetales incident. The assassination was just a formality, a trap specifically set for Danzo. So he had no psychological burden and simply went to sleep. The night passed without incident. At dawn, the guide returned, leading Qingmu Yu to meet the Root members of this operation. They exited the village through a secret passage and headed to the ambush point. Qingmu Yu noticed a child wearing a cat-faced mask in the group. He guessed it was a young Yamato, Danzo's trump card for assassinating the third Hokage. He suspected it was also a display of strength to ally Hanzō. Would release his terror was no less than a tailed beast. Yamato noticed the gaze of the man in the panda mask and asked, "My code name is You're the assassination expert from the Hidden Rain, right? I heard you once fought Uchiha Shisui and escaped alive. Call me Moon. Actually, I fled in panic from Shisui. That guy's body flicker is absolutely unstoppable. Indeed. Some of our people have fought him and all lost to his body flicker." At that moment, the leader raised his hand and said, "We've arrived at the destination. Everyone pick your ambush positions." The group immediately scattered, some hid in the grass, others in the trees. After erasing all traces, the area fell silent once more. As time passed and the sun climbed higher, the atmosphere in the forest grew increasingly oppressive. A group of people appeared in view. The leader wore a Haori, a Hokage hat, and a pipe between his lips, his hands clasped behind his back as he walked slowly forward. The ambushers tensed. This was their target, the third Hokage. The third's group seemed oblivious to the danger, walking straight into the killing zone. Shuriken and kunai flew in from all directions. Clang, clang, clang. The third Hokage's escort immediately scattered to dodge the attack. Would release great force technique. Numerous wooden tendrils shot out from the canopy, aiming to strangle the third Hokage. With a thud, the pierced third Hokage was reduced to nothing but his Haori hat and a log. Substitution jutsu. At the same time, the sound of 1,000 chirping birds rose behind That's Kakashi of the Sharingan. The Root operatives recognized Kakashi instantly and realized they had walked into a trap. Chidori. Kakashi's hand blazed with blue lightning surging against the torrent of vines on the verge of striking a serpentine lightning bolt suddenly struck from the side. Lightning released lightning snake. Kakashi's Sharingan instantly caught it, and he hastily redirected the Chidori to neutralize the attack. After landing, he swiftly slid backward to create a safe distance. Kakashi fixed his gaze on the assailant hidden among the foliage. It's you. Though the figure wore a mask, the samurai attire and flowing blue hair were unmistakable. Kakashi's mind immediately recalled the rain shinobi he had once crossed swords with. The same serpentine lightning technique, now more potent and lifelike, indicated a significant improvement in the user's shape transformation of lightning nature. This realization greatly heightened Kakashi's pressure. As a fellow lightning release expert, he understood how difficult such mastery was. How dare you from the rain attack the third Hokage? Do you wish to start a war with Konoha? Rain? What rain? What third Hokage? Kakashi, have you lost your mind? Chingmuyu retorted. He was now the panda of roots serving Lord Hanzō. Has the fourth Hokage's warning already slipped your memory? If the fourth were still alive, I wouldn't dare. You. Kakashi was left speechless. Indeed, his teacher, the Yellow Flash, who had shaken the ninja world, was dead, and Konoha's deterrent power had waned. Who would heed the words of a dead man? Let's not waste words here. We thought an impostor disguised as the third Hokage was passing by, so we attacked. A misunderstanding. Let's disperse. Chingmuyu waved his hand. Kakashi, that sly dog, was too shrewd to be caught if he wanted to flee. I'll report today's events exactly to the third Hokage. Kakashi left a harsh threat and turned away with the Hokage's guards. I had been startled. Kakashi's speed was too fast. He hadn't reacted at all. Thank you for saving me just now. A trivial matter. We both serve Lord Hanzō. Helping each other is only natural. Chingmuyu knew that even without his intervention, Kakashi wouldn't have killed, since the first Hokage was the only one who had mastered the wood release secret technique. At that moment, the root captain approached. This assassination attempt has likely failed. Lord Hanzō. Undoubtedly, Hanzō would face the third's interrogation, a grave crime of attempting to assassinate the Hokage. The third has always been merciful. He probably won't trouble Lord Hanzō too much, someone replied in panic. Just moments ago, they had been plotting to kill the third, but now they hoped to survive by relying on his benevolence. It was said that root members were emotionless tools. Rumors were unreliable. Well, since the mission failed, I'll return to report to Lord Hanzō. Contact me if you need anything else. Chingmuyu greeted them and turned to leave, knowing he wouldn't be implicated. The root members exchanged glances, then trudged back dejectedly, like prisoners heading to the execution ground. The ambush and counter-ambush had yielded no advantage for either side. In the Hokage's office of Konoha, Hanzō sat in the Hokage's chair, gazing out the window, envisioning himself as Hokage. Sorry, I can't yield this seat to you yet. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice came from behind. What? Hanzō turned in shock. You? Aren't you supposed to be meeting the daimyo? A change of plans. You seem surprised that I'm still alive, said Hiruzen Sarutobi. Not at all. I heard you departed for the daimyo's mansion this morning. Hanzō broke into a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he found himself in a highly disadvantageous position. Someone informed me of an assassination plot along the route. The mastermind can be easily identified through investigation, and that would be a capital offense beyond doubt. At this point, Hiruzen's tone shifted. But the village is in a difficult time. I will let this matter slide. In return, I hope he will dedicate himself even more to the village's welfare. You still cling to your pacifism, Hiruzen. Your naivety will one day destroy you. Knowing he had escaped this crisis, Hanzō stood up and walked toward the door, saying, It has always been this way. You are the light, and I am the darkness. Where there is light, there must be darkness. Hiruzen replied. Undoubtedly, Hanzō had lost this round decisively. After parting ways with the root members, Chingmuyu did not immediately return to the Rain Village, but headed southeast, following the trail of Scorpion. On the other side, Scorpion had already arrived at the ambush point ahead of time. At that moment, Shisui Uchiha was unaware that the upcoming mission had already been leaked. Alright, according to the intelligence, this is where the Mist Assault Squad will pass. Now I just need to wait patiently. A series of mechanical clicks sounded and a dense rain of sunbon shot from all directions. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive high-temperature fireball instantly melted the incoming sunbon into molten iron. The Sharingan quickly located the enemy. These chakra threads. Are you a puppet master? Shisui Uchiha traced the chakra threads to Scorpion's hiding spot and hurled several shuriken. A bright silver scorpion tail shot out from the grass, deflecting all the shuriken. Scorpion, no longer hiding, leaped out, manipulating Hiriko. Who are you? Why attack me? Shisui Uchiha asked. Someone paid 30 million ryo to hire Akatsuki to assassinate you. I'm quite interested in the Uchiha body. I believe you'll become a valuable addition to my collection. Akatsuki. Mercenaries. Shisui Uchiha was not too surprised. Having made a name on the Mist battlefield, he had long been targeted for assassination. Killing me won't be easy. Once I catch you, I'll interrogate you thoroughly. Body flicker technique. In an instant, over a dozen Shisuis appeared in the field, all charging at Scorpion. Scorpion's Hiriko tail stabbed repeatedly, but he found that these clones, like shadows, passed through the attacks. They have no substance. Such strange clones. Yet the attacks from their blades were real. The Sharingan's dynamic vision easily spotted the weakness at the joints of the Scorpion tail. Some clones distracted while others launched fierce attacks on the joints. Crack! Crack! The scorpion tail was severed into several pieces, scattering on the ground. Jinjutsu Sharingan. One of the Shursui clones in front of Hiriko cast a Jinjutsu, but what greeted him was a puff of purple poison gas spewed from Hiriko, forcing Shursui's figure to retreat. The real body is inside. My Jinjutsu doesn't work. Your body flicker is impressive. Now let me show you my art. Having been easily turned around despite the ambush, Scorpion, his pride wounded, prepared to unleash his killing move. In an instant, over 100 human puppets were released, surrounding Shursui Uchiha, their blades dripping with purple poison. Red secret technique performance of 100 puppets, so many puppets. Even Shursui was shaken. He had never heard of a puppet master controlling so many simultaneously. With both body flicker and Jinjutsu ineffective, Shursui grew certain that this attack was specifically tailored against him. Fortunately, he still had a trump card. No choice. I'll have to use that technique. Died. Scorpion sneered. The puppets, armed with great swords, serrated blades, and spears, charged at Shursui. Susanoo. A violent explosion erupted, and a green skeletal giant appeared, casually swatting away the surrounding puppets like flies, crushing them. What technique is this? Scorpion exclaimed, deeply shocked by the sudden giant. The three Tomo and Shursui Uchiha's pupils converged into a four-pointed windmill that slowly rotated, blood trickling down his tear duct onto his face. With a single sweep of the giant's hand, the puppet Scorpion had painstakingly crafted were easily shattered. Numbers were meaningless against such size. In moments, over 100 puppets were completely destroyed. The green skeletal hand pressed down toward Scorpion's true location. A metallic clang rang out as a conical iron spike pressed against the giant's palm, halting the attack. Is this magnet release? Shursui murmured. As far as he knew, only a handful of shinobi in the world had mastered magnet release, and given the opponent's puppet master style, he was likely from Amegakure. Could this be? My art is no less than yours. The iron sand converged, and the cone rapidly grew and rose, pushing the green arm aside. Then vast amounts of iron sand dispersed, forming a black sea of mist. I have many ways to deal with the Sharingan. Based on the information provided by the organization, Scorpion had meticulously devised several targeted strategies. Susanoo didn't frighten him. This guy is after my dojutsu. Shursui's heart chilled. The black mist of iron sand severely obstructed his vision. Without the Sharingan locking onto the enemy's position, his ultimate technique of 1,000 arrows was useless. It's not over yet. Scorpion's voice rang out. Suddenly a whistling sound came from above, and a shadow fell. A massive cone descended from the sky, spinning rapidly with unstoppable momentum. The green Susanoo spread its arms to embrace the cone, but its chest defense was drilled open, though it finally managed to halt the attack. Shursui staggered 2 steps, nearly falling. At that moment, the cone suddenly scattered into sand, slipping from the Susanoo's grasp. In an instant, it transformed into dozens of massive iron stakes that crisscrossed around the Susanoo, restricting its movement. Perched upon a distant great tree, Chingmu, you had silently arrived at the battlefield, gazing at the collision between two prodigies with quiet envy. Holy crap! Brother Xia is amazing. I knew there had to be a way. While an ordinary person might have been terrified by the first sight of Shuzua Nunghu, Xia quickly overcame his initial shock and made a swift response. Truly worthy of being a top-tier rogue ninja who could single-handedly destroy a nation. Comparing people only drives one mad. It had been several years since Chingmu Yu transmigrated, and with the aid of his cheat, he was still only at the threshold between elite Jonin and Kage level. He clenched his fists until they creaked. He loathed his own mediocrity. But it won't be long. I too will soon possess such formidable power. Within his blue pupils, faint whirlpool-like patterns began to emerge. This was the sage mode on the verge of completion. Ever since he was struck numb by lightning last time, he had unexpectedly mastered the skill of physical activation. Whether it was due to breaking through a bottleneck, both his spiritual energy and physical abilities had seen breakthroughs. The sage mode, which originally would have taken years to master, was now nearly complete. In the arena, Jishui struggled within the Susanoo, but failed to break free. No, this technique is still too strenuous for me now. Every cell in my body aches. Blood continuously seeped from Jishui's eyes, painting his vision a crimson red. This technique consumed not only dojutsu power, but also chakra and physical stamina. A prolonged fight was inadvisable. Every technique had its weakness, so it was with the Mangekyo Sharingan, and so with the Iron Sand Magnet release. Fire-style Grand Fireball technique, roar. A massive fire dragon head erupted from the Susanoo's mouth, amplified by the Susanoo. Its terrifying heat was enough to melt steel. The iron sand rapidly turned red under the ultra-high temperature, dripping down as molten iron. After the fire dragon, Jishui followed up with several more fireballs, melting all the surrounding mist of iron sand. He used fire style to break my technique. Damn. Xia was inwardly shocked. The enemy's strength and intelligence were not inferior to his own, meaning today's assassination might end in failure. Just then the Susanu's form changed again. Muscles and skin rapidly covered the skeletal structure, and a red magatama appeared on its chest, slowly opening. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless emerald senbon condensed from chakra rained down upon Xie's true body like a volley of arrows. Without the mist to obstruct him, he was exposed to the enemy's sight. Xie hastily gathered the remaining iron sand into a wall in front of him, buying a moment to breathe. Before the Susanu's fist could fall, he swiftly fled. Bang! The smoke cleared, revealing only a deep crater. Xie was gone. He escaped. Uchiha Jishue suddenly collapsed in agony, clutching his eyes and letting out a scream. The emerald Susanu around him gradually dissipated. After a long while, the pain finally subsided. When Jishue raised his head again, he found his vision had deteriorated. He thought to himself, so this is the price of the Susanu. It was the first time he had fully unleashed this technique. By now Xie had fled a considerable distance before stopping to rest. Looking up, he saw a person sitting on a large rock ahead, startling him. He thought Uchiha Jishue had caught up. Brother Xie, you look quite battered. It's you. Of course Xie wouldn't admit defeat. He spoke first. Judging by your intact appearance, your mission to assassinate the third Hokage must have failed too. Yes, we were tricked. The third Hokage is cunning and used a substitute to fool us. Qingmu Yu admitted frankly. Your side doesn't seem to have gone smoothly either. Xie was a prideful man and pretended not to hear. The Shunshin no Jishue truly lives up to his reputation. I couldn't overpower him. This is close to the front lines of Konoha and reinforcements could arrive at any time. A prolonged battle is unwise. Qingmu Yu nodded in agreement. You're right. Both missions this time had formidable enemies. Failure is understandable. I believe the leader will understand our difficulties. Thus the two returned together and reported truthfully to Pain. Failure is unavoidable, the Deva Path's emotionless voice replied. The failure of both missions was anticipated. If the Sharingan were so easy to obtain, not a single pair would have remained unaccounted for all this time. Conan asked, what did you find out what happened in Konoha? I gathered a general picture. In short, someone suspected to be from the Uchiha clan somehow released the Nine Tails, destroying half of Konoha. The fourth Hokage died sealing it, and the Uchiha were consequently relocated from the village center to the edge near the prison under round-the-clock surveillance. So that's it. Uchiha. Conan seemed to think of something, glanced at the Deva Path, and they both silently guessed the same person. This is good for us, said Pain. Konoha will be busy dealing with its internal troubles and won't pay attention to the ninja world for a while. We must accelerate our expansion. Leader is right. Based on my understanding of Konoha, the Uchiha clan will be wiped out soon. This village's deterrent power in the ninja world will continue to decline. This is a golden opportunity for our organization to make great strides. Qingmu Yu clenched his fists in excitement. Now that he was a villain, he had to do what villains do. I hope so. Keep an eye out when you're out there. If you find suitable people, recruit them into the organization. Pain was satisfied with Qingmu Yu's operational ability and had already regarded him as the Akatsuki's HR responsible for talent acquisition. Understood. By the way, Kakuzu's partner died during a mission with him, Conan reported. Don't assign him a partner for now. Let him handle the affairs of the grass and waterfall countries on his own. Yes. In the dungeon of the Rain Village, Qingmu Yu once again visited the widow with daily necessities. Meitaojie, you know what? The Uchiha are about to be finished. Why, I just returned from a mission in Konoha. Someone released the Nine Tails from its Jinchuriki, causing massive casualties. The fourth Hokage died sealing it. That night, many people saw the Sharingan's imprint in the Nine Tails' eyes. What a... Kikuno Meitao was stunned by the news, unable to close her mouth. So, the Nine Tails rampage was controlled by someone from the Uchiha clan. Impossible. Konoha was founded by the Uchiha and Senju together. They love this village more than anyone. But people prefer to believe what they see. After the Nine Tails incident, the Uchiha were moved to the village's edge, living like prisoners under 24-hour surveillance. This is what you're saying true. Kikuno Meitao could no longer sit still and stood up nervously. Qingmu Yu added more fuel. The Uchiha, due to their work in the police force, have long been despised by the villagers. Those high-ranking officials who already bore grudges against them will only harbor more malicious suspicions. It's easy to imagine what will happen next. Why would something like this happen? There must be some misunderstanding. Konoha suffered heavy casualties this time. All this hatred will likely be pinned on the Uchiha. I can only go to Konoha occasionally. Next time I'll come ahead of time. What do you really want from me? Kikuno Meitao asked. She didn't believe Qingmu Yu was helping her so enthusiastically without expecting anything in return. Well, I really have no ulterior motive. Why don't you believe me? There's no such thing as unconditional kindness in this world. Spit it out. If I can help, I will. Qingmu Yu hesitated for a moment, then finally said, Meitaojie, do you know where Lord Hanzō's summoning beast the salamander is hidden? Xiao Yue, this is the real you. She had seen through Qingmu Yu from the first time he came to her shop to eat. This kid had a strong sense of purpose in everything he did, and she had been paying attention since then. As expected, Qingmu Yu grew rapidly to become a jonin. Meitaojie, don't keep me in suspense. You must know where the salamander hides. As long as you tell me, I'll tell you anything you want to know. At this point, Qingmu Yu no longer wanted to hide and decided to come clean. He wanted to strengthen his own power, and after thinking it over, he realized he lacked a summoning beast. I haven't been back to Konoha in a long time. Tell me about the current situation of the Uchiha. No problem. The current Uchiha clan leader is Uchiha Fugaku. He is powerful but indecisive, belonging to the Dove faction. After the Ninetales incident, he was coerced by the Hawk faction. It's only a matter of time before they embark on the path of a coup. Also, there's a genius among the Uchiha named Jishui. Qingmu Yu revealed most of what he knew to show sincerity. I didn't expect you to know so much about the Uchiha. Huh. This is the #1 clan in the ninja world. Out there on the streets, we have to know who we can mess with and who we can't. Kikuno Meitao didn't think much of his explanation. Slowly she said, actually, I am not a member of the Uchiha clan. I just have some connections with them. The Uchiha clan had flourished for over 1,000 years. Apart from the direct bloodline bearing the name Uchiha, many branch families had long shed the Uchiha surname. For example, Izumi's mother married a common resident of Konoha. If Izumi hadn't awakened the Sharingan, she would never have returned to the Uchiha. Kikuno Meitao was such a branch descendant. Later she was selected by Root and became a spy. Actually, I have no one left to care about. This. Qingmu Yu felt at a loss. Don't worry. I'll tell you where the salamander is. Its intelligence I spent a long time gathering and have never told anyone. Kikuno Meitao didn't know the exact location, but she deduced several possible spots based on the fragmentary information she had. The salamander's hiding place was a secret in the Rain Village. Sato Ichiro only learned of it after becoming a core guard. Meitaojie, you are truly my benefactor. Thank you. Qingmu Yu knelt down happily. Truly, she was his benefactor, always providing divine assistance when he needed it most. If possible, if you ever encounter any Uchiha clan members, please show them mercy, Kikuno Meitao replied. All right. Qingmu Yu replied solemnly. Heaven knew how much of a blow he had suffered this time outside, as long as there was a way to make him stronger, he would take it. Qingmu Yu did not rush to find the salamander immediately. Instead, he devoted himself entirely to studying the Sage Mode. Witnessing the might of Susanoo during this mission gave him a great shock. Summoning beasts were merely aids, while one's own strength was the foundation. He began to develop other nature transformations of chakra, such as earth release and fire release. He didn't seek mastery, only the ability to use basic ninjutsu, which could play an unexpected role at critical moments. Time passed slowly, and half a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, taking advantage of a mission, Qingmu Yu left the village and stopped by a large lake. Swish, swish. With a few flickers, his figure appeared in the center of the lake. He sat cross-legged on the water's surface, closed his eyes, and began to absorb natural energy. After a moment, the ratio of natural energy, spiritual energy, and physical energy reached 1:1. He felt a surge of immense power filling his entire body, involuntarily radiating outward, causing ripples on the water's surface. When he opened his eyes again, his blue pupils had turned into whirlpools, and surging spiritual power gushed out. This feeling, so powerful. Qingmu Yu clenched his fists, brimming with strength, as if possessed by a superhuman. The Sage Mode of Mount Mayaboku might carry toad features, while that of the Ryuchi Cave had snake features. The mode he had developed himself had no other features besides the eyes, nor did it have a systematic set of matching sage arts. It required further exploration. He slowly drew his blade and unleashed his strongest slash, yet upon the gradually calming lake. Heavenly cry. A streak of white light cut vertically into the lake like a waterfall falling from the sky. This was a natural phenomenon caused by the blade cutting through the air at extreme speed. Plop. The lake's surface was split in half like a piece of tofu, and through the cut, even the mud at the bottom could be seen. Then the highly condensed energy burst outward in both directions, and the lake water, compressed by this immense force, formed two huge waves that spread out. I wonder if this slash can cut through Susanoo's defense. It had been 5 years since he came to this world, and as he was about to turn 20, he finally had a trump card of his own. Just then a huge black shadow appeared beneath the water, where Qingmu Yu stood, suddenly opening a massive mouth to devour him. Body flicker technique. With a flash of lightning around his body, Qingmu Yu vanished from the lake's surface and appeared on the shore. In Sage Mode, his body flicker was incredibly fast. Boom. The giant beast missed its bite, and its body emerged from the water looking like a giant salamander. Salamander, so you were hiding here. Ha ha. Qingmu Yu laughed wildly to the sky. The lake water around him, controlled by chakra, slowly began to rotate, and in the blink of an eye turned into a cyan water dragon. Thunder. A blue ring of lightning rose from Qingmu Yu's body, turning into a lightning snake that merged into the water dragon's body. Sizzle. Sizzle. The water dragon seemed to be infused with the soul. A snake's scales appeared on its surface, lightning flickering on the scales, and sharp fangs and claws grew out. Thunderwater Dragon Bullet Technique, Roar. The Cyan Dragon let out a roar shot dozens of meters into the sky in an instant, then suddenly turned and dove down toward the salamander below. The salamander, seasoned in battle, was not afraid at all. It fiercely swung its tail and leaped up again, choosing to confront the water dragon head-on. Boom. It clearly hadn't expected the water dragon to be so powerful. Not only was it knocked flying, but the violent lightning paralyzed its entire body, leaving it unable to move. The water dragon crashed into the lake, its might like a tsunami raising meters-high waves and madly releasing energy in all directions. After a moment, the salamander floated up with its white belly exposed. Sizzle! Sizzle! Electric sparks occasionally appeared on its body's surface, and its limbs twitched. A water-blue curtain wrapped around the salamander's body and dragged it to the shore. You're called Jingfu, right? The elder Hanzō has already gone to the Pure Land. As a contract beast, you must know this. The salamander stared at Qingmu Yu with big eyes, struggling its limbs to break free from the hair binding, but found it couldn't. Puff! A cloud of purple poison mist sprayed from the salamander's mouth. Qingmu Yu quickly took out a gas mask from his gear and put it on. Alright, stop being stubborn. I came here today to sign a summoning contract with you, brother Jingfu. I was formerly Lord Hanzō's guard. When he passed away, he entrusted both the Hidden Rain Village and you to my care. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here. My strength doesn't need a summoning beast's help at all. You should have a deep understanding of that from earlier. After invoking Hanzō, Jingfu indeed stopped struggling. As a high-level summoning beast, its intelligence was not low. Seeing this, Qingmu Yu also retracted his hair and continued. This is Lord Hanzō's last wish. Of course, I will also respect your choice. Think it over yourself. Can't say too much, or I'll be exposed. A breeze blew, dispersing the poison mist. Qingmu Yu took off the gas mask. He generally didn't wear a mask unless absolutely necessary. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, stood aside, and slowly smoked, using the smoke to conceal his emotions. On the surface, he acted indifferent, but inside, he was nervous. The salamander tilted its head and thought for a long time, then carefully examined the gas mask in Qingmu Yu's hand. It was indeed exclusive to Hanzō's guards, and also the Hidden Rain headband hanging at his waist. I forgot to introduce myself. Qingmu Yu Jonin of Hidden Rain Village, currently the guard captain and village advisor. I'm actually very easy to get along with. Blah blah. Qingmu Yu talked about the Hidden Rain Village for a while until he got a bit thirsty, and then the salamander finally made its choice. Puff! It opened its mouth and spat out a black scroll. When unrolled, there were several names on it. The most recent one was startlingly Hanzō with his blood handprint on it. Qingmu Yu steadied his excited heart, acted disdainful, bit his finger to write his own name, and pressed his blood handprint, then secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally done. He rolled the scroll back up and tossed it to the salamander, who swallowed it in one gulp. At that moment, an invisible contract was established between them. Just as Qingmu Yu was about to turn and leave, unexpectedly the salamander opened its mouth again and spat out an even larger scroll. Without waiting for Qingmu Yu's reaction, it turned and jumped into the lake, disappearing. This couldn't be. Qingmu Yu's heart tightened, as if he had thought of something. He opened the scroll with trembling hands. It really is. Hanzō, you are such a bastard. Who would have thought that Hanzō had hidden all his secret techniques in the belly of a summoning beast? No wonder he couldn't find them even after searching through the village's secret technique library. Now all of these are mine. An unexpected yet reasonable surprise, which truly made Qingmu Yu overjoyed. It made him somewhat believe in the saying, the harder you work, the luckier you get. In terms of body flicker, he was most proficient in the taijutsu-type body flicker, followed by the lightning body flicker. Now he had obtained the water body flicker. His combat style would become more flexible and diverse. Also, there was the fire release exploding flame formation that he had always coveted. Once he developed the fire release nature transformation, he could use this technique in conjunction with detonating tags. How should he proceed from here? He would continue to deepen his swordsmanship with the goal of tearing the void with his blade, otherwise he would still be helpless against stronger enemies. Focus power on a single point hone technique to the extreme. Another direction was to use overwhelming force, based on powerful spiritual energy shape, with Een release and materialize Sage Chakra for attacks. It was useful against group battles, Susanoo, and tailed beasts. Finally, he needed to deepen his Sage mode further. The basic level's combat power and duration were limited. For instance, the Sage mode that Orochimaru later experimented on Mitsuki was extremely strong. This pointed the direction for Qingmu Yu's training. Anyway, as long as he trained hard with the help of Heaven Rewards Diligence, he would eventually be able to achieve it. The gains this time were truly enormous, even more perfect than expected. As long as he digested them, well, his strength could double again. As for the official missions outside, they were still assassinations. Whether it was due to a tradition, the main business of the Hidden Rain Village was assassination, and Akatsuki also developed in the direction of assassination, one in the open, one in the dark. Qingmu Yu's main business now was to act for Akatsuki. In the village, his title was advisor and captain of the guard, so he generally didn't need to take missions. After a year or two of silent development, Akatsuki had recruited many rogue ninjas, gaining a good reputation in the underworld, and business was increasing. The difficult ones were handled by Jiao Du Xiapipa Shizong and Qingmuyu. If they couldn't handle it, Pain would personally deal with it. As the organization expanded, Akatsuki set up secret bases in various countries to facilitate business. Many rogue ninjas wanted to join to earn commissions and gain protection. However, those who joined Akatsuki now could only be outer members. Fortunately, he had the foresight to join early, getting on the bus first and then buying the ticket. Now that his strength had improved, he would teach those who wanted to challenge and replace him a lesson with a fist as big as a sandbag. A week later, in the land of hot water at an Akatsuki base. This base had been established not long ago, and it recruited only new members with relatively weak strength. Lord Azure Dragon, you have arrived. Give me the detailed intelligence. The reason for coming to the land of hot water was that a heretic cult rebellion had occurred there. The daimyo had hired ninjas from other countries, but it was only a temporary solution. In the end, through the underworld, they found the rising Akatsuki. The name of this religion is the Jashin cult. It opposes pacifism, advocates achieving its doctrine through killing, and requires believers to kill everyone around them. This doctrine is really perverse, even more arrogant than us Akatsuki. How outrageous. Indeed, it's very perverse. Perhaps because the land of hot water has been peaceful for too long, the young people crave battle. After we sent someone to infiltrate, we discovered they were also stealing children everywhere for secret human experiments. Is that so? Then I'll have to investigate thoroughly. Qingmuyu narrowed his eyes. Haiden was probably a child around this time, and might be in the midst of experiments. He was also quite interested in the secret of immortality. Most of those who joined the evil god sect were unemployed drifters and petty thugs. Through the arrangement of his intelligence contacts, Qingmuyu smoothly became a member of the sect via an internal recommendation channel. He disguised himself slightly, appearing as a down-and-out samurai. Inside a cave, a hot spring flowed, emitting wisps of steam. Over a dozen people stood on the open ground nearby. These were the soon-to-be members, but they still had to complete an important ritual. That was to personally sacrifice the civilians they had captured before the Lord Evil God as a testament to their loyalty. Beneath each offering lay a pattern drawn in blood, a circle, enclosing an equilateral triangle. Presiding over the sacrifice was Priest Deju, a lecherous old man in a black hooded robe wearing a pair of thick glasses. Everyone offer your loyalty to Lord Evil God. Qingmuyu glanced at the offering before him, slowly drew his blade, and made a light cut on the victim's body. Suppressing his disgust, he licked the blood off the edge of the sword. His expression suddenly turned manic, and he shouted, "Lord Evil God, please enjoy the offering presented by your faithful devotee." With a thud, the blade pierced the offering's heart, then was yanked out violently. Blood sprayed from the wound, splattering all over Qingmuyu. Haha. This deranged behavior instantly terrified the others. Many of them couldn't bring themselves to do it, let alone lick the blood. Priest Deju hadn't even asked for that. Overachiever. Unexpectedly, Qingmuyu suddenly turned to the others and said, "What are you hesitating for? Are you not devout enough to Lord Evil God? Then I might as well sacrifice all of you to him." He made as if to swing his blade at one of them. Wait. That man was scared out of his wits, eyes wide as he frantically gestured, stammering, "I can do it too. I can kill. I'm not afraid to kill." He scrambled up, his hands trembling as he gripped the knife. Under the immense pressure of death, he let out a roar and began hacking wildly at the offering's neck. Thud, thud. Enough. Lord Evil God has felt your devotion. Qingmuyu reached out to stop the nearly broken believer, then turned to the others. And you, we can do it too. One by one, the rest gritted their teeth and sacrificed their offerings to the evil god. Priest Daju observed it all from the side, quite pleased with Qingmuyu's performance. Truly a talent recommended by the faithful. You've done well. Qingmuyu quickly replied with a smile. As long as Lord Evil God is satisfied. If necessary, I'd like to sacrifice them all. The other believers all stepped back in unison. This madman. They had joined the evil god sect just to make a living. They never intended to be sacrificed themselves. Haha. Daju waved his hand to calm the crowd. Never mind. Lord Evil God is already well pleased. Your task is to continue finding suitable offerings and bring them here. May I ask what kind of offering Lord Evil God prefers? Qingmuyu inquired. Ninjas. Understood. Those damn ninjas are born to be offerings. Qingmuyu immediately put on a resentful expression which fit his persona. What is your name? My name is Yue, a Ronin from the land of iron. I have been lost in life, and perhaps fate guided me here. Child, do not be lost. Lord Evil God will show you the way. Do your work well. Thus Qingmuyu smoothly became the acting squad leader of this batch of newcomers, responsible for leading them in their operations. In just 2 months, he rose from acting squad leader to battalion leader, capturing dozens of rogue ninjas and defectors, and wiping out 7 or 8 bandit groups. Not only did he exceed the sect's tasks, but he also incidentally eliminated potential threats to the land of Tang. With these achievements, Qingmu Yu smoothly became a mid-level leader in the evil god sect, gaining access to core operations. In a hidden underground laboratory, a forbidden technique experiment was underway. The experimental subject's body was covered in black and white runes. After the researchers injected a dose of drugs, instead of taking any measures, they began to pray, leaving the rest to Lord Evil God. The result, unsurprisingly, was the death of the subject. Priest Daju, what is this? Qingmu Yu asked curiously. We are searching for a vessel compatible with Lord Evil God's power. Any progress? Trying one by one like this seems like it would take a very long time. There is no better way. Lord Evil God's power is too vast. The test subjects cannot withstand it. We need stronger ninjas. As expected, Priest Daju was no longer satisfied with ordinary ninjas and had set his sights on more powerful ones. Qingmu Yu proposed, Lord Evil God has existed for eons long before ninjas existed. I think it has nothing to do with power. Then what direction do you think we should research? First, one must have absolute faith in Lord Evil God. The souls of adults have been corrupted by the mundane world. They are not pure enough. Priest Daju shook his head. We have tried this direction too, but children's bodies are even more fragile. The results are poor. Perhaps we haven't found the right match. We need to combine the principles of the experiment to find the right child. Daju frowned deeply. Qingmu Yu clearly wanted to see the evil god sect's immortal secret art. I will report this to the high priest. If he agrees, there is no harm in letting you see it. All for Lord Evil God. Qingmu Yu pretended to quickly draw a triangle on his chest with his finger finishing with a circle, a gesture he had made when he became squad leader, requiring every member to do so when praying to Lord Evil God. This was the most important pattern for communicating with the evil god in the sacrificial rites. After becoming squad leader, Qingmu Yu had demanded every member perform it when praying to Lord Evil God. The purpose was to enhance the sense of ritual, which gained unanimous approval from the higher-ups and was widely promoted. Grateful to Lord Evil God. Priest Daju also traced the gesture on his chest. Regarding the forbidden technique experiment, a response came quickly. High Priest Gao Jin summoned Qingmu Yu, the outstanding member, who had risen abruptly. Gao Jin dispensed with pleasantries, asking bluntly, I hear you have a way to find a suitable vessel for Lord Evil God. Damn Daju, how did that guy relay the message? Qingmu Yu cursed Priest Daju in his heart. Since things had come to this, he had to bluff. Composing himself, he said, if I can thoroughly understand the experimental principles, I am 80% confident I can find one. That brat Fei Duan is in the Tang hidden village. Infiltrating and finding him should not be difficult. If you cannot find one, are you willing to serve Lord Evil God with your body? Gao Jin suddenly said. He was suspicious of this member's motives. Over the years, not a few had tried to probe the secrets of the evil god sect under various pretenses, and all had been sacrificed to Lord Evil God for enjoyment. It would be my honor. Qingmu Yu showed no fear, his face full of fervor. This made Gao Jin regard him with a bit more respect. After a moment of thought, he took out a small vial of medicine. Drink it. Hi. Qingmu Yu took the medicine and downed it in one gulp. As if his water release had long reached the pinnacle, controlling this bit of medicine was child's play. Gao Jin no longer doubted him. He stood up and said, come with me. They entered a secret chamber filled with years of the sect's experimental records. The exploration of the immortal body had been secretly conducted for many years. It even included various sealing and curse techniques they had collected. The true evil god inheritance had long been fragmented, patched together haphazardly, and filled with human lives. It's all here. I'll give you 3 days. With that, Gao Jin left. The old fox still held back, unwilling to share the latest results, leaving only past research materials for Qingmu Yu. This old bastard, so cautious. He spat out the poison he had drunk perfectly intact. With his extraordinary mental power, he read through the materials at lightning speed. He first noted what he could understand, searching for anything useful to him. The 2 great secret arts of the evil god sect, the immortal body and the death control by blood. One was for self-preservation, the other used blood to form a contract, transferring damage to the enemy. He began to sort through these 2 directions. From the vast amount of data, Qingmu Yu found some useful knowledge. His understanding of curse techniques became clear as the clouds parted, greatly inspiring him. The materials mentioned a technique called the boiling blood curse. It was a binding curse seal activated through the target's blood, with binding strength positively correlated to one's own mental power. For example, the Nara clan's secret technique bound enemies by manipulating shadows, and the self-karma binding technique required touching the enemy, applying the curse, then activating it. Far too cumbersome. Since ninjas were people who used chakra as their weapon, why couldn't he directly use chakra to achieve the same effect? He could directly use mental power to manipulate chakra, condensing it into binding chains to trap enemies. The Uzumaki clan's adamantine sealing chains and the Tintail's chakra chains both had this effect. Qingmu Yu decided to develop his own chakra chains. This was a highly challenging task that would better leverage his mental advantage and also allow him to practice in-release shaping techniques. This would lay the foundation for developing even stronger techniques later. How goes it? High Priest Gao Zhen asked. I have some ideas. Comparing the past test subjects, I found that most were too afraid of death and lacked sufficient devotion to Lord Evil God, so they couldn't activate the secret art. Now if we can find a believer who craves violence and devotes his entire being to Lord Evil God, it will surely succeed. In other words, find a madman to participate in the experiment, someone who truly believes he cannot die. Then go try it. Remember, you only have 1 week. Tanging Village. This so-called village that forgot war had a military force that was appallingly weak. Qingmu Yu infiltrated it effortlessly, sensing only a single Jonin-level chakra within the entire village. Even the remnants of the Yuan village, which had undergone a great purge, were far stronger. The village was actually quite large. As a neutral island nation, it was renowned across the ninja world for its hot spring resorts, attracting many visitors. Security was lax, and in the dead of night, there was no one to be found. Qingmu Yu simply checked into a hot spring and soaked in the waters, and slept until dawn. The next morning he rose early and wandered through the village. There were many tourists like him, but he deliberately headed toward areas where children gathered. Fei Duan was about 7 or 8 years old at the time. After searching several places without success, he was about to give up when he spotted a silver-haired boy crouching by a small garden, poking ants with a kunai. As he poked, he muttered incessantly, "Kill! Kill! Kill them all!" Perhaps tired, the boy stopped and spat on the ground. They can't even scream. How boring. Just then a little girl ran over with a kite, saying, "Fei Duan, let's go fly a kite." Fei Duan's face was filled with disgust. He snatched the kite, threw it to the ground, and stomped it to pieces. Fly a kite. Only the screams of my enemies make me happy. I love the sight of blood flowing from bodies. That kind of scene excites me just thinking about it, ha ha ha. Wah. The little girl burst into tears and demanded, "Why did you break my kite? Why did you do that?" "Because you're annoying." Fei Duan shoved the girl hard, sending her to the ground. She cried even louder. This irritated Fei Duan, and a glint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. "I really want to pierce your neck with this kunai. This village is as stagnant as a dead pond, utterly boring. I'm so sick of it." At that moment the girl's mother rushed over, scooped her up, and turned away, without a word, to Fei Duan. She scolded, "Didn't I tell you not to play with that bad boy? He's a lunatic, a little freak." "Wah, I'll never play with him again." The little girl nodded vigorously, clearly terrified. Fei Duan was an outcast among all the children in Tanging Village. His every word and deed clashed with the village's atmosphere. He paid no attention to the girl and her mother's words. "Are you craving a fight? Huh? Who are you? You're not from the village, are you a tourist?" Fei Duan said with a sneer. Unlike ordinary children, he showed no fear of strangers. "Heh, call me you. I'm from the cult of the Evil God, and I worship Lord Evil God." Qingmu Yu made a prayer gesture, and his devout demeanor instantly captured Fei Duan's attention. Children are naturally curious about such mysterious rituals. "Evil God? What kind of god is that?" Fei Duan asked curiously. "The god of slaughter and destruction. Our creed is to unleash the destructive desires within us. It's human nature, and we must follow the way of heaven." Fei Duan's eyes lit up, but then he worried, "Won't we be punished for killing people?" "That's only because you're too weak. We have Lord Evil God's protection. Once you complete the ritual, you'll gain an immortal body and fear nothing." But what? Fei Duan was tempted. He longed for such power. "You must devoutly believe in Lord Evil God. Every time you kill, you must pray to him and offer the enemy as a sacrifice. The ritual is crucial." "Ritual? What's that?" Seeing Fei Duan take the bait, Qingmu Yu continued to lure him. "The ritual is the only way to communicate with Lord Evil God. Only after joining the cult and undergoing baptism can you be granted the secret art. Then, can I join? I can also believe in Lord Evil God." Fei Duan hurriedly asked, afraid of missing this opportunity. But Qingmu Yu shook his head. "Not everyone is qualified to believe in Lord Evil God. Have you ever killed anyone?" Fei Duan shook his head. He usually vented his desires by killing small animals and insects. "Then come with me. Let me see your capacity." Fei Duan was an orphan with no family and no one to teach him. He could go anywhere without anyone caring. Everyone was even glad to see him leave the village. Qingmu Yu brought Fei Duan to a bandit hideout and said, "Go unleash your nature. Offer your loyalty to Lord Evil God." "Really? Can I?" Fei Duan tremblingly drew his kunai. It wasn't fear, but the excitement of finally satisfying the desire buried deep in his heart. "Of course you can. Ha ha ha. Lord Evil God, I'm coming." Fei Duan howled and charged at the bandit's kunai in hand. Though he didn't know ninjutsu, he had mastered chakra and was a genin of Tanging Village. Ordinary bandits stood no chance against him. In an instant, screams filled the air and the bandit hideout was wiped out. After killing them, Fei Duan used blood to draw a huge sacrificial pattern of the evil god on the ground. He had seen Qingmu Yu gesture it only once, yet he replicated it precisely. He lay in the blood-red pattern, closed his eyes in bliss, and muttered something. A born follower of the evil god. Cult of the Evil God Headquarters. "What? You've already found a suitable vessel?" High Priest Gao Zhen was shocked and incredulous. Yes, I received the guidance of the evil god, and found this child in Tangyin village. Qingmuyu smiled, and made a gesture over his chest. Praise Lord Evil God. This, could I have misjudged him? Gao Jin had always suspected Qingmuyu's origins, but now he was uncertain. After all, as they say, you can't judge a horse by its appearance. You have to test it. Then let's try? May Lord Evil God bless us. Fei Duan, brimming with excitement, was taken to the laboratory. He lay on the operating table, with devout piety fully cooperative. The researchers were astonished. Previous subjects had always struggled violently and resisted desperately, but this child was not only unafraid, he even seemed eager. When the experiment concluded, everyone prayed to the evil god, as usual. They hadn't held much hope since they had never succeeded before. Just then Fei Duan, lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. His body was covered in black and white stripes. Ha ha ha. Lord Evil God, I can feel you. Inside me. Fei Duan's expression was manic, and with the runes covering his body, he looked like an incarnation of the evil god. What? It succeeded. Unbelievable, it actually worked. We did it. The researchers celebrated. All their years of exploration and experimentation had not been in vain. High Priest, what do you think? Qingmuyu asked gravely. Gao Jin fell silent, then took out an antidote and handed it to Qingmuyu. From today you are the great deacon of our cult in charge of security. Yes, I offer my heart to Lord Evil God. Qingmuyu smoothly rose to a high-ranking position in the cult of the evil god, one with real power. The cult of the evil god devoted all its resources to Fei Duan studying his various peculiar abilities in the evil god mode. After becoming great deacon, Qingmuyu ordered the members to shift their activities from overt to covert to stop being so blatant. No more riots in broad daylight. Lord Evil God was a great and picky being. He wouldn't eat just any offering. They should carefully select sacrifices, preferably ninjas. This would minimize the impact on ordinary civilians. Thus, for a period afterward, the land of Tang suddenly became peaceful. People still went missing from time to time, but there were no more large-scale massacres. The daimyo of the land of Tang warmly received Qingmuyu. Your Shao organization is truly impressive. It took only 2 months to quell this riot. Excellent. The elderly daimyo had no idea that the young man before him was actually the great deacon of the cult of the evil god. Ha ha ha. This is merely the tip of the iceberg of Zhao's power. Our goal is world peace. Any organization or person that hinders world peace is our enemy. Oh, your Shao also advocates peace. But I've heard. The daimyo said doubtfully. In the underworld, Shao had a bad reputation. A mercenary group that only cared about money, taking on the dirty jobs that ninja villages refused. Rumors are not to be trusted, Lord Daimyo. We are merely nameless ninjas who take money and bear the burden of others' sins. I see. If the land of Tang ever needs anything in the future, please feel free to contact us. For a valued client like you, we will prioritize your concerns. The daimyo nodded in agreement. Due to its unique geographical position, the land of Tang evenly distributed tasks among the hidden cloud leaf and mist villages. Shao was better suited for handling the unsavory missions. Later, Qingmuyu was led by attendants to the back garden, a vast field of blooming bellflowers, where the daimyo's wife received him. She was a woman over 60 with snow-white hair, but remarkably well-preserved skin. Young man, I hear you quelled the heretics' rebellion in our land, sparing the people from war and death. I am truly grateful. The cult of the evil god had been active here for years, growing bolder, and the daimyo often worried. It is Amaterasu who protects the land of Tang. A place of peace and tranquility like this should not know war. I merely did my humble part. Huh. You seem different from the other ninjas I've met, the daimyo's wife said with a smile. Everyone who knows me says that. Well, if it's convenient, may I see your ninjutsu? Of course. Qingmuyu looked around at the garden full of blooming bellflowers, then took out the poison bottle that High Priest Gao Jin had given him to drink. The small bottle was quite elegant, so he had kept it, and today it came in handy. He gently extended his hand, and an invisible chakra spread out. A light breeze swept through the garden, and countless petals began to emit wispy, milky white mist. The mist was drawn to Qingmuyu's palm, condensing into tiny droplets, which he finally poured into the small bottle. The flower language of the bellflower is eternal love. Madam, you must have a cherished memory of deep affection. This perfume extracted from thousands of bellflowers is my humble gift to you. The daimyo's wife went from doubt to astonishment. Staring at the perfume offered to her, she seemed lost in memories. It took her a while to come back to her senses. She murmured, how nostalgic. Meeting is already the best blessing. We must look forward, madam. Once people grow old, all that remains are memories. Qingmuyu wasn't good at comforting others. He was better at vexing them. Huh, you must forgive me. I haven't met someone as interesting as you in many years. Thank you for your gift. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. By leaving a good impression on the daimyo and his wife, whenever suitable missions came up, they might spare a few scraps for Zhao's people. After departing from the daimyo's residence, Qingmuyu first secluded himself in the evil god cult for a period of cultivation. He dedicated himself to an in-depth study of sealing techniques aiming to develop practical jutsu by combining them with chakra nature transformation. Having assigned the direction of the upcoming work, he returned to the Land of Rain to report on his mission. The Land of Soup has paid the remaining funds and highly praised your performance in the mission. You have done well. Ha ha ha. Lady Conan, it goes far beyond that. I have also made substantial progress on the task assigned by the leader. Qingmu Yu recounted his work in the evil god cult and the matter concerning Haydn. You mean you joined the evil god cult and became a high-ranking member? The one who was supposed to eliminate the cult's rebellion had now become an executive directly ordering them to cease their unrest. This seemed not entirely impossible. Conan said helplessly, "Are you trying to say you've taken on another part-time job?" "Yes, as the grand executor of the evil god cult, I don't need to clock in every day. I just show up occasionally to guide the grassroots employees' work direction." The low-level grunts toiled daily, earning a meager living, but if they took a day off they would have to drink thin broth. He had already been promoted to a partner. Even if he went to the workplace, it was only to supervise the grunts and crack the whip. The subordinates wished he wouldn't come at all. "Indeed, that is your style." Conan nodded. As long as he didn't forget his primary duties, she couldn't interfere with the rest. "If what you say is true, this child, named Haydn, has great potential. Keep him as a backup candidate." The grand ambition of the Akatsuki could not be achieved overnight. There was ample time to wait for the young to grow. After reporting, Qingmu Yu returned home. Now either he stayed idle, or once he took a mission, he would be away for a long stretch. He intended to use this time to digest the gains from his recent expedition. Subsequently, Conan reported the details of the Land of Soup mission to Pain. This guy's way of solving problems is always unexpected, but finding a suitable reserve member is not bad either. As they spent more time together, both had come to understand Qingmu Yu's personality. He was a diligent person, yet lacked a clear goal. His efforts were merely to secure a better life of idleness. Fortunately, they had staged the coup. Otherwise, years later, Qingmu Yu might very well have become a second Hanzō, and the Land of Rain would never have seen the light of day. By the way, any news from Obito? Zetsu reported that Obito recently went to the Land of Water. If necessary, you may need to intervene personally. Understood. Over the past 2 years, the Akatsuki had expanded rapidly in recruitment, and during this process Obito had contributed little, always busy with unknown affairs. Now Pain was no longer overly concerned with Obito's movements. As for Qingmu Yue, after 2 months of intense deliberation and the blessing of diligent effort, he finally found a breakthrough. The adamantine sealing chains were an innate bloodline ability of the Uzumaki clan, possibly inherited from the Ten-Tails sacred tree. Simply attempting to simulate similar chains through mental manipulation of chakra was extremely difficult. Even if formed, they would lack sealing power and the adamantine-like resilience. After much thought, he still needed some medium to achieve this goal. For instance, his hair, which he had meticulously refined for years, was a natural vessel. Both its toughness and strength met the requirements, and its length could be controlled through chakra. It could contract and extend freely, offering great flexibility. Moreover, he didn't intend to rigidly twist it into chains. There was a better model to reference: the shape of the sword of Nunoboko, which was an incarnation of the DNA model. Tracing back to the origin of life, he would evolve in release into gene chains and attach them to the surface of his hair strands. Simple, direct, and following the path of nature. With 100,000 strands of hair imbued with sealing power, the binding effect would not be inferior to the adamantine sealing chains. I'm a genius. Qingmu Yu rubbed his hands excitedly, his mind already envisioning practical drills in the bathhouse, once this jutsu was successfully developed. Since he had already refined his hair several times over the past few years, the foundational process was skipped. He directly moved on to applying sealing techniques to the hair. To enhance restraint, he considered infusing natural energy. The difficulty lay in his mental energy being insufficient to simultaneously execute such high-precision, multi-threaded operations. I can only grind away bit by bit. Just like when he first started refining his hair strands, a few strands a day accumulating over time, and this was precisely the strength of his cheat. Qingmu Yu named this new technique Spiritual Pivot Yama's Judgment. The meaning was to be shackled and chained awaiting the judgment of the King of Hell. Additionally, the fire release explosive flame formation was still under modification. Pain had been crippled by this jutsu before, so using it directly might provoke him. To accommodate his superior's feelings, it was better to modify it before use. For example, create a sealed space, arrange a formation of explosive tags inside, bind the enemy, and simultaneously manipulate the tags to climb and adhere, thereby multiplying the explosive power several times. He also needed to avoid the drawback of the explosive flame formation requiring prearrangement, instead using the summoning method. It would still take some time to develop, but he had already thought of a name in advance. Ninja Art Earthbound Flame Abyss. The name was derived from the 16th layer of the 18 hells, the volcano hell, meaning to bind the enemy and burn them to death in a fiery hell akin to the volcano. The concepts and names of the 2 new techniques had been finalized, essentially setting the framework. Next, he would fill in the details, identify problems, solve them, and figure out how to complete these 2 projects. The development of a jutsu was never a matter of a day or 2. It required unimaginable amounts of time, energy, and resources, not something that could be conjured on a whim. One day, summoned by Conan, Qingmu had to interrupt his training. Sigh. It seems that in any organization being too outstanding is a problem. I miss Lord Hanzō's laid-back life. That old geezer, though lacking in humanity and solely focused on maintaining his rule, truly didn't meddle in affairs. As long as one climbed high enough, they could rest easy without worries. Pain's philosophy was completely opposite. He believed that with greater power came greater responsibility, and he began to concern himself with the peace of the ninja world. What a damn pain. Suppressing his discontent, he walked into the acting village chief's office with a smile. Angel-sama, what can I do for you? Conan, buried in work, looked up and glared at Qingmu. Be serious, okay? After getting familiar with her, this guy often made startling remarks and occasionally teased her, which was truly vexing. Hey, Lady Conan, I'm sorry. Light in speech, cautious in action, utterly spineless. Qingmu embodied the common trait of the range shinobi, cowardice. Perhaps it was a survival instinct cultivated from being trampled by the great ninja villages for so long. It couldn't be changed overnight, and Conan didn't force it. She changed the subject. I heard you've improved your strength recently. Congratulations. Cold sweat trickled down Qingmu's back. Heaven knows he had only made a little progress in secret, yet Conan had discovered it. Right. It must be pain sensing my chakra fluctuations through the rain tiger owl technique. I was careless. Who doesn't have some ambition? I just want to perform better on missions. I'm the weakest in the organization. I thought I shouldn't bring shame to our rain village. It would be wonderful if you truly meant that. Conan expressed her relief. That's always what I think inside and out. So what's the reason for calling me this time? Someone has issued an assassination mission. I want to arrange for you to join forces with Sasori Kakazu and Kisame for this operation. I'll follow your lead. Whatever you say, I'll do. Qingmu agreed without hesitation. This attitude satisfied Conan greatly. In the past, she would have looked down on such a person, but having such a subordinate, now she found it unexpectedly pleasant. The target is an important member of the Kekkei Jinkai clans in the Hidden Mist Village. I'll give you the list later. After a moment's consideration, Conan added, Pain and I will also be moving in the shadows. Just keep this to yourself. All right, I'll go prepare. The entire Akatsuki organization mobilized. This was to sever the roots of the Hidden Mist. Considering the time period, it was obvious who the mastermind behind this was. Qingmu packed lightly and set off to rendezvous with the team at a bridge on the border of the Land of Fire. The sun hung high in the sky. When Qingmu arrived at the bridge, he saw from a distance Xie's Filiu, crouching motionless. Beside him, Pipa Shirzong leaned on the decapitating sword, staring absently at the water flowing beneath the bridge. Qingmu leaped onto the bridge pier and greeted, Hey old pal Shirzong, little brother Xie, sorry to keep you waiting. Pipa Shirzong nodded slightly. Xie let out a dissatisfied snort. I hate waiting for others the most. Qingmu quickly chimed in, I understand. I also hate waiting for others, dilly-dallying, no sense of time. Such people can never achieve great things. After all, he wasn't the last to arrive. After a long while, Jiadu finally appeared slowly in view. Senior Jiadu, you weren't off making money, were you? Qingmu called out. Jiadu replied, so what if I was? All of you combined don't earn as much as I do alone. This guy certainly never misses an opportunity to make money. Hard work. You're the finance manager. The more capable, the more work. Even if you take a little time, it's only natural. Qingmu proactively offered a way out, for in any place those who make money must be respected. Xie, who had long grown impatient, urged, it's getting late. Since everyone's here, let's set off. With that, he manipulated Filiu to creep forward on the ground. It looked slow, but in fact it could easily keep pace with the other three. Qingmu took the lead, navigating the way. In the middle were Xie and Jiadu, while Pipa Shirzong, carrying the huge sword, brought up the rear. With this lineup, the team had no fear of any foolhardy ambush. The four traveled in silence for a week, arriving at the Land of Water. Guided by the insider Pipa Shirzong, they easily passed through the barrier and slipped into Kirigakure under cover of night. Seeing the melancholy look on Pipa Shirzong's face, Qingmu said, Brother Shirzong, you once served as the Mizuki's elite guard and fought for this village. Now you have to turn against your former comrades. That must feel terrible, right? Perhaps. I never thought I'd return to this wretched place so soon. How frustrating. Pipa Shirzong sighed. Alas, it's the client's mission. No choice. Qingmu took out the assassination list and said, now let's split up. Choose your targets. Xie glanced at the list and quickly made his choice. The Hozuki clan is mine. I hear their water transformation technique is quite interesting, highly collectible. Shirzong chose a clan led by an elder of Kirigakure who was said to be critical of the Mizuki's policies, a key target for this assassination. Jiadu pointed at a name on the list, seemingly indifferent to who it was. I'll take the Kagaya clan then. The last one left was no choice. The Kagaya clan were born warriors, all insane and not weak, hard to deal with. Fortunately, the client only wanted the main members assassinated. Qingmu guessed that they were hired to create a commotion and divert Kirigakure's attention, covering the real purpose. Swish, swish, swish. The three sped off in 4 directions. The Kagaya clan lived in a ring-shaped valley about 5 kilometers from Kirigakure. Their clan leader Sanpuchuan was the primary target of this assassination. He had just finished dinner, blown out the candle, and was resting on his bed. A dark shadow silently infiltrated the room, approaching the bedside completely unnoticed by Sanpuchuan. Qingmu was also a bit baffled. The clan members all wore ancient hairstyles, lived primitively, and looked similar. Without photos for reference, and this clan focused entirely on developing their bloodline limit, the Shikatsumiyaku. It was hard to tell which one was the leader from the chakra emanating from their bodies. He had already searched several caves. Yes, these people lived in caves carved into the cliffs, making him feel like he had stumbled into a primitive tribe. If he delayed any longer, dawn would break. Xie and the others had probably already made their moves. Forget it, I'll just kill this suspicious target first. With that thought, Qingmu hesitated no more and stabbed downward at the target's chest on the bed. In the pitch-black cave, a white blade flashed. Ding. Armor. No. Bone armor. The blade met great resistance. These insane bastards were still so cautious even while sleeping. Crazy but not stupid. Just then a bone spike suddenly sprouted from Sanpuchuan's palm, thrusting toward Qingmu's abdomen. Qingmu quickly leaped back. Ha ha ha. Trying to assassinate me. How ridiculous. Let me show you the terror of the Kagaya clan. Sanpuchuan didn't use flashy tricks. Activating the Shikatsumiyaku, multiple sharp bone spikes erupted from his body, turning him into a hedgehog. Holding a bone spike in each hand as weapons, he launched a frenzied attack. Clang, clang, clang. Qingmu swung his blade to block, feeling as if 7 or 8 weapons were attacking him simultaneously. It was outright cheating. The bone spikes were harder than steel, ordinary slashes were ineffective. Reverse flow fong. Chakra rapidly spun on the blade, wrapping the airflow into a massive blue fong that charged forward. Die! Sanpuchuan roared, crossing his bone spikes and choosing to meet the attack head-on. Crack! Crack! The 2 bone spikes used as weapons were severed by the blade, and Qingmu seized the opportunity to kick out. Bang! Sanpuchuan's body flew backward and slammed into the cave wall. The sharp bone spikes on his back easily pierced the stone, leaving him hanging there. Under the control of the Shikatsumiyaku, the bone spikes retracted into his body. Sanpuchuan slid down slowly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. You're not from the village. That question is meaningless. We're just doing a job for money. Rest in peace. Zzz. Zzz. Blue lightning crackled along the blade, illuminating the dark cave, then vanished in an instant. Piercing clouds. Whoosh. A lightning thrust. Sensing danger, Sanpuchuan quickly formed a bone shield in front of him, while a dozen more bone spikes erupted from his body, like a blooming chrysanthemum. Not done yet. The third layer of defense was a breastplate generated over his chest. Uff it. The penetration of the lightning release, powerfully enhanced by the bond, easily broke through the bone shield, then severed several bone spikes. But it was stopped again by the bone armor. Ha ha ha. Useless. You can't break my defense. Sanpuchuan grabbed the blade with both hands, laughing wildly. Footsteps at the cave entrance indicated that clan members had noticed the anomaly and were gathering. You bastard. Qingmu was also panicked. He pushed Sanpuchuan against the wall, immobilizing him, while his left hand quickly formed seals. Lightning release, thunder snake. A blue electric ring surged from his legs, transforming into a thunder serpent that bit down on Sanpuchuan's neck just inches away. Crack. Sanpuchuan let out a painful wail, his body twitching uncontrollably, chakra going wild, and the chest armor's stability began to falter. Die. Qingmu took the chance to forcefully push the hilt, driving the blade tip into Sanpuchuan's heart. Clan leader. A roar came from the cave entrance. There's an assassin. Kill him. Torches were lit, light flickering. What greeted them was Sanpuchuan's corpse bristling with bone spikes. The 2 leading attackers got an intimate encounter with the spikes, their bodies riddled with bloody holes. Water release, hidden mist technique. Throwing Sanpuchuan's corpse to buy time, Qingmu hastily used a jutsu to conceal his trail. That's a Kirigakure ninja's technique. Damn the village. It must be them. Bastards. Clan leader. His whereabouts were exposed, but the main target was dead. Qingmu slipped out of the Kagaya clan's territory and ran toward Kirigakure. Boom. Suddenly a distant mountain exploded violently, flames spraying, earth shaking. Is that a tailed beast ball? How terrifying. Qingmu mid-dash leaped onto a treetop, staring at the scene in shock. He had seen the shell of the Ten Tails. Its mere ghastly appearance made him shudder. The tailed beasts were incarnations of the Ten Tails chakra, pure brutality. In the current ninja world, the only man who could withstand a tailed beast ball was probably Pain. Pipa Shirzong counted as half. As for himself, absolutely not. His specialty was offensive techniques lacking strong defensive measures. The water formation wall could only handle ordinary ninjas. Against a tailed beast, it was about as sturdy as paper. Has the fourth Mizukage made a move? Who is the opponent? In the village of Kirigakure, the battle raged on. Hoshigaki, Kisame, Sasori, and Kakuzu found themselves in a hard-fought struggle, their target proving far more troublesome than anticipated. Every bloodline limit shinobi who had survived the blood mist was a cunning and resourceful adversary. At the slightest sign of trouble, they would call for reinforcements immediately, perhaps having been traumatized by the fourth Mizukage. Kisame, you traitor, how dare you return? Elder Harumi attacked Hoshigaki Kisame in fury. The latter wasted no time in executing the hidden mist technique, intending to continue his assassination. Just as Hoshigaki Kisame was about to rely on the thick mist to sneak away, he suddenly sensed someone approaching him silently. Clang! The broad blade of the executioner's blade blocked the sharp tip of the enemy's sword. Hoshigaki Kisame barely made out the figure of a teenage boy no older than 14 or 15 with bandages wrapped around his face, only his eyes visible. Did you get him, Zabuza? Elder Harumi inquired. Hoshigaki Kisame suddenly realized, it's you, brat. I remember you, the demon who killed all your classmates at graduation. What right does a traitor to his own village have to wield this executioner's blade? Zabuza retorted. Do you want this blade too? Hoshigaki Kisame twisted the blade, using the hole in the blade to trap Zabuza's sword, making it impossible to pull free. Zabuza, young and lacking the strength and skill of Kisame, was sent flying by a kick. I'm afraid you'll have to wait a little longer, kid. I'm not ready to return this to the village yet. That's not for you to decide. Prepare to die. A massive figure suddenly charged in from the side, imposing and fierce, wielding a weapon even larger than the executioner's blade, swinging it mightily at Kisame. Bang! Kisame held his sword horizontally in front of him to protect himself, but was still sent flying by the immense force, breaking 2 ribs in the process. He scrambled to his feet after landing, cursing, Fugu, you treacherous bastard, still as fond of ambushes as ever. Do I need to follow rules when dealing with a traitor? Have you forgotten where you are after your time away? Samahata's wielder Fugu taunted. Meanwhile, Zabuza and Elder Harumi had surrounded him. Kisame looked around, realized the mission had failed, and prepared to flee. Don't think you can escape. The 3 of them attacked Kisame simultaneously. Water-style great waterfall technique. Kisame formed hand seals and spat out a massive water sphere that surged toward the 3, using the opportunity to leap onto the rooftops and break out of the village. Zabuza, stay and protect the elder. I'll go after him. Fugu called out, then used the body flicker technique to follow in the direction Kisame had fled. He relished the thrill of the hunt. In another mansion, the battle between Sasori and the head of the Hozuki clan had reached a stalemate. Countless Senbon pierced the target, but his body could transform into a liquid state at will. The poison should have taken effect by now. Sasori had coated every Senbon with poison. The opponent's liquid form had absorbed the toxins from the Senbon, and by all rights, he should have been poisoned. Water-style water gun barrage, swish, swish, swish. A continuous stream of water droplets shot out like bullets, shredding over a dozen puppets in the blink of an eye. Water-style hidden mist technique. A thick mist instantly enveloped the entire courtyard. Sasori dared not make any rash moves, simply swinging his steel scorpion tail back and forth to prevent any close-range ambushes. These are threads. In an instant, the scorpion tail was tightly bound by dozens of transparent threads, unable to move. Such threads were spread throughout the courtyard like a spider web, trapping Sasori. A young boy slowly emerged from the nearby pond, holding a large needle-like weapon. You can't escape. You dare belittle my art. Let me show you what I'm capable of. Sasori brought out the puppet of the 3rd Kazekage, activating magnet release, instantly breaking free from all the threads. The boy thought Sasori would engage them in a fierce battle. But instead, Sasori leaped over the courtyard wall and fled without a second thought. What the? An old hand knows when to talk tough and when to run. By now, Kirigakure was fully awake and the search for the assassins had begun. If they didn't leave now, they would never escape. Kakuzu's casually chosen opponent turned out to be unexpectedly strong. The enemy was adept at using lava release, which could melt and corrode his earth grudge fear threads. After only a few exchanges, the fight had alerted other members of the clan. Even worse, they used a water style that significantly weakened the power of his jutsu, causing him to lose 3 masks in rapid succession. The assassination mission lacked critical intelligence, forcing an emergency retreat. Sasori and Kakuzu met up, while fleeing, covering each other's escape as they raced toward the outskirts of the village. Meanwhile, Hoshigaki Kisame, who had fled earlier, had already taken a shortcut out of the village. Watermelon Fugu and his pursuit squad were hot on his heels, chasing him into a dense forest. Needle hair Senbon, swish, swish, swish. Fugu's orange hair, fueled by chakra, split into countless Senbon-sized strands that shot toward Kisame like a storm. Water-style water wall. Hoshigaki Kisame was familiar with his old teammates' techniques and was prepared. He spat out a stream of water that formed a barrier in front of him. Needle hair Senbon, several strands of orange hair came around behind Kisame, wrapping around his body. Kisame tried to swing the executioner's blade to cut them, but he realized that the blade itself was also covered in Fugu's hair. Whoosh! At the critical moment, a crescent-shaped vacuum blade flashed past, severing all the hair that had entangled Kisame and the executioner's blade. Huh, who is it? Fugu looked up and saw a blue-haired youth holding a sword standing on a tree branch. Same clothes. He must be one of Kisame's accomplices. Hoshigaki Kisame also spotted Aoki Moon and said thanks. This guy is called Fugu, a former teammate of mine. He's tough. I can see that. Aoki Moon nodded. Just the sheer pressure from the opponent's 2.5-meter height wielding that massive weapon Samehada was enough to show his destructive power. A veritable human blender. Kisame, no matter what organization you've joined, you won't leave here alive today. Attack! Fugu waved his hand, and the pursuit squad behind him immediately launched their assault. Their duty was to hunt down rogue ninjas from Kirigakure. Brother, let me handle this guy. You take care of the others. Fine. Be careful of that sword. Kisame warned, then engaged the pursuit squad. If he hadn't been ambushed by Fugu earlier, he wouldn't be in such a dire state. Lightning-style lightning serpent. A brilliant blue lightning serpent lunged at Fugu in an instant. He had no time to dodge, instinctively raising the massive sword Samehada as a shield in front of him. Wah! Wah! Samehada let out a howl, paralyzed by the electrical shock. In that moment, it deeply resented its master, vowing to settle this debt another day. Before it could recover, the thunder roared again in its ears. Crack! Storm breath lightning burial. With the power of the aim gnome Yurikomo, the lightning energy on the blade multiplied several-fold, descending with a violent destructive aura. The terrifying force made Samehada bristle with spikes. It did something unexpected. It curved its body, pushed off Fugu, and launched itself away. Luckily, the force also pushed Fugu's body to the side. Boom! A flash of lightning passed between Fugu and Samehada. Looking at the deep charred mark on the ground beside him, Fugu shuddered. His opponent was far stronger than he had anticipated. That sword has a mind of its own. Aoki Moon was about to spit blood. A sentient sword was a boon to its master, rivaling even a divine artifact. Great water explosion wave, whoosh. Fugu's counterattack finally came. He took a deep breath and unleashed a massive water style, creating a giant water prison with a radius of over 100 meters. It enveloped everyone, including Kisame and the Kirigakure pursuit squad. Seeing that Aoki Moon used lightning style, Fugu assumed he was weak in water style and intended to trap him with this technique. Do not attempt to escape by moving, as the water prison would follow. Kisame and the pursuit squad tried to flee in one direction, but the water prison did not follow them. Fugu's main target was Aoki Moon. Boom! An enormous pufferfish was summoned by Fugu, its body covered in sharp spikes. As it breathed, its body rapidly expanded into a sphere, then charged at Aoki Moon at high speed. This trick won't work on me. Aoki Moon bit his finger. Summoning technique Salamander. The massive salamander appeared in the water, gently flicking its tail as it swam toward the pufferfish. Whoosh! Purple poison gas sprayed into the pufferfish's face. Gurgle, gurgle. The lively pufferfish immediately flipped over belly up, its own poison no match for the salamanders. It was instantly killed. What is this thing? Fugu, who was about to launch an attack, felt his heart race. The darkness obscured his vision, but he could still faintly sense a gaping maw swimming toward him. A veteran of countless battles, he immediately dispelled the technique. Whoosh! The giant water prison, no longer sustained by chakra, instantly collapsed into currents that surged in all directions. Fugu melded into the water and vanished. He had sensed the danger and fled. Aoki Moon dispelled the summoning to avoid being seen by others. After Watermelon Mountain River, Puffer Ghost withdrew with the Mist Shadow Pursuit Ninja Scorpion, and Kakuzu leisurely arrived at the battlefield. Oh dear, Aoki Moon might be dead. What a pity. I was quite fond of him. Scorpion's voice dripped with schadenfreude despite his words of regret. That one isn't so easy to kill. Kakuzu knew how treacherous Aoki Moon was, having suffered a great loss at his hands. Well, I can only wish him luck, said Scorpion. At that moment, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar. The two exchanged glances and stealthily moved toward it. They understood that tonight's assassination was merely a diversion to draw Mist's attention. The real target was most likely the fourth Mizukichi. Realizing this, they approached the mission with a muddled attitude, unfazed by failure. Only that earnest fool Lord Hanzō had put in genuine effort. Perched atop a treetop at the battlefield's edge, two figures gazed into the distance. They spotted a humanoid creature enveloped in red chakra, its three tails waving unsteadily. Brother, that must be the three tails Jinchuriki, the fourth Mizukichi. Yes, the fourth is a perfect Jinchuriki, terrifyingly powerful, far beyond the defective ones from other villages. Hanzō replied. The leader's strength is also formidable. With him in action, there should be no problem. Aoki Moon felt no worry. The combat prowess of the 6 paths of pain against a mere 3 tails was a sure thing. So the main objective of this operation is the fourth Mizukichi. It seems so. The employer behind this has grand ambitions. The Mist Village will face more hardship ahead. A perfect Jinchuriki cannot be controlled by Jinjutsu, not even with Mangekyo-level dojutsu. Only by forcibly subduing him and sealing the three tails within could they sever the tailed beast's spiritual link with its host using something like a contract seal. Hanzō sighed, this pitiful village. When the blood mist policy was first implemented, many opposed it. But at the time the Great Ninja War was raging and the village hoped to forge strong shinobi through harsh conditions. Yet reality proved that rather than growing stronger, the mist village had only weakened. The demon Zabuza had even decimated the younger generation. At that moment, the Three Tails Jinchuriki condensed another tailed beast ball and fired it at the Deva Path of Pain, who deflected it with almighty push. The tailed beast ball crashed into a nearby lake. Boom. The lake's water was instantly obliterated by the blast, unleashing a torrential downpour. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Azura Path seized the opportunity to launch a dozen small guided missiles at the Three Tails Jinchuriki, bombarding him relentlessly. The Jinchuriki sprinted to evade, spewing red lasers to pick off the missiles one by one. Caw-caw. The giant bird swept low overhead, dropping a dense cluster of egg-shaped bombs. Boom boom boom. The explosions continued unabated as the Azura and Animal Paths coordinated their assault, while the Deva Path handled defense. Only 3 of the 6 Paths of Pain had been deployed, yet they had already driven the Three Tails Jinchuriki Yagura to the brink. The tailed beast's chakra was steadily depleting. Forced into a corner, Yagura unleashed an enormous water-style technique, transforming the battlefield into a lake to create a favorable terrain. Roar. He fully transformed into the tailed beast. A massive three-tailed turtle appeared on the field. Bomb after bomb struck its shell, but failed to inflict significant damage. Switching to a defensive strategy. The hidden Preta Path leaped onto the Three Tails' back, pressing both hands against the shell, and began draining chakra voraciously. Sensing the danger, the Three Tails thrashed wildly, but couldn't shake him off. Within moments, its chakra was completely drained, and it reverted to the form of Yagura Karatachi, lying motionless on the ground. Capture complete. The battle ended and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Pain glanced down at the fallen fourth Mizukichi, his heart unmoved. He spoke, "You can come out now." A swirling black vortex appeared in the void and Obito's figure slowly emerged. This one was quite troublesome. Took some effort. "Leave the rest to me." Obito placed his hand on the fourth Mizukichi and absorbed him into his Kamui dimension. Pain nodded and prepared to leave. But Obito said, "I hear you've gathered quite a few talents into Akatsuki over the past 2 years. We're one step closer to realizing our final plan. But these people harbor their own ambitions and can't be fully trusted. For now, we must not reveal Akatsuki's true purpose to them." "I understand. The current focus is still on accumulating funds and recruiting talent." Pain indicated that he knew his limits, then asked, "What is your purpose in capturing the Mizukichi? Such actions will severely provoke the 5 great nations and put us in a passive position." Pain suspected that Obito might be threatened by his recruitment of members and wanted to seize the Three Tails and Six Tails in advance to increase his bargaining power. In response, Obito didn't intend to explain. "I have my own plans. In any case, it's all preparation for the eventual capture of the tailed beasts." "It had better be." With that, Pain turned and disappeared into the darkness. Obito watched Pain's retreating figure, his eyes turning dark. "It seems that while you were busy dealing with Konoha, you've managed to grow quite a bit." But for now, the most important thing was to keep the Mist Village in chaos, intensifying the Blood Mist policy. On one hand, it was out of revenge, on the other, it was to weaken the Mist Village and disrupt the balance among the 5 great nations. 5 kilometers from the battlefield, atop a mountain peak, Nagato gasped heavily. The battle with the Three Tails Jinchuriki had been a war of attrition. For him, now, every battle consumed his lifespan. Compared to when he first mastered the 6 paths of pain, his body had shrunk further, becoming even more frail. "Nagato, how are you feeling?" Conan asked worriedly. "I'm fine. The Three Tails Jinchuriki has been handed over to Madara. Gather Scorpion and the others. We're preparing to withdraw." "All right." Conan dissolved into a flock of paper butterflies and flew away. In a cave, several members summoned by the Deva Path of Pain gathered. "How did the mission go?" the Deva Path of Pain asked. Aoki Moon was the first to reply. "The assassination of Kagaya clan leader Kagaya Mayurakawa is complete." By the angry shouts of the clan members as he killed the target, he knew he had succeeded. Pain was unsurprised. Aoki Moon always worked efficiently. "And the 3 of you?" The target was very cautious. "I encountered resistance and was ambushed by River Puffer Ghost. The mission failed," Loquat Tenzo reported honestly. Scorpion replied in a low voice, "Apologies, but the target's water transformation ability was too bizarre. I tried every method but couldn't kill him, so I had to retreat." This was his second failure, making the proud Scorpion somewhat embarrassed. The opponent's Kekkei Genkai was very strong. "I lost 3 hearts," Kakuza said. "So, all 3 of you failed. How regrettable." Pain was slightly surprised by the outcome. This might affect Madara's subsequent plans for the Mist Village. Who knows if it would anger him. In other words, only Aoki Moon and Pain had completed their tasks. The atmosphere in the cave grew heavy. What's done is done. Blaming individuals is pointless. I hope you'll demonstrate capabilities worthy of your reputations in future missions. At Payne's warning, the three remained silent. This mission ends here. Dismissed. Fortunately, it was an internal Akatsuki mission whose failure had little impact. After taking control of Yagura, Obito quietly assumed the Mizuki's authority. But with so many eyes watching, he had to remain cautious. At least I had Akatsuki eliminate the troublemakers in the village beforehand. I'm afraid your plan has fallen through, Obito. Zetsu emerged from the wall gloating. Akatsuki's assassination missions, aside from the Kagaya clan leader being successfully killed, the other three failed. What happened? Obito was now unsettled. Sasori of the Red Sand, Kakuzu, Loquat Tenzo, all were renowned figures. Sasori's puppets were countered by the Hozuki clan's secret technique. Kakuzu's actions drew too much attention and brought in the ANBU, and Loquat Tenzo was ambushed by Watermelon Mountain River Puffer Ghost. In short, only Aoki Moon succeeded. What now? It'll just take more time. I'll eliminate these nuisances one by one. No one can stand in my way. Obito clenched his fists. By the way, that guy Aoki Moon seems familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before. Black Zetsu spoke. He was once a guard of Hanzō. He defected to Nagato during the coup. Apparently, he also secretly works for Danzo. He has multiple identities. A spy, huh? To survive under Danzo for so long, he must be skilled. Should we monitor him? White Zetsu asked. Investigate him thoroughly. Understood. After returning to the Yuin village, Qingmu once again immersed himself in developing ninjutsu. As he encountered more and more formidable opponents, his desire to enhance his strength grew ever more urgent. Of course, on the surface, he was merely an unremarkable jonin. He occupied an entire training ground by himself, experimenting with the techniques he had recently learned. Fire release fireball technique. Although Qingmu mobilized a vast amount of chakra for nature transformation, his chest swelled greatly, and he blew with all his might. He could only produce a fireball the size of a fist, which quickly extinguished. He wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed. Alas, even the most basic fireball technique is this difficult. The path ahead is long and arduous. After the fireball technique came the greater fireball technique, and then the great fireball technique. Even if I want to improve my strength, I must consider my actual situation. Xiao Nan said in puzzlement, developing a chakra nature you don't possess in the first place is a waste of effort. Qingmu's chakra natures were lightning and water, and he had also learned medical ninjutsu. Now he was starting to develop fire release. Would he later try earth release as well? Well, I'm taking the path of all-round development. I don't seek perfection but breadth. There will always be a time when it's useful. You always have your reasons. I find you more and more difficult to understand. I have a lot of ideas, I want to learn a bit of everything. Is there a new mission to do? Xiao Nan was a very busy person. She had to worry about village affairs, manage the Akatsuki's operations, and take care of Chongmen's daily life. One does not visit the temple without a reason. Basically, every time she came to him, it was to assign a mission. But Xiao Nan shook her head and said, "You've just returned from a mission, so get some rest. I won't give you any tasks. I just felt a bit stifled and came out for a walk." Her delicate face was shrouded in deep melancholy. Qingmu worried she was testing his loyalty, so he quickly said, "If it's convenient. Lady Xiao Nan, if you have any troubles, please share them. I would be honored to help ease your burden." "It's not convenient." Xiao Nan refused decisively. I see. What a pity. If it's not convenient, then just leave already. I still need to practice fire release," Qingmu grumbled inwardly. While he was struggling, Xiao Nan asked, "How is your medical ninjutsu coming along?" "I've learned the healing technique. It can quickly heal ordinary injuries, and I'm decent at detoxification." Qingmu's heart stirred as he said this, and he asked, "Is someone injured and in need of treatment?" "No, you're overthinking it." Xiao Nan turned and walked out of the training ground, unwilling to continue the conversation. Her vigilance was remarkably high. Phew. Seeing the woman leave, Qingmu was about to heave a sigh of relief when she suddenly stopped and said, "You've obtained Hanzō's legacy, haven't you?" Thud. That wretched woman. She guessed it just from watching me practice fire release. I was already so careful. Qingmu felt like spitting blood. Indeed, in the Yuin village, nothing could be hidden from the angel. This. Actually, I encountered the salamander by chance during a mission. It was pure coincidence, I swear. I have absolutely no disloyalty to the leader. You must believe me. Seeing Qingmu so flustered, Xiao Nan's lips curled slightly. Teasing him was one of her few ways to relieve stress. "In your eyes is pain, a man of such narrow magnanimity." Qingmu quickly shook his head in denial. No. The leader is a man destined to change the shinobi world, a revolutionary, one chosen by fate. I am content just to follow in his footsteps. Watching Xiao Nan's receding figure, Qingmu still felt uneasy and shouted, "Please believe in my loyalty." His voice carried a note of desperation. Alas, what a mess. Now he couldn't even train in peace. He decided to go to Yinyuzuo for a bowl of fish noodle soup. Ever since taking over Kikunai Momo's restaurant, Qingmu had introduced many new dishes, not just grilled salted fish. When he went on missions, he would copy all the fish-related recipes he could find. Whether it was due to the increased menu or his growing reputation, business gradually improved, and the place regained its former bustling atmosphere. Ryota, Shinichi, and Eiko each had their own affairs to attend to, gradually growing into the village's backbone. Deprived of Hanzō and a large number of Jonin and Chunin, the Yuin village did not fall into decline, instead it seemed to come alive and gradually flourished. Pain pacified all the rebellious factions of various sizes, completely unifying the land of rain. People were filled with hope for the future. Beneath this calm surface, the clouds of war never dispersed. Every so often someone would attempt to infiltrate the village under cover of darkness. Among them were shinobi from the Hidden Stone Village, the Hidden Cloud Village, the Hidden Sand Village, and some unknown organizations. With the Rain Tiger at will technique monitoring the area combined with the village's defense squad, these intruders were usually detected and eliminated in no time. As these invaders met their doom without return, the Yuin village became increasingly closed and dangerous in outsiders' eyes, making it impossible to obtain any intelligence about the place. After some time, Qingmu was dispatched to the northeast, tasked with expanding market operations in the Land of Lightning. He set up his base in the Land of Hot Water, a place of economic prosperity, thriving trade, and well-connected information networks with liaison stations established by various nations. At the Evil God sect's headquarters, the High Priest granted him reading access to the secret archives. He could now browse the materials inside freely. He had ulterior motives for setting up his base in the Evil God sect. He could leverage the sect's resources and techniques to help develop his own new jutsu, borrowing a chicken to lay eggs. The researchers here were invaluable talents accumulated over countless years by the Evil God sect. Whenever he encountered a problem, he could seek advice from someone and gain sudden enlightenment. He spent 2 or 3 months immersed in the secret archives, building up his foundational knowledge. Xiaonan repeatedly urged him to forge ahead, actively expand overseas markets, and often showed him her sales records. That guy Xie had completed so many contracts, and Juzo had achieved 100 kills. Kakuzu was in the lead, successfully hunting down wanted rogue ninjas, his performance far ahead. Undoubtedly the employee of the year. They were all overachievers. Alas, I never expected it to be so tough, even in an assassin organization. I'm having such a hard time. Qingmu reluctantly began his operations. Fancy titles like Regional General Manager were just a fancy way of saying he was a salesman, the head of sales for an assassin syndicate. Fortunately, he had 2 groups of followers under his command, the Akatsuki's outer members, mostly rogue ninjas, and the Evil God sect's members, who were thugs and scoundrels who never did a single good deed. Don't expect either group to have any moral bottom line or principles. It would be a miracle if they didn't commit murder or arson. One day, he held 2 mobilization meetings. In the morning, he met with all the Akatsuki members operating in that region. As you all know, the Land of Lightning is a very dangerous place. Therefore, I require you to operate in strict secrecy. All commissions must be reported to me first, and I will assign them accordingly. Understood, Lord Azure Dragon. High-paying, easy jobs went to the Akatsuki members. Dirty work was handed over to the Evil God sect followers, as in the end it was a sacrifice to the Evil God. The more heinous the person, the more the Evil God would supposedly enjoy it. This was called rational resource allocation. When convening the Evil God sect followers, Qingmu first led them in a collective prayer to the Evil God. Give thanks to Lord Evil God, Amen. Give thanks to Lord Evil God, Amen. In truth, none of these thugs truly believed in the Evil God. They were just a bunch of perverts who used the Evil God's banner to indulge their inner desires. After the prayer, Qingmu gave a speech. Loyal followers, I, the Grand Deacon of the sect, convey the oracle of our Lord. We heed the oracle of our Lord. A group of black-robed individuals knelt in unison, their demeanor utterly devout. A few would kiss the red necklace around their necks to show piety. A circle embedded with an equilateral triangle served as a medium to communicate with the Evil God, one for each person. The monthly sacrifice day is approaching, and the God's child is in place. We must offer a grand sacrifice to Lord Evil God, targeting those detestable shinobi. The war between the Hidden Cloud Village and Konoha has entered a ceasefire negotiation phase, and the shinobi world is about to embrace peace. Can we allow this situation? No. The believers protested collectively, their indignation rising. Who were they? They were thugs. Only a chaotic shinobi world allowed them to thrive. Once peace arrived, they would have nowhere to hide. Lord Evil God detests peace. The shinobi world cannot be without war. We need slaughter. Fading lives and spraying blood are the finest gifts for Lord Evil God. For Lord Evil God, the war must never cease. Qingmu nodded in satisfaction, slightly raised his hand to quiet them, and continued. Only the blood of shinobi can please Lord Evil God. Those weak civilians are worthless. In the coming propagation toward the Land of Lightning. When selecting targets, be discerning. All tasks must first be gathered to me, and after consulting Lord Evil God, I will assign them uniformly. We obey Lord Evil God's will. Go, believers. Let my Lord's darkness cover more light. let slaughter and despair become the unending clouds over the skies of the shinobi world. Offer your hearts to Lord Evil God. Subsequently, the region around the Land of Lightning grew turbulent. The rogue ninjas of the Akatsuki and the followers of the Evil God sect began their covert activities. 3 months later, the effects became apparent. The number of commission orders from several neighboring countries surged severalfold, especially security-related missions. The Hidden Cloud Konoha and Hidden Stone villages were overjoyed. They desperately needed mission rewards to heal the wounds of war. This made them both love and hate the Evil God sect. The day before the monthly sacrifice, the capital of the Land of Lightning was attacked. Several guardian shinobi and nobles went missing. The next day, their bodies were discovered in an abandoned shrine on the outskirts. The bodies lay on the ground within a special pattern drawn in blood, resembling the scene of some sinister sacrificial ritual. Subsequently, Qingmu Yue, in his capacity as the Evil God sect's Grand Deacon, publicly declared, "Our sect takes full responsibility for this attack." Such outrageous behavior infuriated the Hidden Cloud shinobi. They immediately launched a counterattack, deploying border troops for a thorough sweep. Within a single month, they uprooted over a dozen Evil God sect strongholds one after another, inflicting considerable losses. Qingmu Yu had to temporarily suspend the believers' propagation activities to avoid the enemy's spearhead, letting the followers lie low for a while. In the Moon Country, the daimyo was convening a council of ministers in the Great Hall to discuss countermeasures against the recent spate of attacks that had been plaguing the nation. The 4 guardian ninjas responsible for security were the Shida squad from Cloud Hidden Village. Because the Moon Country bordered the Lightning Country, the Cloud Hidden Village took on most of its security and commission missions. However, the recent attacks made the people of the Moon Country sense something amiss. Someone suspected, could it be that Leaf Village is behind this? The war between the two sides hasn't ended yet. It could also be Rock Hidden Village. They've always wanted to get a share of our mission commissions. Surely not. Is Rock Hidden planning to tear up the ceasefire agreement again? Lord Daimyo, what shall we do? The daimyo of the Moon Country was filled with worry. The rulers of small nations were never taken seriously by the ninjas. Suddenly, intense sounds of battle and shouts came from outside. Enemy attack. A boom. The fiery blast of the explosion tore through the gate, revealing a figure in a black robe with red clouds holding a long sword standing at the entrance. Drip. Drip. Blood dripped from the blade onto the ground, the sound reverberating in the hearts of everyone present. Gulp. Someone swallowed nervously. The 2 guardian ninjas and 2 squads of ordinary guards stationed outside had likely all been killed by this person. This had all happened in just a few breaths, demonstrating the attacker's formidable strength. Bastard. Captain Shida cursed and charged forward with a kunai along with another subordinate. With a flash of white light from the blade, Captain Shida and his subordinate fell to the ground. Aoki Yu stepped forward to the daimyo seated at the main seat. The latter, terrified, tried to flee but was too weak in the legs to stand. He raised his right hand, signaling him to move aside. At that moment, a nearby minister quickly came over to help the daimyo to the side. Aoki Yu sat down gracefully in the daimyo's seat and said, "I am here on behalf of a client to seek your agreement on one matter. From now on, the Moon Country's mission commissions should be appropriately distributed to other villages. No longer can Cloud Hidden monopolize them as before. I've said my piece. Who agrees, who opposes?" A minister dressed like a samurai slammed the table and stood up, rebuking Baka. "Who are you? How dare you threaten the Da?" With a slash of the blue blade, the minister's words were cut short, his body severed in 2. Anyone else? Faced with such arrogance, the ministers lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. They usually looked down on these ninjas who fought and killed. But when a ninja loses the restraint of the village, they become the most terrifying killing machines. The intruder's eyes showed no reverence, and even the daimyo did not dare to speak at that moment. Since no one objects, then we're all agreed. Sign it. Aoki Yu produced a document from his person, had everyone sign and affix their fingerprints one by one, then collected the letter of commitment. This was done voluntarily. If I find out you are being duplicitous, I will visit each of you personally. Continue your meeting. I shall take my leave. As he reached the doorway, someone finally mustered the courage to ask loudly, "You have humiliated us so. Dare you leave your name?" Aoki Yu extended his right fist towards them, revealing a ring with the character green prominently displayed on his index finger. Azure Dragon. Then with a flicker, he vanished from sight. The people in the room were silent for a moment, and only after confirming that Aoki Yu had truly left did they breathe a sigh of relief. Azure Dragon. Which village's ninja is that? Never heard of him. Judging by his robe, it looks like the attire of the international assassin group Akatsuki that has risen in recent years. This organization is very secretive, specializing in assassinations. Alas. First the Jashin cult, now the Akatsuki. The third great ninja war just ended, and these ninjas are really causing trouble. The crowd buzzed with discussion. The daimyo had recovered somewhat by now and resumed his seat at the main position. Everyone, do not panic. I will send a letter to the Cloud Hidden Village informing them of this. Lord Raikage once promised to provide military protection for our country. If they cannot fulfill that, then we need not worry about them. That is the only option. The others nodded in agreement. As a neighbor of the Lightning Country, the Moon Country was nominally neutral due to geopolitical relations, but was actually a junior partner of the big brother, the Lightning Country. They dared not act independently. If Cloud Hidden couldn't deal with the Akatsuki and their backer, then the Moon Country would have no choice but to distribute missions to ninjas from other villages. The backer was either Rock Hidden or Leaf Village, neither of which they could afford to offend. Aoki returned to the base and sent the Moon Country daimyo's letter of commitment to headquarters as important evidence for payment. He also notified the Akatsuki members in the Lightning Country region to enter a period of silence. The wrath of the Cloud Hidden village was something they could not withstand. Avoiding their strength was the best strategy. Cloud Hidden quickly received intelligence from the Moon Country. In the Raikage's office, with a bang, the fourth Raikage punched a hole through the solid wooden desk, shouting, "Damn Akatsuki and that Jashin cult." One after another. "Lord Raikage, this is the 5th desk you've broken this month. Friendly reminder, your salary has been deducted to nearly nothing due to damage to public property." Mabui reminded him at the right moment, holding files in her arms, her expression meticulous and her demeanor efficient. At 14, due to her special abilities and outstanding performance, she was specially recruited as the Raikage secretary, assisting him with various official duties. Dodai glanced at Mabui, silently sweating for the young girl. Truly a fearless calf. In Cloud Hidden, the only one who dared to scold the Raikage to his face was Mabui. Ahem. Lord Raikage, the one who hired the Akatsuki, an assassin organization, to threaten the daimyo, is most likely the old man, the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki. As a Raikage advisor and member of the think tank, Dodai offered his opinion. On the surface, seemingly a hot-tempered brute, was actually shrewd. He nodded and said, I figured as much. Inoki has always coveted the mission shares of the Moon and Frost countries that are on good terms with us. The so-called ceasefire agreement is just a piece of paper. The underhanded moves have never stopped. It seems necessary to end the skirmish with Leaf Village. Correct. Although Leaf has lost the Yellow Flash and one of the Sannin Orochimaru, its strength is still not to be underestimated. Continuing to fight will only drain more of our power. Do you have any strategy? I asked. Since Dodai said this, he must have already thought of a plan. Dodai replied, after we swept through the Jashin cult, they went into hiding. The Akatsuki's activities are even more covert. We need powerful sensory-type ninjas to dig them out. If only we could have the Byakugan as well. A's heart stirred. What do you mean? Tell me more. First, we drag Leaf Village into exhaustion on the battlefield. Then, through negotiations, we gain more benefits. During the negotiations, a plot targeting Leaf Village and the Hyuga's Byakugan quietly unfolded. Aoki directed the members of Akatsuki and the Jashin cult, employing the basic strategy of advance when the enemy retreats, retreat when the enemy advances, steadily pushing forward and painstakingly open the market in the Lightning Country. This tough nut to crack took him a full 2 years. Eventually, when Cloud Hidden decided to cease all hostilities with Leaf Village and enter negotiations, he knew he had to stop. Once Cloud Hidden extricated itself from the war, Akatsuki and the Jashin cult would face great trouble. Fortunately, he hadn't been idle during these 2 years. Using the resources and techniques of the Jashin cult, he developed his 2 new techniques, Spiritual Pivot Yin Judge and Earthbind Flame Prison. As a result, his strength was further enhanced and his Sage Mode became more proficient. His assassination missions rarely failed, and the name, Akatsuki's Azure Dragon, began to circulate in the underworld. His price also rose accordingly. The fee for his services started at 10 million Ryo. Unlike other members of the Akatsuki, who kept a low profile to conceal their information and were largely unknown, Aoki's personal characteristics were too distinctive and easily recognizable. Some already suspected him of being the Moon Swordsman, the ultimate winner of the Iron Country's swordsman contest. In the underground exchange market, his bounty was set at 30 million Ryo. One day, he took time to return to the Rain Hidden village to report on work progress to Conan. As soon as he entered the village, Pain sensed him through the rain and said to Conan beside him, "That guy you has gotten stronger again." "Is that so?" Conan felt uneasy upon hearing this. With everyone's efforts, the Akatsuki's reputation was growing. Some missions required Pain's direct involvement. However, as the number of battles increased, his body was deteriorating and various attempts to remedy it proved futile. Yet Aoki had been quietly growing stronger. A person's strength often peaks and then slows down with the cessation of physical development. Aoki's chakra volume had been steadily increasing, surpassing most jonin, and it continued to grow. Could he possess a special bloodline? Conan wondered silently. She quickly dismissed the idea. Aoki's background was very clear. His father was an ordinary chunin from Rain Hidden village, and his mother wasn't even a ninja. She had thoroughly investigated and confirmed he had no bloodline limit. Imagine a village leader who came to power through a coup, his body deteriorating day by day, while his capable subordinate's strength grew day by day. Moreover, that subordinate was once the bodyguard of the former leader. How could this not cause anxiety? Even though Aoki you didn't appear ambitious, and after spending time with him, she felt he wouldn't engage in despicable betrayal. But it was precisely because she trusted Hanzō the Salamander's integrity too much that Yahiko died. In the ninja world, reputation is a tool to be betrayed at a critical moment. Never trust anyone. This is the first rule of being a ninja. As long as this man had the power to betray, he had to be guarded against. The priority now lies not in expanding the organization, but in stabilizing Nagato's condition. As long as Nagato remains unharmed, both the thugs within Akatsuki and the latent threats in the village will submit obediently. To this end, Conan had entrusted the medical department with a classified mission 2 years prior to develop a medicinal agent capable of replenishing human vitality. The burden pressed heavily on Chief of Medical Affairs Hoshi Yamafumi, and his subordinates, including Mieko, were faring no better, working overtime deep into the night to keep pace with the demanding project. On one occasion, upon returning from an external mission, Aoki Suki dined with former teammates at Jinyoza, where he happened to overhear Mieko complaining about the project, a detail that caught his attention. However, he had no intention of prying. Intruding upon secrets others wished to keep would only invite deeper suspicion. Rather than concern himself with others' affairs, he focused entirely on strengthening his own capabilities. Inside the office, Aoki Suki first delivered his report on Akatsuki's situation, then briefly outlined the circumstances surrounding the demon god cult. He concluded by analyzing the current political landscape and laying out plans for the next course of action. Within merely 2 years, Akatsuki had established a foothold across the Land of Lightning, with business commissions surging to more than 10 times their original volume. Additionally, through the guise of the demon god cult, they covertly funneled resources into Akatsuki, allowing their financial reserves to accumulate at an exponential rate. Conan understood that none within Akatsuki could replicate such achievements. Even she herself was incapable. She was fully aware that her position ultimately rested upon Pain's absolute martial dominance. Yet the man before her was exceptional in every regard. Personal strength, strategic brilliance, and execution all ranked among the finest. Alone, he had rapidly carved out a vast market in the most recalcitrant territories without neglecting his assassination duties. Kazakage, Sasori Juzo, and the others had no desire to undertake anything beyond their basic assassination assignments. They are outsiders after all. No one could ever devote themselves wholeheartedly to Akatsuki in the way. Yet even trusted allies carried latent risks that defied articulation. You have performed admirably. Amegakure is cunning, a direct confrontation is inadvisable. We will lie low for now. By the way, how is that boy Haiden faring? He has grown remarkably swiftly. Researchers have subjected him to various experiments, and they have confirmed that he is indeed immortal. Once he matures a few years further, we may bring him into the fold. That is reassuring. Conan nodded with satisfaction. With Haiden now added to the roster, Aoki Suki had successively recruited 4 core members for Akatsuki. It could be said that half of Akatsuki's current prosperity was attributable to him. Your name has resurfaced time and again over these 2 years. Whispers in the village claim you will become as formidable as Hanzō. That day may not be far off. How could Aoki Suki take such flattering words seriously? Though Hanzō was indeed a scoundrel, his prowess in his youth was extraordinary. Even granting myself another decade or 2, I would still dare not compare myself to him. You remain as modest as ever. Conan remembered the first transaction she had made with Aoki Suki. He had been little more than a jonin at the time. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. While her own strength had entered a stable phase, Aoki Suki continued to grow steadily. Intelligence reports revealed that he had received instruction from no teacher whatsoever. Such a circumstance was entirely unreasonable, yet it mirrored the prevailing reality of AIM during Hanzō's era. Haha, my modest abilities are utterly trivial before the leader. I am but a firefly attempting to rival the moon. How embarrassing. Humph, you need not flatter me. He neither hears these words, nor would he care were he to. Pain is a man who has devoted his entire existence to the peace of the shinobi world. Whenever Pain was mentioned, Conan's demeanor and tone instinctively grew solemn. As the angel of God, she regarded all who harbored hostility toward him as her enemies. Aoki Suki hastened to agree, indeed. The leader's vision transcends what a humble servant like myself could possibly fathom. All that remains for me is to become a bridge upon which he may reach his dream of peace. Sigh. Can you not speak a single word of truth? Conan remarked with resignation. Konandano, I assure you every word I speak is genuine. After all these years, do you not believe in my sincere longing for peace? To claim oneself a pacifist after rising to the rank of Grand Deacon within a cult teeming with eccentrics would strike anyone as outright absurd. Conan ultimately relented. Very well, I believe you. You have labored tirelessly these past 2 years. Return home and rest properly. She had little choice, for she herself belonged to a terrorist organization. Then I shall take my leave. Along the way back, he received numerous warm greetings from villagers, which he returned one by one. It was then that he suddenly realized he was merely an honorary advisor. Possessing such prestige within the village was not without peril, for Pain was the true leader. The villagers had only heard whispers of Pain, fearing him more than they revered him, whereas Aokisuke, approachable and formidable, naturally drew their admiration. I must remain far more inconspicuous within the village henceforth. Amegakure. Hiruzen, have you made your decision? Accepting Kumo's armistice terms in their entirety. Yes. Over the past 2 years, Kirigakure has grown increasingly aggressive in its attacks upon us, clearly seeking to reignite war. We can no longer afford to delay on Kumo's front. Kumo is both cunning and greedy. Should we yield even slightly, I fear they will seize the opportunity to impose further demands. Ushio Manen expressed her concerns. Tenshin Shan remarked, compromise is our only recourse. The situation regarding the Uchiha within the village is far from encouraging. Alas, Hiruzen mounting evidence suggests that the Uchiha harbor ambitions to usurp the village's governance. We must take decisive action. Hanzō spoke suddenly. Have we not already assigned Umbu to conduct surveillance? The Uchiha are members of this village as well. We cannot treat comrades who once fought side by side with such suspicion based on mere whispers. On the night of the Nine-Tails attack, so many witnessed it with their own eyes. Does that not constitute evidence? This matter carries an air of irregularity riddled with unanswered questions. Furthermore, there remain within the Uchiha clan those whose loyalty to the village remains uncompromised. In any case, let us wait a while longer. The third Hokage's tone was resolute. He continued to delay. Hanzō rose to his feet in anger. His values fundamentally clashed with those of the third, rendering civil discourse impossible. Hanzō, I am the Hokage. Your naivety will one day be your undoing. Upon returning to the underground chambers of the Root organization, a Root member immediately presented a scroll to Hanzō. Lord Hanzō, this contains the latest intelligence on Akatsuki. After reviewing the contents, Hanzō's brows furrowed involuntarily. Are you certain? Cross-referencing intelligence from multiple channels, it must be him. Not only has he joined Akatsuki, but he also holds a high-ranking position within an organization known as the Demon God Cult. For the past 2 years, he has operated extensively throughout the Land of Lightning, engaging in bloody rituals, assassinating nobility, and threatening daimyos. Amegakure has placed a bounty on his head. Could this individual be a double agent? Following the Nine-Tails disaster, Root had been reinstated and Hanzō had been consumed by busyness, largely forgetting about Aokisuke. The sudden revelation today came as an unexpected surprise. Likely so. His true allegiance remains unclear at present, though publicly he still operates as a ninja of Amegakure. Hanzō reached an immediate decision. Regardless of whether he serves Hanzō or some other master, he can no longer be trusted. Find an opportunity to eliminate him covertly. This man possessed knowledge of numerous secrets pertaining to both Root and Hanzō. Should such information leak, the consequences would be unpredictable. Wait, have you made contact with Root's intelligence personnel in Amegakure? The situation remains unclear. No proactive contact has been established. Cease all communication. Instead, dispatch operatives to infiltrate Amegakure and investigate what transpired there over the past 2 years. After forming an alliance with Hanzō, Root had withdrawn all personnel from the Land of Rain. Now it was evident that trouble had arisen there, and it was reasonable to assume their embedded agents had also turned traitor. At that very moment, within a secluded chamber of Kirigakure, White Zetsu was reporting to Obito. The intelligence has been leaked to Root's operatives. Lord Hanzō should have received the information by now. No traces were left behind. Obito was uneasy. Betraying an ally if discovered would carry grave consequences. Negative. I leaked the information through Kimogakure's channels to Root's personnel stationed there. Following White Zetsu's report, Black Zetsu interjected. Even if we had not taken such measures, Root would have inevitably uncovered this issue on their own. The reputation of the Azure Dragon of Akatsuki has grown too prominent in the underworld for them to ignore. I see. Perhaps my caution was unwarranted. Still, it is better to be safe than sorry. Obito had previously paid little mind to Aokisuke, dismissing him as merely a jonin from Amegakure skilled in assassination, a position easily replaceable. However, upon Black Zetsu's investigation, he suddenly realized that behind Akatsuki's rapid expansion over just a few years, this man's influence was ubiquitous. Such a development could not be allowed to continue unchecked, lest Nagato eventually break free from Obito's control entirely. Let us observe how Hanzō responds next. Black Zetsu observed. Hearing this, Obito smiled. Hanzō will never tolerate anyone escaping his control. He will certainly find a way to eliminate this individual. We need only sit back and watch the spectacle unfold. White Zetsu inquired, is there anything I should do? Keep watch over Root's operatives. Provide covert assistance when necessary. Understood. Soon after, Black Zetsu's figure dissolved into the walls. Returning from Kirigakure, he made his way back to the headquarters hidden within the cave. One moment we aid Pain, the next we assist Obito. Which side do we truly stand on? White Zetsu asked, confused. Neither. What we seek is balance. allowing them to check and constrain one another. Only in this manner can Lord Madara's Eye of the Moon plan proceed smoothly. Might Pain grow suspicious of us? Black Zetsu reassured him, fear not. Akatsuki's intelligence capabilities are limited. Our value is irreplaceable. They will not turn against us unless absolutely necessary. Very well. This Aokisuki is exceptionally cautious. I nearly exposed myself on several occasions. This is proving difficult. Intelligence reports indicate he possesses no perceptiveness abilities correct. It is uncertain. This individual is rather peculiar. He does not appear easily manageable. White Zetsu voiced his suspicions. In that case, we must exercise greater caution ourselves. In a lake on the outskirts of Yuin village, Qingmu Yu sat cross-legged in the center of the lake, rising and falling with the surface of the water. At a certain moment the water currents around him slowly rose and enveloped him. Then his entire person along with the water lotus sank into the lake, and the water in this area began to churn. Gurgle, gurgle. The water kept surging upward, and a giant head made of water slowly rose from within. But just as the giant head had risen to the level of its neck, it suddenly lost its momentum and stopped. Splash! It scattered back into the lake water and merged with the lake. Qingmu Yu's figure floated back up. It seems it's still not working. Where exactly is the problem? His plan was to rely on his powerful spiritual energy advantage and the easy-to-shape nature of water to develop a giant-type ninjutsu for battles at the tailed beast level. However, the difficulty was far greater than he had imagined, or he had no clue at all. It seems I'll have to find time to visit the Ho Temple. The ninja monks of this temple in the Land of Fire could use an ability called Sage Talent, with typical examples being the Thousand-Handed Kill and the Immovable Wisdom King displayed by Di Lu. This technique might be related to sage arts, and it is a collective term for a series of techniques worth studying. Even Di Lu using chakra to control it could not unleash its true power. If he could obtain it, it would be like adding wings to a tiger for his sage mode. Splash! Qingmu Yu's body turned into a splash of water and disappeared. Body flicker technique. When he appeared again, he was already at his doorstep. With his perception range expanded by natural energy, his instant teleportation distance was terrifying. No wonder no one could defeat Hanzō in a place with water. This single water body flicker technique alone makes him invincible. A speed comparable to space-time ninjutsu. Who could catch him? Back then, Pain only managed to kill Hanzō by catching him drunk and cornering him in a room, otherwise he would have escaped. At the West Tower, Tendo Pain opened his eyes and exclaimed so fast. The entire village was under his technique's coverage. Qingmu Yu had just been training in the lake on the outskirts a moment ago, and the next second, he appeared on Iron Rain Avenue. That guy has already learned Hanzō's body flicker technique. Water body flicker was the signature ninjutsu of Hanzō of the Salamander, especially in a place like the Rain Country, where it could be pushed to its limits. It had been lost after Hanzō's death. Now that this technique had reappeared in Yuin village, it was a good thing. What's wrong? Asked Conan beside him. Nothing. That guy you seems to be developing a new technique. Tell him that if he needs my help, don't be a stranger. Many pieces of knowledge that were difficult for ordinary people to understand could be seen through their essence under the vision of the Rinnegan. Qingmu Yu had been dedicated to the village and Akatsuki, so Pain would not be stingy in offering help. Got it. Based on Conan's understanding of Qingmu Yu, that guy was very cautious. He had hidden at least half of his strength. How could he let others help him develop ninjutsu? A ninja values their own information more than anything. Moreover, Qingmu Yu and Pain were not that close. During this period, Amegakure has been cleaning up our forces in the Lightning Country area, greatly affecting our operations. Intel shows that Konoha is seeking peace talks with Amegakure. This will be very disadvantageous for us. Let you return to the Hot Springs Country to guard as soon as possible. He can handle these troubles, Pain replied. Qingmu Yu had just returned to the village for about half a month of rest, and now he had to set out again to return to the base in the Hot Springs Country. However, after leaving the Rain Country, he did not rush to the Hot Springs Country, but instead detoured to the Ho Temple in the Land of Fire. A ninja temple entirely composed of monks with a long history, it was a notable ninja organization in the Land of Fire. As soon as he arrived at the gate, two giant stone statues blocked him. These two statues formed the same hand seal, creating a special sealing barrier with the iron gate that required chakra, imbued with sage talent, to pass through. This alone showed the temple's profound heritage. I had planned to sneak in quietly, but it seems unlikely now. Qingmu Yu took out a mask and put it on his face, then walked to the iron gate. A flash of azure lightning streaked across. Rumble. The iron gate was torn in half by the explosive thunder, then crashed to the ground. Such a commotion naturally alerted the ninja monks inside the temple. They quickly gathered in the front courtyard. Breaking in at the dead of night, they knew the visitor was not to be trifled with. Abbot Zonghai took a deep breath and said, "May I ask what important business brings our honored guest to our temple at night? I've heard that your temple's secret technique, Sage Talent, is quite marvelous. I've come to take a look. Please don't be stingy, master." Qingmu Yu replied. These words immediately aroused great anger among the monks. What? He's come to demand our temple's secret technique. What do you take our Hua temple for? Does he think he can just look at it? So arrogant. This guy is a bandit. Don't be polite with him, let's all attack. Abbot Zonghai was also dumbfounded. Were ninjas nowadays so arrogant? Sorry, sage talent is the secret inheritance of our temple, the foundation of our existence. It is not passed on to outsiders. Please leave, sir. That won't do. Today you must give it to me whether you want to or not. Qingmu Yu sheathed his blade and said to Abbot Zonghai, as this is a peaceful Buddhist sanctuary, I don't wish to cause too much slaughter. Let's keep it limited. Such an arrogant manner infuriated the already dissatisfied monks who rolled up their sleeves and were about to charge. Zonghai waved his hand to stop everyone. A visitor so arrogant was either an idiot or a formidable man. He then pointed at a very young monk and said, Dilu, you go and try. Dilu nodded. As the most outstanding monk in the temple, he naturally took the responsibility. It was also a time to test his own strength. He stepped forward twice and assumed a starting posture. Behind him, a 1,000-armed guanyin over 10 meters tall appeared seated on a lotus pedestal radiating golden light. So it appears. This is the technique I wanted. Qingmu Yu was inwardly excited. This was a technique that could be used without a bloodline, and only in his hands could its true power be unleashed. Sage mode activate. Since breaking the gate, he had been secretly absorbing natural energy in preparation for a direct activation. Surges of spiritual energy burst forth from his swirling pupils. In this state, spiritual power replaced vision to perform supervisual capture of the surrounding environment. This was also a skill Qingmu Yu had gradually mastered while exploring Sage mode. When fighting speed-type enemies, this move could be very effective like now. Ryo thousand-handed kill. As the 1,000-armed guanyin swung its arms, countless golden fists came crashing from all directions. Compared to Kagaya's 80 gods vacuum fists, the 1,000-handed fists were no less impressive, almost identical to Hashirama's true several thousand hands. Boom, boom, boom. The air exploded from the fierce punches. Without an immortal body, no one dared to withstand this move head-on. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qingmu Yu pushed his body flicker technique to the limit, using his spiritual perception to capture the trajectory of the fists and dodge preemptively. He stood there flickering back and forth left and right as if he had moved, and yet not moved, with countless afterimages shifting between gathering, dispersing, and overlapping. This was a contest between extreme speed attack and extreme speed evasion. How is that possible? Someone actually can do it. Abbot Zonghai was deeply shocked as he watched, even with the Byakugan or Sharingan. Even if the Byakugan or Sharingan could see the attack trajectory, the body could not keep up. This was an unsolvable secret technique, yet it had been broken. Who is this person? Could he have mastered that kind of power? Dilu frowned deeply, thinking to himself, I can't even hit his body. Then his face suddenly twisted into a ferocious, wrathful Vajra expression, and the 1,000-armed guanyin behind him also changed. It transformed into a wrathful Vidyaraja, and the golden chakra turned crimson red. The speed of the fists increased several times, and their power also rose. The air was torn into streaks of white vapor, producing violent explosive sounds. Boom, boom, boom. Not good, I've reached my limit. In this situation, even with the amplification of Sage mode, pure Taijutsu-type body flicker was not enough to completely evade the rapid barrage of 1,000 fists. Lightning body flicker. Crackle. In an instant, Qingmu Yu's body turned into streaks of lightning darting around the field to avoid the Vidyaraja's fists. Finally, after several minutes of persistence, Dilu's attack ceased. Pant. Pant. He collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. The Sage Talent secret technique, while powerful, also consumed a great deal of energy. If he couldn't instantly kill the enemy, he would exhaust himself to death. What? Dilu actually lost. The monks were astonished by this result. Dilu was a genius of the Hua Temple, second only to the abbot in strength. He had lost just like that, while the enemy seemed to have been dodging all along without counterattacking. Qingmu Yu pressed his palms together in front of his chest and said, Buddha, be merciful. I concede. Sir, you have won. Please follow me. Zonghai returned a Buddhist salute. The visitor was extremely powerful. Continuing the fight would only cause more casualties. The Hua Temple had a long history and its own way of survival. Abbot, the monks said anxiously. Enough. I have my own plan. Take Dilu down to rest. Zonghai gave the order and turned to walk straight into the main hall. The monks glared at Qingmu Yu with hatred but dared not speak. Dilu, on the other hand, looked calm, his thoughts unknown. Please wait here for a moment, Your Excellency. In the main hall, Zonghai said to Qingmu Yu, then turned and went to the secret vault, retrieving 2 enormous scrolls. These are the secret arts of our temple. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. The change in attitude was so complete that Qingmu Yu was utterly bewildered. He had been prepared to shed blood in the temple. He took the secret scrolls, but did not open them immediately. Instead, he asked, Master, if you have something to say, you might as well speak directly. Zonghai smiled slightly, his aged face full of wrinkles. Your Excellency seems to possess a special power that matches the immortal arts recorded in our temple's ancient texts. I wonder. Qingmu Yu nodded. Correct, what I use is indeed immortal arts. However, I have no connection with the 3 sacred lands. I acquired them by chance. It is precisely because I lack systematic knowledge that I came to your temple seeking the subsequent path. Your Excellency truly possesses great fortune to have entered the path of immortality on your own. Zonghai wore an expression of just as I thought. He continued, the secret arts of our temple can be traced back to an era before the ninja, when natural energy was abundant and the heritage never ceased. After the ninja emerged, the world underwent great changes, making it difficult to perceive natural energy. Through generations of exploration and refinement, we finally developed this sage talent that can be cultivated by anyone now. Is that so? Then these are the true immortal arts, the original versions. And this one is the improved version. Zonghai pointed at the 2 scrolls, respectively, introducing them. Master is indeed meticulous. Qingmu Yu knew well the other's intention. It was nothing more than an exchange of benefits. He didn't mind, so he directly opened the original scroll. The first page depicted a gigantic 1,000-armed guanyin pattern. Besides the 1,000-armed slaughter and wrathful Mayu that Di Lu had displayed, there were also the perception type, heavenly eye, and the barrier type, immeasurable heart domain. The heavenly eye technique with its described characteristics closely matched Qingmu Yu's mental perception and supervision capture. He had already mastered it. Abbot Zonghai had guessed that he had learned immortal arts through this technique, since no one else could achieve that except for dojutsu. As for immeasurable heart domain, it is a mental barrier technique, also a supportive type. It deploys a barrier based on spiritual power suitable for defending against enemy sneak attacks or coordinating with the heavenly eye in combat. By silently reciting the 6-character Mayu mantra Wem Ma and I, Padme Hum, one controls the barrier. After memorizing the secret arts, Qingmu Yu then looked at the revised version, the sage talent, that could be activated solely with chakra, and immediately felt overwhelmed. The content was many times more complex, its power reduced by more than half, and chakra consumption doubled. He merely skimmed through it and lost interest. Thank you for your generous gift, Master. I will briefly recount my cultivation journey, hoping it may be of help to you. Having received benefits, it was only natural to reciprocate. He was not a bandit, he had come to borrow. Zonghai excitedly performed a Buddhist salute and said, Your Excellency is too kind, as long as it can be of help. Then he looked at Qingmu Yu with eager eyes. The latter recounted his cultivation process in detail, the cultivation environment, how to capture natural energy, and the characteristics of each step. There was no need to keep secrets. Natural energy had been devoured too much by the divine tree of that era. Except for the 3 sacred lands, it was as difficult as reaching the heavens for ordinary people to take this step in the outside world. Combined with the relevant traditions of the Fire Temple, Zonghai confirmed the truth of Qingmu Yu's words. Thank you for your frankness, Your Excellency. I am deeply grateful. Likewise, I shall take my leave now. Qingmu Yu rose and left the Fire Temple. He still had to go to the land of hot springs for garrison duty, and he had already been delayed for several days. Shortly after he left, Di Lu entered the main hall, bowed to Zonghai, and said, Abbot, has that person left? Yes. This person has a karmic connection with our Fire Temple. Tell everyone not to bear resentment. Di Lu, though puzzled, replied, Understood. The battle with him made me realize my own shortcomings. I wish to travel for a while to broaden my experience. Zonghai assumed Di Lu was discouraged and nodded. That's fine. Cultivating Buddhism is cultivating the mind. Only by experiencing things can one understand what one truly pursues in their heart. I hear that the daimyo is recruiting guardian ninja nationwide. Go and give it a try. Hi. Di Lu responded gladly. Meanwhile, by the time Qingmu Yu arrived at the Akatsuki base in the land of hot springs, it was already a week later, 3 days later than planned. Along the way, he had been pondering the newly acquired secret arts. He did not intend to copy them directly because this technique was pure immortal arts, while Sage Mode was a hybrid, natural energy mixed with chakra. It still needed to be improved based on actual conditions, turning it into a form suitable for mobile combat, creating a new immortal art. Preliminary estimates suggested it would take several years to complete. However, he gained some inspiration from this theory, namely the higher-level application of spiritual energy. For example, if trapped in a mental world, one could summon the Buddha's descent to break it. The Buddha represents light and suppresses evil. The ultimate sealing technique, Chibaku Tensei, seemed to take the form of a great Buddha. At present, regarding in-release techniques, he had only figured out a spiral-patterned, heart-wheel illusion breaking. He needed to develop higher-level in-release, such as condensing the Buddhist swastika symbol to dispel Jinjutsu. Qingmu Yu was thinking of going into seclusion to study his new techniques, but his assistant FO, Shou Luo, reported some bad news. Azure Dragon-sama, this month cloud suppression against us has suddenly intensified several-fold. It is suspected that they have ceased hostilities with Leaf and were able to redeploy reinforcements. These men from the front lines are highly experienced and formidable. We are no match for them. Didn't I tell you to avoid their edge before I left? Who disobeyed my orders? Send them to the Jashin cult for sacrifice. These rogue ninja were extremely lacking in organizational discipline, too difficult to manage. Fosho Luo then revealed an important piece of intelligence. My lord, during your absence, some people couldn't resist temptation and secretly joined the Jashin cult. They have been killing and sacrificing everywhere, acting extremely insane. What? Qingmu Yu was utterly enraged. Someone dared to imitate him. How could that be allowed? If they could imitate him today, they could replace him tomorrow. Truly ambitious. Just then, Fosho Luo considerately produced a list. I have compiled it. The group, led by the Tachikawa trio, are the instigators. Barnard, Doolin, and Bell. These three were known rogue ninja active in the Tachikawa area of the Land of Lightning. They were said to come from some small ninja organization. Due to their cruel and bloodthirsty nature, they were hunted, and having no way out, joined the Akatsuki for protection. You've been thoughtful. I'll handle it. Is there anything else? Qingmu Yu pocketed the list and began plotting how to eliminate these unruly troublemakers. Someone has commissioned an S-rank mission from us on the black market and has already paid a deposit of 5 million Ryo. It may require you to personally take action. Oh, tell me more. Such a big client must be served well. Cultivation could wait. Recently, a ninja fighting arena has emerged in the ninja world. Countless nobles and merchants flock there, placing high bets on ninjas engaged in bloody combat in the ring to satisfy their perverse desires. This underground illegal organization is unchecked and growing stronger, which may have aroused some people's discontent. The target is to completely destroy the fighting arena. Reply to the client. We'll take this job. Hi. At night, Qingmu Yu changed into a Jashin cult robe, put on a mask, and gathered the Jashin cult members. Believers, I have recently received a revelation from the Jashin. He is angered by the impending peace. We may need to hold a grand sacrifice to appease Lord Jashin's wrath. We are grateful to Lord Jashin. We will complete this sacrifice at any cost. These lunatics, upon hearing they could go out and kill, were all excited with eyes gleaming. Great Priest Daisuke, I heard that a new batch of followers has joined recently. Qingmu Yu turned and asked. Great Priest Daisuke nodded. Yes, a group of followers with great potential and unwavering loyalty to Lord Jashin has joined. They have made dozens of sacrifices to Lord Jashin within a month. Goodness, they must be killing several groups a day. It seems they were too repressed and finally found a way to release themselves, completely letting go. How gratifying. Why not let these people handle this sacrifice ceremony? Let's see just how far they can go. Qingmu Yu suggested. Daisuke did not think much and agreed. It's time to give the newcomers a chance to show themselves. After the prayer ceremony, Qingmu Yu met privately with the group, led by the Tachikawa trio. Recently, a new arena has appeared. Those merchants and nobles spend money to watch ninjas slaughter each other. This is a natural sacrificial ground for us. On the night of this month's ritual day, I want you to kill your opponents in the ring and sacrifice them to Lord Jashin on the spot. Can you do it? Hi. Offer our hearts to Lord Jashin. Everyone shouted in unison. The thought of holding the ceremony in front of so many spectators made every cell in their bodies cheer. Lord Jashin will surely love it. The ritual day is 3 days from now. Go prepare well. I look forward to your performance. Everyone left the secret base with excitement. Among them, Barnard, Doolin, and Bell began to envision the future. Big brother, once we complete this grand ceremony, we can become core followers. Doolin said happily. His yellow afro hairstyle, coupled with a herringbone pattern painted on his face, exuded a strong Chinibyu and psychotic vibe. Pink-haired Belle stuck out her tongue and licked the senbon in her hand, saying with a smile, I heard that core followers have a monthly sacrifice quota 3 times that of ordinary followers. That really makes me envious. You two are really short-sighted. My goal has never been to become a core follower. I aim to become a deacon or even replace the Grand Deacon and become the next him. Barnard said ambitiously. Here he had found a sense of belonging. The feeling of being able to unrestrainedly release his desires without suppressing his nature was too exhilarating. Despite his muscular appearance, he was actually rough, but refined. He wanted to climb up and become a high-ranking member of the cult. Doolin mourned, Big brother, I heard that this Grand Deacon killed who knows how many people to get to the top. We should be careful. Someone who could reach the top in such a twisted cult is undoubtedly a ruthless person. When it comes to killing, we are the professionals. This time I will sacrifice everyone in the arena and make our names known throughout the ninja world. Barnard stated his plan. Isn't this too crazy? Doolin exclaimed in shock. Bell reached out and patted Doolin's shoulder. Second brother, your vision is too narrow. I think Big brother's idea is quite creative. Worth a try. Alright, let's pull off a big one and make everyone remember our names. The 3 of them extended their fists and bumped them together. Siblings united, their bond can break gold. On the ritual day, make a name in the ninja world. In the rain-soaked village of Amegakure, only the crisp sound of raindrops striking the steel structures could be heard. The village's periphery was encircled by a vast lake, forming a natural barrier. Gurgle, gurgle. A cluster of bubbles emerged from the lake, followed by a figure wearing a respirator. He observed carefully for a moment, then stealthily advanced along the waterway toward the village. After swimming all the way to the underside of a bridge, he finally chose to go ashore and proceed according to the route map etched in his memory. He soon arrived in front of a restaurant, muttering inwardly, according to the intelligence, the Shadow Cat's base is here. Could it be that this guy has really been exposed? Thinking of how Shadow Cat had been in regular contact with the organization, Black Crow felt a chill run down his spine. So who exactly was the person maintaining contact with them? This infiltration must yield reliable intelligence. Just as he was about to enter the building to investigate, the door suddenly swung open and a sound of something slicing through the air rushed toward him. Whiz, whiz, whiz. I've been discovered. When Black Crow's heart was filled with shock. The enemy had clearly anticipated his intentions and was lying in wait here. Indeed, Shadow Cat has completely betrayed us. I must relay this intelligence to the master. These thoughts flashed through Black Crow's mind as he swiftly rolled to the side, dodging the shuriken attack. But what awaited him was an even denser rain of Senbon. It was like a dark cloud bearing down on him, too fast to evade. In terror, Black Crow detonated the explosive tags he carried. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosion jolted the silent Amegakure awake, audible even from a great distance. This damn bastard stirring up such a commotion even in death. Is he that ruthless to himself? Ryota looked at the scattered remains, a look of helplessness on his face. Probably afraid of leaking his own information, Shinichi said in a low voice. It was he who had unleashed the rain of Senbon. Or maybe he was signaling his comrades, Shiuru speculated. The Angel-sama should have assigned others to handle the other directions. No need for us to worry. Ryota scratched his head. As an adult, he had become a burly, muscular man. The three of them had received word of the intrusion and ambushed this spot in advance. Although they hadn't captured him alive, they had still completed their mission. Soon commotion came from other directions, indicating that more than one intruder had infiltrated. In a dilapidated building, Aburame Ryoma, clad in a hooded black robe, listened to the sounds from all around, his expression grim. A complete wipeout. When did Amegakure's defenses become this formidable? What happened here? After Aoki Tsuki's incident, which had serious implications, he had to put aside his mission targeting the Mist Village and lead a team to verify the situation. Not only because Aoki Tsuki was a talent he had recruited, but also because Amegakure as an ally of Root served as an important barrier against the IWA threat. Time passed slowly, but Aburame Ryoma could not remain calm. As Root's most outstanding operative, he had seen all kinds of situations, but now his greatest asset had failed him. My Kakachu. Can't sense them anymore. The only explanation was that the insects had been eliminated. And these weren't just a few, they were a swarm of tiny creatures smaller than ants. How could the enemy have discovered and precisely eliminated such a large number? How could he not be alarmed? This situation is far more dangerous than I expected. Amegakure's intelligence is worse than predicted. With the Kakachu sent to spy on Hanzō destroyed by the enemy, he had no way to gather that intelligence. Now the top priority was how to retreat safely. Several of his infiltrated subordinates had been captured and eliminated, meaning the area was under extensive surveillance. Continuing to stay hidden would only increase the danger. After a few minutes of deliberation, Aburame Ryoma decided to act immediately and find a safe escape route. Before long, at a drainage outlet, Aburame Ryoma emerged and stepped out. He had already released insects to scout the surroundings. No one was watching, so this area was safe. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. A group of butterflies appeared before him. Butterflies in a rainy night. I've been discovered. Rustle. The butterflies quickly coalesced in midair into a woman with enormous wings. Conan. Intruder, you have no way out. Surrender. So you do have a special method to detect outsiders. Aburame Ryoma extended his finger, feeling the information from the Kakachu on his nail. Surprised, he said, the insects seem excited by the rain, indicating that the rain contains chakra. Such a large-scale sensory jutsu is truly impressive. No wonder they had been discovered so quickly. They had probably been detected the moment they entered Amegakure. Conan's expression tightened. The enemy had immediately discerned Pain's technique. The Aburame clan of Konoha. What is your purpose in infiltrating the village? Aburame Ryoma looked up at Conan. Do you think I'll answer your question, eh? You're from the Akatsuki, aren't you? I didn't expect you to have taken over the village. As for Hanzō, whiz. Conan responded with paper shuriken. Based on mere observations and deductions, he had guessed the situation in Amegakure with remarkable accuracy. This man was undoubtedly a top-tier intelligence operative. She dared not speak carelessly. This guy is terrifying. I can't let him leave alive. Fit a nerve have I. Resorting to violence. Facing the deluge of paper shuriken, Aburame Ryoma remained calm. His body instantly disintegrated into a dense swarm of insects. Some insects were shredded by the shuriken, but more attached themselves to the paper and began consuming the chakra embedded in them. So these are the chakra-eating Kakachu. Conan felt her control over some of the paper slip away and immediately detonated the explosive tags mixed in. Boom, boom, The sky filled with paper and insects were engulfed and annihilated by the fierce blaze. Is he dead? Searching but finding no limbs or remains, Conan suddenly realized no, this is a bug clone. She had fallen for the enemy's diversionary tactic. Meanwhile, Aburame Ryoma's true body had received the information relayed by the returning insects. I see. The situation is dire. Using the insect clone as a decoy, he had successfully reached the village's edge via underground pipes. But the cover ended here. To leave the village, he had to cross the vast sea-like lake. The incessant drizzle meant that as soon as he stepped out, he would be discovered, and the enemy was likely waiting for him on the lake's surface. There was no other path but to break through. Aburame Ryoma emerged from the pipe, preparing to escape over the water. Sure enough, after a few steps, he saw a man clad in a black robe with red clouds standing there. Even in the darkness, those cold eyes emitted a deathly stare that pierced straight to the heart. Aburame Ryoma's heart sank. Those eyes. Compared to others in the ninja world, Konoha possessed 2 of the 3 great dojutsu. Even though Aburame Ryoma had never seen the Rinnegan, he immediately recognized it. I've been waiting for you, Tendo Pain said calmly. This intruder was no ordinary enemy. He had to intervene personally to ensure nothing went wrong. Secret technique Insect Jade. Aburame Ryoma chose to attack first, unleashing his full power. Against the legendary eyes, holding back would be an insult to his own life. A dense swarm of Kikeichu like a dark cloud enveloped Tendo, Pain devouring him voraciously. Shinra Tensei. Thud. The repulsive force that appeared from nowhere instantly shattered all the insects into dust, even creating a circular depression on the water's surface. Massive waves crashed outward in all directions. What kind of jutsu is this? A single strike. Despite his earlier estimation, Aburame Ryoma was still stunned by the overwhelming power of Tendo Pain's attack. No hand seals, no movement whatsoever. Whiz. Aburame Ryoma hurled several kunai with explosive tags at Tendo Pain, then turned and ran to the side. Faced with such an unreasonable existence, he had no intention of fighting. But after only a few steps, his body was pulled from the water against his will, flying toward Tendo Pain. Bansho Tenin. Such power. Despair filled Aburame Ryoma's heart. He knew there was no escape today, so he issued one final command to the Kikeichu within his body's meridians. Secret technique Insect Erosion. In the blink of an eye, Aburame Ryoma's body rapidly withered and decayed. As a member of the Aburame clan who had served en route for years, he was Danzo's right-hand man and knew too many secrets. If those fell into enemy hands, the consequences would be catastrophic. Dead. This guy. Pain was also shocked by the enemy's ruthlessness. He held Aburame Ryoma's neck. It was as light as a mummy. Even the brain has been devoured by the insects. Quite cautious. Even so, Pain used Shinra Tensei to reduce the corpse and the insects within it to fine powder, scattering them into the water. Splash. Conan appeared before Pain. Dealt with. He killed himself. Left no useful information. What did you find? The intruders this time should be Root's core intelligence operatives. I found a silencing curse on the tongues of the corpses. Danzo must have sensed something wrong with the village. No need to panic. Without concrete evidence, Konoha won't start a war now, Pain replied. Although they had intercepted Root's method of contacting their spies and responded regularly with Aoki Tsuki's help in covering things up. But Root, as the largest intelligence and assassination organization in the ninja world, was not foolish. They would eventually notice the anomaly. Conan, however, said Tsuki's information might have been leaked, leading the Akatsuki's outer members to cause frequent trouble in the Land of Lightning and appearing in the Jashin religion. How could one not get their feet wet when walking by the river? It was bound to be impossible to hide from Root's extensive network. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The ninja arena was packed with spectators, every seat filled, drawing nobles and merchants from neighboring countries. The arena had announced it as the greatest event since its founding, featuring powerful ninjas in high-stakes combat. Countless spectators placed bets, with the Tachikawa trio from the Land of Lightning being the heavy favorites. They fought as a single unit, and any challenger who defeated them would win 20 million ryo. Those who bet on them would also receive a share of the massive pot from the losing side. The challenger was a renowned jonin from the Fuma clan of the Land of Fields, hired by the arena at great expense. His name was Yuan Yi. In the ninja world, the Fuma clan commanded great renown. Their giant shuriken were widely known, and the clan possessed deep knowledge of chakra. However, with the rise of ninja village powers, their clan-based structure had waned. Yet among the channels accessible to ordinary people, the Fuma clan remained a symbol of formidable ninja strength. At that moment, a powerful spotlight blazed onto the stage. The host, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a butler's uniform, held a microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the arena, I thank you for your presence. As a token of our respect, we present to you the most thrilling bloodshed. First, let us welcome the powerful ninja from the Fuma clan, Yuan Yi. The light shifted to a black-haired man carrying a giant Fuma shuriken on his back. He wore a simple gray robe, and his inch-long beard accentuated his melancholic demeanor. He vividly portrayed the weathered temperament of a middle-aged man, one who had been meticulously polished by fate. The crowd erupted in cheers, especially the female spectators who screamed eagerly. This was the ninja image they held in their hearts. This was exactly how a ninja should be. Next, please welcome the Tachikawa trio from the Land of Lightning. Before the host could finish, three figures materialized on the stage. The sheer crispness of their body flicker technique instantly elevated the aura to a whole new level. Wow, so fast. I didn't even see them move. Was that ninjutsu? This trip was worth it. What does a real ninja battle look like? I can't wait. The spectators couldn't help but discuss among themselves, their eyes brimming with longing and curiosity for ninja power. The host was satisfied. The atmosphere was perfect. If the ensuing scene were sufficiently bloody, it would be even better. Honored guests, I know you are impatient, but please allow me a moment to explain the rules. That is, there are no rules. Many spectators, not newcomers, shouted, "Kill him! Slaughter! No holds-barred combat. Only one side can leave the stage alive." Before the host could finish, his head was grabbed and lifted into the air. Bang! It exploded like a watermelon juice, splattering everywhere. Bernard wiped the blood from his hand with a grin. "Heh. Only one side leaves alive, so my action is quite reasonable, isn't it?" This utterly brutal scene caught the audience off guard, eliciting screams. He had directly crushed the host's skull. Truly savage. This was exactly what they craved. Those who came here seeking thrills began to roar. Fight! Tear him apart. Like a wild beast. It was unclear which side they supported. They simply vented their emotions. These guys. Yuan Yi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This was not what had been agreed upon. The arena had promised him some weaklings for a mere show to make the battle look intense, and they would pay him a large sum. Now that the arena's host had been killed, wasn't this going too far? Could I really have run into a bunch of psychopaths? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, for the honor of the Fuma clan, Yuan Yi had no retreat. He unstrapped the giant shuriken from his back and hurled it with all his might at the enemy. Whiz! The giant shuriken spun rapidly, stirring up a small whirlwind. Watch this. Dulin stepped forward, shielding Bana, and belly behind him, his body quickly turning a stone-gray color. Earth release hardening technique. Seeing this, Yuan Yi sneered. It's not over yet. He pulled his right hand sharply. Invisible wires controlled the giant shuriken, which instantly split into two, aiming to slice off Dulin's arms. Clang! Clang! The hardened body was as tough as steel, and the shuriken only sparked without breaking the defense. How can this be? Yuan Yi exclaimed in panic. Dulin roared with laughter. The Fuma clan is nothing special. Soon I'll sacrifice you to the great evil god. Tremble and fear, ha! Suddenly he grabbed the blades of the giant shuriken and shouted, "Boss! Coming!" Ball of lightning appeared in Bernard's hand, which he pressed onto the giant shuriken. The lightning raced along the wire. Crackle! Yuan Yi screamed in agony, while convulsing, drooling uncontrollably. Whiz! Whiz! Belly took the opportunity to throw poisoned senbon, covering Yuan Yi's entire body. Thud, thud, thud. In the blink of an eye, the Fuma clan ninja became a pincushion, dead beyond any doubt. The three siblings' seamless teamwork had killed their opponent in a single exchange. TCH. The audience was deeply dissatisfied. This was not what they had expected. According to the arena's promotion, the two sides were evenly matched. This was a one-sided massacre with no flashy ninjutsu effects. Especially those who had lost their bets began to curse. Cheaters. Refund. Foul. This is a fix. A conspiracy. Damn Fuma clan useless. But Bernard and his companions ignored the noise. They approached Yuan Yi's corpse, slit his neck with a knife, and used the blood to draw a ritual array. Then the three began to chant a prayer. Great evil god, please accept the offering from your followers. The crowd looked on in confusion, feeling a chill. What are they doing? A religious sacrifice. At that moment, a dozen black-robed figures suddenly stood up from the crowd and shouted in unison, "Offer your hearts to the evil god. Kill." Thud, thud, thud. Ninjas slaughtered ordinary people with overwhelming force. In just a few breaths, dozens lay in pools of blood. Spare me. Please. Ninja-sama. I am innocent. Screams filled the air. The arena had become an abattoir. Watching ninjas battle had turned into being slaughtered by them. The hunters had become the prey. Once lofty nobles and merchants now screamed and begged under the blades. On the third-floor balcony of the arena, a man in sunglasses looked down at the scene, muttering, "How cruel." He was Yu Yin, the owner of the arena. "From now on, your business is probably finished." A magnetic voice suddenly sounded beside him. Yu Yin first glanced at the sudden appearance with shock, then said, "Recently, an assassin organization called Akatsuki has been very active. It's you, isn't it?" "Yes. Someone doesn't want this ninja arena to continue existing. You understand, don't you? Allowing commoners to watch the most brutal fights among ninjas. Do they consider it an insult to the ninja community?" "Humph." Yu Yin sneered, and his eyes hidden behind the sunglasses suddenly turned blood red. "Qingmu, you had been on guard. His gaze had been fixed on the slaughter below the entire time, yet he still felt a powerful psychic force enveloping his body. His blood began to boil. Blood dragon eye. Not bad after all. Then a surging psychic energy erupted from his spiral-shaped blue pupils, unleashing a mental storm. Boom. In the vision of the blood dragon eye, a blazing tornado of flames was clearly seen rushing toward him. Up. Yu Wuqingyan screamed, his body staggering back as if struck by a heavy blow, blood seeping from both eyes. Any last words? Huff. You'd better see what's happening below. Qingmu Yu turned his head and his expression changed instantly. The evil god followers who had been massacring the crowd were now being surrounded and slaughtered by a group of cloud ninjas that had appeared from nowhere, offering no resistance. The Tachikawa trio were killed in a single exchange. The leader Bernard was punched into the wall, stone dead. The man who had killed Bernard seemed to treat it as a trivial matter, then looked up and met the gaze from above. Illegal gambling, slaughtering citizens. Execute all these damn cultists. The fourth rakeage. Qingmu Yu's heart jolted. Why was he here suddenly? This was completely unexpected. Without a doubt, the mission's intelligence had been leaked. At that moment, Yu Wuqingyan took advantage of his distraction to flee. Having engaged in illegal activities, he had long prepared an escape route. I've been looking for you for a long time. Akatsuki. A slightly bent, his knees chakra exploded from the soles of his feet, and the solid stage shattered into pieces. His body launched upward like a bolt of lightning, hurtling toward the third floor. Against A, who was also proficient in lightning release, ordinary techniques were useless. Qingmu Yu also coated his blade with lightning release chakra. He leaped into the air, slashing downward with all his might. Lightning burial. The thunderous power unleashed through Budo Yuhuan roared down at A's figure. Crackle. Lightning bloomed in the void, emitting a blinding flash. At a disadvantage due to position, the fourth rakeage crossed his arms, using the armor on his wrists to block the slash. Boom. After the violent collision, both fell to the ground. Qingmu Yu quickly formed hand seals with his left hand and slammed the ground with one palm upon landing. Ninja art, earth binding flame prison. This is... AI's reaction was naturally swift. Sensing the movement beneath his feet, he intended to leap away with his incredible speed, only to find his legs entangled and immobilized. Upon closer inspection, it was a cluster of threads adorned with obscure black runes. A seal lay down during the clash just now. The ground split open and AI's figure plunged into the fissure, which then sealed shut. AI found himself in a pit, its walls plastered with explosive tags, while the tags beneath his feet crawled up along his body. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion erupted within the confined space, throwing layers of earth into the air. A burly figure wreathed in blue lightning burst forth from the flames, his hair standing on end, resembling an enraged Vajra. Kid, I'll make you taste the fear born of rage. It had been a close call. Had he not activated the lightning release chakra mode, he would have been crippled or killed in that blast. Oh, even such an explosion couldn't harm you. Truly an impressive technique. Aoki Suki was inwardly astonished, recalling why it was called the armor of lightning. At the entrance of the arena, two young guards were chatting. The yellow-haired youth said, "What? He's activated his flesh to this extent. Looks like the boss is up against a formidable foe this time." The white-haired youth, carrying a long sword on his back, nonchalantly added, "Yeah, the opponent seems proficient in lightning release too. That blade is no ordinary weapon. A real headache. Damn Akatsuki, they've killed so many. We must drive them out of the land of lightning completely." This assault squad was personally led by the Raikage, consisting of 10 elite members. Those two brats were just here to pad their resumes. Hope so, but something feels off. Sure, don't let your guard down. This is our first mission with the boss. Got it. Sure closed his eyes, formed hand seals, and quickly activated his sensory technique to detect any lurking dangers nearby, only to break out in a cold sweat. We're doomed. What's wrong? Darui immediately tensed up. Sure hurriedly said, "There's someone flying outside, manipulating countless paper sheets that have covered the entire arena." In Darui's horrified gaze, Sure tremblingly uttered the most terrifying answer. "They seem to be all explosive tags. Get out now." Darui roared, then bolted for the exit with Sure. The other cloud ninjas also scrambled for the exit. Meanwhile, Aoki Suki was locked in close quarters combat, with AI facing the fourth Raikage's relentless high-speed assault, with no chance to form hand seals for ninjutsu. Fortunately, he had pre-stored Sage Chakra, relying on the Sage mode to enhance his blade techniques. Dragon Chase. Under Sage mode, the Dragon Chase's attack powers surged. The rapid spinning slash whipped up a gale that formed a massive white dragon's head. Roar. AI could only use the heavy copper rings on his wrists to block the relentless flurry of cuts, his steel teeth nearly grinding to dust, rage surging. The opponent's attacks were relentless and ferocious, his taijutsu in no way inferior, equally unyielding. "Don't get too cocky, kid." AI let out a furious roar, withstanding the violent assault, then counterattacked with an elbow strike aimed at Aoki Suki's body. Heavy flow storm. The chain of attacks was forcibly broken and the opponent slipped, enduring Aoki Suki's pause. his close combat experience was undeniably rich. But Aokisuke's swordsmanship was already at its peak. He smoothly switched his blade for an upward slash from the side. Reverse flow fong. A massive blue canine tooth clashed against AI's powerful elbow strike. Boom. In the violent collision, both were sent reeling by the impact. Just then the entire building began to tremble, and the dome came crashing down. Facing the falling stone slabs, AI formed a blade with his fingers and charged upward. Lightning strike, horizontal cut. The stone slabs were sliced like tofu, and AI burst through, escaping. Then a giant crescent-shaped vacuum blade carved an exit from the side, and Aokisuke's figure also fled the arena. Rumble. Moments later, the entire top of the massive circular building collapsed, leaving only a ring of broken walls standing. Aokisuke and AI stood on opposite walls facing off. Not far away, the Cloud Assault Squad was under a storm of shuriken raining from the sky. Why is she here? He had received no notification as something felt off about tonight. Aokisuke was still bewildered. Perhaps he had grown too accustomed to smooth sailing in recent years. He hadn't expected to be ambushed. So there are accomplices. Today I'll finish you all here. AI cracked his knuckles. Aokisuke twirled his blade in response. Big talk. Bring it on. Crackle. In the next instant, both activated lightning body flicker, turning into two bolts of lightning that collided. Piercing cloud. Lightning falcon blade. Lightning energy surged at the tip of the blade, showcasing an unstoppable piercing force. AI concentrated chakra in his fist, unleashing a torrent of destructive power in an instant. A true clash of titans. As if anticipating the outcome, AI followed up with a spinning leg whip. Aokisuke had no desire to test his strength against this brute. He ducked under the strike, then unleashed his ultimate sword technique. Heavens weep. A condensed razor-sharp, white blade light carved a waterfall-like air wave in the void. The slashing aura triggered an alarm in AI's heart. He unhesitatingly used his strongest attack, the heirloom handblade. Lightning strike, horizontal. 1,000 generations dance. His palm blazed with high-intensity current, transforming into an indestructible blade that met the challenge. Zzz. The collision of lightning and blade was followed by the blade absorbing the electricity, an unexpected turn that caught AI off guard. Then the blade cut through the lightning release armor. Crack. The copper bracer on his arm was shattered. AI reacted swiftly, adjusting his stance. While pulling back his arm, he instead advanced, twisting his body to deliver a high-impact shoulder charge against the opponent now mere inches away. Iron Mountain lean. This was a counterattack honed through countless battles, ingrained into his very bones. Boom. Aokisuke felt as if he had been rammed by a wild bull. His ribs snapped, organs compressed, and blood spurted from his mouth. He flew over a dozen meters, crashing into a pile of rubble. Damn. Facing a master like AI, he dared not waste a second. Ignoring the pain, he quickly formed hand seals. Water release, explosive water rush, whoosh. A torrent of water surged forth, flooding the arena in the blink of an eye, turning it into a massive swimming pool. AI, who was about to charge, hastily retreated, leaping onto a broken wall to gaze at the water surface. Damn it, he's proficient in water release too. By now AI's right hand was stained with blood. Had he not reacted in time, that blade would have cost him his arm. Gurgle. Gurgle. 2 patches of water tinged with a hint of blood rose from the surface as Aokisuke slowly emerged. He had to admit that in terms of combat experience, he was no match for the fourth Raikage. What use was a powerful technique if it couldn't land? I almost got killed, you bastard. Cough. Brute, it's time for ninjutsu combat. He had no choice. Close combat was disadvantageous, and he was injured. He had to resort to long-range attacks. Sharp-tongued brat. When I catch you, we'll see if you're still so cocky. AI glanced at the large pool below, guessing the opponent had set traps there and that the taunt was just to lure him in. But he was unafraid of such tricks. Whoosh. AI leaped off the wall onto the water, sprinting forward at blinding speed, reaching his target in an instant. He was met by a barrage of hair that sealed off every direction. I see. So it was also hair that bound me earlier. AI recalled the rune-covered threads that had restricted his legs at the start of the fight. Swish, swish, swish. As expected, AI was again ensnared by a small cluster of hair. When he tried to burst free with chakra, he found the hair unusually resilient. Water release, water dragon bite explosion. A massive dragon head emerged from beneath the water, clamped its jaws around AI, and shot upward for dozens of meters before diving back down. Inside the water dragon's mouth, AI's eyes blazed with fury. He already knew what was coming. You bastard. Using gravity and the water dragon's massive impact to deliver a crushing blow, this tactical application of the water dragon jutsu multiplied its power. Rumble. The entire pool shook as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. The shockwave toppled surrounding walls and water surged in all directions. A deep crater appeared at the center of the arena, and AI climbed out of it. Wiping the blood trickling from his lips, he realized that even his bull-like physique couldn't withstand such a terrifying impact. This was the second time he had been wounded in the fight. Still, the enemy was more injured, the advantage remained his. He surveyed the completely collapsed arena. AI remarked, "Your water release is useless now, isn't it?" He had already seen and survived all of the opponent's trump cards. Now, he just needed to avoid them carefully to secure victory. Aokisuke was panicking inside. What trump cards did he have left? He wasn't Doraemon with an infinite pocket. Those techniques were the fruits of years of effort. As for the salamander's poison, even if it worked, the Raikage would surely recognize it and might lead a raid on the Hidden Rain village in a few days. The duration of Sage Mode was also about to expire. Time to run. That was his true thought. Water-style hidden mist technique. Poof. A dense fog rapidly spread, blanketing the ruins of the arena. Trying to run, A instantly realized his opponent was creating an opportunity to escape, and without hesitation launched another attack. Lariat. Arms bent like two bull horns, he charged at the enemy with blinding speed. A high-level close combat technique much like the Eight Gates. A prerequisite was a sturdy body ideally protected by a tailed beast cloak or lightning release armor. Body flicker technique. Slap. A's right arm cleave through Qingmu Yu's body, splashing water everywhere. Water body flicker. Quite the repertoire. Oomph. Meanwhile, the battle elsewhere was a one-sided affair. Shuriken, mixed with exploding tags, rained down on the Rain Ninja below, forcing them to flee in panic. Their counterattacks were ineffective due to the distance. The assault team was pinned down, 2 were badly wounded by explosions, and 2 failed to escape the arena in time and were buried alive. So far, 4 skilled fighters had been lost in the skirmish. This woman can split her body into paper. Ordinary attacks will likely struggle to harm her, analyzed C. Darui asked, "Can you cast a Genjutsu on her?" "I tried. The distance is too great, the effect is greatly diminished. She keeps shifting positions to guard against it." Darui sighed. "No choice then. We'll have to wait until her chakra runs low, maybe she'll stop then." "Hey, we can't just give up. We need to find an opportunity." "I know, what a pain." Not far from the battlefield, 2 figures wearing cat-faced masks had been lurking for some time, shielded by a hidden barrier that prevented anyone from detecting their presence. "This woman is too much of a hindrance. Feng, do you have a shot?" The original plan was for the Cloud Assault team to corner and kill Qingmu Yue, but this meddler had severely disrupted their scheme. "I'll try." The orange-haired youth named Feng nodded, then formed hand seals and made a heart shape toward Conan in the sky. Mind-body switch technique. Thud. Conan was in the midst of launching paper shuriken while staying alert for Genjutsu ambushes from the Cloud Ninja, intending to keep them pinned down. Otherwise, if they surrounded Qingmu Yue, he would have no chance of escape. Suddenly, a surge of energy struck her mind like a needle's sting, sending her chakra into chaos. She instantly lost control of her body and plummeted straight down from the sky. The moment Roots members launched their attack, C, who was constantly sensing for opportunities, cried out in alarm. "Ah, who's there?" The fact that someone had been lurking right beside them sent a chill through him. Beside him, Darui instantly dashed toward the direction C had indicated. The rest of the assault team, already frustrated and enraged, saw the enemy fall and felt a surge of glee. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, they swarmed forward without hesitation. Kill. In the mental space, Conan knew she had been ambushed. She fought back frantically, forcibly expelling the intruder. When she regained control of her body, she opened her eyes to see several white blades simultaneously piercing toward her. She couldn't help but cry out, "Ah." The mental attack had forcibly deactivated her dance of the paper god, and there was no time to reactivate it now. In the nick of time, she could only twist her body to avoid a fatal strike. Schlick, schlick. 2 long blades pierced through Conan's body. Before the 2 Cloud Ninja could rejoice, they heard their comrade shout, "Watch out." Swing. A flash of blade light, and the 2 were sliced in half. Azure blue hair wrapped around the faltering Conan, and in the next second both vanished from the Cloud Ninja's sight. On the other side, Darui had only a brief exchange with the enemy before the latter withdrew without lingering. Then A appeared on the scene, and upon seeing the fallen assault team members, he stomped the ground in fury. Which faction this time? Darui scratched his head, uncertain. "Looks like Leaf's little brats. They ambushed that Akatsuki woman. I suspect we might have been." C didn't dare finish the sentence. "Accursed damned Leaf. Always pulling these sneaky tricks. Looks like they don't want a proper peace negotiation." For this operation, the assault squad had lost more than half. All of it would be chalked up to Leaf. After the Cloud Ninja cleaned up the battlefield and withdrew, Zetsu's figure slowly emerged from the ground, looking around. "Is it over?" "Looks like we messed up," said White Zetsu. Black Zetsu was surprised. "I didn't expect the Raikage himself couldn't kill him, he got away." Speaking of, Conan seems badly hurt. Will she die? Nagato would be heartbroken if he knew. What a pitiful soul. I hope she's okay. That woman is quite capable. Let's go. Report to Obito and see what he plans. In a cave 10 kilometers from the arena, Qingmu Yu had brought Conan. Her face was pale and her mind was in chaos. Yahiko. Nagato. Her greatest worry now was Nagato. She never expected this mission would be the end of her. If only she hadn't come. Her consciousness grew hazy and she vaguely heard a voice. "Don't be afraid. You'll be fine." Penetration wounds were troublesome to heal. First, he had to close the wound on her back to minimize further blood loss. Then came the internal organs. He pulled out one blade from her side, inserted his hand into the wound to mend the damaged organ, and then healed the outer wound. The other blade had grazed her heart, causing severe internal bleeding. After removing it, he needed to clear the inside. Fortunately, he was a master of water release. Any other medical ninja would have been helpless in such crude conditions. He reached in and grasped her heart, which had nearly stopped, and manually massaged it to restart. After expending 2 surges of natural energy and infusing her with vitality, the heart finally began to beat on its own. Thump. Thump. I'm exhausted. After healing the final wound, Qingmu Yu wiped his sweat. Only then did he notice that Conan had a pure gold navel ring just beside her belly button. TCH. Quite fashionable. I never expected such a plain exterior to hide such a deadly weapon. Humph. I underestimated you. Having been battle-hardened in the bubble room, his immunity to women was exceptionally high. Such a trivial sight did not stir his emotions. He began meditating to recover chakra. His own broken ribs were still untreated. Conan felt as if she had a long dream. In it she saw Yahiko again, both of them as children. She threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably, pouring out all the longing and pain of these years. No one else could understand her feelings. Under immense suffering she pressed forward, bearing the weight of their shared dream of peace. After an unknown time, a beam of light suddenly pierced the darkness, startling Conan awake. She snapped open her eyes. Golden sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Birds chirped incessantly outside. It was a vibrant morning. Never before had she felt so acutely how wonderful it was to be alive. Since Yahiko's death, she had lost all feeling for life. I am alive. As consciousness returned to her body, she was met with intense pain and weakness. Medical ninjutsu could only speed up wound healing. True recovery required time and rest. Ninja generally endured injuries through sheer physical resilience, with no anti-inflammatory or painkillers. Conan could only grit her teeth and let her nerves gradually adapt. However, one thing bothered her. She found herself wearing a white nightgown that wasn't hers, and her underwear was gone. That bastard. Just then the door slid open, and Qingmu Yu entered carrying a tray. Lady Conan, you're awake. I almost thought you were dead. Oh, I was so worried I didn't sleep all night, haha. Hey, why are you looking at me with murderous eyes? Conan was about to demand an explanation, but noticed that his normally lustrous azure blue hair had faded to a pale color, all its luster gone. Perhaps I'm being too hard on him. Last night, she had bombed the arena from the outside, drawing out the Cloud Assault team. Qingmu Yu had faced the 4th Raikage alone. He couldn't have come out unscathed. Under such conditions, he still managed to take her away, heal her wounds, and settle her down. It must have been incredibly difficult. Thinking this, she tried to control her emotions. Your hair. Is it okay? What's the matter? Don't worry, it'll be back after some rest. Conan nodded, then asked, where are my clothes? Qingmu Yu realized. You lost so much blood last night that your clothes were soaked. I had to ask the innkeeper to help you change and wash them. Hearing that it was the innkeeper who had changed her clothes, Conan felt a little relieved. So she had misunderstood. Otherwise, even with her injuries, she would have fought Qingmu Yu. You must be hungry. Come have breakfast and replenish your strength. He helped her sit up, propped a pillow behind her back, and placed a small table in front of her for eating. Breakfast consisted of milk-boiled eggs and a tenderloin sandwich, nutritious and rich. Qingmu Yu had planned to feed her, but Conan insisted on eating by herself. Stubborn as ever, he had to let her. Where is this? The Land of Hot Springs Spa Street. I've rented this room long-term. When I have free time, I come to soak in the hot springs and cultivate my mind. I thought your work here was dangerous and grueling. Well, work hard, play hard. This mission, I don't know which bastard leaked it. When I catch him, I'll tear him apart. By the way, why did you come? Hanzō's men tried to infiltrate the village for intelligence. Your identity has been exposed. This mission was likely a trap. Qingmu Yu's eyes widened. So that's it. I thought something was off. Lucky you arrived in time, or I'd be dead. Come, allow me to serve you breakfast to express my sincere gratitude. Be serious, okay? Yes. I'm super serious. Qingmu Yu mumbled as he popped the peeled egg into his own mouth. This woman was really hard to please. A happy childhood could heal a lifetime. Conversely, a lifetime was spent healing the childhood. The woman before him was clearly the latter. Her psychological trauma ran deep. How annoying. Conan suddenly sighed. I never expected your medical ninjutsu to reach such a level. Maybe you were right. Learning more skills really can save lives in critical moments. She knew her own injuries. Her heart had stopped beating. In her daze, she vaguely sensed a hand grasping her heart. Though it sounded incredible, she knew it was true. That guy actually stuck his hand into my body and squeezed my heart. Conan glanced at the man beside her. Out of the corner of her eye, an indescribable feeling stirring within her. Didn't I tell you? I can handle most minor injuries. Aoki, you didn't want to dwell on this topic. His medical ninjutsu was far from ordinary positive chakra. At that moment, it was like snatching someone from the Grim Reaper's grasp. Unexpectedly Conan pressed on asking, can old wounds be healed? I'm afraid not. I know who you're referring to. Unfortunately, burns of that severity. Even Tsunade-sama wouldn't be able to do anything. Aoki gave a definitive answer, crushing Conan's hopes. Having multiple detonating tags pressed against her leg, and exploding it was lucky, she didn't lose the limb on the spot. Hearing this, Conan's gaze dimmed, and she persisted. Do you know any medicine that can effectively enhance a person's vitality? Never heard of such a thing. Even if it existed, it would be a closely guarded secret impossible for others to know. Aoki struck at Conan's heart once more, forcing her to abandon this unrealistic fantasy. She was left emotionally crushed. Just when she had lowered her guard and sought help from this man, he kept pouring cold water on her. Just as she was about to give up on this long-held hope, Aoki said, though there is no such medicine, there is such a person. What do you mean? Conan's heart stirred. This man always had a different way of solving problems. Perhaps there really was a way. Once while on a mission, I passed through Kusagakure. In that village there is a remarkable woman. Drink a single drop of her blood, and no matter how severe the injury, it heals instantly. What? Such a person exists. Conan's hands trembled with excitement, forgetting her meal. Huh? Do you know who she is? Do you know what ability this is? It'll shock you. Can't he stop playing games? Conan's brow twitched, and she said as calmly as possible, just say it. She is a survivor of the Uzumaki clan from Yuzushiogakure. After the village's fall, she wandered to Kusagakure, and to be taken in. She used her healing constitution to earn a place in that village. The Uzumaki clan. So that's it, Conan murmured. Initially skeptical, but upon hearing it was someone from the Uzumaki clan, she believed it. Because Nagato was also of Uzumaki descent, his mother had drifted to the Rain Country and settled there. It was said the Uzumaki clan were descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. Any strange ability would not be surprising. However, Aoki poured cold water again. I suspect this healing constitution consumes her own life force. It aligns with your needs, but what? Conan's heart tightened. Think about it. Kusagakure is no better than our cloud, even worse. It's constantly at war. That woman has probably been drained dry already. It's uncertain whether she's even alive. At Aoki's reminder, Conan realized the issue and secretly blamed herself for not asking sooner. She had thought Aoki's knowledge of medical ninjutsu was superficial. Without this incident, she might never have asked. No more waiting. Let's set out tomorrow. Hold on, let me finish. Ahem. Actually, she has a daughter who also inherited her ability. Why didn't you say so earlier? Facing Conan's glare, Aoki explained awkwardly. She did everything to secure a place for her daughter. We'll take both mother and daughter to Amegakure, give them shelter. That's the long-term solution. Conan nodded, thinking the same. You rest now. Call me if you need anything. Don't hold it, input's bad for your health. Don't be shy. In a medical ninja's eyes, there's no gender. Aoki instructed before turning to leave the room. Conan ignored those words, as she would rather die than let someone help her use the bathroom. Otherwise, how could she face anyone? How could she maintain her authority as a female superior? She quietly peeked at herself under the sleepwear. Only 2 red marks, nothing else. Phew. No scars left. That guy's technique is pretty good. The next 2 days passed peacefully. The arena mission had mainly been assigned to the Akatsuki members who had turned to the Jashin religion. None escaped, which suited Aoki perfectly. However, after this incident, Cloud's crackdown on both the Jashin religion and Akatsuki intensified, forcing them to lie low and stop accepting assassination missions in the Land of Lightning. After contacting Pain, they decided to suspend operations in the Land of Lightning. Cloud's zero-tolerance policy toward underworld forces was truly terrifying. Konoha was better. The third Hokage believed that where there is light, there is also darkness, so Akatsuki's business should expand into the Land of Fire. But Konoha had the darker root organization, making it prone to turf wars. Not easy. Inside a root stronghold in Konoha. What? The Raikage actually failed. Hanzō was shocked upon receiving the news. He knew the 4th Raikage's strength. Even the Yellow Flash had to take him seriously. He had thought the plan was foolproof. Damn it. What happened? The subordinate nervously described the situation. They hadn't seen clearly, and Conan's sudden appearance had ruined the plan. Otherwise, a long-range mental attack at the critical moment would have sealed it. So you only killed 1 random person? Useless. Get out. Hi. The subordinate didn't dare stay a second longer. What is happening in Amegakure? What is this Akatsuki? In the dark room, Hanzō muttered to himself, his greatest fear being the Rinnegan's growth threatening Konoha. Ryoma, sent to gather intelligence, had completely disappeared, likely dead. This made Hanzō restless. I must deal with the Uchiha problem as soon as possible, free up my hands. A series of plans began to brew in Danzo's mind. The Land of Hot Water. A ninja's constitution was truly remarkable. Conan, having lost so much blood, recovered most of her strength after just 2 days of rest. Pack your things. We'll head back tomorrow morning. Alright, since we're free tonight, let's go out and find a good place to eat, replenish our nutrition. Aoki suggested. In the past, Conan would never have gone out to eat or stroll, but considering Aoki had taken good care of her for 2 days, she couldn't refuse. She reluctantly agreed. The evening hot spring street was as lively as the daytime. People coming and going, lights, brilliant children running through, a bustling scene. Conan watched in silence. Since she could remember, she had never seen such a scene. Only mud, ruin, battle, and death intertwined. Aoki took the initiative to act as a guide. The land of hot water is a country forgotten by war. Its maritime trade thrives, and people live in peace. It's unique in the ninja world. But even in such a place, there is invisible darkness. The Jashin religion was born here. Are you trying to say there is no absolute peace? Yes. An overly peaceful life gave rise to people like Haiden who detest peace and crave slaughter. Perhaps that's karma. Conan glanced at Aoki. I didn't expect you to believe in fate. What do you mean? Everything has cause and effect. Lately I've been studying Buddhism to pray for the souls of those I've killed. Aoki unconsciously drew a triangle ending with a circle over his chest. Ba Buddha, be merciful. Isn't that symbol used for the Jashin ritual? Conan frowned. Aoki quickly clasped his hands. Right. Wrong. Habit. Ha. Buddha will forgive me. Sigh. Conan sighed inwardly. This man never did anything without benefit. If he was studying Buddhism, it was likely because Buddha had some value to him. Probably sealing arts or something. As they talked, they arrived at a lively restaurant, a place Aoki frequented. They found a quiet seat in the back. The staff clearly recognized Aoki. Sir, the usual. Aoki looked at Conan, who shook her head. The usual. Soon the table was covered with dishes, dry, soupy, salty, spicy snacks, pastries, everything. As a trade hub, the land of hot water gathered resources from neighboring countries, offering an impressive variety. Conan stared at the full table. You usually eat like this? Aoki waved dismissively. It's just a small restaurant, we have to make do. After all, I represent the organization's face. If I eat too poorly, people might think we're weak financially. How can they trust us with their contracts? What's the use of being strong? In the world, you need influence and backing. What kind of nonsense is that? I prefer to speak with results. At that, Conan had no retort. She couldn't understand the theory, but this man indeed achieved what others couldn't. Perhaps there was some underlying logic. Halfway through the meal, 2 female customers sat at the next table, one of them carrying a pet pig. She slapped the table and shouted in a loud voice, "Boss, bring me a bottle of sake." The sound shook the overhead light, creating immense pressure. Coming, please wait. The boss, a snob, almost ran to serve this customer. Aoki poured several dishes into a bowl, mixed them, and wolfed down his food. Hearing the commotion, he turned to look. Bloody hell. What impressive assets. And she wasn't even wearing a bra. Wait, that face. It's her. He immediately recognized the person. Tsunade noticed Aoki's gaze. She turned, crossed her arms under her chest, and gave a shake. Kid had your fill of looking. Fierce, bold, and brash. Yeah, enough. I'm from a small place, never seen such big ones. Sorry. Aoki explained sheepishly. Across from him, Conan paused in her eating. What a lame excuse. Might you be the esteemed Tsunade-sama? Oh, you know me. Even so, I won't easily treat anyone now. Tsunade glanced at Conan, who was quietly eating, and immediately saw she looked unwell, assuming they were here for treatment. No, you misunderstand. I had the honor of meeting Jiraiya-sama, and he mentioned you saying you. Before he could finish the flattery, Tsunade waved him off. That bastard Jiraiya. Don't mention him to me. All right. Aoki shrugged helplessly. He had intended to use that as an excuse to get closer and ask about a perplexing problem. At that moment, the proprietor himself brought over drinks and 2 dishes. Such a meager spread. Clearly he was short on funds. Seeing this, Chingmu spoke up. Boss, prepare a few of your signature dishes and bring 2 more jugs of sake. The bill for these 2 beauties is on me. Very well, please wait a moment. Xiaonan glanced up at Chingmu, believing that after his earlier setback with Gang Shou, he would have learned his lesson. Yet here he was making another move. No wonder this fellow succeeded in everything he did and could get along with anyone. What are you up to now? Don't think that by treating me to a meal, I'll owe you a favor. I have plenty of money. Gang Shou said this, but her voice lacked conviction when she mentioned money. Given her appetite, those 2 dishes wouldn't even fill the gaps between her teeth. Jing In, who followed her, grew only bones without flesh, as thin as a rail. Chingmu quickly chimed in. I believe that with your reputation, those who wish to treat you to a meal would line up from the land of hot water to the land of fire. I am truly honored to have this opportunity. Enough, just say what you want directly. Don't beat around the bush while I'm still sober. Gang Shou had already started drinking. Knowing that this opportunity must not be missed, Chingmu quickly said, Actually, I have a modest understanding of medical ninjutsu, and there's a question that has puzzled me for a long time. Why should I tell you? Gang Shou flatly refused. Most people would be stuck here, but some would not. You're absolutely right. Knowledge is priceless. However, I am a mundane man. Let this 10 million Rios serve as a consultation fee. Chingmu took out a scroll from his person, undid the seal, and handed over a box stuffed with banknotes. Seeing the box of money, Jing Yin's eyes instantly lit up. Heaven knew they had been utterly destitute, having to budget even for meals. Gang Shou, a woman of vast experience, did not regard this sum as significant. However, after seeing Jing Yin's eager, hopeful gaze, she gritted her teeth and reluctantly conceded. You know the rules. Ask away. Jing Yin took the box, opened it on the spot, and began counting the money. Business transactions could not be careless. Qingmu Yu smiled slightly and asked, Lady Gang Shou, I've heard that you have conducted in-depth research on medical ninjutsu and cells. How can someone without a bloodline limit, without external aid, break through their own limits and obtain more chakra? This question had plagued the vast majority of ninjas their entire lives, as secret techniques could not be disseminated and were not the fundamental solution. Xiaonan, standing nearby, was also secretly observing Gang Shou, memories of the past flooding back. She hasn't changed at all, still the same as before. Gang Shou raised an eyebrow. Indeed, a question worth 10 million Rio could not be simple. She slowly raised 3 fingers and said, 3 directions really. Chakra is composed of spiritual and physical energy. First, the spiritual aspect. Through rigorous training to forge an iron will or prolonged meditation, one can gradually enhance spiritual energy. Another scenario is when protecting something precious. A person with unwavering conviction may also break through their limits. This latter phenomenon occurred quite often in the war-torn ninja world. Many who experienced prolonged combat saw their strength increase over time. But this method was rather dangerous. Heaven could not always favor those who stake their lives on every victory. Next is the cellular aspect. Think of cells as bowls. They can only hold so much water. Any more will spill out. Some bowls are large, some small. A ninja's body has approximately 130 trillion cells. Through proper training, one can increase cell count and muscle density to boost chakra volume. Another method is to improve the efficiency of cellular energy conversion. How so? Qingmu Yu asked. Some people refine chakra quickly, others slowly. This directly determines endurance. Simply put, it's the rate of cellular metabolism. Eat well regularly. Also, oxygen supply. Special breathing techniques can increase the oxygen content inside the body, acting as a catalyst for cells, thereby improving efficiency. Other methods like the body activation technique stimulate cells to keep them active and accelerate energy conversion. They all work on a similar principle. I see. His breathing technique in a mysterious way aligned with this rule, thus greatly enhancing his combat power. Lastly, the meridian aspect. If chakra is water, meridians are rivers. Their width and resilience directly determine how much water you can hold and the speed of jutsu release. The human body has a natural protective mechanism that restricts the flow speed of chakra in meridians, and many tiny channels are blocked and fragile. Rash attempts risk disability. They require precise training and extreme patience. The transaction concluded and Gang Shou buried herself in drinking. Thank you for clarifying, Lady Gang Shou. I am greatly enlightened. Qingmu Yu quickly expressed his gratitude. Truly professional. She succinctly explained the puzzles that had troubled him for years in just a few words. Fortunately, his own efforts had generally not gone astray. The more mysterious something is, the simpler its essence. Follow instinct. Eating well, exercising, and sharpening the spirit. These are the fundamentals. With a solid foundation, improving efficiency becomes easier, such as using lightning release chakra for body activation on top of the breathing technique. It's like stimulating cells with electric current while pouring in fuel and a catalyst, and that fuel is 98-octane natural energy. For the accelerator, wouldn't you fly? He had never attempted the meridian issue before. He had only worked on the source of chakra, never considering the flow. Thinking about it, the difference between a country lane and a highway is obvious in terms of speed. Qingmu Yu was greatly inspired and already had some ideas based on his own situation, planning to ponder them thoroughly once he returned. That 10 million Rio was well spent. With that thought, he had no appetite left. He said to Xiaonan, finished eating. Let's go. Xiaonan nodded. In a sense, she had attended a lesson worth 10 million Rio. Lady Gang Shou, bye-bye. Qingmu Yu cheerfully bid farewell and left the restaurant with Xiaonan. After they left, Jing Yin glanced at the untouched dishes on the neighboring table and said regretfully, what a waste. Even if they're rich, they shouldn't spend like this. If not for the fact that their own table was also laden with food, she would have brought it over to eat. That fellow is no ordinary man. His breathing rhythm is unusual, his shoulders broad, his fingers long, and his eyes sharp. He's a master of the blade. Gang Shou commented. Why would a swordsman be so obsessed with chakra issues? Jing Yin was puzzled. Who says a swordsman can't be skilled in ninjutsu? Didn't you notice that they both walked without making a sound? This indicated a high degree of bodily control, especially excellent chakra control, to achieve that. Jing Yin looked utterly bewildered. Oh, she would never notice such things. That girl. I've seen her somewhere before. Whatever, none of my business. Let's eat first, then go try my luck later. She couldn't be bothered with the troubles of the ninja world. Her own enjoyment was paramount. Jing Yin reminded, Lady Gang Shou, the gambling debts we owe are long overdue. Should we? For Gang Shou, who always lost at gambling, this money was far from enough to play with. Better to pay off the debts first. Gangsho immediately showed a look of disappointment, saying, "Who says you have to pay back debts on time? It's fine even after 10 or 8 years. All right," Jing Yin said helplessly. "In other words, just default. Don't just stand there, eat up. Someone else is footing the bill." "Boss." Coming. "What can I do for you, ma'am?" The boss hurried over again. He had no choice. That fierce woman was clearly not to be trifled with. "Make me a few more portions to take away, can you?" "Of course." That gentleman earlier had already paid in advance and instructed that you should enjoy to your heart's content. Gangsho nodded with satisfaction. At least he has some conscience. "Hurry up." "Yes." On the way back, Qingmu Yu's mind was sparking with wisdom. He was not good at creating something from nothing. But as long as someone gave him inspiration, he could quickly forge his own path. Xiaonan, having seen Gangsho again, inevitably recalled the days she studied under Jiraiya and remained silent the whole way. After returning to the hot spring, and each went to their own room, Qingmu Yu was eager to start building the theoretical framework for meridian expansion. His breathing technique primarily boosted oxygen, the catalyst. Now he needed to develop a secret method to increase chakra flow speed, expand meridians, and open more hidden pathways. The first term that sprang to mind was the tidal theory, the phenomenon of tides caused by the gravitational pull of the sun and moon combined with the Earth's rotation. This phenomenon continuously causes fluctuations in seawater, forming waves that relentlessly batter and erode the coastline, expanding the area of the sea. If he applied this theory to expanding meridians, chakra continuously circulates within the human body's meridians. Then what is the gravitational force? Undoubtedly, it is spiritual power. Ninjas use spiritual power to control the flow and path of chakra, thereby achieving specific jutsu effects. Tree climbing and water walking are basic training methods. The more advanced level is chakra nature transformation training. He had already achieved mastery in these. Now he needed to advance to a higher level, simulate the tidal phenomenon, manipulate chakra to form waves and tides. Repeatedly washing the meridians over time would strengthen their resilience and width, and also flush out blocked and uncharted channels. The convergence point of meridians is not the dantian, but the heart, which circulates with the heartbeat. This is the natural power source. Let chakra flow like blood, forming tides with each heartbeat. Compared to the busy Qingmu Yue, Xiaonan sat on the bed in a daze. Suddenly she thought of something, got up, and quietly left the room. At the inn's front desk, the landlady was busy listing the breakfast preparations for the next morning's guests. Sensing someone approaching, she quickly said, "Hello, how may I help you?" "Thank you for that night's incident." "Huh. Sorry, I've been swamped lately. May I ask?" The landlady looked utterly confused, about to inquire further, but the woman turned and walked away. What a strange person. Xiaonan, in a daze, fled back to her room, her mind buzzing. Having never been in a serious relationship, she and Mi Yin had been naive, sharing a single secret kiss. Mi Yin was a very proper man who never took advantage of her. As for Chang Min, even less needed to be said. He had actively chosen friendship over love, sacrificing himself for her and Mi Yin. And now, just like that, she had been seen. She could only try not to think about it. It was too devastating. That bastard. One day I'll bury you in explosive tags. Early the next morning, Aoki, Suki, and Conan set out from the Land of Springs. After 3 days of travel, they arrived near the grass village in the Land of Grass, which had become a battlefield between Konoha and Iwa during the Third Great Ninja War. Though the war between the two great nations had ceased, the grass village remained embroiled in conflicts with neighboring countries, its streets filled with injured ninjas returning to recuperate. The pair infiltrated the small village with ease. Aoki Suki activated his perception and soon located his target. In a dilapidated house in the northwestern corner of the village, a little girl with red hair stood inside waiting for her mother. "Is this the child of?" Conan asked. "Yes. Such vibrant, brilliant red hair. Her lineage is among the finest of the Uzumaki clan, brimming with boundless potential." Uzumaki Mido and Uzumaki Kushina also shared this hair color. Meanwhile, in a medical tent, a mere makeshift shelter, a woman sat with a haggard expression. Injured ninjas lined up outside, entering one by one to bite her. Such a convenient blood pack was far superior to any medical ninja, a veritable treasure. Yet the people of the grass village cared nothing for her well-being, treating her merely as a living medicine. Gulp, gulp. A wounded man bit into the woman's arm, taking 2 deep drafts. His injuries healed at a visible rate. "Huh, even my chakra has recovered. Wonderful." The man left the tent without a backward glance, not even a word of thanks. The next person entered. Even the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their tenacious vitality, could not withstand such abuse. "At this rate she'll die." Karen. Eureka secretly worried about her daughter's fate. She feared that after her own death, Karen would be used as a blood pack by the grass village, and she was still so young. Finally, the treatment of all the injured was complete. Eureka tried to rise, but her vision darkened, and she collapsed to the ground. "You've reached your limit. Looks like you're useless now." A burly man appeared at the tent entrance, his expression flat. "Your daughter should have inherited your constitution, shouldn't she?" "Karen, you can't do this." Hearing the grass village's intention to replace her with her daughter, she struggled to get up, but she was too weak. After much effort she failed to stand. Despair engulfed her. You promised me. Don't forget the village took in you and your daughter when you had nowhere to go, providing shelter and food. Our people fight for this country. Blood is shed and sacrifices made every moment. If you want to live in the village, you must contribute. The man turned and left the tent, leaving Eureka to fend for herself. Treatment. Impossible. The village's medical resources were far too scarce and precious to waste on an outsider. Karen. Eureka whispered as dizziness washed over her again. Just then 2 people entered the tent. A warm, surging energy flowed into her body from her back. Though she had healed many with her blood, this was the first time she experienced being healed herself. In moments, Eureka's spirit revived and strength returned to her limbs. She opened her eyes to find a man and a woman standing before her watching. Thank you. Though she didn't know their purpose, the kind-hearted Eureka expressed her gratitude. It's too early to thank us, said Aokisuki. Eureka, well acquainted with the cruelty of the ninja world, wasn't surprised. Is there anything I can help with, Please, just say the word. Huh. You catch on fast. Aokisuki was very pleased with her attitude. There is indeed a task that requires your help, a long-term one. You and your daughter must come with us. To do what? Eureka asked. This question was crucial. Some people captured Uzumaki clan members for forbidden experiments, a fate worse than staying here. If that were the case, she would rather die here. A patient needs long-term care. Your presence might improve his condition. Rest assured we'll provide better living conditions and treatment than here. Moreover, our village is at peace. Even if someone is injured, we have specialized medical ninjas. You'll only need to serve one person. Oh, and your daughter can receive a proper education in our village just like other children and become a fine ninja. Think it over. It seemed like a choice, but in reality there was no other option. This was merely said to make Eureka feel better. Very well, I'll go with you. But this place. Eureka worried that the grass village might not let them leave. Leave the rest to me. Aokisuki and Conan then led Eureka back to her small house in the grass village, picked up Karen, packed a few belongings, and headed toward the village gate. Eventually a patrol spotted them and confronted Eureka. Where are you going? And who are they? Were her long-lost relatives, taking her back to her family? The grass ninja immediately attacked. Did they think he was blind? The Uzumaki clan didn't have blue hair. You started it. Aokisuki flickered with the body flicker technique and taijutsu, taking down the bunch of rookies in the blink of an eye. But the commotion drew attention, and more people began to surround them. Water-style hidden mist technique. White mist quickly enveloped the village gate. The grass ninjas hesitated, but a burly figure charged straight ahead. It was the man who had spoken to Eureka in the tent. Don't you dare cause trouble in the grass village. Before he could see clearly, he was kicked in the abdomen and sent flying backward. By the time he struggled to his feet, the mist had dissipated and the intruders were gone. Damn it. He clenched his fists in fury. A small village facing a powerful enemy had no means of resistance. This humiliation tormented everyone who aspired to lead the village to strength. In the forest, Conan carried Karen while Aokisuki carried Eureka on his back, leaping through the trees. Eureka felt as light as paper, as if her body had been drained. After half a day, they entered the land of rain, where danger was minimal. They switched to walking. Aokisuki produced 2 straw hats from somewhere and placed them on Karen and Eureka. It rains often in the land of rain. Always remember to bring a hat when you go out. Thank you, I understand, Eureka said gratefully. With her weakened body, continuous exposure to rain could make her ill. Karen meanwhile looked at Aokisuki with curiosity. During their movement, the world had rushed past her like a blur, a sensation she had never experienced. She also noticed that the man made them wear hats, but didn't wear one himself. The rain slid off his clothes without wetting them, repelled by some invisible force. How magical. The other woman was even stranger. She held an umbrella, her face pale, her body cold, giving off an aura that made people keep their distance. She rarely spoke throughout the journey. Even when she did, it was just a brief and nothing more. 2 strange people, Karen thought to herself. As outsiders in the grass village, the villagers had always shunned her and her mother. Most of the time they hid in their small house. Apart from her mother, she had never had normal communication with anyone else. After several days, the group finally arrived at a steel forest where every building was covered in dense drainage pipes. As soon as they entered the village, a heavy smell of rust filled the air. Occasional passers-by hurried along with their heads down. They made their way to a bun shop near the Fama Bridge. Gulp. Karen swallowed her saliva. The buns looked delicious. Oh, little Suki, you're back. Old Lady Chishu greeted him cheerfully. She had watched Aokisuki grow from a little brat into a prominent figure in the rain village, and her buns had seen a surge in sales. Huh, just got back from a vacation outside. Aokisuki took 2 buns and handed them to Karen and Eureka. Exhausted and hungry from the journey, they devoured the buns without hesitation. Old Lady Chishu packed 2 bags of buns for me. Coming right up. Everyone in the village knows my buns are the best. I'm swamped now, getting old, you know. Whether she was complaining or boasting, she quickly packed the buns with nimble hands. Aoki Suki took them and handed one bag to Conan and the other to Eureka. Now you two will follow Lady Conan. She'll arrange your accommodation. If you have any other problems, you can find me here. He pointed to the gift shop next door. Welcome to my shop to buy gifts. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Karen waved her little hand enthusiastically. She had taken a liking to this uncle she had only met a few days ago. Eureka bowed once more to Aoki Suki in gratitude. Having endured a harsh life, she was unusually sensitive to such seemingly casual kindness. Such a gentle man. Let's go, Conan said, leading the mother and daughter deeper into the village. By the time everything was arranged, it was evening. Returning to his residence in the Western District, he tidied up briefly and reheated the cold buns. He ate two himself and put the rest in a box to take to Nagato. In the dark room of the West District Tower, Nagato was eating steamed buns while listening to Conan's briefing. Upon learning that the person brought back was his clansman, he fell silent for a moment. Having grown up in the land of rain, he felt little sense of belonging to the Uzumaki clan. Yet when he heard that his clansmen had willingly become human experiments to survive, an inexplicable fury rose within him. The Uzumaki clan, having lost their country, is truly pitiable. I heard that in the past the Uzumaki clan was feared by all villages for their powerful sealing techniques. Later, when Yuzushio village was destroyed, the clansmen scattered everywhere. Having lost their country, they could only wander and live under others' roofs. Yes, my mother came to the land of rain and settled here at that time. So I suppose I'm relatively lucky, Nagato said with self-deprecation. You said that little girl is very special with great potential. Why? Because she has strikingly bright red hair. It's said that even within the Uzumaki clan, only those who inherit powerful bloodlines possess this hair color. Rumor has it that the hair of the first Hokage's wife was this color, and she was also the first Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Nagato glanced at his own hair, which had turned dark red, and said, I see. So there's such a saying. Do you want to meet them? No need. Arrange a job for the child's mother. We'll talk when she's a bit older. How could Nagato not understand Conan's intention? Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to drink his own clansman's blood. Conan nodded. Having it and not using it were two different things. Eureka and her daughter spent a night in their new home, filled with anxiety about the future, only to receive a new notice the next day. The following morning, just after Aoki finished breakfast, he saw Eureka's figure. What? You want me to help you find a job? Eureka felt a bit embarrassed. Remembering that Lady Conan had instructed this, she could only steel herself and ask Aoki for help again. Having just arrived, she didn't know anyone else in the village besides Aoki. Yes, please trouble you, Lord Yu. Alright, what skills do you have? I can cook, do housework, and I know some embroidery. If needed, I can continue learning. Eureka eagerly promoted herself. Aoki rubbed his face. Listen to what skills these were. She couldn't handle a respectable position. Clerical work was for young girls. Without a specialty, she could only work as a dishwasher or a helper in a restaurant. Actually, I run a grilled fish shop. How about you give it a try? Thus, Eureka successfully got a job as a waitress at Silverfish Seat. The monthly salary wasn't high, but the key was that meals were provided. She could also pack leftover food to bring home for Karen, so there were basically no living expenses. Several months passed peacefully with no unpleasant incidents. The person who had said he would drink her blood never appeared. Eureka gradually relaxed. If possible, she hoped such days could continue forever. Karen adapted very well. After finding a sense of belonging here, she would go to Aoki's house to play while her mother was at work. There were many children's toys there that deeply attracted her. Aoki once again carried some daily necessities to the basement to visit Kikuno Mito, still thinking about his late boss's wife. Sister Mito, I brought your favorite pastries. Come and try them. Truly worthy of being a talent trained by root, she hadn't broken down after being imprisoned for so long, still maintaining a calm expression. Thank you. It's rare that you still remember my preferences. Kikuno Mito was somewhat moved. Aoki was the only person who talked to her. Previously, she thought he had ulterior motives. After getting what he wanted from her, he still treated her well as always. What was he after? Sister Mito, I have two good news for you. Your Silverfish Seat is thriving under my management and business is getting better and better. Really? That's wonderful. Kikuno Mito was very happy to hear that. That restaurant was her own creation. What's the other good news? Lord Hanzō already knows that we both betrayed the organization. Some time ago, he sent people to infiltrate the village to investigate. Aburame Ryoma led the team personally. Kikuno Mito's heart trembled. It's him. In terms of infiltration ability, Aburame Ryoma was the top en route, deeply trusted by Hanzō. Sending him to investigate Amegakure indicated that they had confirmed something was wrong. Unfortunately, not one of them escaped. Aoki stated this fact, then said, I dare not go to Konoha anymore. But the good news I want to tell you is, maybe in a few years you can come out. Kikuno Mito was not optimistic about this. The village won't really trust me. Besides, I'm already old. She picked up a mirror to look at her face. When she was first imprisoned, she was in her prime. Now she was approaching 30. The best years of her life had been wasted in this sunless prison. Aoki you analyzed. As time passes, the information you once held will lose its value. What's the point of keeping you locked up then? Information had a time limit. Hanzō had likely already guessed the situation in Amegakure, and Kikuno Mito would lose her value. Moreover, she had been captured that very night, and knew little. I hope so. Kikuno Mito, however, did not know that the Uchiha were plotting a coup which would lead to their clan's extermination in a few years. All Uchiha-related personnel would no longer be trusted by Konoha. Even if she were released, she would have no home to return to. After the prison visit, he went to work as usual. The advisor's job was not exactly leisurely. Most of the time, he studied things that interested him. Conan suddenly walked and glanced at Aokiyu's mental state, and said, "You look happy. You've been to see your old flame again, haven't you? I've told you many times she's the widow of my former boss. You know I'm a grateful person." Aokiyu insisted stubbornly. "Is that so?" "Yes. Having such a considerate subordinate must be very reassuring for a boss." I'll take that as a compliment. I've been likable since I was a child. It's just innate, there's nothing I can do about it." Aokiyu pretended not to catch the sarcasm in Conan's words, and changed the subject. "Is there something? As your capable assistant, please let me have the chance to show my worth. Otherwise this salary feels too hot to handle." Mentioning business, Conan finally became serious. Recently, Amegakure has been active everywhere for some reason. Konoha has sent word that they plan to send an envoy to meet Hanzō to discuss joint defense. Could they be trying to gather intelligence on the village? Aokiyu exclaimed in shock. Hanzō was indeed persistent. If covert methods didn't work, he would try overt ones. Once they obtained conclusive evidence that Amegakure had been taken over by the criminal organization Akatsuki, the Land of Rain would face a siege, and the situation would become very dire. This is Konoha's usual tactic. The person coming this time will be no ordinary one. We must be fully prepared. Conan looked at Aokiyu and said, "You who call yourself the greatest strategist have any good ideas?" I actually have one, but it will trouble the leader. In Konoha at the Hokage's office. According to reliable intelligence from Amegakure, they do have plans to deliberately create border conflicts. To be safe, we must prepare in advance. Shursue, this time you will go to Amegakure to visit Sancho Hanzō and deliver my personal letter to him. Yes. After years of battlefield training, Shursue had become more mature and steady, earning the nickname Shursue of the Body Flicker. After accepting the mission, he had just left the Hokage building when he was stopped by the ENBU. "Uchiha Shursue, Lord Hanzō wants to see you." Inside Root's base. This trip to Amegakure also has a secret mission. It's of utmost importance. You must investigate thoroughly. Please speak, Lord Hanzō. The third Hokage told you, didn't he? You're to deliver the letter to Sancho Hanzō in person. I want you to use your Sharingan to confirm his true identity. Shursue was greatly puzzled. "I don't understand your meaning." "I suspect that Amegakure has been taken over by an organization called Akatsuki, a newly emerging international criminal organization. They collude with cults for evil rituals. In short, this organization is very dangerous." Akatsuki. Shursue's heart stirred. He had been assassinated by members of this organization on the front lines. It had been extremely dangerous. "Oh, have you also heard about the recent massacre of innocent civilians in the Land of Lightning?" Hanzō assumed Shursue had heard of Akatsuki's intelligence. With the Uchiha clan's abilities, knowing this wasn't difficult. "I've heard a bit," Shursue replied. Thus, this seemingly simple diplomatic mission became complicated. But considering the Uchiha's current predicament, he couldn't refuse. Otherwise, the Uchiha would completely lose their value in the eyes of the higher-ups. So the real mission this time is to obtain conclusive evidence that Sancho Hanzō is likely dead. Correct? Yes. Amegakure has become very closed off. It's hard to find such a good opportunity again. Hanzō's voice turned very sinister. "So as the genius of the Uchiha clan, are you willing to accept this secret mission? If you find it difficult, I can discuss it with the third Hokage. Perhaps sending someone from the Hyuga clan would be better, but that would be too obvious." "Yes, I am willing to execute it." "Very well. I'll have someone send you the relevant intelligence on Hanzō." Shursue left Root's base with a heavy heart. He had thought he could catch his breath after returning from the front lines, only to be assigned a mission immediately upon his return. Just as he arrived at the Uchiha compound, a clansman greeted him. "Shursue, you're back. Today is the clan meeting. Don't be late." "Alright, I'll be right there." At the Nanga Shrine in the underground chamber, the elite ninja of the Uchiha clan assembled. "Has anything noteworthy occurred recently?" "Captain Shursue has returned from the front lines." Fugaku looked at Shursue with great relief. "Oh, Shursue is back. Over the past few years you've made quite a name for yourself. Even within the village, I often hear tales of you. Truly worthy of being the genius of our Uchiha clan." "Shursue, well done." Everyone turned their gaze toward Shursue, who sat in the last row, and praise poured in without end. The Uchiha clan revered strength, and at times like this they desperately needed a genius to uplift their spirits. "I merely did what I could. I must not bring shame to the reputation of the Sharingan." Shursue replied modestly. Seeing this, Fugaku quickly redirected everyone's attention back to himself. "Shursue is right. All of you here carry the blood of the Uchiha. In this critical period, we must be cautious in words and deeds. But the Umbu's surveillance of us has become excessive. We thought it was temporary, but so much time has passed with no sign of it being lifted. Uchiha Yashiro stated. As soon as he spoke, it immediately struck a chord with everyone. Yes, Captain. The village is treating us like enemies now. We are the village's security force, yet the entire village is on guard against us. And those foolish villagers, they've transferred all their hatred for the Nine Tails from years ago onto the Uchiha. Damn it. Uchiha Yashiro spoke again. Captain, we can no longer deceive ourselves and entrust the clan's safety to others. The higher-ups have always held prejudices against us. We must prepare for the worst. Yes, we must fight back. We can't sit idly by. Fight back. Fight back. The crowd was stirred with indignation. The Uchiha had never feared battle. Their pride would never allow them to be treated like prisoners. Shisui watched his clansmen step by step toward the abyss, powerless to stop them. He understood their anger. Resistance was human instinct. The Nine Tails incident was a disaster for the village, but an even greater catastrophe for the Uchiha. Once the emotions had subsided somewhat, Fugaka said, I understand everyone's feelings. Please bear with it for a while longer. Shisui has gained the third Hokage's trust. With him as a bridge between our clan and the village, I believe the village will eventually come to understand us. Really? Will the village truly set aside its prejudices? Perhaps. The third Hokage is fair-minded. That matter will be investigated and our innocence proved. Trust Shisui. Shisui, we're counting on you. All eyes fell on Shisui once more, and the pressure weighed heavily on him. He feared he would fail his clan's expectations. The clan meeting ended thus, and another burden was added to Shisui's shoulders. When he returned home, he found a young man waiting at the door. Itachi, what are you doing here? I heard you were back today. Did you attend the clan meeting? Yes. The clan's mood is grim. If things continue like this, I dread to think what might happen, Shisui said worriedly. Itachi touched his own eyes and replied in a low voice. The Uchiha are a clan enslaved by emotion. These eyes give us power, but they also bring tragedy. 6 months ago, I went on a mission with my squad. They all died. Shisui patted Itachi on the shoulder and comforted him. The Sharingan is our clan's Kekkei Genkai. It is through this power that we can better protect the village and our clan. Protect the village and the clan. Yes. Both the village and the clan are important. As the link between them, we must always balance the relationship between the two. Tomorrow I have to leave for a mission. When I return, we'll talk more. You just got back and you're leaving again? Itachi asked in surprise. Alas, it's a very troublesome mission. I can't get out of it. What kind of mission is so difficult that even you? The next morning, Uchiha Shisui set out toward the land of rain, carrying a letter from the third Hokage. 3 days later, at the Hidden Rain village. A message from the border unit. The one who came is Shisui of the body flicker. Nagato's eyes widened. This genius ninja of the Uchiha clan. Someone had once hired the Akatsuki to assassinate him, but the mission failed. What should we do? Conan asked. First, follow Moon's plan. I'll keep a close watch on him. Soon Aoki received the news and immediately replicated the exact guard formation from the Hanzō era, including the precise positions where each member stood. Everyone wore gas masks, and all villagers were ordered to stay indoors for the next 2 days. The next morning, Uchiha Shisui arrived at the village gates. After a thorough body search, he was led to the northern district to meet Hanzō. It was a tower, once Hanzō's office, with guards stationed at every key point. In particular, the room where Hanzō was located was heavily defended by 4 jonin. Everything matches the intelligence, but why haven't I seen a single villager along the way? Shisui felt uneasy. The atmosphere in the Hidden Rain village was too oppressive. He had sensed it the moment he entered. It felt as if countless invisible eyes were watching him from every direction. Approaching the core of this mission, Shisui, as he bowed toward the room, quietly activated his Sharingan. Lord Hanzō, I am Uchiha Shisui from Konoha. Shisui began to state Konoha's consistent position according to diplomatic protocol, and finally presented the third Hokage's letter. At that moment, a person walked over and took the scroll from him. Shisui looked up. They had clashed during the mission in the land of forests involving the Prajna Corps. Shisui had a deep impression of Aoki. Long time no see. I am Aoki, Lord Hanzō's personal bodyguard. I once visited Konoha as an envoy for the 4th Hokage's inauguration ceremony, and had the honor of meeting the 3rd Hokage as well. I see. Shisui nodded, and quickly emphasized, the 3rd Hokage wishes for me to deliver this letter to Lord Hanzō in person. That is only proper. Aoki smiled slightly, and opened the door in front of Shisui. Inside, an old man with yellow hair and a breathing tube was seated facing the door, his eyes closed. The Crimson Sharingan, like a scanner, took the opportunity to conduct a full-body examination of Hanzō. It's not a transformation jutsu. Shisui judged instantly. The chakra in the opponent's body flowed steadily through the meridians. This was the real body. The photo route had given him indeed showed Hanzō like this. Could Lord Danzo have been mistaken? He had been so certain that this was the Akatsuki's hideout. Just then Hanzō slowly opened his eyes and said, Uchiha brat, tell the third Hokage that the Hidden Rain will abide by the mutual defense treaty with Konoha. If the Hidden Stone stirs up war again, we will provide necessary military assistance to Konoha. These eyes. A massive shockwave surged through Shirsue's heart. What he saw now was even more astounding than if Hanzō had been impersonated. Purple rippling eyes. A gaze like death itself. What is going on? Hanzō the salamander possesses the legendary eyes. Why have I never heard of this? Shirsue's mind was in turmoil. By now Hanzō had finished reading the third Hokage's letter and written a reply on the spot, handing it to Aokyu. You entertain the envoy from Konoha on my behalf. Yes, Lord Hanzō. Aokyu bowed, then withdrew from the room, closing the door behind him. He handed the scroll to the still stunned Shirsue and said, It's getting late. Let's find a place to eat. Ah, yes. Lord Hanzō, I take my leave. Shirsue followed Aokyu in silence, his mind too preoccupied to pay attention to his surroundings. The two walked along the Rain of Steel Avenue to a grilled fish restaurant. Due to successive wars, our village's economy has stagnated and life is hard for the people. This is the only decent restaurant in the village. It's fine. I don't have high standards for food. A simple meal will do. Shirsue scanned the restaurant's interior. At mealtime there were no other customers, and even the streets were empty. It was truly desolate. The restaurant had clearly been prepared in advance, and soon brought out grilled fish and various dishes made beforehand. Lord Yua, all the dishes are ready. Please enjoy. You may go. Aokyu waved his hand. Shirsue noticed the middle-aged waitress with red hair. Before he could ask, Aokyu proactively introduced her. After the Uzushio village was destroyed, the Uzumaki clan scattered everywhere. The Land of Rain, as a haven for wandering ninja, has taken in many people like her. In this chaotic world, having a stable place to live and a job is already good enough. Shirsue understood that the other party was subtly criticizing Konoha for doing nothing as an ally of the Uzumaki clan. He naturally couldn't follow that line of conversation and instead changed the subject. I've always heard that this country was torn apart by war and division, but what I saw along the way was quite different. I didn't expect it to be unified, truly surprising. What surprises you is Hanzo's eyes. Aokyu thought, knowing full well that the other was indirectly probing for information about Hanzō. Huh. All of this is thanks to Lord Hanzō. He is the god of our Land of Rain. It is because of him that we can survive in the cracks between the great nations. There were once rebel forces that colluded with enemies to split this country, but Lord Hanzō wiped them out or drove them away one by one. I see. I have also heard of Lord Hanzō's legendary feats, and am full of admiration, Shirsue responded politely. In the ninja world, who hadn't heard of Hanzō the Salamander? Even the title of the three legendary ninja was bestowed by him. His strength was beyond doubt. Both of them tacitly refrained from mentioning Hanzo's eyes. You know, Lord Hanzō has a deep collaboration with Lord Danzo. I occasionally go to Konoha on missions, and I've heard some rumors. What rumors? It's said that the Uchiha clan for some reason is not in a good position in Konoha right now. Shirsue felt uneasy upon hearing this. The news of discord between the Uchiha and Konoha had spread to other villages. This was extremely unfavorable. It must be false information deliberately spread by those with ulterior motives. The Uchiha are one of the founders of Konoha. No one loves the village more than we do. I see. Perhaps I misheard. After all, Konoha is a place full of sunshine. Oh, how could something like what happened in Kirigakure occur here? I've also heard about Kirigakure's affairs. In recent years, many bloodline clans have been slaughtered there. Truly incomprehensible. Shirsue nodded and continued. I've also heard a rumor. Oh, do tell. Recently, an assassination organization called Akatsuki has appeared on the international stage. Its members are rogue ninjas from various villages. I heard that the Land of Rain also had an organization called Akatsuki before. False. That's a rumor. Aokyu immediately refuted. The Land of Rain did indeed have an organization called Akatsuki in the past, advocating nonviolent peace. Huh. A bunch of reckless youngsters. It was later destroyed. Lord Danzo knows about this. He even helped resolve it back then. Since they had already fallen out, there was no need to hide anything. He directly used Danzo as a scapegoat. Lord Danzo was involved too. Shirsue silently noted. There were indeed many pitfalls. Danzo had concealed key information from him. This current Akatsuki has nothing to do with us. On the contrary, it has stolen quite a bit of business that originally belonged to us. You know that the Rain Ninjas specialize in assassination. Now everyone is struggling to make a living. It's infuriating. Aokyu's indignation seemed genuine. I see. Then I misunderstood. Apologies. Shirsue smiled, unsure whether he believed it or not. Then Aokyu brought up another topic. There's something I'd like your help with. You know that due to special circumstances, our village often has spies from other countries. Among them, there's a woman who uses ninja cats to transmit intelligence. Ninja cats? Yes. I've heard that the Uchiha clan has a long-standing friendship with the ninja cats. Could you help me find out the origin of this spy when you have time? Of course. Since the other party had brought it up, this spy was likely from Konoha and possibly related to the Uchiha. The two then engaged in awkward small talk, sharing a simple meal. Afterwards, Aoki Yu personally escorted Shursui out of Amegakure, only relaxing once the other had completely disappeared from sight. Returning to the village to report. He's gone. Yes. He shouldn't trouble us again in the short term. Aoki Yu was certain, because Konoha would soon face a heap of troubles, leaving them preoccupied, and Danzo would lose his power. He didn't notice anything, did he? Since the last successful ambush by Root, Conan had become extremely wary of anyone from Konoha. Don't worry. The Uchiha clan's position in Konoha is very awkward right now. He won't bring trouble upon himself. I hope so. Who would have thought that Aoki Yu had secretly preserved Hanzo's corpse until now, using it at a critical moment to great effect. From now on, there was no need to worry about other villages visiting. Just bring out Hanzo to deal with them. At this moment, Conan noticed that Aoki Yu's hair had turned back to its azure blue. His body has recovered. Thinking of this, she suddenly said, "By the way, why didn't you say you felt too idle in the village? There's a mission that might suit you." What mission? Aoki Yu inwardly wondered when he had ever said such a foolish thing. Now even the angel was starting to lie. It was becoming increasingly difficult to slack off under her command. One of the Sannin Orochimaru has been inquiring about our information recently. Go investigate and see what exactly he's after. Orochimaru. Cough. I'm really not good at this. Aoki Yu shook his head repeatedly. If he dared to investigate that old serpent, he would end up being schemed against until not even a bone remained. Didn't you always say you wanted to share my burdens? Why are you afraid now? Conan retorted. Now that his body had recovered, he probably had the energy to waste at the pleasure quarters again. Sending him away on a mission would keep him out of sight and out of mind. Alright, I'll try. Damn it. Orochimaru. Aoki Yu felt he had become the darkness of Amegakure, just like Danzo was to Konoha. All the troublesome tasks were dumped on him. After leaving the land of rain, Shursui Uchiha did not immediately return to Konoha. Instead, he went to the empty zone where the Ninja Cat clan resided. Grandma Cat. Oh Shursui, what brings you here? Are you here to buy weapons? I can give you a 30% discount. Thank you. Here's the payment. Shursui respectfully handed over a thick stack of bills. Grandma Cat glanced down and smiled. This is too much. Is there something you need? There is indeed something I'd like you to investigate. Moments later, Shursui obtained the information he wanted and left the empty zone. A few years ago, there was indeed a civil war in Amegakure. The Root spy lost contact during that time, and the specifics are unknown. Low-level ninja cats had limited intelligence and knew little. Root's intelligence was vague with key information withheld. He would have to find another way. 3 days later in Konohagakure, Shursui reported the situation to the third Hokage and others. The mission had gone smoothly, and the third Hokage was very satisfied. He then went to see Danzo. What? You say Hanzo's eyes are the legendary Rinnegan? Danzo's jaw dropped in shock. This was the first time he had lost his composure. That's just my speculation. As the most mysterious of the three great dojutsu, I've only seen fragmentary descriptions in some ancient texts. I understand now. You may leave. Danzo waved his hand. After Shursui left Root's base, he finally let out his suppressed anger. Thud. His cane struck the stone floor heavily. That bastard. How could he have taken the Rinnegan? Damn it. Damn it to hell. It was supposed to be mine. Danzo was so enraged he felt his heart might give out. He felt that Hanzo had tricked him, using him to deal with Akatsuki while secretly seizing the Rinnegan. Now the so-called Akatsuki was probably under Hanzo's covert control, pulling the strings from behind the scenes, imitating Root's operational model. Now that he had the upper hand, he revealed himself aiming to elevate Amegakure to the same level as the 5 great ninja villages and complete the unfinished goal of the Second Shinobi World War. Damn you, Salamander. This isn't over. Just you wait. From now on, Hanzo of the Salamander might be renamed Hanzo of the Rinnegan. Someone come. Lord Danzo. A Root member appeared outside the door. What is that Orochimaru up to lately? He's active in the land of Earth. His movements are concealed, and our men cannot track him accurately. Send word to him that I no longer wish to wait. Damn Orochimaru, always asking for funds and test subjects, and every time he was asked about the project's progress, it was always almost done, and then he'd ask for more money. He was bleeding Root dry. Yes, sir. Subsequently, Danzo headed to the Hokage building. If others dared to make him unhappy, he would take it out on the Uchiha. The third handled external affairs, Danzo handled internal affairs. Domestic abuse was his specialty. As luck would have it, Koharu Udatane and Hamura Midokado were also there, so he tossed the prepared documents onto the desk. This is... The third Hokage frowned. This is a record of Uchiha members' conversations compiled by ANBU. Hiruzen, there are signs that the Uchiha are plotting something. Has it come to this? Koharu exclaimed. When it came to dealing with the Uchiha, she and Hamura stood firmly with Danzo. Hamura picked up the documents and began reading. They were all daily conversations of the Uchiha, filled with discontent toward the village. Some even threatened to rebel. Hiruzen Sarutobi said, these are just baseless rumors. Danzo, you're being too sensitive. This is not mere speculation. With Shursui Uchiha's return, their arrogance has grown. Last night, they attacked 2 ENBU members assigned to surveillance. This is a show of defiance against the village. They mistake our tolerance for weakness. I was planning to discuss this with Fugaku. In any case, now is not the time to talk about this. Suit yourself. I'm just reminding you not to let your guard down. Danzo came and went quickly. A dam doesn't collapse in a day, it erodes over years. As long as he kept pressure on, the Uchiha conflict would eventually erupt. Little did Shursui Uchiha know that right after he had taken enormous risks to complete a mission for Danzo, Danzo was already stabbing the Uchiha in the back. He thought his actions might alleviate the higher-ups' dissatisfaction with the Uchiha. At a northern stronghold, Orochimaru was holed up in his base researching the secret of immortality. The base was filled with various test subjects sent by Root. None of the test subjects were ordinary people. Ordinary individuals weren't even qualified to become his subjects. At that moment, a small white snake appeared, spat out a scroll, and Orochimaru opened it, reading with a cold sneer. Another mission. But this time it wasn't from Akatsuki. It was a purge mission from Root. Looking at the work in his hands, he sighed. I really need an assistant. He was too busy, juggling research, dealing with Root and Akatsuki. He was stretched thin and desperately needed a capable assistant to handle these trivial tasks. 3 days later, in Amegakure, 2 figures were chasing each other between buildings. The one in front was a silver-haired boy wearing glasses. It was Kabuto, who had been infiltrating Amegakure for some time. Root had ordered him to immediately obtain Awagecure's attack plan, forcing him to take a risk. But he ended up alerting the enemy, and as the opponent lunged at him, Kabuto activated his chakra scalpel and slashed across the enemy's abdomen. A soft thud. The opponent collapsed to the ground, immobilized, revealing their true face beneath the hair. Director, what? Why are you here? Kabuto was shocked and hurriedly tried to treat Nono. But Nono asked, why are you treating me? Who are you? Thud. Kabuto's heart felt as if struck by a heavy hammer. His pupils trembled and his hands involuntarily stopped. He had dreamed of reuniting with the director and the children from the orphanage. For their sake, he willingly became Root's tool, infiltrating enemy territory as a spy. Now the director didn't even recognize him. What was the meaning of all he had done over the years? By a small river, Kabuto frantically washed the blood from his hands, his mind relentlessly interrogating his own heart. Gazing at his reflection in the water, he felt lost about life for the first time. He took off his glasses, a life gift from the orphanage director, the bond between them. Yet now, suddenly a strange man's face appeared in the water. It seems you haven't seen yourself clearly yet. Kabuto quickly put his glasses back on, only to see the man emerge from the water smiling. You've indeed become an excellent ninja, Kabuto. I still remember you. You are Oro. Kabuto stumbled back in fright, clearly recognizing this cold-faced man like a venomous snake. Actually, I've been watching you, and you all along. Come with me, and I'll tell you everything. When it came to manipulating hearts, Orochimaru was a professional. After a round of psychological manipulation, he successfully turned Kabuto into his pawn and generously gifted him his secret base in the land of Earth. With Kabuto's joining, Orochimaru could free himself from work and do other things. He was interested in anything he didn't understand, wanting to research everything, and often traveled between various bases. Additionally, he reached an agreement with the daimyo of the land of rice fields. He secretly founded the Sound Village, gathering the subordinates he had tricked into coming there to work for him. Half a year passed quickly. Orochimaru lived quite comfortably. Konoha's tolerance for rogue ninjas was relatively high, adopting a laissez-faire policy. Unlike rogue ninjas from other villages who were chased all over the world, living in constant fear. However, he was a cautious man. Even though Konoha had never truly hunted him, he was very careful, setting many traps in his bases. Some traps were quite hidden with irreversible features, others were set based on the deepest desires of the human heart. For example, in the sea base near Whirlpool Country, a scroll was placed in a secret room with scattered documents beside it that were all research materials on the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. For instance, in the base in the land of rice fields, a detailed explanation of summoning techniques was placed, and it was a rare ninja tool summoning. In the northern base, he placed a forbidden technique that could enhance power. As long as someone sneaked into the base, 9 out of 10 couldn't resist the temptation and fell for it, gambling on human nature. At this moment, Qingmuyu looked at the forbidden technique scroll on the table, rubbed his hands, and paced around, unwilling to leave. Heaven knows how much he wanted to open it and take a look. Orochimaru indeed had many good things in his hands. Over the past half year, he had also broadened his knowledge. This guy was truly cruel. Just looking at the grotesque corpses soaking in glass bottles, it wouldn't be a loss to have him cut into 1,000 pieces. He mapped out all of Orochimaru's already exposed strongholds and sent them back to the Akatsuki. In this process, Qingmuyu also discovered that he was not the only one monitoring Orochimaru's people were also tracking him, but they were being played in the palm of Orochimaru's hand. They were just following behind and eating dust. Additionally, there was an even more covert monitor, a white Zetsu clone. If he hadn't combined the two secret techniques of Sage Talent, the Heavenly Eye and the Boundless Heart Domain, and broken through his spiritual energy again, he wouldn't have detected it. At first he thought it was monitoring Orochimaru, but later discovered it was monitoring him, which startled him. When did that white Zetsu start targeting me? He thought he had been low-key enough, but unexpectedly he had been targeted long ago. After much deliberation, he decided to stay put and wait for an opportunity to get rid of this little tail through someone else's hands. That old sly fox Orochimaru was definitely up to the task. Without a doubt, the scroll in front of him was 9 times out of 10 a trap. Similar situations existed in every base. Qingmuyu took out a piece of paper from his person. The size and handwriting of the paper were almost identical to the other draft papers on the table. The difference was the content on it. It recorded the experimental results of the Uchiha and Senju bloodlines. To increase its appeal, he even added the Ten Tails conjecture. Zetsu's clones were not very smart to begin with. How could they understand the intricacies? They would definitely think they had discovered some important intelligence and couldn't resist taking the scroll to report to the main body. Lord Orochimaru, I'll borrow your trap for a bit. You certainly won't mind, will you? Sure enough, not long after Qingmuyu left the base, a half-faced Zetsu clone appeared in the secret room. Originally, it was just glancing at the things on the table as per routine. The main body had warned it not to casually touch Orochimaru's things. The content on the document deeply attracted its gaze. That Orochimaru fellow has actually deciphered the secrets of the Senju and Uchiha to this extent. If this guy continued his research, he might really discover something. Regarding the content of the scroll, the Zetsu clone pondered for a moment and finally decided to open it. However, the moment its hand touched the scroll, black runes rapidly spread along its arm to its entire body, sealing it and rendering it immobile. Puff! Suddenly, a large amount of anesthetic gas sprayed from the surrounding walls. Not good. This is a trap. The Zetsu clone struggled violently, but felt weak all over. Soon it lost consciousness and fainted. Tisk tsk. Orochimaru is really insidious, haha. You're mine now. Qingmuyu never thought he would one day capture a Zetsu clone alive. This was a precious treasure. Whether used for himself or traded away, its value was immeasurable. He put away his own paper on the table, then carried the Zetsu clone and left the base. Half a day later, Orochimaru returned. He had thought he had captured some prey, but the scene was empty. The trap was clearly triggered. After a detailed inspection, he still found some clues. More than one person had entered. It seems quite a few people are interested in me. Who could it be? Orochimaru licked his lips, inexplicably excited. He detested a peaceful life and loved playing dangerous games. It didn't matter if he didn't catch them, as long as he knew someone was watching him, it was easier to handle. Soon Zetsu's main body also realized something was wrong with the clone. He had a fixed communication time with the clone he had split off. If there was no contact at the appointed time, 9 times out of 10 something had gone wrong. Oh dear. Not good. A clone has lost contact. Which one? Black Zetsu asked. Zetsu's concealment and abilities were best known to him. Losing contact was a serious matter. The one sent to monitor Qingmuyu. I said this guy was very likely a sensory ninja. It seems he has discovered our actions. Earlier Zetsu had warned more than once, but Obito and Black Zetsu insisted he monitor Qingmuyu. Now they could only hope that the other party would destroy the clone or dispose of the body. But Black Zetsu asked, where was the last known location of disappearance? It was near one of Orochimaru's bases. Could it be him? Damn. If falling into Qingmuyu's hands was just a small trouble, then falling into Orochimaru's hands was a big trouble. Orochimaru had already done considerable research on the first Hokage's cells. It was impossible for him not to think of the connection between the clone and the first Hokage's cells. 9 times out of 10, he would find a way to deal with him, and might even replicate a batch of clones like Blue Zetsu, Green Zetsu. The biggest secret of a ninja is their own intelligence. Once it leaks into the enemy's hands, it's equivalent to being naked. The more Zetsu thought about it, the more panicked he became. What should we do? Should we tell Obito? Black Zetsu obviously also realized the seriousness of the problem. Don't panic yet. The most important thing now is to find out exactly whose hands it fell into. Then inform Obito and let him find a way to get it back. Such a dangerous matter. They couldn't take the risk again. The other party was definitely lying in wait. Only Obito's personal intervention could ensure success. As an intelligence agent responsible for monitoring the ninja world, and the most important pawn in executing the Moon Eye plan, his value was irreplaceable. How can we know whose hands it's in? Both of these guys are not easy to deal with, Zetsu worried. Especially that Orochimaru fellow. Even Obito found him troublesome. Qingmuyu was deeply hidden, who knew what tricks he had up his sleeve. Simple. If Orochimaru got it, he would definitely not be able to resist starting research immediately. If Qingmuyu got it 9 times out of 10, he would hide it first. But he doesn't understand the technology, so there's no need to worry too much. Black Zetsu analyzed thus. So what exactly should we do? Leak Qingmuyu's surveillance of Orochimaru to Orochimaru. That guy is not one to suffer losses. Let them check each other and buy us time. That's really a good idea. Let these two annoying guys fight it out. Zetsu immediately set to work splitting off a clone to tip off Orochimaru while heading to the hidden mist village to seek help from Obito. Xingmu was indeed a layman. Even if he knew that the Zetsu clone contained the secrets of Hashirama's cells and the God Tree, he couldn't exploit them. He could only hide it first, and then continue his surveillance work. Soon Orochimaru went out again, heading into his hunting time. Anyway, he wouldn't approach easily. Inside the dark base, a Zetsu clone appeared again, but this time it dropped a scroll on the ground, and then re-emerged into the wall. When Orochimaru returned and saw the scroll on the ground, he was slightly stunned. It seems the prey has shown its tail. He casually picked it up from the ground, read the content, and immediately his face turned very ugly. He had been followed for half a year without knowing it. Didn't that mean his several strongholds were already exposed to the enemy's sight? They've been watching for that long. Interesting.